Chapter 473, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No, she thought, I can't live with this. Even if I die, I will not admit defeat. Besides, the Dongfang family had climbed back into the innings with great difficulty. If I surrender, wouldn't it strip them into retreat? If I do this, how can I face Lady Gu who had such faith in me? I will not admit defeat, Gu Ling, I will defeat you today. Lin Lang declared stubbornly as she pushed back forcefully, causing Gu Ling to stumble a few steps back. You've overestimated your abilities. Gu Ling laughed coldly, raising the corners of his lips into a disdainful smile. Then, his body appeared behind Lin Lang in a flash. Before Lin Lang could grasp what was going on, he picked her up into the air and threw her body down with ferocity. Bang! A large hole appeared in the sturdy wooden planks of the arena where Lin Lang had violently landed. Her mouth was filled with blood and her face was as pale as a sheet. Lin Lang, I thought you enjoyed running away. I'll make it so that the lower half of your body can no longer move. Let's see how you're going to run away now. Gu Ling slowly walked towards Lin Lang, then leaned over to look at the girl whose face was now completely drained of color. He sneered, if only you had obediently become a little slave girl who warms my bed, wouldn't that have been much better than this? This time, I'm definitely taking you back to the Gu family. If you still refuse, I can use your mother in your place. Don't judge your mother based on the fact that she's already a middle-aged woman, she's still rather attractive. My subordinates have been drooling over her for a very long time now. I'm sure they'd love to have a taste of her. Lin Lang gritted her teeth and her eyes were bursting with flames of rage. When paired with her bloodied face, it was an extremely terrifying sight. Ha ha. Gu Ling burst into laughter and spoke disdainfully, watch and see if I dare, Lin Lang. People like you don't have the right to yell and scream at lords like myself. Just because you've managed to curry favor with the Dongfang family, do you think you can sit at the same table as me? Servants are servants. You will always be a servant. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the ruins. Upon feeling this power, Gu Ling went into shock. A breakthrough. Gu Ling's eyes darkened. Lin Lang actually had a breakthrough at a time like this. But so what if she had a breakthrough? He sneered to himself, I'm a high-level martial king. Why should I fear a newly broken through mid-level martial king? Gu Ling, I'm going to murder you. A loud, furious roar was heard. The next thing everyone could see was Lin Lang's body charging like a bolt of lightning towards Gu Ling. Lin Lang's eyes were bloodshot. She drew her sword and pointed it at Gu Ling. This sword was not the spiritual weapon that Gu Ruoan had given her. After all, she was not going to use that treasured spiritual weapon unless she had absolutely no other choice. You're looking for your own death. Gu Ling shouted. The aura from his body grew into a riot, as if the hurricane was being raised from his surroundings. Zing! The force from Lin Lang's sword clashed with the hurricane around him. A wave filled with turmoil erupted from the explosion, causing Lin Lang to stumble a few steps back. Regardless, the distance between a high-level martial king and a mid-level martial king was not a small one. However, Lin Lang did not retreat. Instead, she charged forward once again towards Gu Ling, attacking at full force. Her attacks were brutal. Each blow was greater than the last and she charged her opponent as if her own life did not matter. Lin Lang, have you effing gone insane? Gu Ling's expression finally drained of color. He never expected Lin Lang to attack so wildly. What good will this do for her? Gu Ling, I want to kill you. As long as I kill him, she thought, I don't care if I'm hurting myself. Sensing the ferocity that stirred vigorously in Lin Lang's murderous intent, Gu Ling's face turned an extremely ugly shade. This woman is clearly disregarding her own life. He thought, if she actually manages to kill me, I'm afraid she will end up crippling herself in the process. Chapter 473, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 2. No, she thought, I can't live with this. Even if I die, I will not admit defeat. Besides, the Dongfang family had climbed back into the innings with great difficulty. If I surrender, wouldn't it strip them into retreat? If I do this, how can I face Lady Gu who had such faith in me? Chapter 474, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 3. Is that truly worth all of this? Wondered Gu Ling. But unbeknownst to Gu Ling, in Lin Lang's eyes, everything was worth it as long as she could kill him. Even the crowd was confused over what had happened and erupted into fervent discussions. What kind of attack is the Dongfang family girl utilizing? How can it be that a high-level martial king, Gu Ling, could end up being caught downwind? It seems that those attacks will not only hurt her enemy, it will cause harm to herself as well. Has she gone insane, utilizing this last resort for the sake of victory? Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of violent attacks was thrown at Gu Ling. The more Lin Lang attacked, the paler her face became. Her face seems to completely drained of color and blood began to flow from her nose. It was almost as if her blood was slowly being depleted from her system. Bang! A wave of her sword broke through Gu Ling's defenses and caused him to immediately stumble backwards. His forehead was now drenched in cold sweat and his face was as white as a sheet. This girl is actually using the martial skill that I'd once taught her. Dongfang Changjin sighed helplessly. Actually, if Gu Ling hadn't angered her with his words, she would never have used it. Now, she has only one goal, kill Gu Ling. As such, it does not even matter if she ended up harming herself in the process. Lin Lang. Gu Ling finally panicked and gritted his teeth as he declared, you quit being so effing insane. Can't you calm down? Now, he thoroughly regretted needling her with his words. Because he had underestimated his enemy from the beginning, he did not even bother to bring along the crippled spirit weapon he had acquired during the trade fair so that now he was simply no match for her. Yet he never thought that Lin Lang would resort to attacks that would damage herself just to take down her opponent. Gu Ling, you can go to hell. Boom. Lin Lang's attack pushed Gu Ling back as she then raised her sword. Her bloodthirsty eyes were filled with a thick murderous intent. She then slashed her sword towards Gu Ling's chest in one fell swoop. The audience held their breath. No one had imagined that Lin Lang was truly going to kill him. The elder of the Gu family's expression fell immediately and they bellowed angrily, "Stop, stop this right now." Bang! A flash of white light suddenly appeared and crashed into Lin Lang's chest before the elder of the Gu family could reach her. Lin Lang's body was promptly flung into the air, streaking across the skies like a curveball before falling to the ground. Shortly, an elderly yet chilling voice rang aloud. "Be lenient wherever possible, little girl. Your Dongfang family wins this round. There's no need for ruthlessness here." Bai Xiangshan's voice was cold yet it held unquestionable firmness. "Bai Xiangshan, what's the meaning of this?" The Honorable Sir Tianqi was enraged. "You, as a judge, would actually raise your hand and harm a participant." Bai Xiangshan swept him a cold glance. "The participants here are all geniuses. We cannot afford to lose a single one of them. Their loss is equivalent to the loss of the mainland. Honorable Sir Tianqi, as an elder of the Strid sect, how could you not be aware of this one small thing?" His words held such an awe-inspiring righteousness that it was difficult for anyone to find a way to argue with him. Lin Lang. The Dongfang family disciples quickly rushed to Lin Lang's side and carried her from the ground. Lin Lang's eyes were tightly shut and her expression was weak. Her attacks had been detrimental to her physical state and left her heavily injured. Then, she had to endure Bai Xiangshan's attack as well, which rendered her far too weak to even stand. "Master." Lin Lang slowly opened her eyes and clutched Dongfang Changjin's hand. A smile gradually appeared on her pale little face. "I won. I did not end up humiliating the Dongfang family." Chapter 475, Lin Lang vs. Gu Ling, 4. Dongfang Changjin felt her heart ache. She gently stroked Lin Lang's head as she struggled to hold back tears and spoke with gratitude. "You've suffered greatly, my child." As Dongfang Changjin uttered these words, Lin Lang closed her eyes once more. If not for the faint sound of her weak breaths, everyone would have thought that she was dead. "Lin Lang has fainted, haha, she fainted." Gu Lin, who had escaped the clutches of death, watched as Lin Lang lost consciousness and laughed. "Since she has fainted, then I should be the victor of the match. I am the winner, haha." Everyone looked at him with disdain as he made his declaration. If it weren't for the fact that the Honorable Sir Xiangshan had managed to save him in the nick of time, he would have fallen by Lin Lang's sword, they thought. And the reason why Lin Lang fainted was because of the Honorable Sir Xiangshan's attack. What did that have to do with him? Besides, the Honorable Sir Xiangshan has already declared the Dongfang family as the winners of this round. Is this man an idiot? As such, the ones who had initially looked down on Lin Lang could not help but respect her when they compared her to Gu Ling. Enough. Bai Xiangshan wrinkled his brows and glared coldly at Gu Ling as a hint of scorn flashed across his eyes. "The victors of this match are the Dongfang family. If it wasn't for the sake of preserving the talented individuals of the mainland, I would never have bothered to save this piece of trash." He fumed. "He has seriously humiliated me in front of everyone." Gu Ling's smile slowing disappeared as he stared dazedly at Lin Lang who was being carried off the arena by the Dongfang family's disciples. The color of his face changed from green to white, then from white to green. "I've lost." He fumed. "I've lost the Dongfang family. No. This is unacceptable. How could I have lost? What power does that good-for-nothing Lin Lang have to defeat me? I did not lose. I will not lose. I have yet to utilize my crippled Strid weapon. How could I have lost? Get me my crippled Strid weapon. I want a rematch. That Lin Lang is nothing but a servant to the Gu family. As a servant, how could she have possibly defeated her master? Had he lost to anyone else, Gu Ling may not have had such an exaggerated reaction. But when faced with the reality of being defeated by the Dongfang family, he could not believe it at all. HMPH. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's expression darkened. "If you've lost, then you've lost. The choice does not belong to you. Servants, have this fool thrown off the arena. What a humiliating eyesore." And he paused before turning to face Bai Xiangshan and smiled coldly. "Why didn't you stop the fight when King Ling of the Medicine Order was trying to kill the disciple of the Dongfang family? You've even made excuses for her actions by saying that her opponent did not admit defeat. Yet now, in the match between the Dongfang family and the Gu family, you moved to stop her. Bai Xiangshan, as a human being, how could you be so shameless? As they say, the heavens are watching over the deeds of men. One who has done many wrongs will soon face retribution." Then, he rose from his seat, straightened his robes and walked away. Elder Ju rose and followed suit, not bothering to even glance at Bai Xiangshan's face. As he watched the actions of both men, Bai Xiangshan's face turned ashen. Merely an insignificant Dongfang family, was it even worth it for you both to act in such a way? The Dongfang family did not have to face the Medicine Order or the Dark Yin Palace the previous 2 rounds. Otherwise, they would have been defeated, without a doubt. In the guest house, Gu Ruan had only just emerged to find Lin Lang being carried back. She frowned. What happened? Upon hearing her question, Wei Yi immediately explained everything which had happened in the arena. Gu Ruan's expression sank as a cold light flashed across her clear, beautiful eyes. "It seems that the trials must end as soon as possible. Wei Yi, I had initially planned on letting you take care of the Medicine Order, but now it seems that I have no choice but to make an appearance. Tomorrow, in the trials, everyone shall know the true power of the Dongfang family. I will make sure of it." Chapter 476, A Decisive Battle 1. The next day. At first light. In the bustling plaza, the crowd was in the midst of fervent gossip. However, they no longer looked at the Dongfang family with their initial disdain. The reason behind this was clear. Lin Lang's battle yesterday had successfully conquered the hearts of many. While she may not have been the most outstanding and talented participant, her immense courage and willpower kindled great admiration in everyone's heart. Just then, a faint cough sounded. The city governor cleared his throat and spoke in a grave and stern voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall continue with the conclusion of the trials. Now." Wait. A voice from below interrupted him before he could finish his announcement. The crowd's eyes then turned collectively towards a young girl in green who was standing above the plaza. The young girl slowly made her way towards the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A gentle breeze brushed through the girl's fine, black hair. The morning light illuminated her delicate features and cast a faint glow on her face. Her clear, cold gaze pierced through the hearts of the crowd. What is she doing? Rongyu frowned and stared coldly at Gu Ruoan as she made her way towards the arena. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. Young lady, this is a competition. The city governor could not help but frown as well. If there's anything you wish to say, you may speak after the trials. He calmly stated. Gu Ruoan smiled gently. City governor, since this is a competition, then can we have a decisive battle? A decisive battle? What do you mean? The city governor's frown deepened as he thought. I seriously don't know that this girl is playing at. It's simple. Gu Ruoan lightly raised the corners of her lips as she swept her cold gaze across the faces in the crowd. If anyone thinks they can defeat me, step forward and fight me. If any of you manage to defeat me, that means that the Dongfang family has truly lost. If none of you manage to defeat me, then the championship title of the trials shall belong to the Dongfang family. The entire crowd was rendered speechless upon hearing Gu Ruoan's proposition. It was so quiet that you could even hear the sound of a gentle breeze blowing, crystal clear. However, after a silent pause, they suddenly erupted into a gigantic sensation. The noise immediately blanketed the entire plaza. She wants a decisive battle, against all the geniuses from every organization. Where does this woman get her confidence? Forget about the martial emperor Rongyu and Zhao Shangchen, she isn't even a match for the rest of the participants. How could the Dongfang family allow her to act with such carelessness? Insane, this woman is surely insane. Only a madwoman could spout such delusional intentions. Forget about the rest, even the Dongfang family disciples were stunned by Gu Ruoan's declaration. No one had anticipated that she would resort to such means to speed up the conclusion of the trials. But when they remembered Gu Ruoan's recent display of talent, they began to slowly calm down. One could say that she would never execute a plan if she did not have a guarantee. Seeing as she had made such a daring decision, she must be absolutely certain of the outcome. And they can only trust in her, that would be enough. The city governor stared in astonishment, then turned around to the three people behind him. See this, O wise elders. All right, Bai Xiangshan sneered, I have no objections. Let us bend the rules a little for her sake. As long as she wins the competition, I will declare the Dongfang family to be the champions of the trials. However, she must complete all battles within an hour. That also means that Gu Ruoan must fight her opponents one after another without any opportunity for rest. Regardless of how powerful she is, facing her opponents one after another will tire her out. By then, she will face imminent defeat. Chapter 477, A Decisive Battle 2. Bai Xiangshan could not help but turn towards the Honorable Sir Tianqi at the thought of this and spoke in a condescending manner. Honorable Sir Tianqi, it seems that you've lost our wager. The Honorable Sir Tianqi scoffed and did not respond. His eyes, now full of anxiety, never left Gu Ruoan. This girl is certainly being a bit impulsive. I don't know what's gotten into her to cause her to make such a decision. Seeing as the elders have no objections, the city governor turned towards the crowd in the plaza and said, then we shall hold the trials as per her suggestion. If anyone wishes to challenge her, please step into the arena. As long as you defeat her, the Dongfang family will lose all rights to participate in the trials. I'll do it. Just as he spoke, a woman stepped out from among the disciples of the medicine order. She raised her chin arrogantly as her lips curled into a sneer. I shall be the one to defeat her. You. Gu Ruoan looked down at the woman, then pointed a finger at her and shook it back and forth. She spoke calmly with a voice as cold and clear as the moon. You are not worthy enough to fight against me. Clamor. This egotistical statement caused the medicine order to explode in fury, especially the girl whom Gu Ruoan had deemed unworthy. Her face was ashen. She gritted her teeth and said, if I'm unworthy, then who is? Don't tell me that you wish to fight against senior sister Rongyu. No, no, no. Gu Ruoan shook her head. I never said that I wanted to fight against Rongyu. When she heard this, the cold smile on the woman's grew even more pronounced. She raised her snow-white chin in an arrogant manner and stared at Gu Ruoan. At least this woman has some form of self-awareness, she mused. At least she knows that she is no match for senior sister Rongyu. Just as the woman was about to speak up and mock her, Gu Ruoan spoke again with her delicate face devoid of emotion. Because she is also not worthy. Because she is also not worthy. Boom. Her declaration was like a shocking lightning strike that exploded into the ears of the crowd. Everyone now looked at Gu Ruoan differently with a hint of scorn in their astonishment and an undeniable sense of shock. Just how bold is she to even be able to spout such words? Not even Zhao Shangchen of the Dark Yin Palace would have said this so casually. Yet she had the guts to ignore the number one talent of the medicine order, Rongyu. At the same time, Rongyu's expression grew increasingly cold. Her body seemed to emit an icy chill, sending out a frosty chill into the atmosphere. You say that I'm not worthy enough to duel with you? Rongyu asked coldly, raising her head and glaring at the young woman in the arena. All these years, no one has ever dared to say such a thing. She fumed. Fine. Fine then. Since that's the case, I'll make her understand what it means to be a true genius. That's right. Gu Ruoan gently raised an eyebrow and spoke coldly, you are definitely not worthy. All right, I hope you remember your words. Rongyu fiercely took a deep breath with an icy expression on her face. Gu Ruoan, I know that you're utilizing methods to provoke me into dueling with you. It goes without saying that you've succeeded. Since you're so eager to be defeated by my hand, then I'll fulfill your wish. Provocation methods. You're overthinking things. I'm only speaking the truth. You are not worthy of the opportunity to duel with me. Gu Ruoan did not seem to notice Rongyu's increasingly chilly expression and continued to speak. If you really want to duel with me, then how about this? Let all of the medicine order come at me at once. I'd like to get this over and done with as soon as possible. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders and spoke with a bite of impatience in her voice. Chapter 478, A Decisive Battle 3. The young girl stood tall as her green robes fluttered against the strong winds. She was like a slender bamboo tree standing proudly before the eyes of the world. Her delicate features were as calm as the gentle breeze. But her words had caused the entire plaza to erupt into a cacophony of discussion. This time, her words caused a greater sensation than when she casually declared Rongyu to be unworthy of dueling with her. The color on Rongyu's face changed from green to white, then from white to green again. Many expressions could be seen on her face as her beautiful eyes filled with anger, yet she somehow managed to suppress all of it to stare coldly at the insufferably arrogant young girl in the arena. Gu Ruan, aren't you behaving too much like a savage? If that's the case, then allow me to teach you some basic morality in your parents' stead. Whoosh! A beam of white light flashed and landed in the area. Rongyu immediately drew her sword and charged towards Gu Ruan. In that instant, the might of her aura as a martial emperor erupted from within her and enveloped the atmosphere of the entire arena. The woman's white robes and fine hair fluttered against the strong winds. A chill seemed to take over the features of her beautiful face as her body showcased her powerful killing intent. I've already told you, if the medicine order wishes to attack, you should all attack in unison. I have no interest in dueling with you alone. Boom. In that instant, Gu Ruan released her spiritual energy without restraint. When compared with that of Rongyu's, her spiritual energy was pretty much on the same level. Rongyu was dumbfounded and quickly retreated. Her beautiful features stared at Gu Ruan in amazement. Obviously, she never expected that this woman, who had looked down on her, was also a martial emperor. Martial emperor. Gu Ruan has actually broken through to the rank of martial emperor. I seem to recall that she was only a high-level martial general just a year ago. Leaping from the rank of a high-level martial general to martial emperor in just 1 year. Is this fellow heir for king abnormal? That's right, I sent my family servants to investigate the outcome of the pill auction held by the 100 Herb Hall just a year ago. At that time, Gu Ruan was indeed at the rank of a high-level martial general. Even a greater genius could not possibly have been able to break through to the level of martial emperor in such a short time. If one considered Rongyu of the medicine order to be a peerless genius, then what would this little girl be? Hearing the fervent discussions of the crowd, the Honorable Sir Tianqi raised his lips into a smile and glanced mockingly at the increasingly ugly expression on Bai Xiangshan's face, who was seated right next to him. He spoke in a voice full of mockery. TSK, I've said it. There's no way that the Dongfang family members could possibly lose. Now do you believe me? Don't pile your hopes on the medicine order just because they have a young genius at the rank of a martial emperor. The Dongfang family has that abnormal girl in their ranks. Bai Xiangshan scoffed coldly and replied without emotion, if you are to follow the previously said rules of the trials, you definitely can't say for sure who will win or lose in the duel between the medicine order and the Dongfang family. Unfortunately, this little girl is far too brash and arrogant, wanting to stand against everyone on her own. Even if it was by some stroke of luck and she manages to emerge victorious in her fight against Rongyu, anyone can step forward and kill her after that. In a fight between two low-level martial emperors, injuries were bound to happen even if no death occurs. Even if Gu Ruan had pills, what use would they be? He sneered. Pills are no longer of any use to a martial emperor. He. Honorable Sir Tianqi laughed with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Bai Xiangshan, don't always speak as if you have too much confidence in the outcome. Don't forget, you also once made a solemn vow that the Dongfang family will never match up to the medicine order. The trials have yet to be concluded, so how could you know that they will never achieve progress? Once he said his piece, the Honorable Sir Tianqi no longer bothered about the old man next to him and focused his attention on the events in the arena. It's been several months since we last saw each other, yet Xiao Yunsa has grown so much. Zhao Shangshan reclined indolently on his sedan as his mesmerizing gaze fixed upon that delicate and beautiful face. His lips curled into a smile. His smile was so magnificent that it was unmatched amongst those in his generation, so beautiful that it could charm all living beings. It rendered many women around him completely dumbstruck, and they stared foolishly at him. Chapter 479, A Decisive Battle, 4. A few ladies stepped forward to hit on him but were stopped by his beautiful palace maidens who refused to allow him to come any closer to their master. Meanwhile, in the arena, Rongyu gripped her sword firmly in her hand and fixed her cold gaze upon the young girl before her. She no longer held any trace of her initial arrogance in the space between her brows. Instead, they now held a sense of strong cautiousness. Gu Ruan, it goes without saying that I now have a whole new level of respect for you. Achieving the rank of a martial emperor at such a young age. However, since you're dying to challenge our entire medicine order all on your own. Fine then, I'll make your wish come true. Rongyu knew that if she wished to defeat Gu Ruan on her own, she would need to waste a long period of time. She has no wish to waste time, so she chose to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures morphed into white curves as they charged into the arena and stood in a uniform line next to Rongyu. Gu Ruan, I certainly didn't expect you to turn out to be a martial emperor. No wonder you would be so bold as to challenge the medicine order. But what a shame. You alone are definitely no match for all of us. Little lady, there's a price for savagery. So what if you're a martial emperor? Our senior sister Rongyu is also a martial emperor, yet she is not as savage as you. To actually challenge every genius of our medicine order. It would seem that we need to teach you a lesson so you'll understand that no matter how perfect one seems, there will always be better ones. In the heart of the medicine order disciples, Gu Ruan was only a little girl. Despite the fact that she'd broken through to the rank of a martial emperor, it did not matter as they had years of experience. How could they be unable to cope with her together? However, the crowd once again exploded into gossip at the sight of the medicine order's actions. Some even looked at the medicine order with scorn. The medicine order are bullies, using their numbers to beat down a lone opponent. Sigh, it seems that this young lady is really in for it now. Her death is pretty much assured. Isn't that right? The medicine order is truly shameless. Although Gu Ruan might have gone a little overboard, this is a competition in an arena for goodness sake. They really intend on ganging up on her alone. If it were I would never say such things. The crowd shook their head and sighed. But soon enough, the ones who had spoken had nothing more to say. All they saw was the young girl in green slowly stepping forward. Her voice, calm like a gentle breeze, gently spoke, Yunyao, isn't it about time you woke up? Just as she spoke, a bright white light flashed before their eyes, revealing a small white cat which appeared out of thin air in front of Gu Ruoan. The small cat still had its eyes closed and a faint glow of sacred light encircled her surroundings. Once Gu Ruoan had fed Yunyao the holy spirit fruit during the trade fair, she had sipped into a deep slumber and had yet to awaken ever since then. Hence, she retained her previous disguise. As such, the disciples of the medicine order burst into laughter at the sight of the small cat. Gu Ruoan, how did you know that we were feeling hungry? Is that why you've produced this little cat? So we can have a large, sumptuous meal. TSK, was this the cat that you carried around during the trade fair? The one you fed the holy spirit fruit to? I wonder how a spiritual pet that has eaten a holy spirit fruit would taste like. However, while everyone was laughing at Gu Ruoan, Rongyu remained silent. Something isn't right, she thought. This spiritual pet seems different from when I last saw it. Something really isn't right. Could it be that something that I'm unaware of had happened after that? Before Rongyu could figure out the source of the uncomfortable feeling she was feeling, the initially sleeping little cat suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 480, A Decisive Battle, 5. In that instance, a white light enveloped the cat. Its body started to enlarge like a balloon being filled up with air. The cat grew bigger and bigger. Soon, a large and majestic white tiger appeared before the eyes of the crowd. A martial emperor spiritual beast. Swish. Bai Xiangshan quickly rose to his feet as he fixed his eyes on Yunyao. He gritted his teeth. She actually has a martial emperor ranked spiritual beast. What? A spiritual beast at the rank of a martial emperor? His words stunned the entire crowd, especially the ones who had been laughing at her just a while ago. Their faces drained of color as their smiles froze in place. They were so astonished that they were completely speechless. A martial emperor spiritual beast. How is this possible? That weak, spiritual pet with zero fighting skills was actually a martial emperor. And its true form is a gigantic white tiger. The crowd could not help but gasp. The originally smug medicine order disciples began to slowly retreat and their eyes were filled with fear. If it were only Gu Ruoan alone, it would be an easy job. Yet now a martial emperor spiritual beast has appeared. This might not be so easy after all. Yunyao, Gu Ruoan yawned, and said absent-mindedly, take care of these people for me. Yes, master. Yunyao replied. She then slowly and gracefully made her way towards the medicine order swines. Every step she made was like a stone striking into the hearts of the group with a dull, depressing thud. Rongyu's heart was already filled to the brim with jealousy. She simply could not understand why such an outstanding man like the silver-haired man would only display such gentleness in front of this woman. And now, this outstanding spiritual beast would pledge her loyalty to this woman and call her its master. Rongyu quickly suppressed her dissatisfaction at the thought of this. She turned her gaze towards Yunyao who was slowly approaching her. As a spiritual beast of the tiger race, and one at the rank of a martial emperor, why would you want to listen to the orders of a person like her? How about this? If you pledge your loyalty to the medicine order and serve me, we will give you a seat of honor. We will never force you to do anything you do not wish to do and will provide you with the best services. We will never deny you anything that your heart desires. Yunyao paused in her steps and asked with a smile that did not reach her eyes, really? If I pledge my loyalty to you, the medicine order will give me anything I wish. Of course. Rongyu's heart leaped in joy and she quickly nodded. I will give you anything you wish. Hearing this, the audience could not help but shake their heads. Based on the situation at hand, Gu Ruoan's spiritual beast will soon belong to the medicine order. After all, there was nothing that the medicine order cannot obtain. This spiritual beast must have considered that as well. Besides, the medicine order's proposition was far too attractive. A seat of honor was something that it truly needs, instead of a position as a mere foot soldier. That's good. Yunyao smiled. She then spoke in an eerie voice in the face of Rongyu's complacent expression. I want all the lives of the medicine order, will you give that to me? Rongyu's expression fell and her eyes now held a hint of gloom. I'm sure you know what proposition is best for you. If you become a member of the medicine order, I can ensure that your power will grow stronger in a much shorter period of time. That's much better than following her around. If you miss out on this opportunity, it may never come again. Yunyao raised her claws elegantly as her shining, gleaming and beautiful eyes turned towards Rongyu's arrogant face. She curled the corners of her lips into a slight smile and said, Do you think so highly of yourself? That you are a peerless genius? Unfortunately, in my eyes. In the eyes of Yunyao, any genius, no matter how great, pales in comparison with my master. None can be compared to her. Even if you were to offer me the position of the order master of the medicine order, it will be inferior to becoming her saddled mount. Chapter 481, A Decisive Battle, 6. In her words, being Gu Ruoan's saddled mount was a higher position than the order master of the medicine order. How could the medicine order disciples not be infuriated by her words? One disciple lost all her senses and charged towards Yunyao with eyes that looked as if she was ready to tear her apart. You're nothing but a B-starred and you dare to humiliate the medicine order. Spiritual beasts have only ever been instruments of war for humans. You think too highly of yourself. Yunyao's gaze shifted from Rongyu, slowly falling onto the disciple who did not seem to fear for her life. With that one look, the medicine order disciple's mind went blank. Then, Yunyao's claws fell onto her and sent her flying out of the way. Thud. The medicine order disciple landed in a crumpled heap on the ground. A stream of fresh blood trickled down her mouth and her eyes filled with absolute terror. She wasn't even able to see how Yunyao had attacked. Just as she regained her senses, the tiger's claws were already right in front of her. She didn't even have the chance to escape the attack. Yunyao. Gu Ruoan seemed to be losing her patience. It's getting late and I need to go back and spend time with Xiao Yi. Can you speed it up a bit and take care of these people? There's no need to drag it out. As you command, master. Yunyao then charged swiftly towards the group. In that moment, all the audience could see was a white form running through the group. Then, the group of disciples who had been initially standing on the spot was sent flying into the sky before falling violently back onto the arena. Rongyu clutched the sword in her hand with an extremely ugly look on her face. She simply could not understand it. How could a tiger with such a large body be able to move so swiftly? She wondered. Even I, who is at the same level as her, was unable to see her movements clearly. Rongyu, watch out behind you. Zhuyi watched as the large shadow of the tiger appeared out of thin air from behind Rongyu. Her expression changed greatly as she clenched her hands into fists. It seems that this time, I must use that final trump card. She fumed. Even though we had agreed with that superior to provide the medicine order with an alternative course of action from the beginning, but I didn't want to do that. However, in a situation like this, I can't be too bothered about it anymore. The championship title must not fall into the hands of the Dongfang family. Especially since the Gu Ruan is the daughter of Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu. Even now, whenever Zhuyi thought of her name, she would gnash her teeth hatefully. That woman would always stifle me in the trials all those years ago, she fumed. Now, how can I continue to allow Rongyu to be defeated by her daughter? I will not be satisfied. Gu Ruan, you will never defeat the medicine order no matter what. Victory shall be ours. In the arena. Gu Ruan frowned and turned towards Rongyu, who was under Yunya's attack and powerless to fight back. She calmly replied, apart from the few who have already participated in the previous rounds of the trials, it seems that one person from the medicine order is missing. Who is this person? Why hasn't she shown herself? Bang! Yunya threw Rongyu to the ground. Rongyu's face was now white as a sheet as she clenched her fist and trembled. No one else could have thought that the low-level martial emperor, Rongyu, who was at the same level as Yunya herself, would be completely powerless against her, unable to fight back at all. This was simply a case of a one-sided devastation. Just then, Rongyu burst into a particularly terrifying laugh. Gu Ruan, you think that you've won just because you've beaten me? That's where you're wrong. I'm not the most powerful person in the medicine order. She is not the most powerful person in the medicine order. Gu Ruan lightly raised her eyebrows, but just before she could reply, a suddenly burst of powerful energy erupted, causing a slow stillness in her very being. A high-level martial emperor. The most powerful person in the medicine order is only at the rank of a mid-level martial emperor, she mused. So where did this high-level martial emperor come from? No, this aura isn't from anyone in the medicine order. Sensing the familiar aura from far away, Gu Ruan's eyes grew colder by the second. An unreadable light flashed across her fair visage. Chapter 482, A Genius. 1. Wham! A violent storm twisted towards them from far away. It landed with a loud crash and sent tremors throughout the arena. It took a long time before the rumblings settled down. Before everyone else could recompose themselves from their shock, a loud bang was heard and a lightning-fast attack came zipping towards Gu Ruan. In that instant, a murderous wind enveloped the entire arena, horrifying the entire crowd. Gu Ruan. A voice spat out through gritted teeth. It was filled with intense hatred. You go to hell. Bang. Two fists clashed and a powerful wave of energy erupted from both parties. It destroyed the stage of the arena and caused its wooden planks to crack and fly into the air. This was an unfamiliar face to Gu Ruan, but the hatred in the young woman's eyes was apparent. She looked as if Gu Ruan had murdered her entire family. Have we met? Gu Ruan lightly cocked an eyebrow. She didn't know why, but the aura from the young woman felt oddly familiar. However, she simply could not recall the identity of the girl. Hee, the young woman in white sniggered. Her smile was cold and eerie as her hair fluttered in the wild winds. Her face was devoid of emotion, but her eyes held great hatred. You've insulted the medicine order, so I must kill you. Whoosh. Just as she spoke, the woman in white turned into a white flash and reappeared behind Gu Ruan. She moved too quickly. It was impossible to detect her movements with the naked eye. Bang! Gu Ruan turned around in the nick of time, just as the woman was about to wave her sword, and swiftly drew her own spiritual weapon which countered the blade of the woman in white sword. In that instant, brilliant flames erupted from the clash and she stumbled a few steps back. That's... Bai Xiangshan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the long sword in Gu Ruan's hand. A greedy glint flashed across his eyes. A spiritual weapon. This woman, Gu Ruan, actually has a spiritual weapon in her possession. He thought. Bai Xiangshan, don't you start eyeing this girl. She is also one of mine. The Honorable Sir Tianqi sneered as his gaze fell upon the woman in white in front of Gu Ruan. Something is not right with that woman's aura. It looks like she has used something to forcibly raise her abilities to the rank of a high-level martial emperor. Bai Xiangshan scoffed as cold light flashed across his elderly face. However, he did not say much and only stared darkly at the arena. Who on earth are you? Gu Ruan wiped the blood from the corner of her lips as she fixed her eyes upon the woman in white. She asked coldly, you're definitely not a member of the medicine order. The woman in white curled her lips into a smile and her eyes thick with gloom. Gu Ruan, no one can save you today. You will die, without a doubt. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of attacks swiftly flew towards Gu Ruan, layered thick with hatred and bloodlust. It was as if she would never rest until her opponent was dead. Who is this woman? Wasn't Rongyu the greatest genius of the medicine order? When did this peerless genius appear in their ranks? Besides, this woman is far too powerful. A high-level martial emperor, TSK, at such a young age. I'm afraid not even Zhao Shangshan would be able to defeat her, right? The medicine order's secret weapon is certainly great. I suspect this woman is someone whom they've trained in secrets the world knew nothing of her existence. Hearing the voices of praise from the crowd, Zhuyi snobbishly raised her chin with a complacent look on her face. Hee, how could the insignificant Dongfang family be a match for the medicine order's secret weapon? This one is a genius who has far surpassed everyone else in the medicine order. She is the #1 cultivator amongst the younger generation of the mainland. And most importantly, she's now only 16 years of age, much younger than Gu Ruan. Forget about the present, no one in history could ever be more powerful than her. Only she is worthy of the title, peerless genius. Those wenches, Gu Qian and Dongfang Yu. What were they? When compared to her, they're nothing but pieces of trash. Chapter 483. A Genius. 2. Just as she finished speaking, the noise of the crowd began to turn into voices of mockery. Honestly, it would be impossible to count the number of geniuses in the mainland, the crowd thought in unison. And there would still be a lot of other greater geniuses to come. To claim that she was the number one in all of history is a little over the top. Besides, if Gu Chan and Dongfang Yu were pieces of trash, then who are we? Hence, Zue Yi was presently unaware of the fact that she had greatly offended a lot of people. Wham! The young woman in white aimed a fierce attack towards Gu Ruan's chest. Gu Ruan raised her sword, blocking the attack just in time. Her body was forced backwards just from the sheer force of the movement. Gu Ruan, do you now understand what it truly means to be a genius? The mystery girl sneered. She raised her arrogant face to glare frostily at Gu Ruan. In my presence, anyone can be considered a good for nothing. You are no different. What's so great about a 19-year-old low-level martial emperor? I'm much younger than you and so much more powerful. What right do you have to act with such arrogance? Bang! 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 Countless attacks pelted towards Gu Ruan completely without care. The aftermath of the blows revealed the woman in white's insane expression. Her eyes, red with bloodthirsty hatred, were absolutely terrifying. Go to hell. You go to hell. How could I not hate this woman? She fumed. It was she who had destroyed everything I had. If she does not die, I will never be able to get over this pit, not in this lifetime. Master, watch out. Wei Yi panicked, staring dead on at the fight in the arena. She never expected for the medicine order to have hidden away such a strong cultivator. Can my master handle this? She wondered. Are you done? In the arena, a gentle breeze could be felt. Gu Ruan stood tall against the gentle breeze as she sent a clear, cool gaze towards the young woman in white, who was charging towards her in an attempt to attack once again. If you were truly a high-level martial emperor, perhaps I would not have a chance to defeat you at all. However, you have merely used mystical means to force yourself into a breakthrough and to give the impression of an increase in your power. You have not truly reached this rank. Hence, it is far easier to deal with you than a true high-level martial emperor. Utilizing mysticism to forcibly raise one's power was vastly different from an actual breakthrough. The foundations in the former are unstable and the powers obtained from it will be superficial. Only a true breakthrough can truly provide one with all the powers that one would receive in that rank. This was why Gu Ruan was not in the least bit worried. What did you say? The woman in white paused in her steps with a terrifyingly ugly look on her face. Then, she fiercely gritted her teeth and continued charging towards Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan, no matter what you say, it's useless. Today, you must die right here. As she watched the white figure whirling towards her, Gu Ruan slowly raised her sword. Instantly, the outline of a white pale dragon slowly appeared on its blade and charged towards the woman in white, opening its mouth with a loud roar. Roar. The dragon's roar was deafening. It was as if a great thunderstorm had exploded into her ears. But before she could make sense of the situation, the pale dragon swatted its tail and sent her flying into the air. Then, she landed on the ground with a loud crash. Bam! Fresh blood flowed from the young woman's mouth. She raised her head and glared with furious hatred towards Gu Ruan, stubbornly unwilling to resign herself to defeat. Roar! Gu Ruan waved her longsword once again and the pale dragon let out a loud roar. It breathed fire towards the woman in white's face, sending her unbearably delicate figure flying out of the way. The crowd gaped in shock and did not speak for a very long time. Did she win? Did she actually win, in the face of a high-level martial emperor? And, she'd won so easily. It seems that white pale dragon was the very same one that she had once fought with. The Honorable Sir Tianqi gaped in astonishment. So she had actually managed to tame that pale dragon, he mused. And it's become the weapon spirit of her spiritual weapon. This girl never ceases to amaze me, he muttered. Chapter 484, A Genius. 3. The Honorable Sir Tianqi immediately remembered how she was his younger sister's maternal granddaughter and his heart leaped with joy. That honorable poison master will probably never be able to snatch this girl away from me now, he thought with glee. In contrast with the silently celebrating Honorable Sir Tianqi, Bai Xiangshan's expression was simply terrifying. He stared gloomily at Gu Ruan and a murderous look flashed across his face. I've told you, you're not a true high-level martial emperor. You're only a fake who had used mysticism to achieve your breakthrough. Your true level of strength remained at around that of a mid-level martial emperor. The rest of it was completely fake. Gu Ruan lowered her gaze at the young woman in white who was lying in a pool of her own blood and calmly spoke. Also, do you know why I did not use my spiritual weapon to defeat you in the beginning? It's because I wanted to have physical contact with you in order to place a type of medicine on your body. This medicine has the ability to strip you of your disguise. Now, I'm going to see just who you truly are. The young woman in white was momentarily stunned. Just then, she felt an intolerable itch all over her face and raised her hand to scratch it. However, once she began scratching, a piece of skin was torn off her face. Soon, the entire bit of skin on her face was peeled off, leaving a peerlessly beautiful face that could cause the downfall of cities before the very eyes of the crowd. Aside from Gu Ruan, who had already guessed her true identity, everyone else was shocked. They stared in astonishment at the arena and some even lost their composure, bursting into rampant swear words. FCK, how could it be her? What is she doing here? Her display of venomous bloodlust just a moment ago. Could it be that her fairy-like nature all these years was nothing more than a facade? What hard work it must have been for her to put on this act for such a long time without tiring herself out. TSK. Zue Yi of the medicine order had claimed that she was only 16 years of age. It was she who claimed that she was younger than Gu Ruan. They effing had the gall to spout such words. She also dared to claim that she was the greatest genius of all time. A 20-year-old masquerading as a 16-year-old for the sake of proving to others that she was far more talented. Has she got no shame? Everyone knew that the definition of a genius was closely related to one's age. If you were already in your 70s, no one would consider you a genius even if you had broken through to the ranks of a martial honor. You're barely even considered as a strong cultivator. However, it was different for a 20 to 30-year-old. Even if the youth was only a high-level martial emperor, they would be far more important than the dried-up old prune who was at the rank of a martial honor. That's because if one were to reach such a high level at a young age, the development would be far greater in the future. Hence, her act in disguising herself as a 16-year-old at the rank of high-level martial emperor could only be for the sake of receiving the title of the greatest genius of all time. The most laughable part, it would seem that her standard as a high-level martial emperor wasn't even real. She had only raised her power through mysticism. She would return to her base power in just a short period of time, and would even suffer serious side effects as a result. Zuei's face turned an ugly shade, especially when she remembered her boasting. She dearly wished that the floor would open up and swallow her whole. At least that would be better than having to endure this jeering. Shi Yun. Gu Ruoyan glanced at the person on the ground with a calm yet faint smile hanging on her face. Long time no see. You've certainly given me an earth-shattering surprise. I assume that the one who had helped the medicine order to cheat their way through the first round was you. Her tone of voice was even, yet it rang loudly in every ear. What? The audience thought in unison. They cheated in the first round between King Ling and King Yun. Shi Yun's expression changed and she sneered. It was the Dongfang family that lacked talent, yet you insist on shirking the responsibility. Gu Ruoyan, you're a shameless person of vile character. Every time she remembered the torture she had to endure, she would grit her teeth hatefully. Chapter 485. A Genius. 4. This time, for the sake of defeating this woman in front of a public place with numerous people, Shi Yun had not hesitated to resort to dark magic to increase her power. However, the price for using such means to increase her power was that she would no longer be able to bear children. This was all her fault. Shi Yun seethed in anger. It's her fault that I can never have children. It's her fault that I can never bear children for Chanbei Yi. That's why I decided to disguise myself as a 16-year-old girl so that I would receive the glory as the greatest cultivator of all time, then use that glory to crush her. You managed to escape the last time. This time, I won't let you get away. Gu Ruoyan smiled as she lightly brushed her fingertips across her blade and looked coolly at Shi Yun. You're the reason why Yue is nowhere to be found. You have caused trouble for me 100 times over. Tell me, how would you like to die? He he. Shi Yun sneered. Gu Ruoyan, you would dare kill me. I'm now a member of the Spirit Sect and many will avenge my death. When the time comes, you will have a gruesome death. The Spirit Sect. Gu Ruoyan raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze upwards to the Honorable Sir Tianqi, who has yet to regain his senses. She's one of yours. The Honorable Sir Tianqi wrinkled his brows as he thought, honestly, for a participating faction to seek help from members of other organizations was simply a huge violation of the rules of the trials. Especially since this woman has a grudge against the Gu girl. I don't know who she is. The Honorable Sir Tianqi shook his head. She must have stowed away amongst the other teams. I can say that this woman has nothing to do with the Spirit Sect and has never entered the Spirit Sect. If you want to kill her, go ahead. I have no objections. Truthfully, the Honorable Sir Tianqi has always been on the move and had certainly never met Shi Yun before, neither does he know who she actually was. So naturally, he would assume her to be a spy who had infiltrated the Spirit Sect. Did you hear that? Gu Ruoyan smiled and turned to Shi Yun. The Honorable Sir Tianqi has proven that you are not from the Spirit Sect, so they won't really bother about you. Shi Yun, it's time we settle the score between us. Swish. Shi Yun's face instantly turned white. As she watched Gu Ruoyan's shadow draw nearer and nearer towards her, she began to panic violently. I don't want to die, my lord. Please save me, please hurry and save me. Useless thing. Just as she spoke, an extremely eerie voice that only she could hear spoke from within her. I've saved you once and I've aided you in committing fraud. I've even helped you to increase your power. Yet, you have still failed. You've thoroughly disappointed me. You can destroy yourself for all I care. As soon as the voice finished speaking, all became silent. In that instant, Shi Yun, who had lost her source of protection, turned as white as a sheet. She stared in terror at Gu Ruoyan, whose distance was closing in towards her. What do you think you're doing? Just as Shi Yun was beginning to surrender herself to her imminent death, a furious roar tore through the void. Then, a shock of green robes swiftly descended from the skies, landing in front of Shi Yun. The man glared coldly at everyone in the vicinity, his eyes spitting fire. I didn't expect that you would all abuse my Xie while I was away from Cloud City. Had I not decided to pay her a visit, I wouldn't have discovered that someone would be so vicious as to raise a hand against the fairy like Xie. How cruel and heartless does one have to be to even harm a woman like her so willingly? The young man had a gloomy expression on his face as he swept his gaze across every member of the crowd. His gaze finally landed on Gu Ruoyan, who was walking towards Shi Yun. Big Brother Nan. Shi Yun's originally terrified expression suddenly turned to joy as tears of grief rolled down her eyes. Big Brother Nan, Xie, I know that you've been wronged. Kun Nan helped Shi Yun to her feet, feeling great anguish for her sake. When he noticed the wounds all over her body, his rage began to overflow again like an uncontrollable flame, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. Don't you worry, Big Brother Nan will seek justice for your sake. Anyone who harms you, Xie, is a demon who should be hunted and killed by all. Chapter 486. Shi Yun's Demise 1. Amidst the ruins of the arena, the young man stood tall without a trace of emotion on his cold face, which was now layered with murderous intent. He glared sharply at Gu Ruoyan. What's this kid doing here? The Honorable Sir Tianqi was momentarily stunned and frowned as a cold light flashed right across his eyes. Kun Nan, what do you think you're doing? Kun Nan did not even bother to look at the Honorable Sir Tianqi. A sneer hung on the corners of his lips. Honorable Sir, Xie is the woman whom I'm bound to protect for the rest of my life. For as long as I'm still breathing I will not let anyone lay a hand on her. So take my advice and don't butt in. What did you say? The Honorable Sir Tianqi was greatly angered. He slammed his hand against the table with a gloomy expression on his face. Kun Nan, don't think that you can casually break the law and ignore your elders simply because of your master's position in the spirit sect. You get yourself back to the spirit sect immediately and stay there. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing your master any courtesy. Kun Nan smiled coldly. The murderous intent in his cold eyes showed no signs of diminishing. His green robe stayed protectively in front of Shi Yun and his gaze remained frosty. Honorable sir, my master holds the same position as you. You have no right to chastise me. Besides, where is the crime in protecting the woman I love? He raised his head and spoke in a frosty tone. You damn girl, kneel before Xier and apologize respectfully if you want to live. You must also willingly give yourself to Xier as her maidservant. Otherwise, I will ensure that you will die without an intact corpse. Gu Ruoan did not stop. Her clear cold eyes were thick with murderous intent. No matter who tries to stop me today, I'm going to kill her. Impudence. Kun Nan's expression grew more sullen and an extreme ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he glared at Gu Ruoan. Shi Yun is a part of the Strud sect. If you kill her, you shall face the wrath of the entire Strud sect. As such, do you still intend on killing her? Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianqi's expression grew increasingly terrifying. He spoke gloomily. Kun Nan, Shi Yun has never entered the Strud sect. Hence, she is not considered as a member of the Strud sect. Furthermore, this is Gu Shangshao's younger sister. I'm sure you know of Gu Shangshao's position in the Strud sect. Do you really think that the Strud sect would aid you in harming his biological sister? Gu Shangshao. A ruthless aura rose from within Kun Nan when he heard those three words. His gaze became increasingly dark. Gu Shangshao's sister. Are you saying that she's Gu Ruoan? It's like I said, who would be so vicious to actually harm such a kind and perfect woman like Xier? His sister seems to be no more than that. She's far more inferior when compared with my Xier. Kun Nan, the Honorable Sir Tianqi bellowed. It was Shi Yun who had committed the first offense in this situation and helped the medicine order to cheat their way through the trials. She had intended to murder Gu Ruoan. According to reason, she should be executed. Kun Nan wrinkled his brows as he turned towards Shi Yun and asked, Shi Yun, is the Honorable Sir speaking the truth? Shi Yun's expression changed then quickly reverted to that heartbreakingly pathetic facade. Her incomparably beautiful face was the very picture of a weeping beauty as pitiful tears nearly rolled down her face. Big Brother Nan, the Honorable Sir is an elder. Whatever he says, goes. I have nothing more to say but I'm sure Big Brother Nan knows my character best of all. I don't want to have to explain myself too much, you can be the judge of that, Big Brother Nan. Her words made Shi Yun look as if she was a fair and reasonable person. In contrast, the Honorable Sir Tianqi looked as if he were planting false evidence against her. Hence, Kun Nan grew even angrier at the sight of Shi Yun's pale expression. Honorable Sir, the characteristics of both Gu Ruoan and Shi Yun are clear. The former is heartless and vicious while the latter is pure and kind-hearted. Even if Shi's appearance in the arena is against the rules, I'm certain that it was all due to a bitter predicament. And the greatest predicament is this Gu Ruoan's grand designs in placing false charges upon her in order to bring a complete defeat and fall from grace upon Xier. Kun Nan clenched his fist and his eyes spat fire. Such a poisonous woman. Allowing her to live on would simply be the greatest disgrace to our mainland. A malicious person like her should be hacked into pieces and left without a complete corpse. Chapter 487, Shi Yun's Demise, 2. He then paused momentarily before continuing his speech. Furthermore, I'm afraid that you are all unaware of everything that this woman had done to Shi Yun. Xier once had a childhood sweetheart but this woman had plotted to wipe out his memory and took advantage of the opportunity to snatch him away. Even so, Shi Yun never hated her and even begged me not to confront her, for the sake of the mainland. Xier, as a person, is constantly placing the needs of others before her and so she could not possibly have any malicious thoughts of harming her. This has got to be a conspiracy or a misunderstanding. My Xier is kind and gentle, he thought. How could she possibly do such a thing? There's no doubt about it. I know that Gu Ruoan has definitely done something to Shi Yun and caused everyone to misunderstand her. Hearing this, the audience in the plaza shook their heads. The look on Shi Yun's face that they had witnessed a while ago was now deeply etched in their hearts. Her venomous, hateful gaze was not one that belonged to a kind-hearted person. Hence, no matter what Kun Nan has to say now, no one would believe him at all. Gu Ruoan calmly glanced at Kun Nan then waved her longsword. Her white pale dragon flashed across the void, charging towards Shi Yun who laid on the ground. You're looking for death. Kun Nan's face changed immediately. He rushed forward to stop the attack and the white dragon's head crashed into his sword, causing a powerful light wave and damaging nearby trees from all directions. A few people who had been situated nearer to the fight were even wounded from the impact. You SLT, you dare harm Xier in front of me. You've certainly become tired of living. Since that's the case, I'll send you straight to hell. Bang! Kun Nan raised a storm from within, gathering it in a uniform fashion into the sword in his hand. In this moment, his face looked incomparably savage amidst the wild winds with murderous intent layered thick in his cold, eerie eyes. Die. You go to hell. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The crushing sound of thunder rang aloud as he raised his emotionless face. Then, a powerful, whirling thunderstorm shot out from his sword, attacking Gu Ruoan. Stop, you mother F-seeker, I say, stop. The Honorable Sir Tianqi was so enraged that veins popped from his forehead like a riot. He waved his hand, aiming a bright wave of light towards the thunderstorm that was heading in Gu Ruoan's direction. Just then, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, smashing through both the Honorable Sir Tianqi's attack and Kun Nan's thunderstorm just before they could reach each other. The entire plaza was immediately silenced and the attacks from both men disappeared at once. On the ground, all that's left was a bottomless crevice. From within the void of the surroundings, the man's silver hair looked particularly radiant against the gloomy skies. His crimson robes were like the very fires of hell and contrasted beautifully against the faint red blush of the sky, like the magnificent afterglow of a sunset. Time seemed to stop. The man, floating in the air, slowly turned his head. A hint of gentleness flashed across otherworldly red eyes at the sight of the young girl behind him. Then, he smiled. If Zhao Shangchen's smile was considered magnificent and unmatched among the peers of his generation, then this man's smile could make everyone forget themselves and stare foolishly at his incomparably beautiful visage. Kun Nan clenched his fist and glared jealously at Chan Bei. He had never seen a man so beautiful. In fact, he's even more breathtaking than the person whom many in the mainland considered as the number one beauty, Zhao Shangchen. Besides, in contrast to Zhao Shangchen's beauty which could cause the downfall of cities, he looked more like a demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell, bloodthirsty, evil, and so powerful that no one would dare to even look at him. Xiao Yun, I was following your instructions and hiding behind the scenes to wait for Shi Yun's mysterious agent to show himself. But these people have gone too far, so I couldn't take it anymore and... Chapter 488, Shi Yun's Demise, 3. Chan Bei looked like a child who had done something wrong and was afraid that Gu Ruoan would reprimand him. He lowered his head in distress and explained himself carefully. His current demeanor was a fresh comparison with his previous impression, causing jaws to drop amongst the ones who were still in shock with his aura. However, the members of the Dongfang family were already jaded with the sight of it and were not as shocked as the rest of the crowd. The Honorable Sir Tianqi finally let out a sigh of relief and slowly sat down again. He spoke with a sullen face, Kun Nan, how much longer do you plan to continue your ruckus? Get your SS back to the Spirit sect or I'll have your master drag you. He. Kun Nan sniggered softly in a voice filled with an icy chill and bloodlust. If I leave, then Xie comes with me. He then turned his attention to Chan Bei and sneered, you must be Shise's former lover who had lost his memories due to the machinations of others and has now mistaken Gu Ruoan for Xie. Have you ever thought of Shise's feelings? Seeing as you had once loved each other, how could you have fallen for another so easily? Chan Bei frowned and turned towards Gu Ruoan. Xiao Yun, this guy is making too much noise. Can I kill him? Gu Ruoan paused in silence, then replied. He's still a member of the Spirit sect. Let's show the Honorable Sir Tianqi some face. Don't kill him. Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianqi heaved a sigh of relief once again. Regardless of the situation, that Kun Nan was that old man's disciple, he thought. If he were to get killed here, Gu Ruoan would end up courting a disaster that would be difficult for her to clear up, knowing that old fellow's attitude in seeking revenge for the smallest grievances. But just as he was about to let go of his worries, he heard a sudden change in Gu Ruoan's tone. Make it so that he is half paralyzed, that will be enough. The Honorable Sir Tianqi smiled bitterly as he thought, how could I have forgotten? This girl is also the kind who seeks revenge for the smallest grievances. She would never allow for herself to be shortchanged. Actually, Gu Ruoan was merely in the understanding that Kun Nan would naturally devise ways to seek revenge for Shi Yun once she had Shi Yun killed off. This would alert Kun Nan's master sooner or later, but Shi Yun must die, without a doubt. Seeing as she would be provoking someone anyway, why not cause more harm along the way? All right. Chan Bei gently nodded and fixed his blood-red eyes upon Kun Nan. What are you going to do? Kun Nan's heart clenched with panic as he nervously backed away, but before he could continue his retreat, a crisp noise was heard and H's wrists were crippled immediately. Aah! He screamed in anguish. However, that was only the beginning of the true taste of pain. Chan Bei broke very muscle and bone in his body, then connected him again. He repeated the torture over and over again. By the end, Kun Nan lost all his strength. He could not even scream as the torment was too great for him to bear. Shi Yun could only watch in absolute horror, so terrified that she could not speak. But she felt more heartbroken than afraid. Of course, her heart did not ache for Kun Nan. To her, Kun Nan was merely a tool. The real person who caused her heartache was Chan Bei. She simply could not understand it. Which part of me wasn't as good as this woman? How was it that only she could behold Chan Bei's gaze? Suddenly, she felt a chill that pierced deep into her bones from behind, causing her back to stiffen violently. The faces of the members of the medicine order changed greatly at the sight of the figure who rushed into the arena. Wu Yue, what are you doing? They cried out in panic. Of course, their words were already useless. Chapter 489, Shi Yun's Demise, 4. The end of the cold blade of a sword touched Shi Yun's back, followed by bone-piercing murderous intent to drive it into the woman's body. Bang! A fist landed violently on Wu Yue's chest, sending Wu Yue's body flying out of the way like a kite with a broken string. Fresh blood dripped continuously from her mouth and her white robes enhanced her pale pallor. Junior sister, are you all right? Leng Yanfeng glared coldly at Wu Yue, then looked back at Shi Yun and spoke gently. Junior sister, I'm sorry I've arrived a little late. Don't worry, I will protect you no matter what. I will never let you die even if I have to sacrifice my life. Ever since the young woman in white had pulled him out from a deep ravine all those years ago, his very life belonged to her. This will never change, not in this lifetime. Wu Yue. In the plaza, Wei Yi turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the arena. She helped Wu Yue to her feet as anxiety and worry displayed clearly on her charming face. Wu Yue, are you all right? Cough, cough. Wu Yue coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She replied weakly, I only wanted to kill Shi Yun with my own hands. I hate her. I hate her for inflicting such misery upon my very being. Senior aunt, I am so full of hate. Even after so many years, she could never let go of this hatred she's feeling. Many times, in the middle of the night, she would still have nightmares of the inhumane torture she has had to suffer. If it wasn't for my master who happened to pass by and save me, she thought, I'm afraid I would have long been dead. Wu Yue, don't you worry. Shi Yun will die. She will not have an easy death. Wei Yi gritted her teeth and replied hatefully, then felt a pang of ache in her heart at the sight of Wu Yue's frail state. She quickly pulled out a few silver needles and pierced them into her body, stopping her from spitting out blood. Shi Yun, Gu Ruoan glanced at Wu Yue, then looked at Shi Yun and asked, do you know who she is? Shi Yun bit her lip and turned away, refusing to even look at Gu Ruoan. I don't know. You don't know. Gu Ruoan smiled intimidatingly. Have you really forgotten that you still had an identical older twin sister? Back then, you were incapable in cultivation, but your older sister was at the cusp of her start as a talented cultivator. Later on, you accidentally discovered a book containing secrets on absorbing the mental capacity of others in order to cultivate, and your powers received a sudden boost in strength. However, you did not like having a person who looked exactly like you to exist in the world you live in. So you had her locked up, destroyed her looks, and frequently tortured her cruelly. To the world outside, you told everyone that your identical twin sister was dead. Shi Yun's already pale face turned even paler upon hearing Gu Ruoyan's words, yet she still objected. What nonsense. I don't have an identical older twin sister. You're framing me. That's right, not many people knew that you had an identical older twin. Once that incident had happened to her, all words regarding this matter had been sealed off. Gu Ruoyan laughed coldly. Now, I'll let you have a look at the face that is completely identical to your own. Just as she spoke, she shot Wei Yi a meaningful look. Wei Yi nodded and slowly removed the white silk from Wu Yue's face with her fair hands. Her disfigured face was revealed immediately before the eyes of the entire crowd. Even so, everyone could not help but gasp at the sight of that face. That face, it's definitely identical. It's absolutely a carbon copy of Shi Yun. Even though shapeshifting spells can be used to change a person's looks, it cannot possibly make an exact copy of another face. This is something that cannot be achieved through shapeshifting spells. Unless you were to carve out the face of the person you want to impersonate, but Shi Yun's looks still seem alright, so nothing like this could possibly have happened. In contrast to the shockwave coursing through the crowd, Leng Yanfeng was completely motionless from the moment he had laid eyes on that face. Chapter 490, Shi Yun's Demise, 5. Cough, cough. Wu Yue let out another cough, but this time, there was no blood. She turned her clear, limpid eyes toward Shi Yun as a cold smile formed in the corners of her lips. Shi Yun, have you really forgotten about me? But I've never been able to forget you despite the many years. If it weren't for you, I would never have endured so much suffering. At this very moment, Shi Yun's expression was an exceptionally ugly sight to behold. Her body, already paralyzed on the ground, seemed to wobble, weaken, and lose its strength. She's still alive. Shi Yun fumed. That damned woman was still alive. No. I cannot be defeated here, at least not in front of this woman. Leng Yanfeng, kill her. I order you to kill her. Amidst the gentle breeze, Leng Yanfeng stood silently rooted to the spot as if he did not hear her. He stared in astonishment at that bloodied face. Even though the woman's face was covered in blood, it did not conceal her clear, limpid eyes. How many dreams have I had, he wondered, where those eyes would appear before mine, sending my heart into a race, faster than ever. No wonder. It's no wonder that even though junior sister Shi Yun looked exactly like her, but her eyes were so different in contrast from when we last met all those years ago. All this time, I thought that she had changed along with the passage of time. But I never thought that the one who had saved me from that abyss was actually another woman. Is it you? Leng Yanfeng staggered, remorse displayed clearly on his handsome face. He reached his hand out to Wu Yue, but let it fall back weakly to his side in the end. I have used this very hand to harm the woman who I have truly been searching for. Just a while ago. Leng Yanfeng, are you no longer listening to my orders? Kill this SLT immediately. Hurry up and kill her. Shi Yun no longer cared about her facade and screamed at Leng Yanfeng like a madwoman. A cruel, bloodthirsty look appeared from within her beautiful eyes. It was as if nothing could quell the hatred in her heart, even if this woman were drawn and courted. Leng Yanfeng still remained motionless, staring dumbfoundedly at that familiar-looking face and asked, many years ago, the person who saved me. Was it you, the one who had pulled me out of that abyss filled with hopelessness? Was it you? Wu Yue glanced at Leng Yanfeng's pale face and replied indifferently, so what if I was your rescuer or if I'm not? You belong to Shi Yun, so it is fated that you are my enemy. For all the hurt that she has caused me, I shall return it accordingly to all of you. You belong to Shi Yun. It is fated that you are my enemy. Boom. Her words were like a heavy hammer pounding into Leng Yanfeng's heart, causing him to stagger back. His face was now as pale as a ghost. Suddenly, he drove his fist into Shi Yun's chest as if he had flown into madness and screamed furiously, You! Why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? Remorse, hatred, anger, heartache. All these emotions were now mixed in a bundle within Leng Yanfeng's heart. Deep down, in Leng Yanfeng's heart, junior sister Shi Yun had always held a position equivalent to a fairy from the very beginning. He would never hesitate to sacrifice himself for her sake. He was even willing to marry Gu Ruoyan, whom he did not love, so that she could be with the man she loved. Even when he discovered her true colors, he still remained by her side. Even when faced with enemies he could not defeat, he had never faltered, not even once. And the reason why he had willingly invested so much for her sake was because he had mistaken Shi Yun for the good Samaritan who had once saved his life. Who was also the person who had changed his life. Yet now, he had suddenly found out that the person he has been holding on to all these years was not Shi Yun at all. Furthermore, he had ended up hitting and hurting the real person whom he had been searching for, all for the sake of a mistaken identity. How could he possibly accept this? Chapter 491, Shi Yun's Demise, 6. Leng Yanfeng, you've gone mad. Shi Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. She then stared at the thoroughly angered Leng Yanfeng and declared with a cold look on her face. If you do not kill this woman, I will make it such that you will have no right to stay by my side. Ha ha. Leng Yanfeng laughed wildly and replied with a malevolent look on his face, Shi Yun, had I not mistaken you for the person who once saved me, I would never have joined you in the first place. I've given you so much. The person you like, I had been willing to snatch him away for you. When you wanted to seize power, I helped you take it. Because of that, I even pushed Chia Linyu of the Chia family off a cliff. And when you wanted to get Kun Nan's attention, I helped you to achieve your desire. But you, what had you given me in return? I was your dog, made to serve you wholeheartedly, and I even had to endure your beatings and scoldings. However, I had not minded any of that. What I cannot accept, however, is that you are not even the person whom I had been waiting for. Shi Yun's expression thoroughly changed. She never expected Leng Yanfeng to make such a confession in front of such a huge crowd. Kun Nan, who was still under Chan Beiyi's intimidation, was stunned upon overhearing those words. He turned around in astonishment and stared dazedly at Shi Yun's incomparable beautiful face with eyes shrouded in disbelief. Is this true? Xie, you tell me, is this true? That we did not meet by chance, that it had been all planned out. Shi Yun's expression changed, then quickly reverted to her delicate yet moving expression. Big brother Nan, Guruan had bribed Leng Yanfeng and made him plant false evidence against me on purpose. Do you trust my word? I trust you, I trust you. Even if the whole world were to accuse you, Xie, of being a bad person, I will still believe in you, Xie. It's true, he trusted her. He was honor bound to never turn his back on her and believe in her every word even if the entire world did not trust her at all. Because his Xie was perfect. To him, a woman like her could not possibly devise such malicious schemes. Big brother Nan, that woman who looks exactly like me. I have no idea who she is and I don't know where Guruan had found her. She's using her to frame me, so please kill her for me, alright. Alright. Kun Nan's heart softened as he gazed upon Shi Yun's weeping yet still beautiful face. Anyone you hate, Xie, shall be an enemy of the spirit sect. In the judge's box, the Honorable Sir Tianqi shook his head and sighed. Kun Nan is usually highly intelligent, but why is he acting like such an idiot now? Elder Ju, who was seated next to him, laughed and answered calmly, this is the fate of those who fall into the web of love. Kun Nan does not trust Shi Yun. He surely has his suspicions, but he's forcing himself away from these thoughts. It is only unfortunate that the Shi Yun is fated to bring disaster upon the rest of his life. Elder Ju was right. Kun Nan's belief in Shi Yun was not without question. After all, Shi Yun's attitude towards Wu Yue was already questionable on its own. However, he continued to force himself into believing her words. Kill her. Gu Ruoan smiled and slowly approached Kun Nan. Glancing at the figure in green robes, Kun Nan's expression darkened greatly. What do you think you're doing? Slash. With the flash of a blade, one of Kun Nan's hands was chopped off. He wailed in anguish from the extreme pain. In that instant, a small pill swiftly flew into his mouth, entering his throat before he could spit it out. What did you just make me eat? Kun Nan's face was ashen as he hurriedly dug into his mouth with his finger, frantically trying to cough the pill out. But his attempts were useless. Once the pill had entered his mouth, its contents immediately dispersed throughout his body. There was no way for him to cough it out now. Chapter 492, Shi Yun's Demise, 7. Oh, nothing much. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. I was born timid, so I don't wish to have anyone come after me after I crippled you. That's why I fed you with this poison. Don't you worry, this poison won't bring you any harm after it has dispersed into your system. It will only release its toxicity when I want it to. You have no shame. Kun Nan gritted his teeth hatefully and shot Gu Ruoan a deadly glare. So what if I'm shameless? I'm only timid. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with the spirit sect. This is a grudge between Shi Yun and I will have her executed today no matter what. Once she made her declaration, she turned around and walked towards Shi Yun. She raised her leg and drove her heel fiercely into Shi Yun's wrist, causing her to cry out in pain. Gu Ruoan, you will definitely not have an easy death. Gu Ruoan raised the corners of her lips. There are many who wish for my death, your demise will not lessen the numbers. But I'm still alive and well. You, on the other hand, will not possibly live past this day. Crack. Her foot seemed to weigh 500 kilograms all of a sudden, fiercely driving into Shi Yun's wrist and smashed it into pieces. Shi Yun's face was now completely drained of color. She was in such pain that she no longer had the strength to scream. Enough. Bai Xiangshan slammed his hand on the table as he rose to his feet, glaring icily at Gu Ruoan. If you want to execute her, grant her a quick death. What do you have to prove by torturing her now? No. Gu Ruoan shook her head. The one who should execute her isn't me, it's Wu Yue. I'm simply taking away all opportunities for her to fight back, so I'm only going to cripple her. Once she said her piece, she completely ignored the ugly look on Shi Yun's face and turned towards Wu Yue. She said with a smile, Wu Yue, for everything she's ever done to you in the past, you can do whatever you wish to her. Remember, you have the right to delay her the sweet escape of death. Wu Yue was momentarily stunned. She then looked at Wei Yi. Once the latter nodded in approval, she slowly crawled to her feet and weakly made her way towards Shi Yun. Shi Yun, did you ever think that you would not receive retribution for all the sins you've committed? Oh, I've waited for this day to come for far too long. Wu Yue laughed. It was the laugh of a woman filled with joy for being granted the opportunity to pay back a huge grudge. All these years, how many people have you harmed in your quest for power? How many young geniuses have you destroyed, then drained them of their mental powers? Whenever someone rejects you, you accuse them of being selfish and not contributing to the good of the mainland, that they would be cursed by posterity. But, how was your increase in power related to the mainland? What, did you think that you were the only one with the capabilities to save us all? When she came face to face with Shi Yun, Wu Yue paused in her steps, then continued speaking at a slower pace. Shi Yun, look around you, you've left too much hatred behind you. The geniuses whose deaths had been caused by you. Such a selfish person, you're the true disaster of the mainland. Shi Yun glared at Wu Yue with eyes full of hatred, like a knife that could easily pierce into her heart. If I were not too weak to even speak from this agony, she thought, I would raise hell and scream back at this woman. Shi Yun, you are truly damned. But don't you worry, I won't let you die so easily. For all the torment you've given to me in past, I shall return the agony to you, 10,000 times over. Bang! Wu Yue slowly gathered the energy from her body into her sword. Then, she pointed it towards Shi Yun, who was lying in a pool of blood. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she swung it towards her hand and chopped off the wrist that had already been smashed under Gu Ruoan's foot. Chapter 493, Shi Yun's Demise, 8. Stop it, effing stop this right now. Kun Nan felt his heart twist with pain. He was just about to rush towards Shi Yun until he noticed Gu Ruoan shooting a glare at him. With that one look, he immediately felt a sharp pain in the vital organs of his body and fell twitching on the ground. He knew that this was all because of the poison that Gu Ruoan had given him. Gu Ruoan, you will regret this. If you have the audacity to do this, you will regret this one day. Hate, he was consumed with hatred. This woman has such gall. He fumed. She's actually allowing someone to bully and humiliate my beloved Xie. Wu Yue did not stop at all for in this moment. All the anguish and frustrations that she has had to suffer were unleashed at full force. Shi Yun, long ago, you issued an order to have me cruelly tortured in 82 different ways. As a result, my body is now riddled with over 1,000 scars. Do you want to see them? I still remember how it felt when you used the branding iron to carve the skin off my body. I can still smell the scorching burns on the skin of my thighs. But you, not only did you do this to me, you had me bathed in salt and then let maggots crawl all over my body. Do you know how I felt when I watched those maggots crawl all over me? When I think about it now, I want to puke. Initially, the crowd had assumed that Wu Yue was downright cruel, but upon hearing about the torture she had to endure in the past, they began to weep for her. If she were not subjected to such cruel treatment, how could she possibly end up harboring such bone-deep hatred? It's true, then good and evil will always be rewarded. That kind of agony was truly the kind that I will never forget for the rest of my life. Wu Yue breathed heavily and stared emotionlessly at Shi Yun, but don't you worry, I won't treat you that way. I will only make you watch as I chop your body into pieces one by one. And finally, when I'm done, I'll cut out your heart. No, Shi Yun thought in panic. Don't. Shi Yun shook her head in terror but couldn't even speak. She could only stare pleadingly at Wu Yue. Oh, so you've realized your sins? No. Someone like you will never believe that she has done anything wrong. You would only offer a compromise for the moment. If I let you off, I'm afraid that I'll be subjected to my past tortures once again. Wu Yue raised her sword and chopped off Shi Yun's entire arm. Fresh blood spurted out from the wound and Shi Yun ended up fainting from the sheer agony of it all. Do you think that you can escape this just because you fainted? Let me tell you this, I have long been prepared in anticipation for this very day. Wu Yue laughed coldly and produced a pot of salt water from her sleeves before pouring it directly into her wound. No, don't, stop. Kun Nan cried out hoarsely with bloodshot eyes. His voice trembled. Don't torture her anymore, grant her a quick death. I beg of you, stop torturing Xie, please, let her go. It hurts, he thought. At this very moment, Kun Nan felt as if a great needle was piercing through his heart, causing him great pain. But he did not have the courage to speak out and ask to endure Shi Yun's torture in her place. Because this was all far too cruel. The Honorable Sir Tianqi sighed and glanced at Gu Ruoan helplessly. Little girl, perhaps you could take her back with you and deal with her then. This is all simply too much of a hindrance for the eyes of the rest of us. Or, you can finish her off. Gu Ruoan lightly raised an eyebrow. The decision does not lie with me. You should ask Wu Yue. I've handed Shi Yun over to her. All right. As soon as Gu Ruoan had spoken, Wu Yue replied immediately, since the Honorable Sir Tianqi has spoken, then I, Wu Yue, shall do this out of respect for the Honorable Sir Tianqi. I will finish her off immediately. Wait a moment. Just as Wu Yue was about to execute her, the Honorable Sir Tianqi spoke again. This time, even Gu Ruoan stared puzzledly at the Honorable Sir Tianqi. Chapter 494, Shi Yun's Demise, 9. Whoosh. Before the crowd could even realize what was going on, Honorable Sir Tianqi waved his sleeves and a sharp light shot towards Shi Yun, piercing her through the throat. Shi Yun let out a muffled groan as her head tilted at a crooked angle. Then, she breathed no more. Kun Nan, it was I who killed Shi Yun. If you wish to cause havoc, you may ask your master to speak to me. Don't cause trouble for the Gu girl. The Honorable Sir Tianqi looked at Kun Nan and spoke in a somber manner. Kun Nan did not respond. Instead, he stared blankly at Shi Yun's lifeless body as tears rolled down his cheeks. Then, he threw himself forward and kneeled onto the ground, lamenting bitterly, Xie, I'm so sorry. Big brother Nan was not able to protect you. But rest assured, he resolved, I shall remember this injustice. Honorable Sir Tianqi, may I ask if it's time for me to leave? Kun Nan held Shi Yun's lifeless body and asked as he rose to his feet. The Honorable Sir Tianqi was just about to speak but Gu Ruoan raised her calm but cold voice. I've told you, I'm not letting you leave until I've paralyzed half of your body. Gu Ruoan, what more do you want? You've already taken Shi Yun's life and fed me with poison. And yet you're still not satisfied with your gains. Kun Nan's eyes were filled with hatred as he retorted through gritted teeth. Gu Ruoan laughed coldly. So, let me ask you this. That person who arrived in Azure Dragon Country to deal with me years ago, did you send him? What did you say? Kun Nan was stunned as an obscure glint flashed across his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not going to admit to it. Gu Ruoan calmly raised a corner of her lips and fixed her gaze on Kun Nan. Just then, Kun Nan felt a wave of agony in the vital organs of his body once again. He dropped Shi Yun's body and held onto his stomach, crumpling to the ground. His face had turned completely white as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Stop it, I confess, I sent him. Boom. It was as if thunder had struck past his ears. The Honorable Sir Tianqi rose to his feet again just as he was about to sit down. He had always known that Kun Nan had intentions of usurping Gu Shangxiao's position, but he did not think that he would have been so shameless as to send an agent to Azure Dragon Country in order to capture Gu Ruoan. All right. Gu Ruoan swept her gaze towards Kun Nan. Seeing as you were the mastermind behind my kidnapping attempt, then I have reason to collect my debt from you. Xiao Yi, cripple him for me. Chan Bei Yi did not reply. His blood-red robes shot into the skies then charged towards Kun Nan at the speed of light. Before Kun Nan could make sense of the situation, a hand landed forcefully on his chest. Bang! Instantly, it was as if Kun Nan's body had exploded like he had been filled with explosive substances. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body emitted fumes of smoke. Then, Chanbei calmly placed his hand back to the side of his body and slowly walked back to Gu Ruoan's side. His crimson robes and silver hair were absolutely mind-blowing. One attack, the crowd thought. The mid-level martial emperor Kun Nan was no match for his one attack. Xiao Yi, let's go. Gu Ruoan took one last look at Kun Nan, then turned around and began to leave. But just then, a powerful aura shot across the skies, smashing into the plaza. Boom. Before the crowd could realize what was going on, a large hole was smashed into the plaza. In that hole, an old man clothed in black pushed himself off the ground, sweeping a dark gaze across every face in the crowd. When his gaze fell upon Kun Nan, whose entire body was drenched in blood, a ruthless energy burst from within his very being. His elderly face was incomparably gloomy and his hoarse voice was absolutely unpleasant to the ear. Who did this? His tone was dripping with murderous intent, causing the Honorable Sir Tianqi's face to change suddenly. What's this old fart doing here? That's it, she's done for. It would be extremely difficult for the Gu girl to solve this now. Chapter 495, The End of the Trials 1. The old man, dressed in black, stood amidst the howling wind. His sharp eyes surveyed his surroundings like a nighthawk. A spark of hope ignited in Kun Nan's dark and gloomy gaze at the sight of the black-clothed elder. Master, save me. Quick, come and save me, he cried out hurriedly. The black-clothed elder frowned and rushed to Kun Nan's side in a flash. Then, he lightly touched his wrist, checking his pulse. Once he felt the energy attacking his system, the old man's face darkened. Kun Nan, who did this? Kun Nan shot Gu Ruoan and Chanbei a hateful glare. It was them. They murdered Xie and crippled me. Master, you must avenge me in my stead. Boom. A strong aura erupted from the body of the black-clothed elder. It raised the debris from around him into a twister which shot into the sky. A haze appeared in the space between his brow and he slowly turned his penetrating gaze towards the two people who stood amongst the ruins. It was you two. Chanbei stood protectively in front of Gu Ruoan, red-robed and silver-haired. His peerlessly beautiful face was now filled with murderous intent. He deserves to die. Good, very good. The black-clothed elder smiled in spite of his anger as vicious currents of energy coursed through his entire body. His aura reeked of an impending Armageddon. You've harmed my disciple. As such, I'll ensure that you'll both die without a burial site. The black-clothed elder swiftly threw his fist filled with a powerful force towards Chanbei. In that instant, a great wind rose from his surroundings and his entire being looked as sharp as the blade of a sword. Chanbei slowly looked at him and casually raised his hand. Slam! Not many can withstand the strong impact of a fight between two martial honors. Hence, the ones who were unable to react in time were immediately blown away by the strong force between the two men. Blood splattered from their mouths continuously. Even the judge's box was completely destroyed by the combined power. However, Gu Ruoan, who had been shielded by Chanbei, was completely unharmed. Is this the true strength of this man? Zhao Shangchen stroked his chin as an almost undetectable light flashed across his phoenix-like eyes. A martial honor. No, his true power isn't merely at that level. He's unable to harness his true power due to the current condition of his body. This man, where had he come from? His appearance in Gu Ruoan's life wasn't limited to fortunate and unfortunate times. Whatever it is, Xiao Yunsa is Shangshao's younger sister. I must ensure her safety. Bang! The black-clothed elder stumbled back, placing his numb hand back to his side. A mouthful of blood nearly shot out from his throat, but he forced himself to hold it in. With this one attack, he realized that he was no match for this man. The old man darkened his eyes at the thought. I always thought that martial honors only existed within the three great authorities. But I did not expect for such a young genius to appear on our mainland. However, I am an elder of the Spirit Sect, boy. Regardless of the misunderstanding between my disciple and you, come back to the Spirit Sect with me first and I will give you an explanation. As long as he comes back to the Spirit Sect with me, I would certainly have a say whether this boy gets to live or die, he thought. Just then, a soft laugh was heard. The man's voice was full of ridicule and mockery. It made the black-clothed elder feel very uncomfortable. I certainly didn't think that some people in the Spirit Sect could be so shameless. Once you've beaten the young one, the older one arrives. You are a 70 to 80-year-old man. Isn't too shameful for you to bully two young ones. Chapter 496, The End of the Trials 2. Zhao Shangchen fanned himself gently with a magnificent smile on his face. His every syllable was like a sharp awl, piercing into the black-clothed elder's heart. Zhao Shangchen. The old man's face darkened. This matter has nothing to do with the Dark Yin Palace. You shut your mouth. Hee hee. Zhao Shangchen laughed frostily as a trace of a mocking smile appeared in his phoenix-like eyes. What? Could it be that the martial honor, the Honorable Sir Lingshang, wishes to cause trouble for me, a person younger than him by one generation? Or should we say, that such is the way of the Spirit Sect? Wait. Just as he finished speaking, the Honorable Sir Tianqi, who had remained seated in the judge's box, could no longer contain himself and began to refute. This is purely Elder Lingshang's character. It has nothing to do with the Spirit Sect. However, this boy is right. Old man, you may not have any dignity, but the Spirit Sect does. It was your disciple who was in the wrong here and we have many witnesses to prove it. If you still insist on avenging your disciple, don't blame me for standing with the Gu girl and fighting against you. The Honorable Sir Lingshang's expression changed greatly until he finally let out a huge sigh and picked Kun Nan up from the ground with one move. He swept his piercing yet gloomy gaze across the Honorable Sir Tianqi until finally settling on Gu Ruoan, who was standing behind Chanbei. Little girl, if my guess is right, you must be Gu Shangsha's younger sister. So let me give you a piece of advice. Where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Always draw a line in everything you do and we will meet in the future on amicable terms. As humans, we should never go overboard or you will face retribution and bring danger to your older brother. I'll let you off on account of the Honorable Sir Tianqi. But if I ever see you again, I will avenge my disciple. Whoosh. Once he had said his piece, the Honorable Sir Lingshang sped into the void without hesitation and soon disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. Gu Ruan smirked as she stared at the direction where the old man had disappeared. The next time we meet, you can't say for sure who triumphs over whom. The trials were almost at an end. No one had bothered to even look at a remorseful Leng Yanfeng. Despite the crimes he had committed in Shi Yun's name, his current situation was already the best form of punishment. Let him live with regret for the rest of his life. That's a far greater torture than killing him off. Does anyone else wish to duel with Gu Ruan of the Dongfang family? The city governor cleared his throat as he asked. In that instant, all eyes turned to Zhao Shangchen. Only Zhao Shangchen of the Dark Yin Palace would be a match for her now. Xiao Yun sir, Zhao Shangchen curled his lip and smiled magnificently. It was you who gave me a good show. Hence, I willingly forfeit. Wow. The crowd automatically went into a sensation. As Zhao Shangchen has forfeited, that proves that the victors of this battle are the Dongfang family members. Congratulations, Lady Gu. The city governor discarded his initial curt mannerisms and smiled widely at Gu Ruan. Now, allow me to formally announce the champions of the divine trials, the Dongfang family. Hearing this, the Dongfang family disciples leaped for joy. Heaven knows how long it has been since they've last enjoyed such glory, ever since Dongfang Yu's death. It was Gu Ruan, they thought with glee. It was she who has restored the Dongfang family to its former glory. Congratulations, Elder Changjin. I knew that the Dongfang family would come in first place this time. I just knew it. Haha, in the past, the Dongfang family had Dongfang Yu. Now, they have Gu Ruan. Hence, the Dongfang family shall always be the most powerful of all. Some members of the other organizations immediately clambered to flatter the Dongfang family once the results have been announced. It was as if they had all forgotten that they were the ones who had mocked and ridiculed the Dongfang family in the beginning, and were the ones who had stood with the medicine order and eagerly slandered the Dongfang family. Chapter 497, The End of the Trials 3. The faces of every disciple from the medicine order turned into a particularly ugly shade. Some even felt hatred towards Wu Yue. This woman had sided with the Dongfang family, they fumed. 1,000 deaths will not atone for her crime. Dongfang Yu. Elder Zui clenched her fists tightly as her malevolent expression filled with hate. You had once stepped on my head and now your daughter has trampled all over my disciples. Why do the spirits of scoundrels like you refuse to move on? I cannot accept this. I will not accept being defeated by the Dongfang family. One day, the medicine order will return and get back everything we deserve. Of course, Elder Zui's dissatisfaction was only second to that of Rongyu's. She, whom everyone had considered a genius, had actually lost. And in such an embarrassing manner to boot. This was more than her usual arrogant self could take. Humph. Bai Xiangshan scoffed. He had remained silent from the very beginning. Haha. However, the Honorable Sir Tianqi who was seated next to him, laughed out loud. He rubbed his hands gleefully. Bai Xiangshan, don't forget the pill formula. Honorable Sir Tianqi, even if I give the pill formula to you, you cannot possibly refine pills. Bai Xiangshan glared at him coldly and replied with a frosty look in his eyes. If I'm unable to refine them, then can you? The Honorable Sir Tianqi rolled his eyes. Even if I can't refine pills, I'm still allowed to analyze it for 180 years if I wanted to, right? This was your loss from our wager. So stop gabbing and hand over the pill formula. Bai Xiangshan's expression turned an ugly shade. But since he had made such a public wager, he could not go back on his word no matter how shameless he was. So, he pulled out a piece of yellowed paper from his sleeve and threw it to the Honorable Sir Tianqi. The Honorable Sir Tianqi quickly snatched up the pill formula with tears of emotion glistening in his eyes. After all, pill formulas have mostly vanished from the face of the earth and Bai Xiangshan simply happened to be fortunate enough to discover this formula amongst some ancient ruins. Now that this pill formula was in his possession, how could he not feel emotional? He almost fiercely planted a kiss on the pill formula in his hands at the thought of this. But the parchment was clearly ancient, so he did not dare act with even the slightest hint of impulsiveness. Ahem. The city governor cleared his throat and spoke. I'm actually quite surprised that the trials has ended so quickly. Next, when I call your name, you may choose any of the 3 great authorities that you wish to join and you will be granted access 3 years worth of training with your chosen organization. The crowd stared in anticipation at the city governor. Gu Ruan, Wei Yi, Zhao Shangchen, Rongyu. Every time the city governor announced a name, the hearts of the crowd would leap as if anticipating that the next name on the list would be theirs. And when he had finished announcing the names of the chosen disciples, they could not help but feel disappointed. All right, after announcing over 20 names, the city governor smiled. To those whose names have been called out, you can choose your desired authority for your apprenticeship. The entire plaza fell silent. The elders of the 3 great authorities sat in the judge's box, waiting for the chosen disciples to make their selection. Little girl, I've waited for you to join my spirit sect for a very long time. The Honorable Sir Tianqi smiled. As long as you join me, I can ensure that, based on your talents, you can definitely become a direct disciple of our founder and sect master. When the time comes, the spirit sect shall be yours and your brother's oyster. Gu Ruan's mouth twitched. This guy is being far too straightforward, she mused. Isn't he afraid of offending the other members of the spirit sect? Elder Ju sniggered. Lady Gu, it would also seem that we've been brought together by fate. If you join me in the courts of hell, you will soon achieve the highest position second only to our emperor. Our master places great value on talented individuals and would never treat you unfairly. Humph. Bai Xiangshan scoffed arrogantly, and shot a glance at Gu Ruan. Little lady, you're a person whose feathers are easily ruffled, so you must join the immortal realm. Once you join us, I will help you correct your malevolent nature so that you will understand what it means to return good for evil. The other 2 authorities have provided some rather convincing conditions, that Gu Ruan will be second only to their respective sect masters if she chose to join their organization. But the immortal realm, not only did they neglect to propose any privileges, they've even told her that they want to teach her the meaning of returning good for evil and to serve the immortal realm with no complaints. If that wasn't foolishness, then what is? Chapter 498, The Massacre 1. I choose the Strut sect. The young girl's calm voice rang out as clearly as a bell throughout the plaza, every syllable fell distinctly into every ear. In contrast with Bai Xiangshan's blackened face, a trace of disappointment also flashed across Elder Ju's face. A girl with such immense talent, he thought. Wouldn't it be great if she had joined the courts of hell? HMPH. A black-faced Bai Xiangshan scoffed coldly. He swept his gaze across Gu Ruoan's face and exclaimed coldly, "So, you refuse to join the immortal realm? You'll regret this. This girl is not only valiant and talented but vicious and merciless as well. If someone like her refuses to join the immortal realm, then I have no choice but to make her disappear, to stamp out a potential disaster in the future." Bai Xiangshan slowly turned his attention to Zhao Shangchen at the thought of this and spoke coldly, "Young master of the Dark Yin Palace, I've long heard news of your great talent. I hope you won't make the same foolish decision as her." Zhao Shangchen stretched out lazily on his sedan and replied with smiling eyes, "My apologies, wherever Xiao Yunsa goes, I follow. I'm choosing the same authority as well." His face, as beautiful as a peach blossom, was filled with an enchanting smile. His peach blossom pink robes fluttered against the gentle breeze like petals in the wind. Bai Xiangshan's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to speak up, the Honorable Sir Tianqi cut him off. "Bai Xiangshan, these are the personal decisions of the young ones. Do you still intend on forcing them?" HMPH. Bai Xiangshan scoffed coldly again, hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Once Gu Ruoan and Zhao Shangchen made the decisions, the rest began choosing the authority they wished to join. Wei Yi naturally chose to follow Gu Ruoan and Rong Yu chose the immortal realm, predictably. Her choice somewhat calmed Bai Xiangshan. Once everyone has chosen the desired jurisdiction on the spot, the crowd slowly began to disperse. In contrast with the number of new disciples that the immortal realm and the Strut sect had received, the new recruits in the courts of hell were far and few in between. Nightfall. In the guest house, a semi-conscious Lin Lang gently opened her eyes. She tried to move but ended up aggravating her wounds. She gasped from the pain. "Lin Lang, you're awake." Dongfang Changjin spotted Lin Lang's movements from the corner of her eye. She hurriedly approached her and coaxed gently, "Your wounds are not fully healed. It's best that you rest now." "Master," Lin Lang raised her sparkling eyes, staring seriously up at Changjin, "I did not let you down. I defeated Gu Ling, but in the end, I still..." Lin Lang. Suddenly, an airy voice was heard, coming from a close proximity. The young girl's raven hair was like a rippling waterfall and her green robes gave off a clear, cool glow under the moonlight. "Why didn't you use the weapon that I have given you?" Lin Lang lightly bit her lip and replied, "I wanted to defeat Gu Ling with my own strength. I did not want to use a spiritual weapon in this sort of situation." Gu Ruoan fell silent and did not pursue the matter, but when Lin Lang assumed that she had gotten angry with her, Gu Ruoan hurriedly continued, "Don't worry, I will make the Gu family escort your parents back to you in a palanquin with 8 carriers." "Lady Gu." Lin Lang's heart softened as tears began welling up in her eyes. "How many years has it been since I last saw my parents? How many years have I had to live my life, longing for them? Lady Gu, thank you. Truly, thank you. If it were not for you, this day would never have come. If you really want to thank me, then protect the Dongfang family with everything you have from now on. This is the best reciprocation for me. All right, we should make our way back to the Dongfang family home tomorrow. You'd better get some rest." Chapter 499, The Massacre 2. Lin Lang went into shock and started puzzledly at her delicate features. "We're leaving tomorrow. But isn't there still 2 more days to the end of the trials? Could it be that the Dongfang family has been eliminated?" Lin Lang felt anxious at the thought and her already pale face turned increasingly white. "Could it be that I've caused the conflict between the Dongfang family and the immortal realm?" she wondered, resulting in our elimination. "If that's truly the case, then I'm afraid that not even my death can absolve us from the blame." "Lin Lang, you're thinking too much." The disciples of the Dongfang family, who happened to have overheard the conversation, hurriedly explained to her, "The trials have ended. Our Dongfang family has obtained first place. It's finished." Lin Lang gaped with astonishment. "How could this be? Don't tell me that I have been asleep for 3 days. Of course, you didn't know how cool Lady Gu was today. She challenged all the geniuses of the medicine order alone and won." The disciple who explained the situation had a face filled with admiration and pretty much hyped up the events to Lin Lang. Based on his narrative, Gu Ruoan had become so perversely powerful that she killed all the participants from the medicine order with one slap. Lin Lang was completely in awe and did not regain her senses for a very long time. Only one thing played over and over again in her mind. The Dongfang family won. "We've finally won." Emotion welled up from the pit of her stomach, causing tears to stream uncontrollably down her face. She quickly covered her mouth with her tiny hand, allowing her tears to roll freely down her face. "Wu Yue, what are your plans now?" Wei Yi raised an eyebrow as she turned to Wu Yue and asked. Wu Yue paused before answering, "I want to return to the medicine order." "The medicine order? Are you certain? They're clearly in cahoots with Shi Yun and Shi Yun had died by your hand. If you return to the medicine order, you will certainly be in great danger. How about you come back with me to the 100 Herb Hall?" "Senior aunt, despite it all, my master is the only daughter of the former order master. Those guys wouldn't cross the line. Besides, there are many elders in the medicine order who stand with my master. If the current order master plans to do anything to me, I'm afraid that it won't be that easy." Wu Yue raised her head and replied, her eyes full of resolve. "All right." Wei Yi nodded gently, "Take care of yourself and watch out for your own safety when you return. If anything were to happen, send someone to summon me and I will rush to the medicine order as quickly as I can. I can't go with you now, but once everything has been settled on my end, I will visit you in the medicine order." Take care, senior aunt. Wu Yue joined her fists and bowed, then took one last look at Wei Yi before walking out and disappearing into the night. Gu Ruoan watched her shadow as she left. A glint flashed across her eyes. Wei Yi, are you truly alright with Wu Yue leaving like this? Wei Yi laughed bitterly, and what if I'm not? She is insistent, so I can only respect her decision. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan muttered to herself for a bit, then turned towards Chanbei Yi. Follow the members of the medicine order tomorrow and deal with them. That way, no one will know of what had happened in Cloud City. Then, we shall meet at the foot of Cloud City. She did not give this task to Yunyao and Tiancheng because their powers were only at the rank of a martial emperor. It would be impossible to mask their aura in front of other martial emperors, so there would be a risk of discovery before they even left Cloud City. Now, the only one capable of this job is Chanbei Yi. All right. Chanbei Yi lowered his gaze and observed the young girl before him and flashed her an enchantingly mesmerizing smile. His eyes only ever looked at the young girl in front of him. As long as it's someone you want to kill, Xiao Yun, I will do it for you. Chapter 500, The Massacre, 3. The following day. The light of the morning sun was shining down upon all. Most of the participating organizations have pretty much packed up their luggage and were ready to leave. Gu Ruoan had just stepped out from the guest house when a figure in peach-pink robes blocked her from leaving. Zhao Shangchen smiled coquettishly. Even the phrase, a magnificence unmatched in his generation, would not be enough to describe his beauty. As a result, Gu Ruoan sighed and lamented to herself, why is a coquette like this stuck in the body of a man? If he had been born a woman, even Wei Yi, whose looks could cause the downfall of nations, would be no match for him. Xiao Yun sir, why isn't your little footman with you today? Zhao Shangchen gently curled the corners of his lips as he shifted his gaze to the space next to Gu Ruoan. His grin broadened as he did not see the silver-haired figure in red. Gu Ruoan calmly shot him a glance. This matter does not concern you, fourth prince. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Xiao Yun sir, come now. How many years of friendship have we had? I only called him a little footman and you're acting so cruelly. It really hurts my feelings. Zhao Shangchen clutched his heart dramatically with an obviously exaggerated broken-hearted look on his face. But when matched with that pitilessly beautiful face that could send all living things into a frenzy, it caused the nearby womenfolk to feel completely irritated. However, due to Gu Ruoan's display of great martial prowess in the trials, no one dared say a single word. Hurt. Gu Ruoan rolled her eyes. How is it that I can't really tell that you're actually sad? Zhao Shangchen, I've tolerated your antics time and again on account of the fact that you're my brother's friend, but if you do this one more time. She narrowed her eyes threateningly as she spoke, and smiled curtly, I won't mind turning you into an actual woman. Zhao Shangchen's expression immediately turned black. It took him a while before he could compose himself and flash a stunning smile. All right, I'll stop toying with you. Xiao Yun sir, the Dark Yin Palace and the Dongfang family will be using the same parts. How about we stick together? What do you say? My apologies. Gu Ruoan rubbed her nose, but from what I can tell, the Dark Yin Palace and the Dongfang family's roots are quite far off. Oh, so you know the address to the Dark Yin Palace, Xiao Yun sir. Zhao Shangchen grinned from ear to ear as if he did not feel embarrassed that his lie was exposed. He took 2 steps closer to the young girl. Even his breath held a flirtatious air. However, for you, Xiao Yun sir, I'd make a detour. As you like. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. Wei Yi, Elder Changjin, let's go. All right. Yes, master. Dongfang Changjin and Wei Yi replied in unison, and the Dongfang family members promptly made their way towards the city gates. Follow them. The smile on Zhao Shangchen's face gradually disappeared as he gestured at the gorgeous maidservants carrying his palanquin with a wave of his fan. Remember, should any dangers arrive later, your sole duty is to protect Gu Ruoan. In that moment, the man's face no longer held the frivolous smile. A never-before-seen seriousness clouded his alluring eyes. Knowing the immortal realm, they will never let this matter go so easily. If one wishes to exit the city gates of Cloud City, they will need to pass over a barren desert. At this moment, the number of travelers in the desert was exceedingly rare. Aside from the Dongfang family, there were only a few scattered members from the other forces. It seems that the medicine order has left long ago. Wei Yi, let's head to the city gate. We will meet up with Xiao Yi there. Wei Yi, let's head to the city gate. We will meet up with Xiao Yi there. Gu Ruoan spoke calmly as she raised her head and stared at the clear blue skies. Chapter 501, The Massacre, 4. Hee, I'm afraid that you don't have a chance. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the skies like a sudden clap of thunder and struck striking into everyone's hearts. Whoosh. In that instant, countless figures suddenly appeared from thin air. Each and every one of them was dressed in white and carried the bearing of an immortal. The space between their brows held a sharp sense of righteousness. Bai Xiangshan, is this the person who've told us about, Gu Ruoan? One of the elders in white asked as he turned to face the person next to him while he glared at Gu Ruoan coldly. That person was Bai Xiangshan, an elder from the immortal realm who had also made an appearance in the divine trials. At this moment, his elderly face was filled with the cold light as he stared arrogantly down at the young girl in the desert. That's right, she's Gu Ruoan. Bai Xiangshan scoffed coldly. Gu Ruoan, I'll ask you one more time, will you join the immortal realm? Gu Ruoan smiled disdainfully. And what if I refuse? Ha ha. Bai Xiangshan laughed wildly. His laughter was thick with murderous intent. So be it. What a stubborn little girl. Let me tell you, you now have only 2 options. The first option is for you to join the immortal realm, the second option is for you to die. The Spirit sect already has Gu Shangshao. I will never give them the opportunity to obtain another genius. Hee. Just as he spoke, someone giggled softly behind Gu Ruoan. Lounging in a palanquin, carried by a gaggle of gorgeous maidservants, the man curled his lips coquettishly. His peach blossom-like features were filled with a disdainful smile. His eyes were rife with disdain as he said, so, this is how the great immortal realm works. You would destroy everything that you cannot have. TSK, TSK. You've certainly opened my eyes. Zhao Shangchen. Bai Xiangshen's eyes turned as cold as ice. He replied frostily, the same goes for you. If neither of you joins the immortal realm today, don't even think about leaving this place. Especially you, Gu Ruoan. For such a vicious and violent girl like you, you're like a savage. Only when you join the immortal realm will you be able to change your ways. The immortal realm is doing this for your own good, yet you don't know a good thing when you see it. Gu Ruoan fell silent. The elders before her were all at the rank of martial honor. Honestly speaking, she wasn't sure if she could take on so many powerful cultivators at once. Furthermore, there are so many of the Dongfang family members that need her protection. But she refuses to pledge allegiance to the immortal realm, no matter what. Gu Ruoan, your heart is filled with vicious poison. You would even murder a person so cruelly in the arena. A person like you should be punished with 1,000 deaths. However, the immortal realm has always been benevolent and charitable. We couldn't bear the sight of your current state, which is the reason why we're giving you a chance to turn over a new leaf. An elder of the immortal realm who stood next to Bai Xiangshen already knew about Gu Ruoan. He knitted his brows disapprovingly and nagged in an icy manner. That's right. Gu Ruoan, repent and be absolved of your crimes. Forsake your evil ways and do good. Only when you join the immortal realm can you have the chance to start with a clean slate. Based on your previous conduct, you aren't even fit to be considered human. You're closer to the level of a domestic animal. An animal like you, who did not even spare her own biological grandfather, does not have a single shred of humanity. I reckon that only the immortal realm would give you such an opportunity. So I hope you appreciate the opportunity and not let it slip through your fingers. As for that spiritual weapon and the martial emperor's spiritual beast, hand them over to the immortal realm for our safekeeping. Otherwise, these things will fall into the hands of others sooner or later. If those people are as narrow-hearted as you, wouldn't it bring a great disaster upon the mainland? Chapter 502, True Impudence 1. The wind started to howl as a sandstorm rose up into the sky. Gu Ruoan glared coldly at the elders who were floating in the air and staring arrogantly down at her. Her clear cold eyes flashed. I, Gu Ruoan, have never claimed to be a good person. However, I have never had any intentions of harming innocent people either. The people that I'd killed were people who deserved to die. Anyone who would beat their own granddaughter to death for the sake of an influential official is not fit to be a grandfather at all. She was no longer the Gu Ruoan of the past. The previous Gu Ruoan had been beaten to death by General Gu's stick. As such, why should she recognize that man as her grandfather? Gu Ruoan, you're twisting words and forcing logic. Bai Xiangshen's expression turned increasingly cold and he spoke in a sharp yet righteous voice. Regardless of his sins, he is still your grandfather. Without him, you would never have come into existence. Is this how you would repay him as a granddaughter? Even though he had caused your death, you should not harbor any resentment towards him. This is a virtue that all humans should live by. But what had you done instead? Gu Ruoan, I'll ask you this one more time. Will you join the immortal realm and mend your ways? If you remain stubbornly insistent, then we have no choice but to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and rid the world of a disaster like you. Gu Ruoan smiled. At the end of the day, the immortal realm is only made up of a bunch of impudent and bogus noblemen. If you truly practice noble virtues and if someone intends to kill you, you'd better not retaliate. That's what all of you should do. As for me, my apologies. I was born a coward who is afraid of death. I don't understand the concept of returning good for evil. All I know is that I will kill anyone before they kill me first. The members of the immortal realm trembled with anger. Never have they encountered such a vicious woman. This will certainly be a disaster for the mainland. So be it. Bai Xiangshen smiled in spite of his anger. You damn girl, it seems that you are insistent on remaining the way you are. Now, don't blame us for killing you mercilessly. Boom. The power from every martial honor erupted in a split second. This force was like a giant mountain which blotted out the sky and covered the earth, and it was directed straight at Gu Ruoan. Finally, Zhao Shangchen, who had been sitting in his palanquin, made his move. With a wave of his fan, his peach blossom pink robe shot into the sky before landing in front of Gu Ruoan. At that moment, his usually smiling and handsome visage was filled with an unusual solemnness. He squinted his eyes and coldly ordered, Xiao Yunsa, take the Dongfang family members and run. Leave this to me. Gu Ruoan was stunned. She shook her head. There are over 10 martial honors on the opposing side. You are no match for them. Don't worry. Zhao Shangchen turned towards Gu Ruoan and smiled magnificently. I have a move that will ensure the safety of my life and no harm will come to me. However, you will all be a hindrance by remaining here, so leave, quickly. Gu Ruoan paused for a moment before muttering to herself. She then slowly raised her head. Wei Yi, you should all leave. I will stay behind with Zhao Shangchen. Master. Wei Yi's heart clenched. No, I won't leave you. Leave, now. Boom. A strong power rose from within Gu Ruoan and shot up towards the skies as she gave the order. Her eyes were fixed on her opponents. Wei Yi clenched her fist and slowly relaxed her grip after a long pause. Master, I understand. I will protect everyone and ensure that they will leave unharmed. Then, I will wait for you at the Dongfang family home. Thinking of escaping? Bai Xiangshen scoffed coldly. No one's leaving this place today. Whoosh. Just as he spoke, a figure next to Bai Xiangshen shot towards Wei Yi and the rest as they made their escape. Chapter 503, True Impudence 2. Azure Dragon, Yunyao, Bao Bao, show yourselves. Gu Ruoan's expression changed as she quickly cried out. 3 figures immediately appeared out of thin air, settling beside Gu Ruoan. 3 spiritual beasts, and 2 of them are martial emperors. The other has nearly reached the rank of a martial emperor. Just how many trump cards does this Gu Ruoan actually have? Within the surrounding area between the 2 opposing parties, a few small organizations were also present. Upon seeing the spiritual beasts released by the young girl, they were dumbfounded. They had assumed that the girl would have only one martial emperor spiritual beast at most. They never expected that she would actually have more than one trump card in her hand. Could it be that the rumors are true? The 3 of you, get them out of here quickly. Gu Ruoyan's face turned cold as she issued the order in an icy tone. Master. Yunyao tried to say something as anxiety filled the space between her brows. Before she could continue to speak, Gu Ruoyan cut her off. That's an order. That's an order. Yunyao took a deep breath and steadied her gaze. I understand, Master. All 3 spiritual beasts could be used as mounts and there was just enough space for the few members of the Dongfang family. So, as soon as Gu Ruoyan gave the order, everyone took one look at her and hurriedly climbed onto the backs of the spiritual beasts. They then shot towards the sky with a whoosh and quickly disappeared from view in lightning-fast speed. Bang! Seeing the elder who was plunging towards them, a peach blossom pink figure suddenly flashed towards Gu Ruoyan's side. The man's smile was as beautiful as a flower. He gently raised his fan and blocked the cold, flashing blade of a sword. Trying to lay a hand on Xiao Yunsa in front of this prince. Do you all think of me as a useless corpse? The immortal realm should not overstep their boundaries when dealing with certain matters. Otherwise, someone will step up and deal with you sooner or later. You've got a death wish. The elder's face grew cold. He brandished his sword forward violently, swiftly pushing Zhao Shangchen back. His eyes were thick with bloodlust. You're only a martial emperor yet you dare stand in my way. If you insist on standing with her, you will die as well. My lord. The group of gorgeous maidservants saw the incoming attack and cried out. Their faces changed greatly before they pulled out their swords and charged towards the battle. However, before they could reach him, Zhao Shangchen slowly raised his hand and stopped them. The maidservants stopped in their tracks, glaring icily at the elders from the immortal realm. Their bodies emitted a thick murderous intent. At this very moment, Zhao Shangchen's coquettish face sunk and his peach blossom-like eyes were enveloped in a cold light. Seeing as so many martial honors from the immortal realm have appeared, I wonder if the other 2 authorities were aware of this. It has only been a day since the trials have ended. No matter how quickly the elders of the immortal realm could travel, they could not possibly have appeared in Cloud City so soon. There was only one explanation. They had already been in Cloud City from the very beginning. And this was something that even he did not expect. If it were only Bai Xiangshan alone, perhaps he could still take him on. But now, the number of martial honors in the battle was quite high. Zhao Shangchen, you shut your mouth. Bai Xiangshan's face immediately changed color. His expression darkened. No matter what, you will all die here today. A violent tempest rose from the sands before coalescing in front of Bai Xiangshan. Then, a withered and rotten current shot towards Zhao Shangchen and Gu Ruoyan. The air was dense and thick in the sandstorm and it blocked out the blue sky entirely. Boom. Zhao Shangchen waved his fan and a bolt of light shot towards the sandstorm. The sheer force of its collision caused the group to scatter. The small organizations in the surrounding area who had been unable to avoid the blast in time were immediately blown away and tumbled a few meters. Their mouths spat blood as they panicked. Chapter 504, True Impudence 3. You're merely an insignificant martial emperor yet you would dare to defy us. Zhao Shangchen, I had initially pegged you as a smart man. However, I didn't think that you'd turn out to be this stupid. You've certainly wasted the high opinions I've once had of you. Bai Xiangshan straightened his sleeves as he glared coldly at Zhao Shangchen who was standing tall against the howling winds. His eyes were filled with a cold and disdainful look. Zhao Shangchen wiped the blood from his lips and his figure, dressed in peach blossom pink robes, continued to stand resolutely by Gu Ruoyan's side. A gloomy air seemed to take over his peach blossom-like features. Bai Xiangshan, is the immortal realm not afraid of provoking the ire of the spirit sect and courts of hell with your deeds? And don't forget, Xiao Yunsa has an older brother who holds a position of high authority in the spirit sect. Ha ha. Bai Xiangshan burst into laughter and replied mockingly, we're quite a distance from where those guys are at the moment so they won't find out anything about this fight. As for the people around us, do you really think that I'll let any of them leave with their lives? Now, even if you die, no one will ever know about it. For those who have already made their escape, I'll go after them after I've killed you both. Zhao Shangchen's expression grew increasingly gloomy. It seems that this guy had already planned everything out. Run, Xiao Yunsa, he smiled bitterly and spoke with a hint of helplessness. If the opposing force had been Bai Xiangshan alone, I could have protected you from harm. However, now there are far too many martial honors against the both of us. I can't take on so many of them so it's best that you run. At least we might still have a chance if you save yourself. Run. Gu Ruoyan lightly raised her eyebrow. You think I can escape? You may be a menace, it was I who had brought this burden upon you. This matter initially had nothing to do with Zhao Shangchen. I had been Bai Xiangshan's target from the very beginning. At the end of the day, I've dragged this menace down along with me. Xiao Yunsa, Zhao Shangchen turned towards Gu Ruoyan and threw her a charming gaze. If you truly believe that you've done me wrong, how about giving your heart to me once we're done with this? What do you think? Gu Ruoyan's face immediately turned black as she thought, how can this Casanova joke around at a time like this? Humph. Bai Xiangshan scoffed coldly. Then, with a single move, he charged towards Gu Ruoyan. To actually make flirtatious banter at a time like this, you really know no shame. Since that's the case, I'm going to deal with you both right now. Bang. The desert air was then filled with smoke and dust which obscured the view from everyone's eyes. At Cloud City. The Honorable Sir Tianqi had just said his farewells to the city governor and was just about to leave when a large figure appeared in the sky. It crashed on the ground right in front of him, causing him to jump in surprise. Upon seeing the woman who was dismounting from the snow wolf, the Honorable Sir Tianqi was stunned. He wrinkled his brows in confusion as he asked, aren't you one of the Gu girls' personnel? I thought you had all left. What are you doing back here? Honorable Sir, my lord. Thud. Wei Yi threw herself onto the ground and spoke with an anxious look on her face, Lord Honorable Sir, please save my master. The Gu girl. The Honorable Sir Tianqi furrowed his brows. What happened? It's the Immortal Realm. Wei Yi clenched her fists tightly as she spat out hatefully. The Immortal Realm had suddenly ambushed us with a large group of martial honors and were trying to force my master to join them. They'll kill my master if she refuses. We have to hurry. I'm afraid that my master will be in serious danger if we delay any further. What did you say? Chapter 505, True Impudence 4. The Honorable Sir Tianchi was thoroughly enraged. A vein burst on his forehead as emerald flames stirred from his very being. Those beastards from the immortal realm would actually dare to do such a thing. They've even allowed so many martial honors to gain entry into Cloud City. I can see right through their ploy. You, take me to wherever they are this instant. Yes, Lord Honorable Sir. Wei Yi hurriedly scrambled to her feet and sighed in relief. She rode on Bao Bao as they made their escape and made certain that everyone else had arrived safely in the Dongfang family home before rushing back at top speed to ask the Honorable Sir Tianchi for help. From what she can tell, the only one who could save Gu Ruo now was the Honorable Sir Tianchi, an elder from the Spirit sect. In the middle of the desert, the cloud of smoke and dust was absolutely suffocating. The air was polluted with countless specks of dust and thickly obscured everyone's sight beneath the bright sky. The man's fan had become extremely torn and tattered while his peach-pink robes were drenched in blood. Blood started to rush out from his throat but he forced it down. Bai Xiangshan, who had been standing in front of him, wasn't in the best shape either. His hair was a tangled mess and he looked as if he had just crawled out from a rubbish heap. His robes looked destitute and haggard. He no longer carried the air of a righteous immortal. My lord. The group of gorgeous women moved to step forward as the expressions on their faces changed greatly but Zhao Shangshan stopped them. None of you are allowed to step in. I want you all to protect Xiao Yunsa with your lives. If the situation becomes critical, block the attacks with your bodies. The maidservants were more worried about Zhao Shangshan but they had to obey his every command. No matter what. Yes, my lord. They will protect the woman he wishes to protect with their lives. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they would not care. Zhao Shangshan, Gu Ruan stepped forward and spoke, shaking her head, it's pointless, there are too many of them. You can't deal with this on your own so let's fight them together. I, Gu Ruan, will never bow to these people even if I die. Zhao Shangshan smiled and looked absolutely ravishing. It was as if rows of peach blossoms had just bloomed in front of everyone's eyes accompanied by a fragrant scent which could be detected for 1,000 miles. Fighting side by side, that is a great idea. Hypocrites like these members of the immortal realm have no right to force us to yield to them. Even if death arrives for us, we will never serve such shameless people. As they heard this, the faces of the people from the immortal realm changed greatly. You are an idiot boy who doesn't know what's good for yourself. Seeing as you're dying to make us your enemies, we will now give you a taste of true power. You are only two good-for-nothing martial emperors yet you would dare to blow your own horn in front of us. You're looking for your own death. Bang! In that instant, numerous figures shot towards the horizon before charging at Gu Ruan and Zhao Shangshan. Gu Ruan and Zhao Shangshan stood with their backs against each other. They were surrounded by the group of gorgeous handmaiden and glared coldly at the white-robed elders who were charging towards them. Xiao Yunsa, are you scared? Zhao Shangshan smiled as he asked. I'm extremely afraid of dying. Gu Ruan clenched her sword tightly in her hand as a smile played on the corners of her lips, because I've already experienced death once. But this doesn't mean that I will surrender for the sake of staying alive. If they want me to serve them then I'd rather choose death. It was not that she was not afraid of dying. It was because she was afraid of dying that she wanted to stand at the pinnacle of the mainland. It was also because of her fear of death that she had acted so mercilessly towards her enemies and eliminated them completely. This was because she wanted to close off all opportunities for them to harm her. As she watched the elders of the immortal realm get closer and closer to them, Gu Ruan's heart slowly sank. Xiao Yi is waiting for me, she thought with resolve. I must hold on until the end. Chapter 506, The Arrival of Chanbei Yi, 1. Yan, show yourself. Under the magnificent sky, the young girl took a step back. She pressed her back firmly against the man in peach blossom pink robes and summoned the spiritual beast steadily. Whoosh! In that instant, crimson robes emerged from thin air before everyone's eyes. The group of elders were stunned and paused in their attack midway, stopping in their tracks. They frowned at the bloodthirsty figure before the young girl. The man has one green and one red eye. Both eyes shone with a quiet brilliance, causing the hearts of many to palpitate. Everyone felt as if a poisonous snake had curled itself around their necks. It was a suffocating feeling. A group of martial honors. A light wrinkle appeared in the space between Yan's brows. Honestly speaking, if he was still as powerful as before, forget about 10 martial honors, even 100 of them would not be a challenge. Alas, he was not as powerful as he used to be. Yan, it looks like you've had your breakthrough. Gu Ruan glanced at Yan as she spoke calmly. Help us fight them while I think of other ways to break the siege. Knowing Yan's current level of strength, he was no match for these people. They might have a chance if Zixi awakens from his deep slumber. There's probably no one else besides Zixi who could possibly defeat so many martial honors. However, Zixi was currently at a crucial part of his cultivation and shows no sign of awakening. So even if she were to scream, she could not pull him out of this deep slumber. A high-level martial emperor. Bai Xiangshan's expression changed as he drooled at the sight of Yan. His eyes were clearly filled with greed. I didn't think that you'd have another martial emperor spiritual beast on hand. Especially not one that's only one step away from becoming a martial honor. Little girl, powerful beings like these would only be a reckless waste of natural resources in your hands. Only the immortal realm deserves to have such powerful beings in our possession. He bit his bottom lip covetously and stared at Yan with shining eyes. In his heart, only a martial honor like himself had the right to own a high-level martial emperor spiritual beast. This Gu Ruan was only a low-level martial emperor, he fumed. What right does she have to own such a powerful spiritual beast? Gu Ruan, since it was you who had summoned this spiritual beast, we can consider it as a gift of respect to the immortal realm. We can leave your corpse whole as a gesture of goodwill towards your tactfulness. Before even waiting for Bai Xiangshan to speak, an elder from the immortal realm standing next to him seized the opportunity and butted in. On this mainland, the immortal realm was accustomed to acting without any form of hindrance. As long as it was something they wished to own, they would take it by whatever means possible. Even if it meant sullying the reputation of the immortal realm itself, they would not hesitate to do so. Zhao Shangchen laughed mockingly as his beautiful, alluring eyes filled with scorn. I cannot help but admire the shamelessness of the immortal realm. You would stoop so low to snatch the possessions of others. Are you not afraid of retribution? Retribution. Ha ha. The elder from the immortal realm burst into wild laughter as his white hair danced in the howling winds. He no longer carried the air of an immortal. Boy, have you not heard of the phrase, winners become kings, losers become thieves? This world will always belong in the hands of those with power. No matter how many things we take for ourselves, we will always be victorious in the end, so we will be the ones to rewrite the historical records. Even if there's retribution, it will only land on those who have failed. Whoosh. As soon as he had finished speaking, the elder of the immortal realm charged towards Zhao Shangchen. His eyes blazed with bloodlust as he aimed his fist forcefully at Zhao Shangchen's chest. Zhao Shangchen remained unmoved as he watched the oncoming attack. He smiled magnificently and said, the winner becomes king, saying is indeed a valid statement. Unfortunately, the true victors today will not be the immortal realm. Chapter 507, The Arrival of Chanbei 2. Boom. The palms from the two men clashed and a strong force erupted from the collision. A hurricane arose and the man's peach-pink robes danced in the wind. Rip. The sound of tearing fabric was heard. The powerful wave had ripped Zhao Shangchen's peach blossom pink robes into shreds of peach blossom pink fabric which fluttered in the wind. He looked ragged and his smooth flesh, which was more exquisite than any woman's complexion, was now exposed to the eye of the sandstorm. Fresh blood trickled slowly down Zhao Shangchen's wrist. His blood trailed in countless red lines which crisscrossed one another as it dripped down his wrist to the palm of his hand. It soon formed a puddle of blood on the ground. Tui. The elder from the immortal realm spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression turned increasingly ugly as he glared at Zhao Shangchen. Then, the rest of them made their move. A somber and desolate air, mixed with the thick scent of blood, filled the atmosphere in the desert. Compared to Zhao Shangchen, Yan had already reached the level of a martial honor in the past. Even though he had currently regressed to the level of a martial emperor due to his injuries, he could still hold his own in a fight against two martial honors because he had once held that power. However, he was now outnumbered while attempting to protect Gu Ruan at the same time. He soon fell into a disadvantage and was also drenched in blood. Xiao Yunsa. Zhao Shangchen blocked his opponent's attack with his sword before retreating towards Gu Ruan. He smiled bitterly. It's likely that we would have no way to escape this time. No way to escape. No. I'm not going to die in a place like this, thought Gu Ruan. The young girl's eyes were filled with rising determination. I still have dreams that I've yet to fulfill, so I cannot die. Furthermore, I've worked hard in my cultivation in order to get to where I am today. That had been all for the sake of surviving on this mainland where only the strong are respected. As long as there's even the slightest chance for survival, I will not give up. Ha ha. Bai Xiangshan, who had been stationed nearest to Gu Ruan, heard this and burst into laughter. He replied with a cold look in his eye, Gu Ruan, you cannot possibly escape this place. How can the three of you ever hope to win against the 10 of us who are martial honors? Alright, playtime is over. Now I'm going to send you straight to hell. Nonetheless, I'll spare the lives of your spiritual beasts as they'll be serving me very soon. As long as this woman perishes, I will have ways to make her spiritual beasts my servants, thought Bai Xiangshan with glee. Most importantly, spiritual beasts are not idiots, they will recognize the most beneficial choices. Gu Ruan wiped the blood from the corner of her lips as an eerie smile appeared on her delicate, beautiful features. She stood tall with her raven black hair fluttering amidst the howling winds. Her figure, dressed in green robes, looked like a calm bamboo which stood tall and proud. Still, at this moment, the young girl looked like the god of death himself. Blood was dripping endlessly down the blade of her sword while her entire face was stained with the color of blood. You'll send me to hell. She sneered, don't you worry, hell cannot contain me. Even if I, Gu Ruan, is sent to hell, sooner or later I will crawl out the gates of hell to storm the immortal realm's fortress and kill everyone, none shall be spared. Ha ha ha. The elders of the immortal realm burst into laughter as if they had just heard a really funny joke. You think that you would have the ability to exterminate the immortal realm on your own? Crawl out from hell first and then we'll talk. In that moment, the martial honors directed their earth-shattering aura, thick with bloodlust, towards the two humans and the spiritual beast. As for Zhao Shangchen's gorgeous maidservants, they have already lost their lives protecting their master and Gu Ruan during the previous wave of attacks. Their blood permeated the sand, dyeing the ground a bright, scarlet-red color. Chapter 508, The Arrival of Chanbei 3. Xiao Yunsa, since the situation has become dire and it's unlikely that we'd both be able to make it out alive, why don't we rush over for a trip to hell? I'd like to see how this mythical hell looks like. Zhao Shangchen smiled and his blood-splattered face became even more stunning. His every smile and change in expression easily tugged at one's heartstrings. Whoosh. Just then, numerous beams of energy shot out and gathered in the sky before forming two concentrated beams of energy. These two beams then shot towards Zhao Shangchen and Gu Ruan, piercing through their chests. Master. Yan's expression changed drastically and he was about to fly to her aid when four figures suddenly appeared before him and blocked his way. Then, the palm of someone's hand slammed violently against his chest. Bang! Yan's body was thrown a great distance away. In that instant, blood flowed continuously from his lips and his mesmerizing face turned as pale as a sheet. A bond of slavery contract. Bai Xiangshan seemed to realize something and his expression changed greatly. His eyes turned red, almost as if they had been dyed with blood. He bellowed like a madman, how can he have a bond of slavery contract? Why would a high-level martial emperor spiritual beast become a slave so willingly? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The bond of slavery contract contains the most tyrannical constraints on the spiritual beast. Furthermore, if its master were to die, the spiritual beast under the bond of slavery contract will definitely die as well. Bai Xiangshan's face showed a deep heartache. He absolutely must kill Gu Ruoan, but based on the current situation, he can probably forget about obtaining this high-level martial emperor spiritual beast as well. Gu girl. Just as Gu Ruoan's body was about to hit the ground, an enraged roar pierced through the sky, followed by a white, modest-looking figure. This figure shot down from the heavens and swiftly caught Gu Ruoan. The man then sent a furious glare at the white-robed elders before him. The immortal realm. Ha ha ha, you're certainly great, aren't you? Killing geniuses that you are unable to obtain. Has this always been your style in dealing with things? Don't forget that there are rules set between the three great authorities, yet you've struck to murder such a genius. As they witnessed the old man's appearance in the scene, the elders of the immortal realm displayed a particularly ugly expression on their faces. This old fart has actually arrived, they thought in unison. The Honorable Sir Tianqi is right, you've all crossed the line. After the Honorable Sir Tianqi's arrival, another elderly figure slowly came into view as he calmly walked out from thin air. He swept his gaze across Gu Ruoan, who was lying on the ground, and wrinkled his brow. The Honorable Sir Tianqi, Elder Ju, this matter does not concern either of you. Bai Xiangshan retorted with an ugly look on his face. Besides, I've not forgotten the purpose of the three great authorities. Our purpose is to recruit geniuses to fight against the demons. Unfortunately, these were not Gu Ruoan's intentions. It's highly probable that she would join forces with the demons when the time comes and bring disaster upon the mainland. I'm merely executing divine punishment. There's nothing wrong with that. Ha ha. In spite of his rage, the Honorable Sir Tianqi burst out into laughter. He gritted his teeth as he spoke. All right, Bai Xiangshan, can you please explain to me the reason why so many elders from the immortal realm have appeared in a place like Cloud City? Don't tell me that you've all come here for the sake of attacking the Gu girl alone. Furthermore, you would not have known that she would be here before making plans to mobilize so many people. Bai Xiangshan's gaze turned darker and darker. Suddenly, he burst into an icy laugh. Honorable Sir Tianqi, seeing as you've witnessed this, there's no need for your existence to continue. While your powers are on the same level as mine, there are so many of us on our side. As for your team, you're the only martial honor they've got. As he spoke, the elders of the immortal realm began to make their move and slowly surrounded everyone. Chapter 509, The Arrival of Chanbei 4. What are you trying to do? Elder Ju's expression changed drastically. No matter the situation, I'm still a member of the courts of hell. Are you not afraid of drawing their ire? Ha ha, who would even find out, since all of you will die here today? I won't let any witnesses get away. Bai Xiangshan gritted his teeth and his eyes flickered with murderous intent. He had been annoyed after losing the pill formula to the Honorable Sir Tianqi during the trials. This would be a great opportunity for him to take it back, so why should he spare him? You. Cough, cough. Gu Ruoan coughed and slowly pushed herself up from the ground. Fresh blood was trickling down from her chest while her delicate and pretty features were extremely pale. Honorable Sir Tianqi, Elder Ju, this matter does not concern you. You must both leave this place at once. Gu girl. The Honorable Sir Tianqi glared disapprovingly at her. What idiocy are you spouting? Please, I am your great uncle after all. There's no way I could be such a cowardly person who is afraid of death. If I give up on you now, forget about having to explain this to my precious baby sister. Even I wouldn't be able to live this down. Don't you worry, I'm here now. I'd certainly love to see if this old beastard dares to lay a finger on you now. Elder Ju laughed bitterly. Lady Gu, I owe you one. If it weren't for you, I would not have any hope of recuperating my body's condition. Now that I've received such hope, with such great difficulty, how can I lose it again? Hearing this, Gu Ruoan smiled. Elder Ju, if I survive this, you can come to the Dongfang family home. I will ensure that you return with a healthy physique. This was her promise to him. Hee. Bai Xiangshan laughed coldly. You want to escape? Let me tell you this, no one is going anywhere today. Especially you, the Honorable Sir Tianqi and Elder Ju. If you both get away, the Strid sect and courts of hell will certainly join forces against the immortal realm someday. How can I possibly let you go? Let's go, everyone. Kill them all. Whoosh. In that instant, the elders of the immortal realm made their move and attacked the small group with speed as quick as lightning. Gu Ruoan, you can go to hell. Bang. A loud bellow was heard as the attack from one of the immortal realm's elders swiftly drew closer. However, Gu Ruoan was extremely weakened at this point. Even dodging this attack would take a lot of strength. Watch out, little girl. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's palm slammed towards the elder attacking Gu Ruoan. However, it did not deter another elder from charging towards her from behind. Obviously, the goal was to first kill this eyesore of a woman, Gu Ruoan, before killing everyone else. Now the Honorable Sir Tianqi truly understood the phrase, two fists are no match for four hands, as he watched another elder's hand reaching for Gu Ruoan's body. He could not react in time and was forced to watch the scene unfold in horror. Immortal realm, if you dare lay a hand on this girl, I guarantee that you'll not live to regret it. At this moment, his head was splitting with thoughts of revenge as veins popped from his forehead. His entire being was filled with rage. Yet, that person completely ignored his threats and rammed his hand into Gu Ruoan's chest. His palm tore through her chest, leaving a big hole. The Honorable Sir Tianqi roared with white-hot rage and threw the elder in white, who was blocking him, out of the way before flying to Gu Ruoan's side. Yan was just attempting to get back on his feet when he was once again paralyzed and thrown to the ground by the heavy attack on Gu Ruoan. His breathing began to grow weaker and weaker. Zhao Shangshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not even have the strength to stand as he clenched his fist tightly and slammed it violently into the ground. However, because he no longer had much strength left, his punch was light and weak. Not even the sand had been shaken. Chapter 510, The Arrival of Chanbei 5. Bang. Suddenly, a red figure, followed by a strong aura, shot across the heavens, swiftly charging towards Gu Ruoan. Before the Honorable Sir Tianqi could reach her, the figure had landed next to her and pulled the young girl into an embrace. Crimson robes and silvery hair had created a dazzling sight as he shot down from the heavens. The man was as beautiful as an ethereal being. His entire being was currently drenched with sorrow from head to toe. Co Yoon, I'm so sorry I was late. Don't worry, I won't allow those who have harmed you to continue to live. I'll make them all pay, even if I have to slaughter everyone in the entire world. A torrential wind rose as the man's crimson robes fluttered gently under the sky. He looked like a dazzling devil of the night. A fiery rage then burst from the man's body and red flames lit the man's robes. He slowly raised his peerlessly beautiful face. At this moment, the man's pupils were filled with a thirst for blood and an extreme fury which could destroy the world. Bai Xiangshan's face gradually darkened. He did not know why, but he could sense death reeking from the man's entire being. It was you. You're the ones responsible for hurting her. Chan Bei cradled the blood-soaked young girl tightly in his arms as he slowly turned around. His red, bloodthirsty, demonic eyes glared icily at the nearby elders of the immortal realm. A gloomy light shrouded his peerlessly beautiful face. His body emitted the air of a devil who had stepped out from the gates of hell. Every step he took seemed to drop a heavy weight into the hearts of everyone in the area. They all watched, trembling in fear at the sight of the silver-haired man. Attack! Bai Xiangshan's heart sank as he spoke in a cold manner. There's so many of us and only one of him. There's no way that we can't suppress him together. Hearing this, the members of the immortal realm glanced at one another before charging quickly at Chan Bei. A powerful black flame erupted from Chan Bei's body and enveloped his entire being. His red pupils glared eerily at the group of people charging towards him. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed one of the white-robed elders' head tightly. In one swift motion, he brutally tore the man's head from his neck. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, casting an even more demonic look to the man's crimson appearance. This demonic-looking man had managed to tear a martial honor's head off with just one hand. Forget about the elders of the immortal realm, even the Honorable Sir Tianchi was dumbstruck. He never thought that this man, who had acted like a harmless little pet in front of the Gu girl, would resort to such cruel measures. You damned boy, you dare to lay filthy hands on an elder from the immortal realm. You are asking for death. The rest of the elders from the immortal realm were thoroughly enraged. Their faces were twisted with anger as if the man before them had desecrated their ancestral graves. They then charged furiously towards him. The entire desert was soon dyed red with blood. Countless immortal realm elders fell under the hands of Chan Bei. Some even had their bodies destroyed beyond recognition. However, not only the martial honors had snuck into Cloud City, the rest slowly began to reveal themselves as well. Over 10 martial honors were either dead or wounded. What's left was around 5 or 6 of them with 10 remaining martial emperors. Even if all the powers of the mainland were to join forces, they would all be destroyed by such a large group unless they belonged to the courts of hell or the spirit sect. What on earth was the immortal realm planning to do? They've actually sent so many people. The Honorable Sir Tianchi's gaze darkened and a hard glint flashed across his pupils. So many powerful cultivators, that's equivalent to about half of the immortal realm's might. Whatever it is, the immortal realm certainly didn't mobilize so many people for the sake of going up against the spirit sect and the courts of hell. There's got to be something else in Cloud City that we are unaware of. It's a good thing that the members of the immortal realm have lost their cool. This incident involving Gu Ruoan has definitely lured out all the hidden martial honors. Chapter 511, The Arrival of Chan Bei, 6. Actually, the Honorable Sir Tianchi could understand why only martial honors had been sent to block Gu Ruoan's way. The answer was simple. Knowing the Gu girl's ego, she wouldn't even spare martial emperors a second glance no matter how many of them has appeared before her. There was no guarantee that she would be afraid. However, it would be different with martial honors. Having so many in the vicinity would give the Gu girl something to worry about. Otherwise, she would not have sent the Dongfang family members away and stayed behind to face these people alone. It's possible that Bai Xiangshan had realized this and enlisted the help of the rest of the martial honors to help deal with this girl. However, Bai Xiangshan had miscalculated. He did not think that the Gu girl's ego would turn out to be above that of an average person's. She absolutely refused to serve the immortal realm even if it meant signing her own death warrant. Boom. Just then, the aura from within Chan Bei turned into a complex mix of forces and caused his vital organs to clash against one another repeatedly. However, he did not seem to feel anything and continued to take the lives of every member of the immortal realm present. Not good. The Honorable Sir Tianchi's expression changed greatly. This kid seems to be storing some kind of power within his body and it looks like his current state of mind has provoked its release. However, that power is far too strong. If he continues this killing spree, he will either turn into a demon or he will die. We must find a way to stop him. Honorable Sir Tianchi, he's already blinded by bloodlust. Do you think that we can stop him? Elder Ju laughed bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Only Lady Gu can stop him now. Unfortunately, Lady Gu is already. As he heard those words, a great sorrow welled up from within the Honorable Sir Tianchi. That beastard's hand had punched right through the Gu girl, he thought. How could she have survived after sustaining such a heavy injury? Even if we had a god in our midst, they wouldn't be able to save her either. Honorable Sir Tianchi, what are you standing around for? Bai Xiangshan hid within the crowd and did not dare to take a single step further. He turned towards the Honorable Sir Tianchi and screamed angrily, don't forget we're in this together. If we lose this many martial honors now, you'll simply have to await defeat in the next war against the demons. The Honorable Sir Tianchi paused in silence as he considered this. Bai Xiangshan is right, losing so many martial honors here will certainly change the tides for the next war. Nevertheless, when he thought of everything the immortal realm has done, the Honorable Sir Tianchi scoffed coldly. I've already advised you and asked the immortal realm to spare the Gu girl. But you, what did you do? You've killed her. Besides, do you really think that I can actually help you? This isn't the same thing. Bai Xiangshan retorted. Gu Ruoan will bring calamity upon the mainland. Her death is for the sake of preventing a disaster. The immortal realm is different. We are the heroes of the world. Not even 100 Gu Ruoans could be compared with our worst disciple. A selfish person like her who has refused to acknowledge her own family and has ignored the best interest of the mainland does not deserve to live. Even if she does survive this by some stroke of good fortune, she will go down in history for her infamy. The Honorable Sir Tianchi slowly shut his eyes. For the first time ever, he was thoroughly disappointed with these famously reputable cultivators. By Xiangshan, I will report everything that has happened to our sect master. Perhaps now, the Strud sect, which had always remained neutral between the courts of hell and the immortal realm, will choose a new side. There have always been conflicts even between the three great authorities. The courts of hell and the immortal realm have fought against one another for many years, but the Strud sect had always retained its neutral standpoint. However, seeing as the position of the next sect master would most likely be Gu Shangxia, the immortal realm might have to contend with two of the great authorities in the future. Chapter 512, The Arrival of Chanbei 7. Honorable Sir Tianqi, you're a traitor to the mainland. Bai Xiangshan screamed at the Honorable Sir Tianqi like a madman. His elderly face was filled with malevolence. If you insist on standing with these demons, then you too shall go down in history for your infamy. You will be spurned by the world. Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianqi sighed again. It's best to keep my mouth shut, he thought, lest he continues to yell at me and refuses to stop. The rays of light from the setting sun filled the sky, setting a clear foil against the blood-soaked battlefield. It was a horrifically garish sight. Chanbei was now completely blinded by his thirst for blood. He had no other goal in his mind except to ensure that these people will follow Gu Ruan to the graves. It was no big deal to him to kill everything under the heavens for her sake. No one on this world was more important than she was to him. You damned boy, you'll pay for this. Seeing that the Honorable Sir Tianqi intends to ignore him, Bai Xiangshan turned towards Chanbei and roared furiously. Of course, he still remained hidden behind a group of martial emperors, using them as a shield to protect himself from Chanbei's attacks. Countless warriors had fallen in the desert that day. Nevertheless, they did not seem to fear death as they continued to charge at Chanbei like a flock of sheep. This won't do. The Honorable Sir Tianqi furrowed his brows once again. The power within this boy is getting even more uncontrollable. If he continues his killing spree, he'll die even if he manages to kill all of these people. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of violent energy burst from Chanbei's body, scattering the throng of people into the air. Then, his eyes, which were as red as pools of blood, pierced into the crowd. Because you have caused her harm, all of you must die. Just as his last syllable fell, another group of bodies fell into the pool of blood and Bai Xiangshan hid further into the crowd. His eyes were fixed upon the man's peerlessly beautiful face. Wretch. Chanbei's body has finally reached its limit and he vomited out a mouthful of black blood. Even so, he did not stop his killing spree. He continued to fight with one hand drenched in blood as if he did not notice it at all. However, ever since the beginning of the fight, he had never let go of Gu Ruan. He held tightly onto her small and light body as he charged into the crowd. Xiao Yun, he thought, wait for me to destroy the immortal realm. After that, I will follow you to the ends of the earth through heaven and hell. Whoosh. Suddenly, a purple flame shot into the skies, illuminating Gu Ruan's body. The purple flames consumed her shattered body and slowly put it all back together. The Honorable Sir Tianqi widened his eyes as he stared in astonishment at the burning flames from the young girl's body. Purple flames. Could it be that this is the legendary ritual of resurrection through fire? No, that's not possible. Isn't the resurrection through fire ability only possessed by the mythical ancient phoenix? The Gu girl is human, so how could she achieve resurrection through fire? Resurrection through fire. This was something which could not happen in a human's body. Bai Xiangshan's expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold as he fixed his glare upon Gu Ruan, who was lying in that man's arms. He clenched his fists so tightly that they trembled. At the same time, Yan, who had been slowly withering away along with Gu Ruan's demise, gradually returned to life and slowly rose to his feet. His body may be weak, but he was alive. Xiao Yi. A soft breath sounded from the vicinity of Chanbei's arms and successfully stopped him from his killing spree. As he stared at the pale-looking girl in his arms, the bloodlust in Chanbei's eyes slowly disappeared. He tried to say something but only said this in the end, Xiao Yun, am I dreaming? Chapter 513, The Arrival of Chanbei 8. If this was a dream, he would want to stay asleep forever. Xiao Yi, you're hurt. Gu Ruan raised her hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of the man's lips. Her eyes were filled with heartache. Don't worry, I've only fallen asleep for a little while. Besides, I've promised you that I would join you. To tell the truth, when she saw those martial honors, she was certain that she had encountered a critical situation and felt that she might not make it out alive. However, she didn't expect Zixi to awaken at the very last minute. However, with Zixi's current level of strength, utilizing the flames of resurrection had required some extra time. That was why it took some time before she could come back to life. Xiao Yun, you're alive. Thank goodness. Chanbei held Gu Ruan tightly and his voice was trembling. He was afraid that if he made one mistake, he would lose her forever. That was not a kind of pain that he could bear. Xiao Yi, in his embrace, Gu Ruan felt a pang of hurt from within her heart as she felt the man shaking. The memories of their time together began to replay slowly in her mind's eye. When they had met for the first time, this fearlessly beautiful man was absolutely heart-stopping. In that moment, when he had opened his eyes, he called her his wife, in that muddled way but with such gentleness. She will forever remember that moment. Since then, this man has followed her everywhere. He was like a piece of sticky candy, impossible to shake off. But even Gu Ruan herself could not understand why she would place so much of her trust on this man who was a total stranger. It was the kind of trust that seemed to continue from within, drawing her towards it from an unseen world. Xiao Yi, leave the rest to me for now, okay? Gu Ruan slowly shut her eyes, then gingerly opened them again. She got up from Chanbei's arms and cast a withering glare from her clear, cold eyes. Zixi, my comrade, seeing as you're now awake, kill them all. For me. Just as she spoke, a burst of purple flames erupted from Gu Ruan's body and shot towards the sky. A set of dark reddish-purple robes fluttered against the winds from the purple flames, slowly appearing before the eyes of the world. This man was extremely handsome. His beauty does not contain the air of dominance that Chanbei has, nor does it have a magnificence like Zhao Shangchen. His beauty was like an evil monster as a demonic smile flitted across his purple eyes. The man's reddish-purple robes were richly embroidered with gold thread. His every move displayed such a regal air, it was as if he was the very picture of nobility, so handsome that everything on earth seemed to have lost their color. This was especially true for the purple flame between the man's brows. It served to further enhance his ethereal manner, making him look 10,000 times nobler. Little girl, I've only been asleep for a little while and you've nearly thrown away your own life. Will you ever not cause me worry? Zixi sighed as his purple eyes filled with anxiety. I'm sorry I have made you worry. Gu Ruoan observed Zixi's handsome visage. I've always known that I'm still not powerful enough. I will utilize the fastest methods to increase my power so that you can have your breakthrough in peace. Little girl, let me deal with these people first. Zixi took one look at Chanbei then retracted his gaze, placing his attention on the members of the immortal realm. His lips curled into a demonic smile as he spoke eerily. This girl is my master and you've harmed her in my absence. So tell me, how should I punish you for this? At this moment, Bai Xiangshen's expression was filled with terror. It had been hard enough to go up against Chanbei alone. Now, another powerful cultivator has appeared. Just what does this girl have to get so many people to protect her? Chapter 514, The Arrival of Chanbei 9. It's the ancient divine phoenix. The Honorable Sir Tianqi has recovered from his initial shock and was now staring at the man in purple robes. He muttered to himself, there's no mistake, this man is the ancient divine phoenix from the legends. However, it was said that the ancient divine phoenix had disappeared over 10,000 years ago. What is he doing here now? He's also calling the Gu girl his master. What's going on here? The ancient divine phoenix. Elder Ju was slightly astonished and stared in confusion at the Honorable Sir Tianqi who was standing next to him. Before he could voice his question, the handsome demonic figure made his move. No one saw how he did it. All they could see were multiple holes piercing through the bodies of those from the immortal realm and blood which then spurted out like a fountain. Subsequently, their upright figures fell to the ground. The man's purple robes remained spotless as he stood tall against the wild winds. Not a single drop of blood had stained his robes. Run! Bai Xiangshen and the rest of the martial honors took one look at each other and gave up all hope of defeating the enemy. They immediately turned around and fled for their lives. Unfortunately, before they could run very far, a flash of purple robes stood before them, blocking their way. In this moment, Bai Xiangshen finally understood true fear. He turned towards the Honorable Sir Tianqi who was standing behind him and screamed, Honorable Sir Tianqi, remember that we are still needed in the war between the mainland and the demons. Will you beg for mercy on our behalf or do you want to plunge the people of this mainland into misery and suffering? His tone had softened and no longer held his initially aggressive and snobbish manner. Regardless of the situation, the only person who has a chance to help him was the Honorable Sir Tianqi who still has a pretty good relationship with Gu Ruoan. The Honorable Sir Tianqi fell silent as he considered this point. The demon war is coming soon and if we were to lose this many martial honors now, it would not benefit the mainland at all. He sighed at the thought and turned to Gu Ruoan. Little girl, can you show me a bit of consideration and let these old farts off for now? Don't worry, I'll watch over these old farts and will personally ensure that they will not get any chance to exact revenge on you. As for your grudge against them, perhaps you could settle things after the demon war. By then, I will certainly keep my mouth shut. If Gu Ruoan had been killed by the elders of the immortal realm, he would not have stood up for them even if the entire immortal realm were to be wiped out. Seeing as the Gu girl was still alive, obviously, as an elder of the Strid sect, he would have to put a lot more into consideration. Honorable Sir Tianqi, there's nothing more for you to say. Gu Ruoan shook her head and replied calmly, these people must die today. Little girl, I'm not asking you to let them off completely. I'm only asking for you to wait until after the demon war before killing them. There are far too few martial honors on this mainland. If they die now, the immortal realm will have lost half of their martial honors and will not stand a chance against the demons. All I ask is for you to wait for the war to end first. At that point, even if you don't deal with them, I will personally sign the death warrant. After every battle, they would have a 10-year grace period before the next struggle would begin. The date of the next battle was getting closer and closer. It would be impossible for them to train up over 10 martial honors by that time. That was why the Honorable Sir Tianqi has given his suggestion. His suggestion was to kill these people once they've outlived the usefulness. I don't believe that the mainland will land in such a critical situation after losing these few people. Gu Ruoan smiled coolly as she swept her gaze at Bai Xiangshen's pale face. You knew that your actions would cost you everything you've achieved, so why had you gone through with it? There's no way that I will let you off even if you had asked the Honorable Sir Tianqi to beg for mercy for you. Chapter 515, The Arrival of Chanbei 10. Gu Ruoan. A sinister sneer formed on Bai Xiangshen's elderly face and he roared in anger. Stop spouting this savagery. Without us, this mainland would be destroyed. Ask yourself this, is this really the right thing to do? Gu Ruoan's eyes grew colder as her green robes fluttered in the gentle wind. I, Gu Ruoan, have never bothered myself with other people when dealing with my own business. I only expect myself to commit without regrets. Besides, I never had any intention to offend the immortal realm. Time and again it was you who had refused to let me off. Like any normal person, my patience has its limits. Seeing as you wanted to kill me so badly, then I'll kill you all first. Hee hee. Suddenly, an icy laugh sounded from thin air and an eerie feeling seeped through the gloomy air. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's face sunk upon hearing that laugh and he fixed his gaze at the void with an ugly look on his face. What's that guy doing here? He wondered. Then, from the void, an elderly figure revealed himself with a creepy smile hanging on his wrinkled features. Little girl, you've said it right. We don't need to ask for the approval of others in the things we do. All that's needed is to do it without any regrets. If anyone wishes to cause trouble, then we should kill them first. A small smile appeared on Gu Ruoan's face as she saw the figure who had just appeared from the void. However, before she could greet the old man, Bai Xiangshan's low voice cut her off. Honorable Poison Master, what on earth are you doing here? Hee, the Honorable Poison Master laughed icily. I have a friendly connection with Cloud City's governor and had come here to discuss some matters. What I did not expect was to witness such an exciting scene. The immortal realm has certainly opened my eyes. The dignified three great authorities not only oppresses others using their strength in numbers, the elders would bully the young. They've even attempted to kidnap this little girl and acted shamelessly in the name of morality. However, this little girl is very much like me when dealing with matters like this. He then turned towards Gu Ruoan. His cold and eerie face suddenly displayed a hint of warmth and the corner of his lips curled up a little. Don't listen to the Honorable Sir Tianqi, little girl. Do whatever you want to do. Why should the fate of the mainland have anything to do with you? You only live once, so why deprive yourself of the sweet joy of vengeance? There's no need to saddle yourself with other matters. Also, no matter what, I still believe in the promise we had made a while ago. Once you've established your organization, leave me a position as one of your elders. Ha ha ha. Gu Ruoan's heart softened. She then smiled and nodded. Don't you worry, I'll definitely keep a spot for you. However, aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the immortal realm in following me? Are you not afraid that your name will go down in history for infamy? Hee, Honorable Poison Master laughed softly. In all my years, I've never tasted fear. What about the immortal realm? Who cares about the three great authorities? Others may fear them, but I've never even bothered giving them a second glance. Besides, if my crimes could be counted like coins on a string, that string would be full. I don't need to worry about my reputation. So what if my name goes down in history for infamy? I only kill those who deserve to be killed. I will never harm the lives of the innocent. He's only ever taken the lives of those who have wronged him and has never killed the innocent. Even so, there were still many who would flaunt their righteousness and who wished to hunt him down and have him killed. Chief amongst them were the members of the immortal realm. To him, it's best to indulge in the pleasure of revenge than to live with a sham like the immortal realm. The Honorable Sir Tianqi laughed bitterly. I was only thinking for the sake of the demon war in the future. Seeing as you do not wish to listen to my advice, Gu girl, then I'll leave the decision to you. Still, remember that I, as your great uncle, will always stand with you no matter what. Chapter 516, The Arrival of Chanbei 11. I understand. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly as she spoke. She knows that no matter what, the Honorable Sir Tianqi would be on her side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally finished Shi Yun off. He had done that so her grudge against Kun Nan would not continue to grow. Little did he know, however, that she already carried a great grudge against Kun Nan. Lady Gu, there aren't many among the youth who deserves my admiration. You're the only one. Elder Ju smiled. Even though I agree with the Honorable Sir Tianqi and would prefer you to deal with these people after the demon war, I will not stop you from doing so. In the future, if you have the time, you may come and visit me at the courts of hell. I will certainly provide you with the best treatment possible. Elder Ju may not think much of it at this moment, but in the future, Gu Ruoan would indeed need to pay the courts of hell a visit. Thank you very much, Elder Ju, Gu Ruoan said before slowly redirecting her gaze towards Zixi's handsome face. Zixi, do it. I want every member of the immortal realm who has shown their face here sorted. Zixi curled his lips into a smile. His purple eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the people gathered before him. Without warning, an infinite amount of purple flames rose from his feet and burst into his surroundings. It burned the desert from the ground and enveloped the crowd within a fiery furnace. Then, the man's demonic voice rang aloud. The flames of extermination can burn through almost anything and is difficult to extinguish. I'll let you all enjoy the taste of it right here, right now. They were terrified out of their minds. After he spoke, he gently turned around and looked with heartache at the girl in green who was drenched in blood. Little girl, every time I appear, you're always covered in new scars. When are you ever going to take care of yourself? Gu Ruoan kept quiet and gently clenched her fist as she sighed. After all that has been said and done, my powers are still not strong enough. If I had been powerful enough, I would not have been thrashed about so badly by those martial honors. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Chanbei began to cough and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sight of it startled Gu Ruoan and she hurriedly rushed to support him. Xiao Yi, are you all right? She asked worriedly. Chanbei shook his head and looked up at her pretty, delicate features as if he could never stop looking at it. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan's heart tightened. She did not know why, but she felt a strong sense of discomfort taking over her heart. It caused her to tighten her hold onto Chanbei's hand until it began to tremble. Xiao Yun. Chanbei smiled and looked absolutely magnificent. It was a smile that could drive all living things to insanity. I may need to leave your side for a little while. Leave? Why? Gu Ruoan was dumbfounded and she was unable to decipher the situation. Because. He was about to explain himself, but a powerful force began to clash within his body, causing his brows to furrow in agony. His already pale face was now completely drained of color. The hint of blood on the corner of his lips was absolutely heartbreaking. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan's voice trembled. Then, before the sound of her cry could fade away, the man slowly collapsed. He unwillingly closed his blood-red eyes and looked as if he had fallen into an eternal slumber. Zixi, what's happening to Xiao Yi? Gu Ruoan was gripped with anxiety and her eyes were awash with worry. Little girl, Zixi glanced at Chanbei as a complicated look flashed across his eyes. His body holds a powerful force sealed within it. As an amnesiac, he is unable to control it. Earlier on, he had assumed that you were dead, so in his rage, he had unleashed that power. However, because he was unable to control it, that power is now countercharging against him. Chapter 517, The Arrival of Chanbei 12. Is there any way for us to save him? Gu Ruoan tightly clenched her fist as she asked. Zixi shook his head. I'm sorry, the power within his body is too strong and I cannot suppress it. I can't help him. Gu Ruoan's face immediately turned as white as a ghost. If even Zixi is unable to do it, then. No, there has to be a way. Zixi, I know you'll find a way. I don't care what it is, I must save him. Hearing this, Zixi fell silent. After a long while, he slowly raised his handsome and demonic face. There is a way. But what is it? Gu Ruoan's grip on Chanbeiyi's hand grew even tighter as she asked. The Banished Lands. The Banished Lands. Hearing this, the faces of both the Honorable Sir Tianqi and the Honorable Poison Master changed completely. Their eyes were filled with horror. The Banished Lands. You want the girl to make a trip to a place like that? No way, that place is far too dangerous. Not even the Strud sect's master would be able to guarantee that he could come back from there alive. Similarly, Gu Ruoan's eyes slowly darkened as well. The Banished Lands. I've heard of this place back when I was visiting the Chia family home. This piece of land was not within the West Strud mainland, the place where she was currently residing in. The Banished Lands was located in the common border between the West Strud mainland and the East Peak mainland. Those who reside within the Banished Lands were mostly fugitives, and amongst those residents, there was no lack of cultivators at the rank of martial honor and above. However, in order to get into the Banished Lands, one must overcome 10 deadly trials, and each trial generally can only be passed after a narrow escape from death. So, one can imagine the kind of people who have entered the Banished Lands. Zixi, I will go to the Banished Lands. What would I need to do once I get there? A spark of resolve glowed from within Gu Ruoan's eyes. Forget about the 10 deadly trials. I would still go even if there were 100. It is said that within the Banished Lands, there is a tree filled with Hell's Lotus. Only after you've obtained a Hell's Lotus can you even hope to save him. However, you only have a time frame of 5 years. If you don't obtain a Hell's Lotus before the end of 5 years, I'm afraid that his life will then be in danger. 5 years. Gu Ruoan took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. In the past, Xiao Yi has always protected me. This time, it's my turn to save him. No matter the dangers that await me at the Banished Lands, I will not give up. Little girl. The Honorable Sir Tianqi wrinkled his brows disapprovingly. There must be a better way for you to save him. The Banished Lands are far too dangerous, and that's not only because there is an infinite number of powerful cultivators living there. Those who have managed to pass the 10 deadly trials are also few and far in between. Many have fallen at the first trial. Therefore, we should think of another way. Zixi swept his gaze towards the Honorable Sir Tianqi, and replied steadily, there is only one other way to save him besides this one, a martial god. A martial god. This was a completely impossible existence. Hence, upon hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianqi was rendered speechless. His eyes stared worriedly at Gu Ruoan as his words failed him. The Honorable Poison Master was momentarily silent before he looked at Gu Ruoan and said, if you've truly set your mind on going to the Banished Lands, I'll remain in the mainland and await your return. I believe that, by then, we will all have a whole new level of respect for you. Besides her great talent, this girl holds countless miracles in the palm of her hand, he mused. If this were anyone else, I don't think their chances of returning would be very high at all. But she is different. He could never forget how she had once tamed an enormous pale dragon right before his very eyes. If she could tame a dragon, is there anything else in this world that she cannot do? Chapter 518, The Banished Lands, 1. Shall we begin our journey to the Banished Lands, little girl? Zixi glanced at Gu Ruoan with a peculiar look in his eyes which left as quickly as it came. All right. Gu Ruoan nodded. The sooner we move, the better. We'll need about half a year to make the journey from here to the Banished Lands. We don't have any time to waste. Honorable Sir Tianqi, will you please return and let my maternal grandfather and grandmother know of the situation? I'll be home within 3 or 5 years at the most. Noting her insistence, the Honorable Sir Tianqi sighed and smiled bitterly. Little girl, no matter what, you must watch out for yourself. Be safe. I will. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly. With a wave of her hand, Chanbeiyi's sleeping form suddenly disappeared. Then, she turned to face Zixi and said, Zixi, we can go now. Zixi took one look at Gu Ruoan and transformed into a purple light, returning to the ancient divine pagoda. The Honorable Sir Tianqi blinked, then stared in astonishment at the young girl's disappearing figure. He simply could not figure out where she had sent Chanbeiyi off to. This little girl, could it be that she has some sort of containment treasure? However, most containment treasures can only hold objects. When have they designed one that can hold a living, breathing being? HMPH. The Honorable Poison Master scoffed coldly and directed his creepy gaze at the Honorable Sir Tianqi. Honorable Sir Tianqi, you're making it too easy for me nowadays. Just now, I chose not to collect my debt from you on account of the Gu girl's presence. I'd love to see how you're going to escape me this time. Whoosh. That eerie voice instantly caused the Honorable Sir Tianqi's hair to stand on end. Without another word, his body transformed into a ray of light and shot towards a faraway direction. This old fart is like a madman, he thought. In addition, his entire body is covered with poison. He's difficult to deal with and hard to hide from. Honorable Sir Tianqi, you will die today. The Honorable Poison Master scoffed and chased after the Honorable Sir Tianqi in a flash. Soon, 2 rays of light disappeared into the sky, with one following the other as the onlookers who had hidden away slowly regained their senses. News of this battle will spread very soon, and they were lucky enough to witness it and survive. The name of Gu Ruoan shall henceforth spread far and wide. Even the Dongfang family, who had merely tagged along with her, rose as a result of her reputation. No one dared to provoke them. She was someone who had dared to kill the Immortal Realm's members and also owned spiritual beasts near the rank of a martial honor. Who would dare to provoke a devil like that? You probably would not even have the time to hide from her wrath. As such, after this incident, the people who had been lucky enough to witness this fight immediately returned to their respective families and warned them to never provoke this demon. Not even the little footboy who guards the Dongfang family door should be touched at all. Who knows how far this demon's reach truly is? What if that footboy happened to receive her favor? Does that mean that an entire family would be exterminated? A demon like her will definitely do something like that. The distance between Gu Ruoan and the city gates wasn't very great. She moved quickly and at a fast pace, not bothering to even look at the bodies of the members of the medicine order which were littered all over the ground. She moved as swiftly as the wind and soon reached the formidable-looking city gates. After leaving this place, I'll be on my way to the banished lands. I must obtain a Hell's Lotus no matter what. No one will ever take Xiao Yi away from me. The young girl paused in her steps and stared at the large simple-looking gate. Tightening the resolve in her eyes, she muttered, Xiao Yi, you must wait for me. I will not let you remain in your slumber like this. Chapter 519, The Banished Lands, 2. This was a lonely desert and not a single person was in sight. The main difference between this desert and the one in Cloud City was that the sky, instead of being a clear blue color, was colored red as if it was burning. The sky illuminated the desert with a bright, crimson glare. As such, at one glance, the desert was a magnificent shade of red. However, this desert has an absolutely terrifying name, the Wasteland of Death. This means that anyone who enters the Wasteland of Death would narrowly escape death. Only one person out of 9 would be able to pass. Be it the sandstorms that were strong enough to cut a person into a million pieces or the fiery snakes which lurk in every corner of the Wasteland of Death, one could meet a violent death, easily. At this very moment in the Wasteland of Death, a young girl dressed in green robes pressed on with great difficulty against the wind. She raised her hand in an attempt to shield herself from the strong winds and squinted her eyes to prevent dust from flying into them. She could not even widen her view, but even so, she never looked back. It's been almost half a year since I've left Cloud City. Walking through this Wasteland of Death would take about another month or so. I reckon that I'll be passing by this place very soon. However, I'm quite fortunate to have avoided the sandstorms. Otherwise, I probably won't come out of here alive. Even a martial honor would be killed instantly if they were to encounter a sandstorm in the Wasteland of Death. However, even if she had avoided the sandstorms, she still has to face countless fiery snakes. It's a good thing that she's a pill master. She has prepared many antidotes prior to her journey. This was why she has managed to survive the fiery snake's poison. However, while the poison from the fiery snakes can be cured, the winds in the Wasteland of Death cannot be blocked out. As this was the first trial to the Banished Lands, naturally the Wasteland of Death would not be easy to cross. Every wind in this area was as sharp as a knife and Gu Ruoan felt as if many blades were cutting through her body every second. And she had been traveling in the Wasteland of Death for almost a month. Just as Gu Ruoan was journeying through these challenging conditions, a red sea of fire came into view. Its boiling fumes rolled towards her, causing one to feel like they could melt under the extreme heat. This was the second trial of the Banished Lands, the Sea of Hellfire. Should anyone wish to visit the Banished Lands, after passing through the Wasteland of Death, one would still need to cross this Sea of Fire. A person who lacked enough resolve or one who was too weak would be disintegrated into ashes the moment they walked out of the Sea of Hellfire. Gu Ruoan took a deep breath and muttered, after the Sea of Hellfire, I will enter the prison of piercing icebergs. Each trial will be more difficult than the last, but I must endure all of this if I ever want to enter the Banished Lands. She raised her pure, delicate features at the thought of this and her eyes sparkled with determination. All these years, Xiao Yi had always given me everything, she thought. This time, no matter how great the suffering or the torture, I must keep pushing forward. Within a thick forest, a girl drenched in blood staggered forward. Her body looked as if it had reached its limit and could no longer support her own weight. In the end, she unwillingly allowed herself to fall to the ground. The 10 deadly trials, I've actually managed to go through them all. No one could comprehend just how dangerous the 10 deadly trials truly were, and no one knew how much suffering she has had to endure. If she had not kept the thought of Chanbei who was stuck in a deep sleep constantly in her mind, she probably would have given up long ago. In the end, she had persisted through it all. Gu Ruoan wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and prepared to continue her journey. Suddenly, she heard a wretched voice from further up north, blocking her way. Haha, this must be my lucky day. I might not have been able to harvest any profits, but I have somehow managed to pick up a little girl. TSK, TSK. She's a little ugly but her figure isn't too bad. Little girl, how about coming with this uncle? What do you say? Ha ha ha. Chapter 520, The Banished Lands, 3. At this moment, Gu Ruoan's face was completely covered with blood while her robes were torn and tattered. Her originally pure, delicate and beautiful features were hidden under the grime. Such a desolate appearance would certainly look ugly in any other person's eyes. Get out of my way. Gu Ruoan furrowed her brows and replied coldly. Stupid girl, I dare you to say that again. The middle-aged man was enraged and the scars on his face cast a terrifyingly sinister look on him. Men, catch this woman. I haven't had a woman in a very long time. Her looks simply won't do, but at least I can eat her to my heart's content and satisfy my cravings thoroughly. You've got it, boss. Hearing this, the group of men behind him stepped forward and charged towards Gu Ruoan. I ask you all to get out of my way. Boom. A powerful energy burst from the young girl's body and sent the group of men high into the sky. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck and stared puzzledly at the youthful face before him. You, what are you thinking of doing? I'm warning you, my little sister is the concubine of the Wolf's Fang robbers' right-hand man. If you kill me, he won't let you get away. As Gu Ruoan's eyes turned towards him, the middle-aged man finally felt afraid and his face drained of color. Is that so? Gu Ruoan laughed coldly. I had thought of letting you go, but since that's the case, there's no logic for me to let you live. Whoosh. A gust of wind shot from Gu Ruoan's palm and pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The man widened his eyes as if he could not believe that this woman would still kill him even after hearing him mention the Wolf's Fang robbers. Thud. His body fell heavily onto the ground. His pale face was filled with utter disbelief, as if he had never expected that this woman, whom he had only wanted to play with, would bring such disaster upon his life. Cough, cough. Gu Ruoan coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She then slowly raised her head and spoke. The 10 deadly trials have definitely caused great harm to my body, and even my pills cannot heal some of these wounds. I must find a place to rest and recover first before figuring out what to do next. Right now, she has to get out of the forest first. I finally managed to shake off those beastards. Within the thicket, Yinuo glanced behind him to see that there were no longer any shadows trailing him. A glint flashed across his bright, starry eyes. His fair, youthful and doll-like features were filled with excitement, like an adorable little powder puff. Those hateful little ghosts would only ever listen to that old fart, stalking me day and night. I had received my freedom with great difficulty and I'm certainly not about to let those guys control me. It's a good thing that they're a little stupid. All I need to do is to hatch a plan and I'll be able to get rid of them for good. Yinuo placed his hands on his hips and felt an urge to burst into laughter. However, before he could let his emotions run free, he noticed a figure stumbling in the distance. The figure finally reached him and he saw that she looked absolutely exhausted before she fell to the ground with a crash. Yinuo jumped in fright and blinked his brilliantly shining eyes. He cautiously gave the girl on the ground a slight push. Hey. He rolled the girl over to her side and jumped backward in horror at the sight of her bloodied face. After a long pause, he finally gathered the courage to walk towards the girl. Hey, are you alright? Yinuo scrunched his face up. He really wanted to throw this girl aside and leave, but he simply couldn't stand aside while someone is in peril. So, even if he wanted to leave, he forced himself to stay by her side. Chapter 521, The Banished Lands, 4. After a long pause, the woman seemed to hear Yinuo's voice and slowly opened her clear, cold eyes. I'm fine. Gu Ruoan stubbornly rose to her feet and gently exhaled. She didn't know why, but she hasn't been able to summon Zixi and the rest ever since she had arrived in the Banished Lands. Hence, she refused to let her guard down in such a place. Should she ever run into a fearsome spiritual beast, she would definitely end up dead. Yinuo frowned. This woman's entire face is covered in blood. She's simply too ugly for words. Seeing that Gu Ruoan was about to turn and leave, Yinuo, after giving it a bit of thought, ran after her and yelled, Hey ugly, are your powers all right? I'm not too bad. Gu Ruoan glanced at Yinuo and replied calmly. That's great. Yinuo jumped excitedly. Then when your wounds have healed, I'll hire you as my bodyguard. Oh. Gu Ruoan calmly raised an eyebrow. I'm not interested. Yinuo's expression froze and he looked like he had just swallowed a fly. It wasn't a pretty sight. She rejected me. This ugly brat actually rejected my request. I don't care. Besides, I'm going to follow you from now on. You'll just have to deal with that. Yinuo raised his head arrogantly and his tone held absolute decisiveness. There isn't a single soul around here, he thought. It won't be easy for me to find someone else to ease my boredom. I simply can't let her go. Up to you. Gu Ruoan said nothing more and continued to move forward. The only difference was that she now has another little tail following closely behind her. Nightfall. The light from the moon was as clear as water. The bright moonlight cast a cool glow upon all living things, illuminating the girl who sat cross-legged on the ground in the forest. A short while later, the girl opened her eyes. Her bloodied face could not conceal her gaze, which was cool and clear like the glow from the moon. It's been 3 days and my wounds should almost be healed by now. Unfortunately, there's no water anywhere in this forest, so I can't wash off the blood on my body. Gu Ruoan slowly lowered her eyes at the thought of this and clenched her fist. Xiao Yi, don't worry, I'll save you. Stomp. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Suddenly, the sound of stomping feet could be heard from further ahead. The sound was particularly loud on a quiet night like this. Yinuo, who had been sound asleep, was shaken awake. He hurriedly jumped to his feet and dashed behind Gu Ruoan. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Gu Ruoan did not reply. She furrowed her brow and shot her clear gaze towards the direction in front of them. As she watched, a group of spiritual beasts charged towards them, coming closer and closer. The great number of beasts in the group terrified Yinuo thoroughly. So many spiritual beasts, and most of them are around the rank of a martial king. This is it, there's so many of them. We'll be trampled to death for sure. Yinuo's legs turned into jelly and were trembling non-stop. I regret it now. I regret running away from the family footman, he thought. No one could possibly have guessed that so many spiritual beasts would appear in this forest. If it were only one spiritual beast, I could still take it on. Now that there's so many of them, I've pretty much signed my own death warrant. Ugly creature, I think it's best we run. We can't take on these spiritual beasts on our own. Yinuo's teeth began to chatter nervously. Growing up, he had lived a sheltered life. When has he ever had to deal with a situation like this? Besides, he's only a 10-year-old child. The fact that he hasn't fainted from shock could already be considered a marvelous feat. However, he simply did not have the courage to face this large group of spiritual beasts. Chapter 522, The Banished Lands, 5. Run, Gu Ruoan calmly responded. If you want to run, you can go right ahead. That is if you really think you can outrun these spiritual beasts. Thud. Yinuo's knees gave way. He fell to the ground and his fair visage filled with regret. This is the end. This is definitely the end. I shouldn't have been so headstrong and rash and disobeyed my grandfather. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run into so many spiritual beasts. But I'm still so young and I have a long life left to live. I don't want to die yet. Gu Ruoan did not respond. Her gaze fell upon two figures who were being chased by the herd of spiritual beasts. She had thought that the situation was strange from the very beginning. Under normal circumstances, spiritual beasts would not appear in such a large group. Now that she has seen the two figures, she could assume that they've probably done something to enrage the spiritual beasts. Even so, it's got nothing to do with me, she thought. Whatever it was, they should not have lured the spiritual beasts this way. After all, spiritual beasts are not like humans. They would lose all sense of rationality in their anger and kill anyone who stood in their way. It's a good thing that almost all my wounds have healed prior to this. Otherwise, based on my previous condition, forget about this herd of martial king level spiritual beasts, I wouldn't even stand a chance against one spiritual beast. As it turns out, the two figures chased by the spiritual beasts were a young man and a woman. The man noticed Gu Ruoan, who was standing not too far away. He yelled in astonishment, "Miss, run. Hurry." He probably had not expected anyone to appear in this area. Gu Ruoan did not move and stared calmly at the oncoming herd of spiritual beasts. Her blood-stained face was glazed with an icy chill. "Miss." As they ran towards Gu Ruoan, the man was just about to advise her on running away with them when he was pulled away by the girl beside him who was dressed in pink robes. "Senior brother, why bother yourself with this ugly thing? Let's go. If those spiritual beasts catch up to us, we'll be dead for sure." But the man in embroidered robes hesitated. After all, they were the ones who were responsible for leading the spiritual beasts this way. They can't possibly leave her alone like this. Seeing how much concern her senior brother, whom she had admired since a young age, was showing this ugly hag, the woman in pink robes frowned unhappily and shot a glare at Gu Ruoan. "Ugly sh*t, didn't you hear what my senior brother had just said? It's your own dumb luck for standing here. My senior brother has already given you a warning and yet you refuse to move. Don't blame us if you end up dead." Gu Ruoan had stayed silent from the very beginning. All she did was to stare at the oncoming spiritual beasts. Then, she finally made her move. "You." The girl in pink was just about to speak but instead, widened her eyes at the sight of what had happened next. The figure in bloodied green robes swiftly shuttled through the herd of spiritual beasts. She raised the sword in her hand and cut off the heads of the spiritual beasts as she moved along the herd. "I must be dreaming." The girl in pink rubbed her eyes vigorously as she stared in disbelief at the figure who was moving through the herd swiftly like the wind. She spoke in astonishment. She has actually killed a low-level Martial King spiritual beast in an instant. If I'm not mistaken, this gross-looking hag should be around the rank of a high-level Martial King. That's right, only a person at the rank of a high-level Martial King would be able to move so swiftly. The man in embroidered robes was also dumbstruck as if he could not believe that the woman he had dragged down with him would turn out to be so powerful. Such a young high-level Martial King was a rare sight in the Banished Lands. Only Inuo was excited at this point as he flushed red with delight. "I never thought that I would meet a bodyguard with such prowess. It would seem that this little lord's life is assured. I had been so frightened scared just now." Chapter 523, The Banished Lands, 6. Under the night sky, the wilderness was littered with corpses. Puddles of blood dyed the entire forest in a ghastly red hue. Gu Ruoan soon eliminated all of the spiritual beasts. She sheathed her longsword, walked over the dead bodies and spoke calmly. "Next time, if you're looking for a death wish, don't drag me along with you." "You." Once she heard Gu Ruoan's words, the girl in pink swallowed every syllable of gratitude she had and her expression changed completely. She replied sulkily, "I never intended to provoke them. Who knows why the spiritual beasts in this area would fly into madness and chase me around like that? Besides, I didn't know that you were here. I certainly didn't want to drag you down on purpose." "Yansa." The man in embroidered robes stood next to her and knit his eyebrows as he shot the girl in pink a look filled with rebuke. He then turned his attention towards Gu Ruoan. "Miss, thank you for stepping in to save us. I wonder if you'd be willing to travel with us." "Actually, I myself do not know why so many spiritual beasts had been chasing after us," he thought. But there was no doubt about it, if this woman is willing to travel with us, the road ahead would be far more secure. At this moment, the ones you've provoked weren't just Martial Kings. If I were to travel with you, a more powerful spiritual beast will appear soon enough. I'm certainly not looking for my own death. Gu Ruoan swept her gaze across the faces of the man and woman and spoke with a cool look in her eyes. "What on earth do you mean?" The girl in pink's expression changed once again and she scoffed. "Senior brother, if she isn't willing to come with us, forget about it. We were only slightly unlucky the last time. You can't guarantee that the spiritual beasts will come after us again. Besides, I simply cannot adapt to the sight of this ugly toad speaking to my senior brother like that. If it weren't for the fact that she had just saved our lives, I wouldn't even bother myself with this woman." "Is that so?" Gu Ruoan's gaze fell upon the girl in pink. She curled her lips sheepishly. "If you keep wearing that, you can forget about enjoying a peaceful journey on the road ahead." "You." The girl in pink was just about to issue a retort in her fury until she suddenly remembered something. Her beautiful face immediately drained of color. "What do you mean? What's wrong with my robes? This is impossible. She had given these robes to me. As a gift. There shouldn't be anything wrong with them. Right." The man in embroidered robes clearly thought of this as well and furrowed his brows. "Miss, may I know if you've noticed anything? How are Yansa's robes connected with those spiritual beasts? Those robes have been sprayed with the fragrance of the herb of anxiety. So what do you think is wrong with these robes?" Gu Ruoan laughed icily and returned the question. "The herb of anxiety." The man in embroidered robes stared blankly into space as his handsome features gradually turned pale as well. Cold sweat rolled down from his forehead. The herb of anxiety isn't poisonous, but its scent could drive a spiritual beast into madness, causing it to charge after the source of the scent. That explains it, he thought. That explains why we've been constantly attacked by spiritual beasts ever since we've entered the forest. Until we've even lured this herd of spiritual beasts in the end. "Senior brother," the girl in pink bit her lips and her body trembled. "These robes were a gift to me before our journey from her. All these years, she's always been very good to me and she's always given way to me. Why would she want to harm me? Why? No, I don't believe it." The man in embroidered robes frowned. He raised his large hand and tore off the girl in pink's robes. Then, he tossed it into the air and lit a fire. In that instant, a strong fragrance erupted into the air and lingered around them for a long while before dissipating into the surroundings. With one whiff of the pungent smell, the girl in pink's last shred of hope was completely destroyed. Her eyes filled with disappointment. She never imagined that the person whom she had trusted the most would want to harm her. Chapter 524, The Banished Lands, 7. "Yansa, change your clothes, all right." The man in embroidered robes sighed, then turned towards Gu Ruoan. "Miss, my name is Lu Xiaochen. This is my junior sister, Murong Yan. May I know how I should address you?" Gu Ruoan's tone remained calm and she replied steadily, "You can call me Gu Ruoan. As for this one." She paused for a while before continuing, "I don't know who he is." "What?" Yi Nuo jumped to his feet immediately and responded with indignation, "Please, you're my bodyguard. Besides, we've been traveling together for 3 days and 3 nights yet you still haven't learned my name. Damned woman, how could you be so cruel? My name is Yi Nuo, remember it." After his hooting, he then whispered, "If it weren't for me leading the way, would you have reached this place? You would actually abandon your benefactor upon achieving your goal, by claiming that you don't know me. And 3 days later, we're back to where we've started." Gu Ruoan replied steadily, "Indeed. If it wasn't for you leading the way, I wouldn't have wandered around in circles for 3 days only to end up right where we started." At that time, it was Yi Nuo who had solemnly vowed that he would definitely lead her out of this forest. In the end, they've traveled for 3 days only to end up in the place where they had first met. And if it were not for the fact that she was unfamiliar with the area, she would never have allowed a 10-year-old child to lead the way. Swish. Yi Nuo blushed immediately and stayed silent for half a day. Actually, one could not really put all the blame on him. He, who had never walked out of the house on his own, could not possibly be good with directions. He had innately thought that he would remember the way, but in the end, they had wandered around in circles for 3 whole days. "If you don't mind, miss, we can travel together. I can lead you out of this place." Lu Xiaochun's eyes sparkled and a friendly smile appeared on his handsome face. Murong Yan has never liked it whenever her senior brother smiled at another woman. However, once she remembered that it was Gu Ruoan who had saved her life, she forced herself to suppress her felines of unhappiness. "All right." Gu Ruoan nodded her head after a momentary pause for thought. After all, this was probably the only way for her to get out of this place. They managed to get out of the forest and reached Black Rock City soon after. This was also Murong Yan's family's home. Along the way, Gu Ruoan has managed to carve out a rough idea of the terrain in the Banished Lands. Besides the fugitives, there were native citizens of the Banished Lands as well. These people were the descendants of the cultivators who had escaped into this land. Of course, the laws of the jungle were heavily applied in a place like this. Only those with great power would have the right to survive. The weaker ones would be swallowed by the strong, anytime. Anyone who wished to survive would have to cultivate like their life depended on it. Because of this principle, the Banished Lands has produced many strong cultivators. Based on Lu Xiaochun's information, Gu Ruoan has found out that the most powerful force in the Banished Lands was the Yi family. According to him, the power of the Yi family's master was a complete secret. No one knew his rank at all. Many have assumed that the Yi family's master has long surpassed the rank of martial honor and had attained the next rank. But these were only assumptions, there was no concrete proof. However, there was little room for criticism. The master of the Yi family has long held the position of the #1 cultivator in the Banished Lands. As for Murong Yan and Lu Xiaochun, they had journeyed into the forest in order to find a healing remedy for the ailing old master Murong. Who would have known that they would meet with such an incident? Chapter 525, The Banished Lands 8. "My lady, Sir Lu, you've returned. So soon." At this moment, outside the gates of Black Rock City, a middle-aged man quickly ran to greet Gu Ruoan and her party members upon their arrival. He spoke joyfully, "Did you manage to find the infinite sacred fruit?" Murong Yan's gaze darkened and she shook her head. "Uncle Lu, I wasn't able to find the infinite sacred fruit, the cure for grandfather's disease. We were attacked by spiritual beasts." Murong Yan was about to reveal her betrayal, but Lu Xiaochun shot her a look and stopped her. "Uncle Lu, we're going to see the old master first." Lu Xiaochun retracted his gaze and smiled as he spoke. Uncle Lu, whose face was already filled with disappointment, suddenly turned anxious upon hearing Murong Yan's explanation. "My lady, Sir Lu, are you both all right?" "We're fine," Lu Xiaochun smiled. "We were lucky enough to bump into Miss Gu. She saved us." "Oh." Uncle Lu was momentarily stunned and turned towards the bloodstained woman who was standing next to Lu Xiaochun. A wave of doubt passed through the recesses of his heart. He finally spoke gratefully. "Thank you, miss, for saving their lives." Seeing this, Yi Nuo hurriedly chimed in, "She's my bodyguard." In other words, how could one possibly forget about him if there were thanks being given? However, Gu Ruoan seemed to have gotten used to Yi Nuo and ignored him. She smiled calmly. "There's no need for thanks. Could you find me a place where I can freshen up?" At this moment, the blood on her face had dried and turned into a thoroughly unflattering shade of brown. She had not found a source of water in the forest, and Murong Yan and Lu Xiaochun's water container had been lost as they were running away from the spiritual beasts, so she could only wash off the blood on her body once she had reached Black Rock City. "Uncle Lu, please escort Miss Gu to the bath." Lu Xiaochun instructed Uncle Lu before turning towards Gu Ruoan and said, "Miss Gu, as a newcomer, perhaps you'd like to stay in Black Rock City for a while longer. As it happens, a huge auction will be held in Black Rock City in just a few days. You can join the Murong family and attend the auction with us." "An auction?" Gu Ruoan gently stroked her chin. "Zixi had only mentioned that I can find the Hell's Lotus in the Banished Land, but he never told me its exact location. Perhaps I could try my luck in this auction." "All right." Gu Ruoan nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll stay a few more days." Lu Xiaochun's heart leaped for joy. "Then let's make our way to the Murong family home." Seeing how Gu Ruoan had made no objections, Yi Nuo naturally tagged along. He was in it for the fun, after all, so he didn't really care where he went. And most importantly, he had developed a particular interest in this bodyguard of his. The Murong family home. Murong Yan was about to set foot in the front door when a delicate and beautiful figure rushed towards her. The figure's elegant face was shining with joy. "Yansa, you've finally returned." She grabbed Murong Yan's hand as she spoke and her eyes were wet with tears. "I've been so worried." Murong Yan suddenly remembered everything she has had to endure in the forest and found it difficult to set aside all traces of her feelings. She replied in a distant tone, "Big sister, you've been through a lot of trouble." Murong Rue stared blankly for a moment and looked at her own hand with a slightly dirty look on her face. She then forced her beautiful visage into a smile. What's wrong, Yansa? Why are you acting so strangely to your big sister all of a sudden? You don't know how much I have been worried about you in your absence. Unfortunately, I do not have the capabilities. Otherwise, I would have insisted on looking for grandfather's healing remedy in your place. Chapter 526, The Banished Lands, 9. Worried about me. Longing for my early death is more like it. Murong Yan sneered. Despite the fact that she and Murong Ruer were half-siblings, she had always treated her like a biological sister. Her older sister had been frail since birth and was constantly bullied by others. Every time, it was she who would stand up for her big sister and protected her. She had even taught her how to manage the Murong family business and handed it over to her. She had done all these to ensure that her big sister would no longer have to endure such abuse. Plus, she had also willingly become a talented woman with no brains. Now, it was well known throughout Black Rock City that the eldest daughter of the Murong family has a mind like an encyclopedia with an admirably sharp wit. But does anyone know that the person who had come up with all the plans for the Murong family business was actually Murong Yan? Even so, she then returned her efforts with a reciprocation like this. Yansa. Afraid that Murong Yan would accidentally blurt something out, Lu Xiaochen hurriedly pulled her to his side. He observed how Murong Ruer no longer held the initial gentleness she had shown Murong Yan. Her eyes now held a chill that could ward off a person for 1,000 miles. Yansa and I wish to see the old master. Also, these two are our friends. I've already arranged things with Uncle Lu. He then dragged Murong Yan towards the direction of the back courtyard. Murong Ruer gripped her handkerchief tightly in her hand as she watched the two of them leave. A vicious glint flashed across her mesmerizing eyes. Lu Xiaochen, why is it that your eyes would only ever behold that woman, Murong Yan? She fumed. Everyone knows that other than her talent, Murong Yan has nothing else. She's nothing but a brainless idiot with big boobs. And even though I have no power, I'm the only one who is worthy of inheriting the Murong family. Hence, only I can be the perfect match for you. As for that fool, Murong Yan, she has outlived her usefulness. It's about time for me to throw her away. Unfortunately, those spiritual beasts had not managed to kill her. She's certainly got a long life. Gu Ruoan observed Murong Ruer calmly. Therefore, she had managed to catch the vicious glint in her eyes. However, as long as the other party does not provoke her, she has no intentions of butting in. Murong Ruer quickly recollected herself. She glanced at Gu Ruoan before turning and leaving the front courtyard. In the elders' courtyard, an old man was in the midst of a conversation with his subordinates when he noticed a woman stepping into the yard. His initially stern face softened. Ruer, what are you doing here? Honestly, he, like the others, had looked down upon Murong Ruer in the beginning. After all, in the Banished Lands, where the laws of the jungle are heavily applied, no one would have bothered with a good for nothing. However, when Murong Ruer was only 10 years old, she displayed a shocking talent in business and opened up a new world for the Murong family which was in dire straits at the time. It was because of this that the elders began to sit up and take notice of this frail young girl. Especially since that girl was only 10 years old at the time. Until this very day, no one knew that it wasn't really Murong Ruer who had solved the problems of the Murong family. It was really the 8-year-old Murong Yan. This includes Lu Xiaochen. Elder Murong Ruer smiled gently and her frail figure looked as if it could be blown away by the wind at any moment. She was a pitiful sight. Yansa and Brother Chen have returned. Oh. Elder frowned. Were they able to find the infinite sacred fruit? No, Murong Ruer sighed. They've only been gone for a day yet they've already returned home. How could the infinite sacred fruit be found so easily? However, I believe that Yansa, who has always been favored by my grandfather, would not forsake him on purpose. Chapter 527, The Banished Lands, 10. Indeed, once the last syllable fell, Elder was immediately enraged. He scoffed coldly. Ruer, you don't have to cover up for that idiot. She has obviously lost her nerve and decided to give up on the old master. What a loss for the master who had once loved her so much, and this is how she repays him. Naturally, Murong Yan's early return was due to the herb of anxiety. Even after changing her clothes, her body remained tainted with the smell of the herb. So no matter where she went, she would attract a herd of spiritual beasts. She had no choice but to return home early. Please don't be angry, Elder Yansa didn't do it on purpose. Besides, it's not like she had come back empty-handed. At least she came back with two beggars, one who's an adult and one who's a child. It's not like Murong Ruer had looked down on Gu Ruoan, but based on her torn and tattered state, she could not have been anything else but a beggar. As for Yi Nuo, seeing as he had accompanied her, she had assumed that he was a beggar as well. What? Elder burst into rage. This Murong Yan has crossed the line. Not only has she returned after just one day, she's even picked up two beggars along the way. What kind of a place does she think this is that any beggar can enter at will? Servants, have someone throw the beggars whom the second lady has brought into the house out of here before they can dirty the floors of my Murong family home. Murong Ruer looked shocked and quickly stopped him. Elder this is no good. They're Yansa's guests after all. If you do this, Yansa will certainly get angry, and as her big sister, I cannot condone any grievance to befall my little sister. Please, let it go, Elder for my sake. She spoke in a voice filled with emotion. Of course, a sinister light escaped through her eyelids. Ruer, you don't need to get angry for that idiot Sake. The old master is now sick and bedridden. No one can shield her now. I've never liked the brainless idiot. She's completely useless and was always stirring up some form of trouble. Elder was so caught up in his rage that he missed the sinister look in Murong Rue's eyes. No one knew that every time Murong Yan was provoked, it had always been a result of her machinations. Every time someone had insulted her, that idiot would jump into action and fight for her. Hence, she would always stir up trouble, building her reputation as an arrogant despot, a girl with huge melons but zero brains. The most laughable part was that even Murong Yan herself was blissfully unaware of this. She was unaware that Murong Ruer had purposely hired those people and that it was she who had spread the rumors about her reputation. She has always been in the dark about this and would always treat me like her dearest older sister, thought Murong Ruer. But, Elder Murong Ruer hurriedly concealed the light in her eyes and tried to speak. However, she was cut off by Elder furious tone. No more excuses. How do you think the other families will look at us if the Murong family were to welcome these beggars? I'm going to throw them out right now. Ruer, let me give you a piece of advice. You may treat Murong Yan like a little sister, but she may not be as sincere as you. Mixing with an idiot like that will only damage your reputation. Murong Ruer bit her lip and slowly lowered her head. A sneer flashed unseen across her face. Murong Yan, don't blame me for being heartless. She thought, if anyone was to blame grandfather for favoring you too much. If I don't destroy your reputation, how can I remain in the Murong family? What would I have to pluck Lu Xiaochen off of you? Only when your good name has sunk to the bottom of the ocean can I truly have everything I deserve. Whether it's the Murong family or Lu Xiaochen, all will become mine. Chapter 528, Murong Ruer 1. In the guest room, Yi Nuo plopped his cheeks onto his hands in boredom. His big, bright eyes shone like stars in the night sky. Suddenly, his vision froze in place as he stared in astonishment at the girl who was entering the room. She was dressed in green robes and her hair cascaded down her shoulders like a rippling waterfall. The young girl did not have a face that could bring down a country, but she had a kind of ethereal beauty which was pure and moves the heart. Her eyes were clear and cool like the glow from the light of the moon. Yi Nuo was in a daze. He never thought that, after cleaning herself up, this woman would actually look this good. In fact, she was much better looking than most of the women he had met. Ugly ha. His habit had turned into instinct. Yi Nuo was about to call her names again but forced himself to swallow his words. His cherubic features flushed red with embarrassment and his expression was completely unnatural. Woman, after cleaning yourself up, you look almost human. Gu Ruoan raised an eyebrow at Yi Nuo but did not reply him. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open with a loud bang. So, these are the two beggars that the second lady had brought in. Our elder has issued an order to have the both of you thrown out. The guards barged into the room and stared disdainfully down at Gu Ruoan and Yi Nuo with mockery. What kind of a place do these people think this is? Do they think that anyone can come and go as they please? What a joke. The Murong family holds great prestige and not just anyone can enter our home. Impudence. Yi Nuo's little face darkened and emitted a strong air of nobility. He frowned and stared at the guards before him before asking with arrogance, who are you calling a beggar? Have you ever seen a beggar quite as dashing as me? Gu Ruoan lightly raised her eyebrows as she thought, even though this Yi Nuo is nearly the same age as Bai Xuan, their personalities are vastly apart. Bai Xuan was very mature for his age. This kid, however, seems to have been spoiled rotten from a young age, causing him to hold such a childish personality. Nevertheless, based on the aura emitting from Yi Nuo's body, one could clearly see that he didn't come from just any powerful organization. You little beastard, we're talking about you. You're nothing but a beggar. Does our Murong family home look like a place that you can sully at will? What are you waiting for? Get out at once. If you're really short on cash, there's a whorehouse not too far off from here. You can go there and earn some money. Don't think you can just come in here and ask for money freely. You are such a wretched creature. Yi Nuo widened his eyes upon hearing the insults from the guard's mouth. He pointed right at his nose and asked, you're asking me to sell myself to a whorehouse? That's right, you're young but you're not bad looking at all. If you go there, you'd be able to fetch quite a pretty penny. There are a lot of adults in Black Rock City who fancy a soft, tender little boy like you. Especially once they drip candle wax on that delicate skin of yours. I'm sure it'll look really good on you, ha ha ha. The guard threw his head back and laughed as he spoke with a voice dripping with disdain. Yi Nuo's face burned red with rage. He, who was raised in an environment filled with splendor, has never had to deal with such insult. I'd look really good, you wuss. Bang. He aimed his foot fiercely at the lower half of the guard's body as he gnashed his teeth in anger. You effing dared to insult me. If I don't beat you to death today, my name isn't Yi Nuo. Everyone was stunned. Obviously, they didn't think that Yi Nuo would act upon his words. No one was even prepared for this. However, in that moment, no one thought that a 10-year-old boy like Yi Nuo could have moved with such speed and attacked the guard who had insulted him. Chapter 529, Murong Ruer 2. What are you all standing around for? Get that little beastard. By the looks of it, that guard was the leader of the group. He bellowed his order with a blackened face. The group of guards seemed to regain their senses and immediately charged towards Yi Nuo. Even though Yi Nuo's powers were above average despite his young age, this group of guards could not be considered as weaklings either. With so many people charging towards him, Yi Nuo jumped with fright. Just as he was slipping into a daze, a hand reached out from behind him followed by the girl's clear, cool voice. The guards charging towards him were blown away by a forceful wind and flew out of the way with a loud crash. There are so many of you yet you're bullying a 10-year-old child. This doesn't look too good on you, is it? The girl, dressed in green robes, stood tall in front of Yi Nuo and shielded him from view like a proud bamboo tree. Her expression was calm as her clear gaze watched the fallen guards. Bodyguard Gu, you're the best. Yi Nuo jumped for joy and his face was flushed pink in an adorable manner. He even remembered to pull a face behind Gu Ruoan and sniggered, insult me if you dare. Step up and fight against my bodyguard Gu if you think you can. Bodyguard Gu, beat him to death, give them all you've got. The guards' faces turned into a plethora of ugly colors. They had not even managed to see the woman's attack. This means that this woman's level of strength far surpassed their own. Didn't Elder say that she was just a common beggar? They wondered, how could a beggar possess such strong abilities? You, report this Elder quickly. The guard who had spewed insults at Yi Nuo spoke up. One of the guards immediately hurried off. He ran as if his life depended on it. Yi Nuo, let's go. Gu Ruoan lightly raised her head and spoke with a calm voice. Yi Nuo said nothing else and followed Gu Ruoan as she left, sticking very closely by her side. He puffed his chest and walked arrogantly out the door. No other guards dared to stop them, allowing them to leave the room without further incident. In the courtyard, the leaves of the willow trees cast a desolate air. A fresh breeze could be felt, like the gentle caress of a mother's soft hand. Gu Ruoan and Yi Nuo have only just emerged from their room when a loud voice bellowed from a close distance ahead. The sound of it sent tremors across the entire courtyard. Little girl, you've got some nerve. You've dared to put your hands on the members of the Murong household. Didn't your parents ever teach you how to behave as a guest in one's house? Have you never learned proper etiquette? An elderly figure descended before them out of thin air. His elderly features were as cold as ice as he shot a cold glare towards Gu Ruoan. Gu Ruoan paused in her steps and stared expressionlessly back at the elder before her. She replied curtly, my mother had only ever taught me this: when a guest arrives at your home, you must treat them with courtesy and politeness. She certainly did not teach me to treat my guests like beggars and sweep them out the front door. Could this be a family etiquette exclusive to the Murong family? Elder furrowed his brows and thought that the lady in green, who had pure, delicate and pretty features, looked nothing like a beggar. However, Ruer had said that she was a beggar, so that information can't be false. Ruer, that intelligent and kind woman, could not possibly manipulate him into doing such a thing. HMPH. Elder scoffed icily at the thought and replied arrogantly, you're absolutely right, little girl. One should definitely treat one's guests with courtesy and politeness. But were you actually a guest of the Murong family? We elders never formally approved your presence here. The eldest lady had not sent you an invitation, so could you really be considered as a guest of the Murong family? Chapter 530, Murong Ruer 3. As he spoke, a cold sneer formed from within his eyes. He stared at the two of them mockingly. We had been invited by Murong Yan herself. Yi Nuo rose to his feet and corrected Elder I believe that there is more than one lady of the Murong family. Unless you're insinuating that the guests of the second lady are not guests at all. I, Yi Nuo, in all my years on this earth, have never heard of such a principle. Old man, do you no longer care about your dignity? After receiving this rebuke from a 10-year-old child, Elder facial expression grew. You had been invited by Murong Yan. How did I not know of this? Do you have any proof? Just as he spoke, the group heard an angry voice from behind them who was speaking through gritted teeth. Elder I'm here to personally prove this. Will this do? Hearing this, Elder stared blankly into space. He turned his head towards the furious girl who was dressed in pink robes and frowned. Wasn't she visiting the master of the house? What is she doing here? Second lady, this has nothing to do with you. You'd better leave now. What do you mean, this has nothing to do with you? I'm a daughter descended from the direct line of the Murong family heir. So why should my guests have no position in the Murong family? Murong Yan clenched her fists. Were it not for the fact that she could not defeat this old fart, she would have thrown a punch at him now. HMPH, Elder scoffed coldly, seeing as the second lady has spoken, then let me ask you this, second lady, the master had once showered you with love and pampered you endlessly. Yet in his time of need, when he is now gravely ill, what have you done for him? We sent you to get the infinite sacred fruit, but you, who had only ever been interested in saving your own neck, had returned home early. If word of this were to get out, everyone will think that the Murong family home is a shelter for refugees. How can you throw the master's dignity out the window this way? Murong Yan's expression changed. Senior brother and I returned early because Murong Ruer had manipulated me, causing me to provoke a herd of martial king spiritual beasts into attacking me. If it were not for Gu Ruoan's help in saving senior brother and me, we would not have returned at all. Honestly, Murong Yan didn't really like Gu Ruoan all that much. However, regardless of her feelings, Gu Ruoan had saved her life. So, no matter how much she disliked her, she could not stand idly by and watch her own guests being kicked out of the house. Were it not for a loyal servant girl who had witnessed the altercation, she would not have known about Elder extreme way of dealing with this situation. Second lady, you're simply such a disappointment. Elder sighed and his eyes filled with displeasure. You should know, deep down inside, how the eldest lady has been treating you. She has never fought with you and has never taken anything away from you. She had even saved the Murong family business. Yet, due to her birthright as the child of a concubine, she never had any intention of squabbling with you over the Murong family inheritance. And you would accuse the eldest lady of manipulating you. The eldest lady not only possesses an intelligence beyond anyone else but is kind as well. She wouldn't even hurt an ant. You would dare to plant false evidence against someone as kind as her. I really cannot comprehend it. What sin has the Murong family committed to have given birth to such a disaster like you? Elder face was now lamenting with grief. He was thoroughly disappointed with this idiot. First, I had thought that she was merely a girl with huge snowy mountains but no brains. Yet now, I have just found out that she's a malicious woman as well. She would dare to plant false evidence against her own sister by claiming that the eldest lady was plotting against her. How could this be? Even if she were to point her sword at the eldest lady would never bring herself to harm a single hair on that brainless head of hers. Murong Yan already knew that Elder would not believe her at all. Yet when she heard him defending her big sister with such passion, she still felt her heart turn into ice. So, as it turns out, that woman has been lying to everyone to such a degree. Chapter 531, Murong Ruer 4. Of course, if she had not bumped into Gu Ruoan, it's likely that she'll never believe that Murong Ruer was trying to kill her. Yansa, you'd actually think that of me. Am I truly the kind of a person to you? Just as Murong Yan fell into a deep thought, she heard a sorrowful and heartbroken voice from behind her. There was no need for her to search for the source of that soft and frail voice. She knew whose voice it was. Murong Ruer bit her lip as her eyes welled up with tears. She looked absolutely heartbroken. Her entire face was the very picture of someone who had been crushed by the betrayal of a person closest to her. Her already fragile frame now trembled in the gentle wind. As if she did not dare believe her ears, she asked, Yansa, all these years, how have I been treating you? Why would you say such a thing about me and accuse me of plotting to kill you? Don't forget, it was I who had once taken a sword for you. If I had wanted to harm you, why would I stand in the way of that sword 10 years ago? Hearing this, Murong-yan laughed coldly. That's right, Murong-Rue had saved her life once upon a time. It was because of this that she had ended up doing so many things for Murong-Rue. But now that she thought of it, Murong-Rue's previous actions had been only for the sake of manipulating her. Otherwise, how could she, who was once nothing more than a good-for-nothing, achieve such a great foothold in the Murong family? Now, she has successfully influenced everyone in the Murong family. So, a mere stepping stone, like Murong-yan herself, could be easily kicked aside. The funniest thing was all these years, she had always been so close to me. Eldest lady. Seeing Murong-Rue's tear-stained face, Elder chimed in disapprovingly, you don't need to say anything more. I believe in who you really are. As the second lady is spouting such claims, she must be sent to the torture chamber. Let the guard investigate the truth of the matter. If this was truly slander, then she must be punished severely. Don't. Murong-Rue's face drained of color as she quickly interjected, Yansa has clearly been bewitched by someone else. She has done nothing wrong. Throwing her into the torture chamber is simply too cruel. How can I bear it? HMPH. Elder let out a sigh and replied helplessly, Second lady, the eldest lady is always thinking of your own good, yet you would choose to listen to the slander of others instead of trusting your own sister. I'm certain that these two have placed you under a spell. I'm going to have them thrown out this instant. As he spoke, Elder shot Guru-en an icy glare. Deep down, he was certain that these two troublemakers were the ones who were responsible for throwing a wrench into the relationship between the two ladies. The most laughable part was that they never knew how kind Rue truly was, he thought. Plotting to use such methods to frame her. That's simply impossible. Guru-en had stayed silent from the very beginning. Her eyes remained clear and cool as they always were. It was as if she did not hear the ongoing debate. Yi Nuo blinked and hid behind Guru-en. To him, this was currently the safest place around. I'd love to see who dares. Murong-yan bellowed, then pulled out a simple and unadorned jade medallion from her sleeve. She swept her keen gaze across every face before her. The seal of the master is before you. I'd love to see who would dare to have them thrown out. Master Murong's seal. Elder expression changed instantly. The master has actually given his seal to Murong-yan, yet the elder's office hasn't even received news of this. What does this idiot have that she could gain the right to govern the entire Murong household? Of course, Elder had not suspected Murong-yan of stealing the seal. After all, the seal would only recognize the master of the family as its master. Only when it has been passed down to the next master of the house will the contract be dissolved. But no one could have expected that the master has already decided on choosing this idiot as his heir a long time ago. Chapter 532. Promise your life to me, how about it? 1. The master's seal. This, how can this be? Murong-Rue covered her mouth and stumbled a few steps back as her frail body trembled slightly. The one who will inherit the Murong family is Murong-yan, which also means that my years of hard work have all gone to waste. No. I cannot accept this. That woman, Murong-yan, has no right to sit in that position. A sinister light flashed briefly across Murong-Rue's eyes before she quickly reverted to her usual facade. However, she could not help but clench her hands into fists. Her beautiful eyes were fixed upon Murong-yan, who was holding the seal in her hand. What? Murong-yan laughed icily. Elder you've seen the master seal. Why are you not backing down? Elder took a deep breath and sighed. A peculiar glint flashed across his eyes. Second lady, do you really want to do this? And what if I do? Murong-yan's voice grew colder as she spoke with an arrogant look on her pretty face. Besides, I'm an arrogant, despotic and headstrong woman in your eyes. If that's the case, I simply don't mind acting with a bit more arrogance. Now, as the next master of the Murong family, I order you to stand down. No one is allowed to touch my guests. Those who go against me shall be severely dealt with. Elder narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't sure why, but it felt as if the second lady had turned into a completely different person. She was still as arrogant and aggressive as before, but her current temperament was exactly the same as Master Murong. When had she grown into such a strong presence? The second lady has spoken, so how can I not comply? Elder regained his senses and spoke curtly, let's go. Once he had finished his piece, he scoffed, turned around and disappeared from view. Yansa. Murong-Rue bit her lip and walked to Murong-yan's side. Her gentle gaze fell upon her. I know that there has been some sort of misunderstanding between us, but I don't blame you. Regardless of anything that happens, you are my most beloved little sister and the most important person to me. Had she not discovered this woman's true colors, Murong-yan would probably have remained completely oblivious to her act. Now, she only responded with a cold scoff, curling the corners of her lips into a mocking smile. Murong-Rue, you shouldn't have done it if you didn't want anyone to find out in the end. No one knows better than you of the things that you've done to me. Even so, did you ever consider how much I've labored for you? For the sake of your position, I had willingly allowed myself to be labeled as an idiot. I've also helped you to get to where you are today. If I haven't helped you, do you really think that you'd be able to step up and help the Murong family out of our crisis? Murong-yan stared disappointedly at the beautiful face before her. Yansa, what are you saying? Suddenly, Murong-Rue noticed a handsome figure approaching them. A peculiar glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. She hurriedly covered it up with her initial demeanor and plastered a look of complete shock on her face. I am where I am today because of my own efforts. I was the one who had led the Murong family business into our current successful state. If I had not given my suggestions, would the Murong family have grown into what it is today? Why would you say such things and try to claim all of my hard work for your own? Her eyes were filled with disbelief. That sorrowful and despondent look on her face was a perfect picture of someone who has been hurt by the person they had trusted the most. Yansa, if you want my current position, I can give it to you with no strings attached. Please don't hurt me like this. As long as it's something you want, even if it's my own life, I would give it to you. You are, after all, the person who is closest to me. Chapter 533. Promise your life to me, how about it? 2. Murong Yan wrinkled her brow in disgust and turned away. She no longer wanted to look at Murong Rus's artificial act. Yansa. A soft voice called out to her from not too far away, catching Murong Yan's attention. Murong Yan was wondering why Murong Rue had suddenly denied the truth. Ah, so it's because of senior brother. Lady Gu, little brother Yi Nuo. Lu Xiaochen smiled at Gu Ruan and Yi Nuo as he greeted them. My apologies, I've arrived a little late. Were you hurt? We're fine. Gu Ruan shook her head as she calmly replied. Hurt? I was definitely hurt and it's pretty bad too. Yi Nuo jumped and exclaimed with an angry look on his face. I am suffering from an internal injury. I'm so disgusted that I vomited all the food I have digested over the past month. Though Yi Nuo had been pampered since birth and has never encountered the scum of society, he was very accurate when it comes to reading a person's true intentions. Women like Murong Rue are far too hypocritical, he fumed. I really don't know if those old farts from the Murong family have been blinded. Why can't they see that? Oh, Lu Xiaochen cocked an eyebrow and smiled at Yi Nuo. I wonder what had happened to have caused little brother Yi Nuo to sustain such heavy internal injuries. Yi Nuo glared at Murong Rue and haughtily replied, it was this vomit-inducing woman of course. She's too fake and too disgusting. Besides, her acting skills are simply horrendous. If a woman like this were to stand in front of my grandfather, she would have been found out at first glance. Lu Xiaochen snorted as if he did not notice Murong Rue's ugly expression and burst out laughing. Little brother Yi Nuo, you've certainly got a sharp tongue. I wonder, what family are you from, little brother? Yi Nuo blinked as if he did not understand Lu Xiaochen's question and looked utterly astonished. I'm merely a child from an average family. I don't know what you mean. Hearing this, Gu Ruan, who was standing right next to him, could not help but feel the corner of her lips curl up. If Yi Nuo wasn't from a powerful family, his body would not have emitted such an aura. However, he certainly understands the principles of traveling outside of one's home. He won't reveal his true identity so casually. Hee. The corners of Lu Xiaochen's mouth began to curl up as well. Nevertheless, when he realized that Yi Nuo wasn't going to elaborate any further, he did not continue to press the matter either. Seeing as little brother Yi Nuo does not wish to tell me, I won't force you. However, you are still a guest of the Murong family. Both you and Lady Gu are welcome to visit us anytime. Big brother Lu. Just as Lu Xiaochen was about to continue speaking, Murong Rue bit her lip and exclaimed, Big brother Lu, Rue really doesn't know what she has done wrong. This little brother has humiliated Rue in such a way. Everything I've done, I've only done it for Yansa's sake. Why is it that you cannot see through my intentions? She clenched her fists tighter and tighter. She simply could not accept this, but she would not show a single trace of it on her face. She maintained her pitiful expression and tried to garner sympathy. If a man were to lay his eyes upon such a pitiful-looking girl, he would automatically feel his heart soften. However, this had no effect on Lu Xiaochen, who was well aware of her true nature. He's a 10-year-old child. The words of a child carry no harm, so why be calculated with him? Lu Xiaochen's face turned cold as he replied curtly, what I simply can't comprehend is why eldest Lady Murong, who is so kind and gentle in the eyes of the world, would look down upon the words of a child. Or is that to say, that this is eldest Lady Murong's true nature? Murong Rue's face drained of color in one split second. She stared wistfully at the bright, handsome face before her and looked so sorrowful as if she was dying. Chapter 534. Promise your life to me, how about it? 3. Big brother Lu, that's not what I meant, Enough. Lu Xiaochen's gaze darkened. Murong Rue, don't think I don't know what you've done. Yansa is my junior sister. I won't let anyone harm her. Junior sister. Murong Yan was shaken and she widened her big eyes in disappointment at Lu Xiaochen. So, I have always been nothing more than his junior sister, deep down in his heart. His kindness towards me has all because of this. At this moment, Murong Yan felt a searing pain in the depths of her heart, like a needle piercing through her very being. It hurt so much that she sighed and her beautiful face was filled with disappointment. However, at this moment, Lu Xiaochen had his back to her and had not noticed her reaction at all. Senior brother, I'm a little tired. Murong Yan forced a smile on her face and spoke to the man in front of her. I'm going to rest now. I'll let you take care of these two. Then, without waiting for Lu Xiaochen's response, Murong Yan turned and walked out of the courtyard. Yansa. Lu Xiaochen turned around to look at Murong Yan as anxiety flashed clearly in his eyes. Yansa, what's the matter? Why are you suddenly tired? As she watched the thoroughly anxious Lu Xiaochen, a glint flashed across Gu Ruan's eyes and she laughed internally. It would seem that this Lu Xiaochen might have some feelings for his junior sister. He just hasn't realized it himself. Yi Nuo, let's go. Gu Ruan yawned and did not say anything else. She turned towards the guest room and closed the door. Yi Nuo touched his nose, then followed Gu Ruan into the room as well. It was nightfall and the light of the moon shone like clear water. Gu Ruan was sitting cross-legged on her bed with her eyes closed. The light of the moon poured down from the heavens, casting a cool glow into the room. How boring. Yi Nuo pouted and glanced at Gu Ruan. He sighed out of boredom, then rose to his feet and walked out the door. Yi Nuo, who had shut the door behind him, did not notice this, but once he had left, the girl's body, which had been sitting on the bed, suddenly disappeared. In the ancient divine pagoda. Standing in front of a cauldron, Gu Ruan looked flabbergasted. Her gaze slowly fell upon the handsome, demonic man before her as she asked, Zixi, what is the meaning of this? Previously, whenever I have entered the ancient divine pagoda, I would only enter as a spirit. Yet this time, even my physical body has followed as well. Due to my increase in power, you can now enter the ancient divine pagoda. Completely, Zixi took one look at Gu Ruan and had obviously guessed what she was thinking. He smiled demonically. Little girl, there is a sort of power in the banished lands. This power has been preventing me from leaving the ancient divine pagoda. Fortunately, you can still enter. Additionally, my breakthrough in strength has allowed your physical body to enter the ancient divine pagoda as well. So should you ever be faced with an enemy that you cannot defeat, you can escape through the ancient divine pagoda. Gu Ruan nodded gently. Zixi, I want to see Xiao Yi. Zixi was mildly startled before he nodded. I've placed him in a room, you can go see him. Nobody saw the quick flash of complex feelings in Zixi's eyes that left as quickly as it came. But he did not stop Gu Ruan. He would never stop her in doing whatever she wanted to do. He would only do everything he could to help her. In the room, the man lay quietly on a large, red bed. He looked as if he were asleep and was completely still and silent. It's just like when we first met. At this very moment, Gu Ruan was completely mesmerized by his current state. So much so that she was willing to remain intertwined with him for the rest of her life. Chapter 535. Promise your life to me, how about it? 4. Xiao Yi, I'm here to see you. Gu Ruan gingerly leaned over him and gently stroked the man's ethereal silver hair. Her eyes no longer held a clear cold gaze, the way she looked at others. She now spoke with a soft and gentle look in her eyes. Xiao Yi, you may not know this but, I had been betrayed in my past life. So, initially, I didn't want to trust in anyone. Yet in the end, I still trusted you. Even if I didn't understand your past and I don't know the crimes you've once committed or why Zixi is so afraid of you, I believe in my own intuition. From the moment I have laid eyes on you, I believe that you would never betray me, not in this life. There are some things that should be mutual. You have once given me so much, too much, in fact. So now, it's my turn. Don't worry, we'll be together again soon. And in the future, no one can ever tear us apart. Slowly, the girl leaned over and gently kissed the man on his lips. Like the light touch of a dragonfly on the surface of a calm lake, she swiftly broke away. Xiao Yi, wait for me. I will get the Hell's Lotus as quickly as I can and wake you from your slumber. She then took another look at the man who was lying on the bed. A sense of reluctance flashed across her eyes before she slowly dragged her feet away. Outside the door, Zixi stared at her with a complicated look on his face. After a long pause, he asked, Little girl, due to the situation in the banished lands, I will be unable to leave the ancient divine pagoda. However, should you ever be in danger, you can escape into the ancient divine pagoda. Gu Ruan nodded. I understand, Zixi. No matter what, I must thank you. Little girl. Zixi smiled demonically and raised his hand to gently stroke Gu Ruan's hair. At this very moment, his sharp, demonic, purple eyes were filled with warmth and indulgence. I've told you, if you really want to thank me, I don't mind accepting your body as payment. I may be a demonic beast, but if we practice to the end, you and I can join together. Gu Ruan was startled. She shrugged her shoulders in annoyance. Zixi, do you really think I'd be in the mood to joke with you at a time like this? Joke. Zixi took 2 steps closer towards Gu Ruan. His expression no longer held his initial demonic air. His purple eyes stared at the delicate and pretty face before him in complete seriousness. Little girl, do you really think that I'm joking? Gu Ruan has never seen Zixi in such a serious state. She clearly jumped from the shock. She raised her head in confusion and stared blankly at Zixi. Amidst her confusion over the situation, a gentle laugh rang aloud. Zixi curled his lips again and laughed demonically. What, little girl? Did I scare you? All right, I won't force you. Phew. Hearing this, Gu Ruan felt relieved and she smiled. Her gaze never left the demonic man who looked as handsome as a mythological evil spirit. Zixi, you will always be my companion and a person whom I can trust completely. This man was the only person who has seen her in her past life and followed her into her current life. He has always been by her side ever since her days as a weakling, watching her grow stronger and stronger each day. At the end of the day, he's also the only one in this entire world who understands her the most. In this life, she has been quite blessed. Not only did she have Xiao Yi, a companion who has pledged his life to her, she had a comrade who could fight with her towards the apex of the entire world. Because you are my contracted master, Zixi smiled and ruffled Gu Ruan's hair, my responsibility is to watch you grow and stay by your side. So, no matter what I do, you don't have to thank me because this is what I should be doing. Alright. Gu Ruan smiled gently. Next time, I won't thank you so much. Because, from now on, I will prove my trust in him through my own actions. At the Murong family home. In the guest room, Gu Ruan has just emerged from the ancient divine pagoda when she heard yelling from outside the door. What are you doing here? Yi Nuo glared in annoyance at the frail-looking girl before him and scoffed. I have no interest in women like you. There's no need for you to come here and throw yourself at me. At this moment, Murong Roos's face was flushed completely red. Whatever it is, this Yi Nuo is only a 10-year-old brat. Yet he had just said that I want to throw myself at him. Hee. Murong Rue contained her feelings and laughed softly. Little brother, I have something to discuss with you. Perhaps you'd let me in. HMPH. Yi Nuo haughtily raised his little head, and responded with a disdainful look on his face. I have nothing to discuss with a lump of feces. Chapter 536, The Nauseating Murong Rue, 1. Whoosh. Murong Roos's face immediately turned dark. She clenched her fists tightly and deliberately forced herself not to lash out. She reminded herself over and over again in her head that he was just a child. Why should I lower my standards and be so calculative towards a child? Murong Roos's expression slowly returned to normal. Her beautiful and gentle features displayed a soft smile. Little boy, I harbor no ill intentions, only There are certain matters that I wish to discuss with the both of you. Yi Nuo rolled his eyes as he thought, can this woman not comprehend what he had just said? I'm still not in the state where I would lower my standards to speak with a pile of sh*t. You better hurry off to wherever you came from. You are making me nauseous. No matter how great Murong Ruse's level of tolerance was, this moment nearly drove her mad. She no longer cared about her facade as she glared coldly at the little lord before her. Little boy, did you lose your parents at a young age? Is that why no one has ever taught you any manners? Such a lack of upbringing. Oh, right, I seem to have forgotten. You're nothing but a beggar. How could a beggar possibly have parents? She then gritted her teeth furiously as she glared hatefully at Yi Nuo. This little beastard has insulted me by calling me a pile of sh*t. He's such a bully. Does he think that I, Murong Rue, am a person that he can step on so easily? Squeak. Just at that moment, the room's door was slowly pushed open. Gu Ruan, who was dressed in green robes, slowly stepped out. She swept her gaze across Yi Nuo's form before it landed on Murong Ruse's face, which was now full of hatred. Gu Ruan frowned. Can I help you? Murong Rue softened her expression and fixed her attention on Gu Ruan. Miss, I don't know who the both of you are, but I am well acquainted with all the great families in Black Rock City. Nevertheless, I've never met you before. I'm certain that you are from another country. She paused for a moment before continuing. However, after arriving in Black Rock City, you immediately chose to curry favor with Murong Yan. Unfortunately, you're fawning over the wrong person. Murong Yan may hold the master seal, but her position in the Murong family isn't exactly very high. How about this? If you can help me out, I'll grant you many great benefits. Those benefits are good enough to reach the skies. Gu Ruan lightly raised her eyebrow and replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Oh. How would you like me to help you then? It's simple. A vicious glint flashed across Murong Ruse's eyes. I want you to help me frame Murong Yan so that the Murong family thinks that she's plotting to harm Master Murong and that she had stolen the seal from his hands. If you help me with this, you will never want for benefits in the future. Even if someone wishes to bully you, just mention the Murong family name and no one will dare to lay a hand on you. Furthermore, Murong Rue took a deep breath as if she had made a decision. Then, she raised her head at the girl who had a half smile on her face. I will gift you with one heavenly spread fruit. Everyone knows that the heavenly spread fruit had the ability to grant a low-level martial king a breakthrough to a high-level martial king. She had obtained this fruit with great difficulty in the past. The only thing was, because she was unable to cultivate, this heavenly spread fruit was of no use to her. But if she could use this heavenly spread fruit to bribe this woman to help her frame Murong Yan, then it would be worth it. Miss Gu, you should be well aware of the value of this heavenly spread fruit. With this heavenly spread fruit, you can immediately break through from the rank of a low-level martial king to the rank of a high-level martial king. Even if you are unable to reach the level of a martial king in this life, you can still take this heavenly spread fruit to the auction. It will certainly fetch a pretty price. At this moment, Murong Rue did not seem to notice Yi Nuo's face, which was full of mockery as she spoke. Chapter 537, The Nauseating Murong Rue, 2. She talking about the heavenly spread fruit which can allow a low-level martial king to break through to the rank of a high-level martial king. Is this woman completely blind to the circumstances? We know that a group of spiritual beasts all at the rank of martial king had been immediately sorted by Gu Ruan. Her powers have long surpassed the level of a mid-level martial king. She's probably a high-level martial king at the very least. She might even be a martial emperor. Would she have that level of power if she were only a mid-level martial king? What do you say, Miss Gu? Murong Rue smiled confidently. She was certain that no cultivator could possibly resist the temptation of a heavenly spread fruit. I can give you more time to think about it. Though I believe that you are an intelligent woman, Miss Gu, so you should be aware of what is useful to you. You will never make any stupid decisions. Gu Ruan gently stroked her chin. She then turned towards Murong Rue and blinked. You're trying to bribe me with a piece of trash. Did you think that I would come that cheap? The smile on Murong Rue's face disappeared and her features stiffened. She laughed. Miss Gu, are you joking? Even if you are unable to reach the level of a martial king, you would never have to worry about clothes or food based on the value of the heavenly spread fruit. I'm sorry, Gu Ruan smiled calmly. I'm not interested in the heavenly spread fruit. But if you're willing to barter something else with me, perhaps I will agree. Murong Rue took a big, deep breath in order to restrain herself from her sudden urge to scream at Gu Ruan. This woman is seriously overconfident about her abilities. She would even look down on a heavenly spread fruit. Someone like her will never be able to obtain such a valuable treasure like the heavenly spread fruit. Miss Gu, what do you want then? I, Murong Rue, will certainly give it to you. I only want two things. Gu Ruan raised two fingers, and smiled gently. 1. The entire world. 2. A hell's lotus. The entire world. Murong Rue clenched her fist. Her entire body was shaking with rage. If I had the ability to conquer the entire world, would I even need this woman to help me take over the Murong family? Oh, but she is good, isn't she? Opening her mouth to ask for the world. Miss Gu, do you know what kind of people I despise most in my entire life? Murong Rue sneered. I absolutely despise insolent and arrogant women like you the most. I had kindly advised you, yet you completely looked down on me. The entire world. Forget about me. I'm afraid that no one else in this world would dare to claim that she could conquer the entire world. I really don't know what powers you possess to be able to dominate this patch of sky. As for the Hell's Lotus, that's even more of a joke. That's an absolute myth. No one has ever seen it before. Which hole should I dig that out from for you? Gu Ruan fell silent. She had said all those things because she wanted to wrangle some information about the Hell's Lotus from Murong Rue's mouth. But she did not expect for the Hell's Lotus to be only a myth, one that no one had ever seen before. From the looks of things, it will take quite a bit of trouble before she can find a Hell's Lotus. Miss Gu, Murong Rue softened her tone as if she wished to advise her with gentle emotions and logic. That woman, Murong Yan, can't really give you anything. I still hope that you'll think this over carefully and decide based on what would benefit you the most. If you miss out on this opportunity, there won't be another chance. You will only be able to resume in the lowest form of existence in all of the banished lands. Oi! Yi Nuo was thoroughly enraged. He placed his hands on his hips arrogantly and said, "Stupid piece of sh*t, can you just leave already? Quit nauseating me with your presence. I don't want to end up kicking out all of my dinner." "You kid." Murong Rusa's expression changed and a malicious glint flashed across her gaze. "You have absolutely no upbringing to show, so let me teach you what it means to be polite. Is this how you act in front of your elders?" Chapter 538, The Nauseating Murong Rue, 3. "I've already exposed my true colors to these two," she thought. "There's no longer need for any more pretense." Once she finished speaking, she raised her hand and directed it at Yi Nuo. Gu Ruoan gently raised the corners of her lips. One should not judge Yi Nuo just because of the fact that he was a 10-year-old boy. Based on Murong Rusa's capabilities, she was no match for him even if there were 100 of her. However, help, the eldest lady Murong is hitting someone. Yi Nuo widened his big eyes as if he had received a huge shock. He ran and cried out at the same time. However, no one noticed that in that very instant, a cunning light was flashing across his big eyes. "Eldest lady Murong is bullying a small child. Help, help, someone save me. You." Murong Rusa's face suddenly drained of color as her eyes filled with anxiety and anger. She had not expected this little boy to scream and shout. "What if someone else sees this? I would be finished. What is it? What happened?" Just then, a voice sounded from somewhere further in front. They all saw the Murong family chamberlain, Uncle Lu, rushing over with a lantern in hand. Soon, those who have overheard the commotion also hurried over to see the situation. Murong Yan saw Murong Rusa's pale face at first glance and soon understood what had happened. She rushed over towards the gathering crowd. "Help, please help me, the eldest lady Murong says that she wants to teach me a lesson." A glint flashed across Yi Nuo's eyes. He then ran behind Murong Yan and his entire being trembled in fear as if he had received a huge scare. His adorable true big features were full of grief. "Murong Rue, explain this to me, what's going on? He's only a child, don't you think that you've crossed the line?" Lu Xiaochen, who had followed Murong Yan, wrinkled his brows as an angry flame which cannot be extinguished blazed furiously from within his chest. "Yi Nuo is only a child," he fumed. Regardless of the situation, to put her hand on a 10-year-old child. This Murong Rue is absolutely vicious. Tears of grief began to well up from within Murong Rusa's eyes. "I didn't. You clearly wanted to hit me just a while ago, yet you're now denying it." Yi Nuo leaped in anger as he replied furiously, "You said something about my lack of upbringing and that I definitely have no parents. You even said that you wanted to teach me how to respect my elders. But, how is it that I wasn't aware of this? When had you become an elder?" "HMPH. Lu Xiaochen scoffed and spoke with a cold look in his eye. "Murong Rue, you've cursed the parents of another. Is this what you have to show for your upbringing?" "I certainly wasn't aware of this, but I know it now. It seems that eldest lady Murong is someone with such great upbringing." "Big brother Lu." Murong Rue bit her lip as she stared pitifully at the handsome yet distant face. "I really didn't, he's putting me in the wrong on purpose." Lu Xiaochen laughed coldly. "He's only 10. A 10-year-old child wouldn't lie. Murong Rue, one day your true colors will be exposed for all to see." Murong Rue gaped, but in the end, she did not say anything else. Tears of grief rolled down her face as her eyelashes trembled gently from the tears. She looked absolutely delicate and pitiful as if she had truly been wronged. Watching her artificial facade, Murong Yan felt nauseated. She knitted her brows in disgust and shot Murong Rue a cold look. Then, "I wonder, my good big sister, can you explain to me, why were you here at such a late hour?" Chapter 539, The Nauseating Murong Rue, 4. Murong Rusa's eyes flashed. Just as she was about to speak, she was cut off by a childish voice. "You have no idea how disgusting this woman is. She told me that she wants me to be her gigolo. When I told her that I wouldn't do it, she accused me of having no upbringing. Then, she wanted to hit me." The look of anger and disgust on his face was so genuine, everyone who had heard his story immediately believed him without a doubt. Besides, this was a 10-year-old boy. How could a 10-year-old boy concoct such a lie? Hence, a lot of people became enraged upon hearing this. They never imagined that Murong Rue could have done such a thing and to try to coerce a 10-year-old child to become her personal gigolo. She is the true embodiment of a pervert, the crowd thought in unison. "You're talking nonsense." Murong Rusa's gentle and pretty face was now full of rage. "I never said such things, you're framing me. You dared to say it to me but you don't dare to admit it. Brother Lu, please protect me, this woman is scary. Had you all arrived a moment later, she would have certainly dragged me away. I have absolutely no interest in a vomit-inducing woman like her. I don't want to become her gigolo." "Oh, that's right, she said that if I were to become her gigolo, she would gift me with the heavenly strip fruit in her possession." Yi Nuo looked absolutely terrified as he clutched Lu Xiaochen's sleeve and peeked timidly up at him. Actually, Lu Xiaochen and the rest of the crowd only needed to pause and consider the matter carefully. They would know for sure that what Yi Nuo was saying would be completely impossible. Gu Ruoan was present, so Murong Rue couldn't possibly drag Yi Nuo away no matter what. But right now, due to their intense rage, they had lost all sense of logic. And most importantly, Murong Rue had a heavenly spirit fruit in her hands. In the entire Murong family, only a few were aware of this. But Yi Nuo knows about it, they mused. That means that his claims were most likely true. No, that's not true. Big brother Lu, you must believe me. How could I possibly? Murong Rue shook her head frantically and hurriedly tried to explain herself. However, before she could continue, Lu Xiaochen's cold voice cut her off. "Enough, Murong Rue. You're truly getting more and more nauseating. You'd even put your hands on a 10-year-old child." Thud. Murong Rue stumbled backward. She stared at Lu Xiaochun's face, which was now full of loathing and disgust, and felt as if her heart was being torn into pieces. Murong Yan, Gu Ruan, Yi Nuo. She fumed. It's all their fault. If it hadn't been for their interference, Big Brother Lu would never have treated me like this. These people all deserve to die. Only the deaths can dissolve the hatred in my heart. Gu Ruan, who had been observing Murong Rue very closely, managed to catch the murderous intent in her eyes as clear as day. She laughed silently. Honestly, this Murong Rue, I've never really paid attention to her. But since she's clearly displaying such intentions on my head, I'm certainly not going to be a sitting duck. All of you, what are you doing? Suddenly, an elderly voice was heard from out of thin air. Once she saw the elder who was walking slowly towards her, Murong Rue's eyes shone and the same tears of grief began to roll down her face again. Elder. Her voice was full of grief and suffering. It was hard not to feel emotionally moved. Elder could not help but feel a pang of heartache. This Murong Rue was like a granddaughter to him, no matter the situation. How could I stand by and watch her suffer? Second lady, while you're indeed the heir to the Murong family, the eldest lady is still your sister, despite everything else. Yet you would treat her in this manner for the sake of a few outsiders. Are you not afraid of retribution? As he spoke, Elder swept his gaze towards Gu Ruan. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Chapter 540, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 1. These people cannot be allowed to remain in the Murong family. Elder, seeing as grandfather has already given the master's seal to me, everyone in the Murong family should listen to my orders. They're my guests, nobody has the right to chase him away. At one glance, Murong Yan had seen right through Elder's intentions. She laughed coldly and issued a warning. Second lady, if that's what you wish, then it's not good for me to object. Elder shot Murong Yan a cold glare as his elderly face now became cold and icy. However, I hope that you will not regret your decision. Eldest lady, come with me. I wish to speak to you. Then, without a further look at the group, he turned to make his way towards the direction of the elder's office. Murong Rue bit her lip and paused in silence before she followed after Elder. The air was solemn in the quiet elder's office, carrying a weight of heavy pressure. Murong Rue kept quiet and stood with her head bowed. No one could tell what she was thinking. Sigh. Elder asked exasperatedly, Rue, could you please explain to me what just happened? At this moment, he had not addressed her as eldest lady. Instead, he had chosen a more intimate form of address, causing tears to roll down Murong Rue's face. Second elder, I was suspicious as those two had come from unknown origins. I was afraid that they might harbor ill intentions towards the Murong family. I was also afraid that they will harm Yansa, so I had wanted them to leave the Murong family, of their own accord. But who would have thought that? Murong Rue lifted her gaze, now blurry from tears, looking completely aggrieved, but who would have thought that they would completely ignore my advice? They've even warned me and told me to mind my own business. Then, they framed me in front of Yansa. Elder, everything that I've done had all been for the Murong family and Yansa's sake. HMPH. Elder scoffed. His elderly face was now ashen and his old, muddy pupils burned with a fiery anger. He slammed his palm on the table. It seems that those two were indeed harboring ambitions towards the Murong family. That Yansa is another one for not trusting her own sister and placing her trust in an outsider instead. If she ends up dead because of them, it would all be her own fault. No. Murong Rue quickly shook her head. Elder, Yansa is my little sister. No matter how cruel or vicious she is to me, it will never change that fact. I cannot bear to watch her live under the deception of outsiders. That's why, Elder, you must help me. Sigh. Elder sighed again and observed the woman's anxious face with gentleness. Rue, you are far too kind. The second lady has ill-treated you and yet you are still trying to protect that idiot. She has led the wolves to her dens, so she had basically asked for it. It's her fault for not listening to you. Hearing this, Murong Rue shook her head. Elder, this is all because she is my little sister. She can act mercilessly, but I can't bring myself to do such a thing. Besides, I've said this before. For the sake of my sister, even if I had to die, I would never have any complaints. Even though she is now under the deception of outsiders, one day, she will understand that in this entire world, the only person who would treat her so lovingly, besides grandfather, is me. As she spoke, Murong Rue's expression was completely steadfast and chaste. Anyone would feel moved at the sight of such determination. Should anyone happen to witness her speech, they would probably curse and swear at Murong Yan. She has such a good older sister, yet she does not treasure her. Elder thought, is this woman a moron? Having an older sister who only thinks of what is best for her, how could she possibly want to harm her? Only a cruel and unscrupulous person would not believe in such a kind and delicate girl. Chapter 541, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 2. Rue, don't you worry. I may not like that idiot, the second lady, but she is still a member of the Murong family at the end of the day. I will not allow anyone to string her along. As for those two, if their intentions are indeed horrible, I will make them regret their actions. As glint of murderous intent flashed across Elder's eyes as a cold smile formed on his elderly face. I will never allow anyone to lay a single hand on the Murong family. For the safety of the Murong family, even if the master and the second lady were to blame me, I will never give up. It's nothing compared to me resigning from my position as an elder and leaving this place. The Black Cloud auction is the largest auction in Black Rock City. While it has been around for over 10 years, no one knew its true origins. At this moment, in the rear hall of the auction venue, two elders were seated opposite one another as they played chess. One was dressed in red and had white hair. If one could look beyond the white beard on his saggy cheeks and his wrinkles, he had rather handsome features. It wasn't difficult to imagine that he was once a Casanova in his youth. The other elder, dressed in blue robes, looked more refined and cultured. His elderly face was poised with a warm smile and his aura was as calm as still waters, absolutely comforting. Yi Lan, as the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit to the Black Cloud auction? The elder in blue smiled and placed his black chess piece in anticipation. His gentle eyes, filled with good humor, were looking at his friend. Yi Lan rolled his eyes and replied impatiently, what else could it be? It's that damned beast from my family. Oh, the elder in blue raised an eyebrow, what has Yi Nuo done this time to have angered you so? HMPH. Yi Lan turned into a ball of anger at the very mention of this, that damned beast certainly has some gall. He had ran away from the people whom I've hired to protect him. Now I've just received news that he's headed in the direction of Black Rock City. So, I'm here to find the damned beast. Every time Yi Nuo has come up as a topic of conversation, thought the elder in blue. This old man would look so angry that he looked as if he was ready to choke him to death. However, no one knows better than I, how much my old friend truly loves his one and only grandson. He certainly spoils him and cherishes him greatly. He can't even bring himself to scold him. He would only ever complain about him in front of me. Yi Nuo, I haven't seen that boy in ages. It would be good if he's now in Black Rock City. If we can find out where he is, perhaps we can invite him to the Black Cloud auction as a guest. Forget it. Yi Lan stared scornfully at the elder in blue. Don't think that I don't know what you're up to. You think I don't know you well enough. You're always trying to snatch my grandson away from me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Give it up. My precious grandson isn't going anywhere. Cough, cough. The elder in blue robes cleared his throat and looked thoroughly chastised as if his friend had seen right through him. I'm certainly envious of you for having such a talented grandson. If I remember correctly, Yi Nuo should be about 10 years old this year. A low-level martial king at 10 years old. TSK, he'd be considered a peerless genius no matter where he goes. Obviously. Upon hearing praises of his own grandson, Yi Lan immediately puffed his chest and raised his head with pride. Just look at whose grandson he is. Born with naturally great talent, along with the nurturing of my Yi family. It would be a great humiliation to me if he still hasn't reached the rank of martial king. Except that this kid absolutely loves making others worry about him. He had actually slipped away. Yi Lan felt his teeth itch at the thought of this. No matter what, once I get my hands on him, I'm going to teach him a real good lesson. We'll see if he dares to run away again next time. Chapter 542, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 3. Aku. In the bustling streets of Black Rock City, Yi Nuo let out a sneeze just as he was rushing towards the auction hall. He rubbed his nose and mumbled to himself, that's strange, why do I feel as if someone was just cursing at me? What's wrong? Liu Xiaochen asked as he looked puzzledly at Yi Nuo. Yi Nuo blinked, it's just an old fart cursing silently at me behind my back. Big brother Liu, do we need a name card when we enter the auction? Little brother, you're overthinking things, Liu Xiaochen smiled, there's no need for name cards in the Black Rock City auction. Besides, with the position that the Murong family holds in Black Rock City, we can enter at will. Oh, that's good. Yi Nuo heaved a sigh of relief. I had a lot of doubts about this. What if I needed to leave a name card when I enter the auction and I mentioned my name? I'd have to use a false name. After all, Grandpa Yi Nuo is good friends with my old man. If that old man finds out that I'm in Black Rock City, he'd drag me back home for sure. Yi Nuo's body began to tremble all over as he thought of this. Gu Ruoyan glanced at the young boy next to her and a glint flashed across her eyes. Nevertheless, she stayed silent. Just as she was recollecting her thoughts, she heard a smug voice from not too far away. Oh, I was wondering who that was. It's the idiot second lady of the Murong family. Are you here to represent the Murong family in the auction? Unless I'm mistaken, the real representative of the Murong family should only be the eldest lady, Murong Rue. You're not even worth much. A man who was dressed in green robes waved the fan in his hand. He approached the group with his big, protruding belly. Gu Ruoyan gently wrinkled her eyebrows. This feels really like running into a dog along the way. Why is it that everywhere I go, I'll definitely bump into a group of shameless idiots? Ye Lin, you better speak clearly. Murong Yan's expression darkened. Who told you that Murong Rue was the only decision-maker of the Murong family? Haha, isn't it obvious? Ye Lin laughed smugly and curled his lips up with disdain. Your talents aren't too bad, Murong Yan. Unfortunately, you're an idiot who doesn't know anything better than to use brute force and to stir up trouble. Murong Rue is completely unlike you. Only an intelligent and sharp-witted woman like her deserved to sit in that position. More importantly, she's kinder and gentler than you are. She would never provoke any issues for the Murong family. As for power, your Murong family already has the elder's office. They can completely assist her in becoming the heir. Murong Yan, there's no use in feeling unsatisfied with your situation. No one had asked you to turn out so unsuitable for your family. However, Ye Lin paused as he swept his eyes across Murong Yan's pretty face. He then continued with a creepy smile on his face, if you're willing to serve me for one night, perhaps I can assist you in obtaining that position. Ye Lin sneered as he thought, I'm not interested in a malicious woman like her, but it's not a bad idea to have some fun. Besides, I would never marry her. Liu Xiaochen's face turned black. He took 2 steps forward and was just about to make his move when a clear and cold voice cut in. A good dog does not stand in the way. Get out of the way. Boom. A powerful force immediately erupted towards the man in green, hitting him squarely in the chest. Without any further warning, his body was thrown a great distance away before falling to the ground with a loud crash. Murong Yan stared blankly before turning towards Gu Ruoyan, feeling completely puzzled. Previously, she had sorted the herd of spiritual beasts out of self-defense, not because she wanted to save us. Also, back in the Murong family home, she had stood up against Murong Rue because Murong Rue had implicated her. Chapter 543, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 4. Yet, based on their interactions over the past few days, Murong Yan could already sense that Gu Ruoan was the type of girl who would let things drift if they do not affect her personally. As long as the issue does not drag her down, she would not be a busybody. But now, she has raised her hand against Ye Lin, who had not really done anything to her. Murong Yan felt a complicated emotion in her heart. At this moment, it was absolutely clear to her that Gu Ruoan had done this for her. Bodyguard Gu, you're too cool. Yi Nuo's eyes were sparkling with excitement. He had a strong urge to give Gu Ruoan a kiss. From now on, Bodyguard Gu is my idol. Let's go. She continued walking as if she did not notice the shock-filled eyes of the bystanders around her. Gu Ruoan then continued to make her way towards the auction hall. Just as she began to walk away, she heard an angry yell from behind them. You damn girl, you actually attacked me. Ye Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and glared angrily at Gu Ruoan's figure. Don't think that you can do as you please just because you're riding on the skirt tails of the Murong family. Let me tell you this, Ye Lin, has never been afraid of any effing person. You will now kneel before me and crawl your way towards me. I will let you off on account of the fact that you are a beautiful woman. Otherwise, I'd effing kill you even with Murong Yan and Lu Xiaochen present. Yi Nuo nearly went mad with rage. After all, Gu Ruoan was his idol. That means, for a fanboy like him, she was greater than the heavens. Yet this guy had actually dared to insult his idol. He must be tired of living. Stepping over, I'll make it so that you won't even have a crotch to do it. Bang! Yi Nuo aimed his foot directly at the lower half of Ye Lin's body. Following that, a loud squeal which sounded a lot like a pig being slaughtered blared through everyone's ears. The onlookers were thoroughly astonished. No one had expected that the 10-year-old doll like Yi Nuo would be so fierce. From the looks of it, Ye Lin can forget about his hopes for a prosperous life in the future. You damned beastard. Ye Lin glared at Yi Nuo with an ugly look on his face as he gritted his teeth. You dared to kick me. Fine, if I don't dismember your body and feed it to the dogs today, then my name isn't Ye Lin. Yi Nuo placed his hands on his hips and raised his chin arrogantly. Come at me then if you think you can do it. Do you think that I would be so easily frightened? You damned beastard, you can effing go to hell. Ye Lin bellowed angrily and charged towards Yi Nuo. Actually, it was also Ye Lin's fault for not working hard in his cultivation. He had been engrossed in the pleasures of the flesh and had thus remained at the rank of a high-level martial general even at this age. Hence, before he could even reach Yi Nuo, he was sent flying into the air before landing on a nearby stall with a loud crash. Meanwhile, at the rear hall of the auction, Yi Lan overheard the commotion from outside and frowned. What's happening? Why is it so noisy? Hearing this, the elder in blue placed his last chess piece and smiled. I've won. Yi Lan, seeing as our chess match has now ended, let us go and investigate. We'll find out who would be so daring as to cause trouble before the Black Cloud auction can start. Yi Lan paused before he nodded. That's a good suggestion, I have nothing better to do anyway. Let's go have a look. The two men then rose from their seats and headed outside the auction hall. A crowd was slowly gathering in the bustling streets in front of the auction hall, growing larger as more and more people stopped to gawk. They were pointing and goggled curiously at Yi Nuo as they gossiped amongst themselves. Yansa, what are all of you doing? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded through the crowd. Just as Murong Yan began to frown, she noticed Murong Ruer and an average-looking young man approaching the group. Murong Ruer took one look and saw the reckless Ye Lin who was lying in the middle of the broken stall. She widened her innocent-looking eyes with shock. So yeah, what happened to you? Who would be so vicious to have hurt you so horribly? Chapter 544, Yi Nuo's Identity 1. Hearing this, two girls who had been cradled in Ye Lin's arms before the fight returned to their senses. One girl, who was dressed in red, quickly said, Eldest Lady Murong, it was this brat who had hurt Sir Ye Lin. He came with Murong Yan. Please, Eldest Lady, grant Sir Ye Lin justice. Yan sir. Murong Ruer was shocked. Her astonished gaze fell upon Murong Yan. Why would your friend try to harm him? He has also beat this person up so viciously. What if we were to draw the ire of the Ye family? How about this? Ask your friend to apologize to Sir Ye, alright. She knew the level of Ye Lin's strength, yet this 10-year-old whippersnapper had actually managed to hurt him. Could it be that he has some sort of treasure in his hands? A slimy glint flashed across her eyes at the thought of this. At this moment, Ye Lin's agonized face changed completely. His body trembled incessantly, but despite his great agony, he did not collapse. You damn kid, you've crippled my little sailor. I won't let you off so easily. Even if eldest Lady Murong tries to placate the situation for you, it won't be of any use. The only way out is for you to become my slave and submit yourself to my torture for the rest of your life. And you. He swept his gaze creepily towards Gu Ruoan and gritted his teeth. I want you to be my sex slave. I might be crippled, but I still have 100,000 ways to torture you. This is the price for laying your hand on me. In all of Black Rock City, the only thing that Ye Lin feared was the Black Rock auction. He placed no great importance on anything else, including the Murong family. Yi Nuo, let's go. Gu Ruoan calmly swept her gaze across the mat, and Ye Lin then turned around and headed towards the auction. She had just started to walk away when a soft, alluring voice spoke up. Miss Gu, it doesn't matter how you've poisoned Yansa into throwing me aside, I can take that. But you've clearly crossed the line in dealing with this matter. By attacking Sir Ye in the Black Rock City, have you completely ignored this city's plight? I, Murong Ruer, am normally very frail, and that's a fact. But that does not mean that I'm afraid of a vicious woman like you. Murong Ruer switched from that frail, weak visage and raised her snow-white chin as she spoke with a sharp sense of righteousness. I had given way to you all because of Yansa, but you're simply not satisfied with the small gains, aren't you? Everyone would have the right to punish someone like you, and only Yansa would ever believe in your words. Because of you, she had not hesitated in accusing me. That speech not only implicated Gu Ruoan for being a poisonous, vicious woman, it had dragged Murong Yan down as well. See how much she cherishes Murong Yan. For her, she would give way to her friend no matter how much she disliked that person. How had Murong Yan repaid her instead? She did not hesitate to accuse her all for the sake of an outsider. What a cruel and unscrupulous blind wolf. So, from the moment she finished her speech, Murong Yan was immediately shot with countless looks of mockery and disdain. I never thought that Second Lady Murong would turn out to be this sort of person. That's right, we had known that she was merely an idiot from the beginning, but I didn't think that she would be this stupid. She would actually believe the words of an outsider and lose trust in her elder sister who has cherished her for so many years. Sigh, if I had an elder sister who always placed her younger sister first like Murong Rue, I think I would be smiling every time I awakened from my sleep. But it seems that some people don't even know how fortunate they truly are. No one saw it, but as the crowd dived into a fervent discussion, a smile flashed across Murong Rue's lips. Murong Yan, I've warned you. Fighting against me will not end well for you. She thought maliciously. So what if you have talent? So what if you have a good head for business? You've made a mistake by putting your trust in other people. Chapter 545. Yi Nuo's Identity 2. Murong Yan trembled with anger as she glared fiercely at Murong Rue. I never imagined that this woman would be so shameless. No one in this life could possibly top her shamelessness. Hee hee. Someone sniggered softly. Soon after that, they saw a young man who was dressed in embroidered robes stepping forward with a fan in hand. His mouth was curled into a disdainful smile. He fixed his cold, arrogant gaze upon the flustered Murong Yan. Rue, is this your legendary little sister? Why would you still hold on to your sisterhood for someone like this? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with sarcasm as he looked down at the people before him as if they were not fit to stand in front of him at all. Who is he? Murong Yan furrowed her brows as she stared at the youth who was dressed in embroidered robes. I don't think I've seen him in Black Rock City before. Liu Xiaochun's face slowly sank and he momentarily fell silent. He then slowly explained, he is the governor of White Glory City's son. He's probably here to participate in the Black Cloud auction. However, I never expected that he would end up fooling around with Murong Rue. It would seem that Murong Rue does, indeed, have some tricks up her sleeve. Murong Yan sneered and thought, Murong Rue has always used her act as a pitiful, helpless damsel to garner sympathy. That's been her trick all along. Furthermore, Murong Yan could now see that she would go so far to announce to others about how she had been slandering her older sister. Sir Bai, Murong Rue slowly stepped forward and replied gently, I do not blame Yansa. It's my fault for not educating my own sister well enough. I'm to blame for her mistakes. Seeing as Sir Ye-Lin has stated his conditions to make up for the situation, give your two friends over to him. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will help you clear this up. Sir Ye-Lin will not harm them. Such words, dripping with strong affection, made everyone feel the concern of an older sister for her younger sister. This caused them all to feel increasingly unsatisfied with Murong Yan. Why can't she see how much her older sister truly loves her? Faced with the cold stares from the crowd, Murong Yan laughed icily. Murong Rue, do you really think that Ye-Lin would let him off so easily once they've fallen into his grasp? And you, are you really doing all of this for my sake? Forget it, you can parade your artificial charade in front of others all you want, but I've seen right through your act long ago. Murong Rue panicked. Yansa, you understand the depth of power that the Ye family possesses. You might even say that they're a level above the Murong family. I'm thinking of the good of the Murong family. Furthermore, your friends have injured Ye-Lin. Can they really still be expected to leave Black Rock City? The Ye family is backed by the Wolf's Fang robbers. The Wolf's Fang robbers. A peculiar glint flashed across Gu Ruan's eyes once she heard that name. If I remember correctly, that vulgar-looking thug that I had met when I first set foot in the Banished Lands had mentioned something about his sister being the concubine of the right-hand man of the Wolf's Fang robbers. Now, it seems that even the Murong family is afraid of the Wolf's Fang robbers. I wonder what kind of power do they hold? Naturally, after Murong Rue had spoken, Murong Yan fell silent. But after her momentary pause, she slowly spoke up again. Murong Rue, are you done yet? If you're finally done, get out of my sight. Quit standing here and blocking my view. Furthermore, it is not the place of a daughter of a small concubine to criticize or give orders summarily in the Murong family. Murong Rue clenched her fists tightly as a white-hot anger burned within her chest. It was because she was the daughter of a concubine, coupled with the fact that she had no talent, that she has had to endure mockery and ridicule ever since she was a child. Chapter 546. Yi Nuo's Identity 3. Hence, in order to avoid being labeled as the daughter of a mere concubine, I never hesitated to poison my own mother. Only when that SLT is dead could I begin to shake off my identity as the daughter of a concubine. Just as she expected, once her mother was dead, she became desolate and alone and would always be the subject of abuse. Murong Yan's mother could no longer bear the sight of it, so she had taken her in and fostered her herself. However, at that time, Murong Yan would always treat her coldly. In order to gain the idiot's trust, she had utilized all of her savings to hire men to assassinate Murong Yan. At the most crucial moment, she had rushed out and taken a knife for Murong Yan. From that moment on, that idiot had changed her attitude towards her completely. Whenever she saw the elders of the family looking down on her, she would hide in the shadows and give her suggestions. She would then give Murong Rue all of the credit. Sadly, Murong Yan did not know that it was I who had secretly killed her parents. Even that old fart's injuries had something to do with me. It's their fault for preferring Murong Yan. If I don't get rid of them, I'll never stand a chance of becoming the master of the Murong family. Even if Murong Yan had died, they would never have given the inheritance to me. However, no one in this lifetime will ever know that I was responsible for the death of Murong Yan's parents. Because I was only 10 when they had died. How could a 10-year-old child harbor such intentions? However, they never knew that her young mind had become warped and twisted after so many years of unfair treatment. So what if I had to resort to murder? I would do anything to achieve my goals. But the most laughable thing was that Murong Yan had always treated her enemy, her father's murderer, as her closest relative. For my sake, she did not hesitate to pick fights with countless people, and became my muscle, helping me punch through to obtain my current station. And she was labeled as an idiot for so many years. Hee hee. Bai Xin laughed icily and was just about to further criticize Murongyan when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed two people coming out from the auction hall. Of the two elders, one had snowy white hair and was dressed in red. He carried an air of an exuberant hero. The wind seemed to follow his every step and his robes would flutter dramatically. Just looking at him would make anyone feel intimidated. The other man was dressed in blue and had a graceful yet scholarly look about him. His elderly face carried a warm and gentle smile. It was a smile which bathed one in warm sunlight and makes one feel an extremely comfortable feeling throughout their entire being. Bai Xin felt dazed. He did not know the identity of the elder in red, but he knew exactly who the other one was. It's the president of the Black Cloud Auction, Yun Luo. He's also the person whom I've come here to meet. Bai Xin decided to let Gu Ruoan and the rest of her gang off the hook for the moment. He quickly straightened out his robes and made his way towards the two. Meanwhile, at the very same time, Yun Luo had also noticed the two elders who had emerged from the auction hall. Like a frightened little rabbit, he immediately darted behind Gu Ruoan. You can't see me, you can't see me. Yun Luo silently mumbled that to himself over and over again. He sorely wished that he could turn invisible so that no one could see him at all. Unfortunately, things did not turn out the way he wanted it to be. Just as Yun Luo was willing his body to shrink from existence, the eyes of the elder in red turned towards his direction and his expression quickly turned into shock. Then, his entire being seemed to morph into a violent lion. You, that little beastard over there. No need to hide, this old man has spotted you. Get your SS over here this instant. He bellowed angrily. Bai Xin paused in his steps and stared in astonishment at the elder in red. Because he happened to stand right behind Yun Luo, he thought that Yilan had been referring to him. Hence, he was completely petrified with fear. Chapter 547, Yun Luo's Identity 4. This person, he's allowed to stand with Lord Yun Luo, thought Bai Xin. I reckon his identity is more complex than it seems, but I don't seem to recall provoking such a strong cultivator like him. You damn beastard, you're still trying to effing hide yourself. Seeing how his own grandson was still ignoring him, Yilan grew so angry that he could leap 3 meters above the ground. He roared with a fiery rage that reached the heavens. I'll give you 3 seconds. Roll your SS right over here now, or else, this old man will whip your SS until it bears flowers. Roll over there. Only a fool would do that. It's far safer to hide behind bodyguard Gu. Yun Luo curled his lips. This old fart clearly wants to kill me. I'm not about to walk into that trap. Only a fool would do a thing like that. But whatever happened next would turn out to become a particularly shocking scene for him. Bai Xin, who had his head on a high horse just a while ago, suddenly lay down on the floor and rolled right over towards Yilan. With no explanation whatsoever. This time, forget about the ones who knew who he was, even the rest of the audience members were completely flabbergasted. Who are you? Yilan wrinkled his brows and asked with obvious impatience as he swept his cold gaze towards Bai Xin who had rolled right in front of him. I'm in the middle of chastising my grandson. What tree and which root had produced this clueless kid to approach me and cause trouble? Hey. Bai Xin looked blankly into space then stared in astonishment at Yilan. Didn't you ask me to roll over here? You said that I'd ask you to roll over here. Yilan laughed in spite of his anger. Who are you? Do you really think that you'd have the right to roll your way over to me? I was talking to that slippery little fox hiding over there. Damn beastard, if you don't effing show yourself to this old man, I'm going to go over there and whoop your SS. Shudder. Bai Xin's body was now drenched in a layer of cold sweat. At this moment, he dearly wished that he could lock himself into a cave out from complete embarrassment from the astonished eyes of the crowd. Even that would be a better option than standing here and enduring such humiliation. Quit being so fierce. Yun Luo curled his little lips before he carefully stepped out from behind Gu Ruoan. He mumbled, you're so fierce, it's no wonder father is afraid of you. Hearing this, Yilan laughed in spite of his rage. Damned beastard, my many scoldings towards your father is all because of you, you damned beastard. Oh, you're really good, aren't you? Making such bogus accusations. I've always shielded you but this time, you've crossed the line by actually running away from the bodyguards that I've sent to protect you. Don't you effing know how dangerous this mainland is? If you're that sick of living then let me know. I will personally send you up to the Western Paradise immediately. That's certainly better than being angered to death by you, you damned beastard. The more Yilan thought about it, the angrier he felt. I've certainly overindulged this brat, that's why he's turned out to be such a maverick. While this damned brat is certainly talented, he's only 10. If anyone wanted to kill him, it would be just as easy as crushing an ant. What are you still standing there for? Get your SS over here this instant. Yilan bellowed with fury at the sight of Yun Luo who was holding onto Gu Ruoan's robes. I won't. Yun Luo glared at Yilan and tugged on Gu Ruoan's robes. Bodyguard Gu, quick, save me. This old fart has gone rabid. What if he bites me? I don't want to turn insane too. Please save me. Rabid. Yilan's entire body trembled in anger. You damned beastard, you're accusing me, your own grandfather, of going insane. You get your SS over here, I guarantee that I won't beat you to death. Grandfather. Bai Xin stared blankly into space. While he was able to deduce that the relationship between the old man and the little boy was probably more complex based on how Yilan had spoken to the boy, he never thought that he would turn out to be his grandfather. If that's the case, Murongyan's friends are somehow acquainted with the Black Cloud Auction. Thank goodness I had not spewed too much venom in my words. Otherwise, the people of White Glory City would probably be destroyed. Bai Xin immediately forgot about his current plight at the thought of this and subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 548, Yun Luo's Identity 5. A large crowd had amassed around the public square in front of the auction hall. Gu Ruan looked at the old man's furious face and a glint flashed across her eyes. She simply could not see through the old man's level of power. One could say that due to the ancient divine pagoda, some powerful cultivators would not necessarily be able to master their aura even with the help of treasures. But, in the case of this elder in red, I can't sense his rank at all. There can only be one explanation for this. That means that this old man is either at the rank of a martial honor or above. In all of the banished lands, only one person could possibly be at the rank of a martial honor or above. The Yi family. Gu Ruan took a deep breath and recalled her conversation with Liu Xiaochen where he had mentioned the Yi family. She had guessed that a genius like Yi Nuo would certainly be somehow related to the Yi family. However, she never gave much thought into this matter. She certainly had not expected that the young boy whom she had run into by accident would have turned out to be from that particular family. Yi Nuo glanced at his old friend and sniggered, cutting through the current deadlock, you should stop scaring Yi Nuo. See how petrified he is now. How could this false bravado be of any use at all? Look how anxious you've become after being unable to locate his whereabouts for so many days. You nearly overturned the banished lands. Yi Lan rolled his eyes. Is it that easy to call my bluff? If I don't scare this stupid brat, he'd think that I was pampering him and that I don't hold him accountable for his actions. Oh, that's right. Yi Lan's gaze shifted towards Gu Ruan and made a serious observation. This young lady is my savior. Yi Nuo raised his chin and replied with pride. He would never introduce Gu Ruan as his bodyguard Gu in front of Yi Lan. After all, wouldn't an introduction like that be far too humiliating for my idol? Nope, there's no way. Gu Ruan cannot be degraded in front of this old fart. From what I can tell, my idol is way cooler than this old fart. By the time she reaches his age, she'd be able to fling this old fart to over 108,000 meters away. Of course, Yi Nuo paused and continued loudly, she's also my idol. Oh. Had Yi Nuo stopped at his first sentence, Yi Lan might have been very grateful to Gu Ruan. But after hearing the second sentence, he felt greatly annoyed. The only person who is allowed to be my grandson's idol is me. When did it turn into someone else? So, just as Yi Nuo's last syllable fell, Yi Lan raised his eyebrows and a formless coercion erupted from his body towards Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan sensed the coercion from Yi Lan and immediately displayed a calm smile on her face. She stood tall against the gentle breeze as if nothing had happened, staring back at him smilingly. Yi Lan was completely stunned at this sudden turn of events and quickly retracted his coercion. He stroked his snow-white beard and laughed, indeed, not a bad little sapling. My grandson has good taste. What's your name, girl? Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan. Haha, not bad, not bad. This girl is certainly up to my standards. Unless I'm mistaken, you're here to participate in the auction. If you don't mind, would you like to come with me? Come with him. Yi Nuo immediately widened his eyes and hurriedly tried to reject the offer. After all, it had not been easy for him to shake those people off and he certainly did not want to follow this old fart. However, before he could retort, Gu Ruan's calm reply came first, if you don't mind, sir. I would be willing to accompany you. Chapter 549, Yi Nuo's Identity, 6. Haha. Yi Lan laughed loudly and nodded his head in satisfaction. It's been a long time since I've met a young person like this. Besides, she's a martial emperor and she's not even 20 years old. Such talent. There's probably only about 1 or 2 cultivators in the banished lands with a talent like hers, second only to my grandson. However, if Yi Lan were to find out that Gu Ruan had only begun her cultivation at the age of 14, he would probably weigh his words more carefully once again. After all, his grandson had begun cultivating at the age of 5 and has only reached the rank of a martial king at the age of 10. That amount of talent is already shocking enough that Gu Ruan, who had also begun cultivating 5 years ago, has already reached the rank of a martial emperor. His grandson also had the help of countless geniuses and different treasures to enhance his innate capabilities in order to reach his current level. This can't even be compared to what Gu Ruan have had to go through. Yi Nuo chuckled, the auction will be starting soon. Everyone, let's go inside. All right. Gu Ruan nodded and replied. Murong Yan and Liu Xiaochen looked at each other. Even though they were both bursting with curiosity over the identities of the 2 old men, they did not pry. Instead, they simply followed them into the hall. Sir Bai. A malicious light flashed across Murong Ruse's eyes. Then, she stared pitifully at Bai Xin who was now deep in contemplation and spoke in a frail voice, Yansa, she. Ruer. Bai Xin finally returned to his senses and took a deep breath. He then turned towards Murong Ruer with a serious look on his face. Do you know the name of that little boy? If the Elder in Red and Lord Yun Luo are such peerless cultivators, his grandson can't possibly have some obscure name. I think his name is Yi Nuo. Murong Ruer knitted her brows in grief. Sir Bai, why did you ask about that? At this moment, Murong Ruer missed the change in Bai Xin's expression once she had mentioned Yi Nuo's name. Yi Nuo. If I remember correctly, the little master of the #1 aristocratic family in the banished lands, the Yi family, is Yi Nuo. That's right. Who else could joke around with Lord Yun Luo besides that person from the Yi family? The biggest joke was that I had nearly offended the little master of the Yi family all for the sake of a girl. Bai Xin's back was immediately drenched in a layer of cold sweat at the thought of this. Fear began to take over his heart and he sorely wished to kill Murong Ruer with one slap. Sir Bai, what's happened to you? Ah, that's right, those 2 elders are. HMPH, Bai Xin scoffed coldly, cutting Murong Ruer off. He was about to reveal the identities of the 2 old men but thought better of it and decided against it. Murong Ruer, our relationship ends here. Don't come looking for me again. Then, he abandoned the pale-looking Murong Ruer and quickly headed into the auction hall. Seeing that Lord Yun Luo had not revealed his identity, he mused. That means that he did not wish for anyone in Black Rock City to find out. So if I had hastily exposed him, I might end up offending the 2 great lords. It was simply not worth the trouble that comes with dragging down the whole of White Glory City for the sake of a woman. Murong Ruer, who obviously did not know what happened, stared at Bai Xin's shadow with tears in her eyes. Even though Murong Ruer was in love with Lu Xiaochen, Bai Xin's status as the son of the governor of White Glory City was not something which could be matched by many. If she had managed to snag this huge boat, the Murong family would reap many great benefits. But who would have guessed that even after she had used all of her skills, Bai Xin would throw her aside and abandon her? Murong Yan, it's definitely all her fault. Murong Ruer clenched her delicate hands into fists. A venomous light flashed across the corner of her eyes as the white-hot fury from within her heart nearly set her entire being on fire. That SLT. As if seducing Big Brother Lu wasn't enough, she's even latched her claws onto Sir Bai. I will never let her get away with this. At this very moment, Murong Ru's brain was completely muddled with rage and ignored the fact that Bai Xin's attitude had only changed after hearing Yi Nuo's name. Chapter 550, The Black Cloud Auction 1. Murong Yan, who was seated in a compartment box at the auction hall, swept her curious gaze across Yi Nuo before stopping on Yi Lan's smiling face. She could not tell what the old man was thinking. Come here, kid, stay by my side. Yi Lan glared at Yi Nuo and ordered him about irritably. Is my appearance so terrifying? Why is my own grandchild hiding so far away from me? I don't want to. Yi Nuo held tightly onto Gu Ruoan as he glared right back at Yi Lan. He quietly muttered, only a fool would fall into a trap like that. That one sentence made Yi Lan so angry that he became speechless with rage. He glared fiercely at Yi Nuo. This damned brat does whatever he pleases just because I pamper him. This is so infuriating. Miss Gu, little brother Yi Nuo, I wonder who this could be. Lu Xiaochen frowned as he asked with a bit of hesitation in his voice. He didn't know why, but he sensed that this old man had a Loki persona. You haven't guessed. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly and replied slowly, in all of the banished lands, how many powerful cultivators would have the surname, Yi? Lu Xiaochen paused in silence. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and raised his head in astonishment. His eyes stared at the man's elderly face with shock. You're of the Yi family. Hee. The old man chuckled and turned his smiling face towards Gu Ruoan. You're certainly observant, little girl. You've actually managed to guess my true identity. Not bad at all. Gu Ruoan broke into a smile that was neither haughty nor humble. I've heard about the #1 cultivator in the banished lands, so when you had appeared, I could pretty much guess who you were. After all, in all of the banished lands, who else would be at the rank of a Marshal Supreme? A Marshal Supreme. That's above the rank of a Martial Honor. It was also the rank that Gu Ruoan could not achieve in her previous life. However, she believed that in this life, it would not be too long before she would reach the rank of a Marshal Supreme. Ha ha ha, Yi Nuo laughed again, his eyes were brimming with a satisfied smile. Little girl, not only were you able to deduce my identity, you were also able to find out my level in power. I am certainly getting more and more interested in you. Boom. Those words hit them like a sudden clap of thunder in their ears. Lu Xiaochen and Murong Yan both turned as stiff as two pieces of wood as they were completely flabbergasted and rooted to the spot. Their eyes seemed to enter into a daydream, and soon, surprise and excitement slowly took over their sluggish expressions. They never imagined that the greatest cultivator of the banished lands, the master of the Yi family, would be standing right before their very eyes. You're really the master of the Yi family, Lord Yi Lan. Lu Xiaochen had become so nervous that he began to sputter incoherently. How could he maintain his usually frank and self-assured manner of speech in the face of such a great cultivator? He was already unsure of where to place his hands and legs. When faced with Lu Xiaochen, Yi Lan no longer behaved with the politeness and courtesy he had shown Gu Ruoan. He merely smiled calmly. I am indeed the master of the Yi family, Yi Lan. Thank you, both of you, for taking care of my grandson over the past few days. I have decided to take him back to the Yi family. What? Yi Nuo jumped up and his stubborn little face was flushed. I'm not going back. I'm not going back even if it means that I have to die. You shut your mouth. Yi Lan glared at Yi Nuo. Let me tell you this, you're going home. Even if you don't want to, you still have to go home. You're not coming out until you break through to the rank of a martial emperor. Yi Nuo's adorable true big features were now filled with grief. How could I be so unfortunate to have met such an unreasonable old man? Yi Nuo, you should go home. Gu Ruoan looked at Yi Nuo's miserable little face and said, your grandfather is right. You're too weak at the moment. Your innate skills may be outstanding, but there are many powerful cultivators in the vanished lands who can kill you, easily. Wait until you've broken through to the rank of a martial emperor. By then, even if you're unable to defeat them, running away shouldn't be such a big issue for you. This was because only cultivators at the rank of a martial emperor would have the ability to fly. Chapter 551, The Black Cloud Auction 2. Yi Nuo curled his lips and was just about to make a retort when he was interrupted by the old man. Damned beastard, you better learn from the Gu girl. Once you reach the rank of a martial emperor like her, I will not restrict your freedom. Otherwise, you're not allowed to leave the protection of the Yi family home. Yi Nuo immediately raised his lowered head when heard this. His wide, glassy eyes stared in astonishment at his grandfather. Grandfather, what did you just say? Bodyguard Gu is at the rank of a martial emperor. A martial emperor. Even though being at this rank doesn't really count as a peak cultivator in the banished lands, she already had a right to assume personal responsibility. Especially since Gu Ruoan was only 19 years old. A 19-year-old martial emperor. What kind of a concept is this? Murong Yan and Lu Xiaochen were equally stunned. From the beginning, they had both considered Gu Ruoan to be a high-level martial king, and that already shocked them completely. Yet they never imagined that this girl would turn out to be such a young martial emperor. Lu Xiaochen laughed bitterly. Before I met these two, I always considered myself to have outstanding talent and that no one in Black Rock City would be a match for me. Now I understand what it means to be a frog at the bottom of the well. My master was right, the number of geniuses in the world is too many to count. It's only that we haven't met them yet. How funny, I never gave much thought to it, thinking that my own talents were strong enough. Now I finally understand that things may appear to be perfect but their better ones will always come along. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on auction is the heavyweight item of our auction this round, a fragmented pill formula which had been handed down from ancient times. Even though a part of this pill formula is missing, I'm sure all of you know that in this current age, pill formulas have been completely eradicated. Hence, I'm sure that everyone knows the value of this fragmented pill formula. It was nearing the end of the auction when the booming voice of the auctioneer rang aloud from outside the box. The auction price begins at 1,000,000 gold pieces, every bid cannot be less than 100,000 gold pieces. Now, let the auction begin. Boom. Once he had finished speaking, the crowd immediately went into a sensation. A fragmented pill formula, a glint flashed across Gu Ruan's eyes as she laughed wordlessly. Oh, Yi Lan looked at Gu Ruan with surprise. Miss Gu, are you interested in this pill formula? That's right, Gu Ruan nodded, I am indeed interested. Even though she had not managed to discover any news of the Hell's Lotus in the auction, she did manage to uncover substantial benefits. This pill formula, I must have it no matter what. Hee, Yi Lan laughed quietly, I didn't think that you would be interested in these things as well, Miss Gu. But based on my observation, even if you did manage to obtain this pill formula, it would be useless. Pill refinement is a lost art and no one can refine pills in this day and age. Since that's the case, what's the point in obtaining this pill formula? Hearing this, Gu Ruan merely smiled and replied calmly, I am simply interested in collecting these kinds of things. As long as one fancies an item, it doesn't matter if it's useful or not. Don't you agree, Senior Yi Lan? Ha. Yi Lan stroked his white beard as he laughed candidly, that's right. As long as it is what your heart desires, so what if it's useless? Little girl, you're getting more and more up to my standards. Of course, Yi Lan, who didn't know Gu Ruan very well, can possibly know that if she ever takes an interest in anything, it was because it will bring her great benefits. Such as this pill formula, for example. To anyone else, perhaps this pill formula would be nothing but a piece of waste paper. However, in the hands of Gu Ruan, who is getting more and more matured in her pill refinement skills, this will be a priceless treasure. Pill formulas, finally, I've been waiting for this. In a separate box, Bai Xin took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Father had sent me here today for the sake of obtaining this pill formula. No matter what, I must have it. Chapter 552, The Black Cloud Auction, 3. A pill formula, no matter how useless, is enough to raise a perilous situation in the banished lands. Countless strong cultivators have flocked to this auction all for the sake of this mystical pill formula. I bid 50 million gold pieces. Wow. The crowd immediately dived into a huge commotion. The starting bid for this pill formula was already at 1 million, but who would have guessed that the first bidder would start at 50 million gold pieces? Clearly, these people had come prepared. 80 million. 100 million. The last voice was loud and deep. It drew the attention of the crowd to a private box compartment high above the auction hall. It's a member of the Wolf's Fang robbers. Murong Yan's gaze darkened. Unless I'm mistaken, that voice had come from the right-hand man of the Wolf's Fang mercenary unit, Qi Lin. The Wolf's Fang mercenary unit. Gu Ruan gently stroked her chin as a glint flashed across her eyes. Gu girl, aren't you going to bid? Yi Lan certainly does not care whether it's the Wolf's Fang mercenaries or the Dog's Teeth mercenary unit. He merely stared curiously at Gu Ruan as he asked. Gu Ruan smiled calmly. The outstanding usually bears the brunt of the attack. If I were to bid for the pill formula now, what would the consequences be? Consequences. She would definitely face many assassination attempts from various strong cultivators, all vying to steal the pill formula from her. Liu Xiaochen and Murong Yan sighed incessantly when they heard this. They never considered the consequences that way. So, Gu Ruan paused before continuing, if I want that pill formula, this isn't the only way to get it. 101 million. Before that voice could finish its sentence, it was cut off by Qi Lin. 200 million. 200 million gold pieces. Not even the mighty Murong family could possibly produce 200 million gold pieces. Yet the Wolf's Fang robbers had offered the bid without even blinking. Hence, once Qi Lin had made his offer, the crowd went into another sensation. The Wolf's Fang robbers are certainly high rollers. 200 million gold pieces. TSK. I won't be able to save up that much even if I stopped eating or drinking for a few lifetimes. Does it even need to be explained? The Wolf's Fang robbers may prioritize pilfering others, but they've certainly managed to rack up quite a sum of money over the years. If the Wolf's Fang robbers should ever send out the troops in one go, it wouldn't be very difficult for them to destroy the whole of Black Rock City. The idle chatter from the crowd reached Gu Ruan's ears and she gently raised her eyebrow. The Wolf's Fang robbers, are they really that great? They are. Murong Yan nodded. The leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers is a martial honor. That is why many of us fear him. A martial honor. Gu Ruan's gaze sank. Based on my current level of strength, it may be a little bit difficult for me to go up against a martial honor. 200 million going once, 200 million going twice, 200 million going thrice. The auctioneer announced. Before making the final decision in a clear and distinct voice, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you have all been aware that this pill formula is the centerpiece of the Black Cloud auction. However, yesterday, a mystery man had arrived with a weapon and gifted it to us as part of the auction. Hearing this, the crowd burst into a fervent discussion. Forget it, it's only a weapon. No matter how valuable it is, it can never be compared with that pill formula. And that pill formula is missing a piece. We came here for the pill formula. We're not interested in some weapon. It's best that we leave now. Despite being faced with so much skepticism, the auctioneer did not fly into a rage. He remained smiling as he explained, ladies and gentlemen, this is no average weapon. It's a low-class spiritual weapon. A low-class spiritual weapon. This time, forget about everyone else. Even the calm and composed Yi Lan rose to his feet. His elderly face was shining with excitement. Chapter 553, Sky-High Prices at the Auction 1. Let the bidding begin. The auctioneer smiled confidently and spoke in a straightforward manner. This time, we will not begin the auction at a starting price. You can bid as you please and there are no limits. Wow. After the auctioneer spoke, the crowd erupted into a sensation. An excited voice suddenly sounded from one of the boxes. I bid 100 million gold pieces. 100 million gold pieces to a medium-sized organization was a pretty hefty sum. Yet now, the initial bidding price for this spiritual weapon had actually reached that price. After all, a pill was just as valuable as a spiritual weapon. However, the problem was, even if one had managed to get the pill formula, one might not be able to successfully refine the pill. A spiritual weapon was different. If one were able to obtain a spiritual weapon, they would be increasing their power by more than a bit. 100 million gold pieces. TSK. You'd want to obtain this spiritual weapon with only 100 million gold pieces. Dream on. Spiritual weapons are considered as priceless treasures. Even if the price is right, no one would sell it off. I bid 200 million gold pieces. Wait a minute, give me a bit of time, I'm going to sell off my family property. A bidder who had been unable to quote a price gritted his teeth and chimed in. Clearly, the auctioneer knew that something like this would happen. He merely smiled. Prior to this auction, we have already discussed this matter with our mystery guest. If you are unable to present your capital in such a short time, you may use your family property as part of the negotiation. We have an expert appraiser in the hall with us today who will appraise the properties sent up for auction. As he spoke, the auctioneer began to feel a sense of admiration towards the mysterious benefactor. When she had arrived to make her contribution, she insisted that her identity should not be revealed no matter the circumstances. She also asked that the powerful organizations should not be given the chance to prepare the gold. This way, she will be able to obtain the properties of powerful organizations. Even if she had not strategized the auction in this manner, many powerful organizations would still have sold the properties for the sake of this spiritual weapon. Instead of letting others off so easily, it was best to make things easier for herself. 500 million. Yi Lan stepped out in the heat of the moment, then regained his composure and calmly made his bid. Boom. The crowd once again flew into a sensation. They certainly never expected to witness an auction with a 500 million bid. However, the auction was still not over. Many powerful organizations were still fighting over the spiritual weapon. Send out a message immediately, and ask my father this: how many properties can we sell? I must have this spiritual weapon. A glint of excitement flashed across Bai Sin's eyes. He took a deep breath and spoke with a serious look on his face. One spiritual weapon is enough to drive many people into madness. Yes, young master. The person behind him joined his fists and bowed respectfully before disappearing from the private box. Soon, he returned and whispered a few words into Bai Sin's ear. Hearing his words, Bai Sin's eyes sparkled as he announced with confidence, 800 million gold pieces. Boom. This was another surprising turn of events, causing everyone in the room to tremble with fear. 800 million. Heavens, I would never be able to grasp that amount of money in this life, even if I don't eat or drink and at all. Not in this lifetime, the crowd thought in unison. The governor of White Glory City certainly has a lot of money. 100 million gold pieces. Yi Lan was clearly annoyed and he glared coldly at Bai Sin's box. The son of White Glory City is certainly very rich. Bang. As if he had been suddenly dunked into a tank of cold water, Bai Sin's face immediately turned pale and his eyes filled with concern. Now that the master of the Yi family has his eye on this spiritual weapon, should I bow and give way? Wondered Bai Sin. But honestly, I will not be satisfied if I had left this auction empty-handed. Chapter 554, Sky-High Prices at the Auction 2. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and his eyes shone as he continued his bid, 11 million. If I can get that spiritual weapon and present it to Master Yi as a show of respect, I will definitely leave the Yi family with a good impression, he thought. This can also be considered as the greatest benefit from this auction. Forming an alliance with the #1 cultivator in the banished lands is far more valuable than a spiritual weapon. 200 million. Yi Lan made his bid without moving a single muscle on his face, as if 200 million gold pieces wasn't a lot of money to him. Bai Sin's forehead began to break into cold sweat. He wiped his forehead and spoke guiltily, 21. 300 million. Boom. Just as that elderly voice spoke, Bai Sin's legs turned into jelly. He crumpled to the floor and his expression was awash with defeat. This is it. I'm finished now. The price of 300 million gold pieces. I can't pay for that even if we were to sell the governor's mansion. Also, if I had not made the bid from the beginning, Master Yi might have been able to obtain this spiritual weapon with only 100 million. Yet now he had been pushed to raise the price to 300 million. 300 million going once, 300 million going twice, 300 million going thrice. Sold. All right, seeing as there are no other bidders, the price shall be set at 300 million. To the honored guest in the heavenly symbol box, I will have the spiritual weapon sent to you after this. Following the auctioneer's announcement, all eyes turned towards Gu Ruan's box. They simply could not understand it. Who would have such a large sum of money? He had even squashed Sir Bai Sin of White Glory City. At this moment, Liu Xiaochen and Murong Yan were only just beginning to recover from their shock. Their faces were filled with admiration. I wonder who had auctioned off this spiritual weapon to actually earn 300 million gold pieces. I don't think the Murong family could ever earn so much, not even in the next few generations. Hearing this, Gu Ruan did not respond. She merely narrowed her eyes as a glint flashed across her pupils. She had dropped all the money she had during the 10 deadly trials. Now that she did not have a single penny left on her, she had been forced to sell off her spiritual weapon. Only through this way would she have enough money to establish an organization. Liu Xiaochen, Murong Yan, wait for me back home. Then, she walked out before any of them had the chance to react. In the back hall of the auction hall, Lu Ting was sipping on his tea in a satisfied manner. His lips were curled in a smile filled with anticipation. In the 3 years since he had been appointed as a steward, this was the first time he had organized such a large auction. Not only did he manage to auction off a long-extinct pill formula, he was also able to sell a spiritual weapon. Just the price of these 2 pieces alone would be enough to break the sales records of previous auctions. Especially since Lord Yun Luo has been personally observing the auction. Once Lord Yun Luo is happy enough, I might be able to enter the Yun family, officially. Just as he was mulling over his thoughts, a flash of green robes entered the room, causing his eyes to brighten. He quickly rose to his feet and pulled out a wooden stool, placing it beside Gu Ruoan and exclaimed fondly, "Sit, please sit, miss. I mean my lord, I've already prepared your gold and the Black Cloud auction will bear all of your expenditures as well." Actually, Lu Ting did not even know how to address her. Should I call her miss? Or elder? Based on her voice, it would seem that she is a young girl. Lu Ting could not understand why it was so difficult for him to make out the woman's features. Her face seemed to be covered in a white mist, so no matter how hard he tried, her features remained in a blur. Chapter 555, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 3. The money? Gu Ruoan asked as she calmly raised an eyebrow. This, Lu Ting hesitated, 300 million gold pieces is no small amount. That buyer may need some time to raise the funds. Please, my lord, we'll have to ask you to wait a while longer. Ask me to wait. Gu Ruoan cocked an eyebrow as she thought, how can I wait? Yi Lan was the one who had made the winning bid for the spiritual weapon. I'm utilizing the ancient divine pagoda's power to conceal my identity, but a martial supreme like Yi Lan will be able to see right through it easily. As mentioned, every guest attending the auction will need to hand over a certain amount of money. The accumulated gold from the determined price should be about half the price of the item. If you were to include the earnings from your previous auction, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pay me 300 million gold pieces. Lu Ting fell silent. After a long pause, he strengthened his determination and raised his head. So be it. I, Lu Ting, will make this decision today and provide you with an advanced remuneration. The person before me is an honored guest who has been able to produce a spiritual weapon for the auction. I must curry her favor by any means. Even if Lord Yun Luo was to find out about this, he probably wouldn't blame me. Lu Ting began to settle the accounts with Gu Ruoan. Once she received the money, Gu Ruoan then left the rear hall without a second look back. Meanwhile, outside the rear hall, Yi Lan was cracking witty jokes with Yun Luo when he saw a figure leaving the hall. He didn't know why, but he felt that the figure looked oddly familiar. He didn't think too much of it and entered the rear hall. Lu Ting, has the guest who had bought the spiritual weapon arrived? Yun Luo asked gently with a smile on his face. Ah. Lu Ting paused, she'd just left. What? Yi Lan was shocked and quickly ran out to chase after the mystery guest. However, some time had passed and he could not catch up to that green-clothed figure. He was filled with disappointment as he said, "It's all my fault, I was too late." Yun Luo smiled gently and tried to console Yi Lan. Yi Lan, there's no need to worry, you haven't paid the money yet. That mysterious person will show up sooner or later. You're right. Yi Lan nodded and walked back into the rear hall. He spoke without looking anywhere else. Let me know me once the mystery guest reappears again, kid. Lu Ting's face immediately flushed red. Unless I'm hearing it wrong, Lord Yun Luo had addressed that old man as Yi Luo. That means that he's the #1 cultivator in the banished lands and the master of the Yi family. His heart was immediately gripped with anxiety at the thought of this and he stuttered, Lord Yun Luo. I've already cleared the accounts with that guest. She's already gone. What? Yi Lan grew angry and wished that he could slap this stupid boy to death. What did you just say? Say it again one more time. Lu Ting was so terrified that he was unable to speak. He sputtered and trembled continuously. Yun Luo rolled his eyes. Lu Ting was only acting towards the best interests of my auction. He hasn't done anything wrong. Our auction can clear payments for clients who have urgent matters in advance. Old fart, since you're so interested in that mystery client, just ask him what she looks like. Judging by the might of your Yi family, how could you possibly not discover her identity? You're absolutely right. Yi Lan nodded in agreement and realized that he had acted far too brashly. After a bit of thought, he flashed a smile and spoke to Lu Ting in a friendly manner. Hee, kid, can you describe how the mysterious guest looks like? Chapter 556, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 4. It probably would have been better if Yi Lan had not smiled at all because his smile nearly made Lu Ting burst into tears. I don't know. You don't know. Yi Lan's smile disappeared immediately as he glared at him. You're in charge of receiving visitors, how could you not know? I really don't know. Lu Ting was now sobbing and spoke in a pitiful manner. Her features were obscured by a white mist. I couldn't see what she looked like at all. All I know is that she's a girl and a very young one at that. I don't know anything else. A white mist. Yi Lan's expression sank. To blur one's features, even I am unable to do this. Could it be that this mysterious guest is more powerful than me? I had a feeling that the figure that I saw earlier looked a lot like Gu Ruoan. However, in this case, it can't possibly be her. She's only a martial emperor and can't possibly have this skill. Nevertheless, where would you find another genius like this young woman? If that young whippersnapper appears in the auction hall again, inform me immediately. Yi Lan instructed as he looked around. I must find out who she is no matter what. I have to know if she's a friend or a foe. Yun Luo, I'm not sure why, but I have a feeling that change will soon arrive in the banished lands. Yi Lan laughed bitterly as he sighed and shook his head. Regardless of the change, I will still carry on with my business. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Yun Luo replied as he smiled gently, but in all honesty, he was very interested in the girl who had auctioned off the spiritual weapon. Ah, right, Lu Ting, I will leave the operations of all the Black Cloud auctions in the Plain Hills to your management from now on. Consider it your reward in managing this situation. Lu Ting was stunned. He was already beginning to think that he had lost his chance in receiving a promotion to nobility. He also did not think that Lord Yun Luo would have handed over all operations for the auction in the Plain Hills for him to manage. After all, Black Rock City and White Glory City are only two small corners in the Plain Hills, so you can imagine how large of an area the Plain Hills covers. Lu Jing's entire being grew excited at that thought of that. He silently thanked the mystery woman in his heart. If it wasn't for her, I would never have had the opportunity to manage the entire Plain Hills, no matter how hard I've worked for an entire lifetime. Along an exceptionally bustling street, Gu Ruan had just walked out of the auction hall when she heard a great commotion. She looked around only to find Yi Nuo with his hands on his hips in an angry manner. His adorable cherubic features were filled with rage as he spat furiously. Are you all trying to be dogs by blocking the way? Get out of my way. Are you the little beastard who had crippled my son? A middle-aged man exclaimed with an ashen face. He stared arrogantly down at the little boy and his eyes were clearly filled with murderous intent. For putting your hands on my son, you will pay the price with your life. Yi Nuo's mouth twitched and he replied nonchalantly, indeed, only an old beastard can bring up a little beastard who will insult a lady. I was merely teaching a lesson in heaven's place. This was to ensure that he'll never bully another woman again for as long as he lives. Impudence. The middle-aged man's face changed greatly and he glared fiercely at the boy. You little son of BTCH, have you no upbringing? Is this how your parents have raised you? If that's the case, then I do not mind giving you a lesson in respecting the old and cherishing the young. TSK, TSK. Yi Nuo swept his gaze over the middle-aged man from top to toe before curling his lips. Respecting the old and cherishing the young, that's a very good phrase. You look as if you've only just entered the middle age range, so you're not really that old. In contrast, I've only just reached 10 years of age, so I can be considered young. Let me ask you this, do you really know what it means to respect the old and cherish the young? If you really don't understand it, I don't mind teaching you. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face darkened. His entire being trembled as he wished to the high heavens that he could kill this little son of ABTCH with one slap. Chapter 557, Murong Roos's Menace 1. You brat. The middle-aged man took a deep breath to stop himself from overreacting in anger. He glared at Yi Nuo coldly and spoke icily. What a nice set of fangs you have. Unfortunately, to me, as a member of the Ye family, it's useless for you to say anything else. Men, grab the little beastard and drag him back to the Ye family home. How dare you? Murong Yan's expression changed and she quickly pushed Yi Nuo behind her while frowning at the middle-aged man. Master Ye, Yi Nuo is a guest of the Murong family. If you're planning to take him away, you should have at least asked the Murong family's permission first, right? Ye Ling scoffed. He glanced at Murong Yan's pretty face and said, the Murong family. What are they? Are they even fit to be placed into my consideration? Furthermore, you, Murong Yan, will never have the right to make decisions for the Murong family. This damned beastard had dared to harm my son. I'm taking him away today. Bang. But just as he spoke, a calm voice accompanied by strong force came whirling in from in front of him, throwing him out of the way. Quit blocking my way. The girl was dressed in green and was walking slowly towards them. Her gaze was calm and steady as her clear and cold voice had rung aloud in the street, which was illuminated by the afterglow of the setting sun. Bodyguard Gu, you're so cool. Yi Nuo's eyes sparkled as he goggled in admiration at Gu Ruan. At this very moment, he really wished that he could rush up to Gu Ruan so that he could hug her and give her a big, fat kiss. Stupid girl, you've got a death wish. Ye Ling scrambled to his feet as he wiped away the blood on the corner of his lips. His eyes turned stern as he asked, do you have any idea who is backing the Ye family? Yet you have the audacity. I'll give you one chance. Mind your own business or otherwise, you probably would never realize your own demise. Gu Ruan looked calmly back at Ye Ling. That one look had caused his heart to tremble. He could not control the growing feeling of anxiety from within him. That's impossible. When had such a genius appeared in Black Rock City? Forget about that little brat who had beat up my son, even this girl. Amidst such an invisible power. A martial emperor. Those two words suddenly appeared in his mind's eye. Ye Ling feels as if he had gone mad. How could there be such a young martial emperor? She must be holding some sort of treasure. That's the only reason how she could have gotten such a strong foothold. Get out of the way. The girl spat and her thin lips opening ever so slightly. Ye Ling took another deep breath and his eyes sank as he spoke curtly. Do you really want to shove your butt in, little girl? I've told you, get out of the way. Bang. A stream of energy landed on Ye Ling's chest and he was immediately sent flying a good few meters away. His body slammed fiercely into a nearby stall and split it into two halves. Tui. He spat out a mouthful of blood which stained his robes a bright, crimson red. Yi Nuo's eyes were filled with shock. Gu Ruan may have caught Ye Ling by surprise the first time, but she had been able to throw him into the air twice. What is this woman's origin? Ye Ling's eyes darkened once again. He crawled to his feet and waved his hand. Let's go. He took one final look at Gu Ruan before turning around and leaving. That one look was so filled with dark malice that it made everyone's hair stand on end. This Ye Ling may not be particularly skilled and his powers are indeed weak. He's only a mid-level martial king. However, there are still two more elders in the Ye family who are at the rank of a martial emperor and above. Murong Yan glanced at Gu Ruan and said, furthermore, the Ye family is backed by the Wolf's Fang robbers. Chapter 558, Murong Roos's Menace 2. They were in my way. Gu Ruan calmly raised her gaze as she spoke with a clear and cold voice. She looked as if nothing particularly surprising had happened and remained in her usual calm demeanor. She then quickened her pace and walked away without sparing anyone else a second glance. A complicated look appeared in Murong Yan's eyes as she stared at the delicate yet tall figure who was like a slender bamboo tree. Senior brother, who do you think she really is? I don't know either. Lu Xiaochen shook his head. She had previously made a move against Ye Lin, and now she has attacked Ye Ling. Was it really because they were both in her way? I don't know why, but despite the short time that I've gotten to know her, I can tell that Miss Gu isn't really a cold and merciless person. Quite the opposite. In fact, she's actually very affectionate, except that she doesn't always show it so easily. Perhaps she had remembered the scene when they had all first met one another, for Murong Yan lowered her head in embarrassment. Senior brother, perhaps I've really been in the wrong. I shouldn't have treated her with such animosity in the beginning. Yansa, it's about time you had an attitude adjustment, Luo Xiaochen said with a smile. This girl is certainly hard-mouthed and not very good at composing herself. However, because of this, it was quite common for her to provoke problems with her foul temper. Murong Yan. In a corner not too far away, Murong Rue fixed her gaze upon Murong Yan and clenched her fist as she mumbled to herself angrily. Do you really think that you can inherit the seat of the Murong family's master and big brother Lu in this manner? Let me tell you this, dream on. I still have one last trump card in my hand. This trump card will definitely force you into giving up completely. Whether it's Lu Xiaochen or the Murong family, they should all belong to me. No one can take them away from me. At the Murong family home. In the courtyard, Gu Ruoan watched Lu Xiaochen and Murong Yan as they passed her by. She calmly raised her eyebrows. I need to speak to you too. It wasn't convenient for me to mention this in public, but now that we're alone, I can freely discuss these matters with you both. Murong Yan and Lu Xiaochen had not noticed it, but due to Gu Ruoan's high level of power, she had long sensed Murong Rue who had been lurking in the shadows. That's why she had decided to return home and wait for their return. Lu Xiaochen smiled. Lady Gu, there's no harm in saying what you think. I'll help you as much as I can. I've asked to speak to you not because I need your help. Gu Ruoan replied with a glint in her eye. It's because I want to help you. Lu Xiaochen was stunned and he turned to look at Murong Yan before looking back at Gu Ruoan. Lady Gu, what you're saying is... Actually, it's nothing much. I would like to see old Master Murong. Perhaps I can heal him. What? Murong Yan's expression stiffened as she widened her eyes and stared at Gu Ruoan's pretty face in shock. She looked as if she had just heard something impossible. Then, her stiff expression slowly filled with excitement as she dashed forward and grabbed Gu Ruoan by the hand. In this very moment, her voice trembled. Is this true, grandfather? He can be cured. The reason why the Ye family looks down on the Murong family was because the backbone of the Murong family had fallen ill. If her grandfather had been cured, Ye Ling would never have acted with such impudence. More importantly, her parents have long passed away, so her grandfather was now her only relative. If there was a chance for him to be saved, she would give everything that she has with no complaints. That's right, I can save him. But on one condition. A light flashed across Gu Ruoan's face as she smiled calmly. I want the Murong family to vow their loyalty and devotion to me. Chapter 559, Murong Rue's Menace 3. Regardless of the situation, she has only just arrived in the Banished Lands. If she wishes to search for the Hell's Lotus in the vast landscape of the Banished Lands, it would be impossible for her to do it alone. Hence, she needed to build an organization. Murong Yan was stunned and the excitement on her face slowly disappeared. She hesitated and seemed to be unable to make a decision. Lady Gu, I may be the next in line to inherit the Murong family, but grandfather has yet to pass on. I cannot make this decision. If this were any other request, Murong Yan would have agreed to it in a heartbeat. However, the implications involving this request were far too great. In fact, it involves the entire Murong household. She could not make this decision on her own. You've misunderstood me. Gu Ruoan saw right through Murong Yan and smiled calmly. I do not wish to take over the Murong family. The seat of power will remain with Master Murong. I only ask for the Murong family to follow me. Everything else will remain the same. Murong Yan fell silent. She had initially hesitated because she was worried that Gu Ruoan would absorb the Murong family into her own organization. If that were to happen, the Murong family would cease to exist. Seeing as the Murong family will still be around, I will agree to this in grandfather's place to save his life. All right, I agree. Murong Yan raised her head at the thought of this and spoke with absolute determination. But I also have a request. The Murong family name must remain unchanged. This girl is far too talented. Following her will only bring benefits to the Murong family. Nothing bad could happen. Take me to your grandfather. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. If I see him in time, there's a higher chance for him to be cured. If we prolong his affliction, not even the gods can save him then. Murong Yan's chest tightened and she nodded. All right, Lady Gu. Come with me. She then turned and led Gu Ruoan towards Master Murong's bedchamber. In a large, bright bedroom, a pale old man lay silently on his bed. This old man had wasted away until he was so skinny that he was the literal personification of skin and bones. If it were not for the shallow breaths from his nostrils, no one would believe that he was still alive. Lady Gu, can my grandfather still be saved? Murong Yan asked anxiously as she stared at Gu Ruoan with a worried look on her face. Slowly, Gu Ruoan relaxed her knitted eyebrows and calmly replied, he has been poisoned. Poisoned? Murong Yan and Lu Xiaochen looked at each other and saw shock in each other's gaze. Grandfather has always remained inside the Murong family and he hardly ever goes out. How could he have been poisoned? Lady Gu, are you certain that he's been poisoned? Murong Yan simply could not believe this conclusion. That's right, he has been poisoned by a medicine that nibbles away at his bones. This poison causes an individual to slowly waste away, leading to an inevitable death. In nearly half a month, the effect will be irreversible. Gu Ruoan replied calmly. Murong Yan still held some belief over Gu Ruoan's words. She could not possibly make a mistake about this. Who would be so cruel to harm my grandfather? Lady Gu, can my grandfather be saved? Murong Yan raised her gaze as she spoke, staring up at the girl in green with anticipation. Gu Ruoan paused for a moment before slowly nodding. I can save him, but I will need to spend a bit of time. I will draw the poison from his body with a silver needle in a moment. We would probably need about 5 days for him to recover completely. Chapter 560, Murong Rue's Menace 4. 5 days. Murong Yan simply had not expected this result, as this illness was something which many skilled doctors in Black Rock City had been unable to cure. Nevertheless, Gu Ruoan has just said that she only needed 5 days. How could she not feel excited? Lady Gu, as long as you can save my grandfather, I will guarantee that the Murong family will listen to your every order. Alright, then prepare the silver needles for me and come back in 5 days. Also, do not let anyone disturb me during this period of time. Otherwise, we might fall short of success at the last stage. Gu Ruoan's gaze darkened as she spoke with resolution. Murong Yan nodded with excitement. Lady Gu, senior brother and I will keep watch outside. We will not let anyone disturb you. There's no need. Gu Ruoan shook her head. If my guess is right, Murong Rue will make her move within these few days. You must give her a chance to seek you out alone. Let Lu Xiaochen keep watch. That will be enough. You can go. Hearing this, Murong Yan's eyes were filled with disappointment, but she did not argue. I understand. I'll make my move then. Senior brother, it's up to you now. When the time comes, I'll send aid. Murong Yan slowly closed her eyes before opening them again, displaying a new resolve from within. No matter what, I must trust in Lady Gu. If she says that she can save grandfather, then she will definitely be able to do it. She took a deep breath at the thought of this before taking one last look at the girl's calm and collected face. She then turned around and left. 5 days. It was particularly hard for Murong Yan to endure this. So, at first night on the 5th day, Murong Yan hurriedly prepared to rush off to her grandfather's bedchamber. However, before she could step out of her room, a lily-white hand pushed the door open and a disgusting and irritating figure slowly stepped into the room, appearing before Murong Yan. What are you doing here? Murong Yan frowned as she spoke irritably. My good little sister, I'm here to see you, of course. Murong Rue smiled gently and shut the door. She stepped closer towards Murong Yan and curled her lips into a smile. Little sister, I don't think that grandfather has given you the family seal which you hold in your hand at all. You must have stolen it. I want you to go out and confess this to everyone. I also want you to admit that it was you who had harmed grandfather in order to obtain the seat of being the next Master Murong. Murong Yan sneered. It was grandfather who had given me the seal. What proof do you have to say that I had snatched it away? Proof. Murong Rue curled her lips and narrowed her pretty eyes. A malicious light flashed from within her gaze as she laughed. Are you not the proof? As long as you confess, everyone will believe it. Little sister, why don't you give me a hand? On what basis? Murong Yan scoffed coldly and spoke emotionlessly. On the basis of. Murong Rue paused. Your desire to save grandfather. Boom. A blazing flame erupted from within Murong Yan as she glared coldly at Murong Rue. What do you mean by this? The meaning is very simple. Once you've confessed to everything, I will ensure that grandfather's injuries will be completely healed. If you refuse, then I'm sorry, my good sister. For after having lost your father, you'll also lose your grandfather who loved you most of all. Murong Rue's lips curled menacingly as she spoke steadily. Murong Rue. Murong Yan gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. So you've finally decided to drop your little charade. Also, tell me this, are you in any way connected with grandfather's poisoning? I simply cannot recall anyone else who would have been allowed to approach grandfather without anyone not knowing about it besides this woman. She would have been able to poison him out of the blue. Chapter 561, A Threat 1. My good sister, Murong Rue moved closer to Murong Yan's ear before curling her lips into a smile and whispering, isn't it a bit too late for you to realize my true colors? Ever since we were children, you've always received grandfather's favor, all because you were the daughter of the first wife and I was only the daughter of a little concubine. As such, he never even gave me a second look. Especially since. She paused and laughed icily. You have always been a talented genius from a young age. Your bright light has always eclipsed my gentleness. In order to avoid being bullied by others, I tried to get close to you. Unfortunately, you were an idiot. You clearly had a knack for business, yet you had given me all of the credit and concealed all of your light. But did you know this? I've never liked you ever since we were children. On what basis should I give way to you just because you're the daughter of the first wife and I'm the daughter of a mere concubine? I hate her. How could I not hate her? We're both the daughters of the same father, but because her mother was the first wife and I was A-B starred, we were worlds apart. I may not be able to choose my own mother, but I had the ability to plan out a bright future for myself. Murong Rue laughed as if she enjoyed seeing the rage from within Murong Yan's eyes. Her smile was filled with hatred and murderous intent. Murong Yan, why had all those spiritual beasts not managed to kill you? What right do you have to remain alive on this earth? If only you were dead, then we wouldn't have so many issues. The Murong family would not be plagued by so many disputes. Murong Rue, don't forget, senior brother had accompanied me on the journey as well. You had plotted to have those spiritual beasts attack us, but did you even think of senior brother's safety? Don't you have feelings for him? Murong Yan clenched her fists as her eyes spat fire. I had not wanted Big Brother Lu to go at all, but he wanted to follow you, so I had no other way. However, Big Brother Lu is a smart man and he knows what he should do, so don't be mistaken to think that he cares for you that much. Humans are all pretty much alike. No matter how much they love a person, they will never sacrifice themselves for another's sake. No one would be so stupid to give so much to another person. Murong Rue sneered and her gaze landed on Murong Yan's body. At this very moment, she was letting out all of her suppressed anger and dissatisfaction in full force. Murong Yan, don't think that I don't know about you letting your friend into grandfather's room for the past 5 days. Elberer should probably have been informed of this by now and is on his way to cause trouble for her as we speak. However, I'm going to give you one last chance. I want you to go out and prove that you had something to do with grandfather's illness and that it was you who had collaborated with those two outsiders to harm grandfather. Finally, in remorse, you will surrender the master seal to me and end your life. Only then will I let grandfather off the hook. Murong Yan trembled and she slowly closed her eyes. She then opened them again and slowly replied, it's been almost 5 days and Lady Gu should have cured grandfather by now. Murong Rue, your threats are useless to me. Cured. Ha ha ha. Murong Rue laughed maniacally. Her expression no longer held her usual gentleness. Murong Yan, I know that you've taken a silver needle from the Murong family medicine cabinet and given it to that woman. I don't think that you know this, but the poison coursing through grandfather's veins cannot be touched by needles. Otherwise, the poison will be further aggravated and spread throughout his entire system, causing inevitable death in 5 days. Why do you think I've waited for 5 days before confronting you? Her face was filled with a disdainful smile as she stared contemptuously at the girl before her. Chapter 562, A Threat 2. What did you say? Murong Yan stumbled back and her face drained of color as she shook her head. Impossible, Lady Gu will definitely be able to save him. My good little sister, since I've come to see you today, you should already know that the poison in grandfather's system is behaving as planned. You had personally administered the poison, did you really think that I wouldn't know about it? That friend of yours has harmed grandfather on purpose. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned the 5-day time period. The most laughable thing was that you have let someone else use you like a complete fool. Now, the only person who can save grandfather is me. You'd better think this through thoroughly. Will you place your trust in a stranger or save your grandfather, the person whom you've loved so much since childhood? Murong Ru'er smiled and her eyes were filled with an icy chill. Murong Ru'er, he's your grandfather too. Murong Yan bellowed angrily and clenched her fists so hard that they started trembling. Her eyes were filled with hopelessness. My half-sister whom I've trusted in for so many years would actually do such a thing. How can I not feel so bitterly disappointed? Grandfather. Murong Ru'er laughed. She narrowed her eyes which flickered with a cold light. If he really was my grandfather, why had he treated me so unfairly? What right did he have to favor you over me? Could it be that I'm not really his granddaughter? If he truly loved me, he should have thrown a fool like you out of the family so that your presence would never insult my vision. Someone as idiotic as you do not have the right to carry the Murong family name. Murong Ru'er. Murong Yan dearly wished that she could punch Murong Roos's face. However, she did not act. What do you want? Do as I say and I will get rid of grandfather's poison. Murong Ru'er laughed softly. Even if grandfather wakes up and chooses to shield you, you will still be punished for murder. No elder in our family will spare you. Murong Yan took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her shoulders were trembling. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and replied, all right, I promise you. Murong Ru'er, you'd better stick to your end of the bargain. Don't worry, as long as you die and plant the blame on your two friends, I'll spare him. Murong Ru'er herself did not think that Murong Yan would agree to such a thing and had been anxious throughout their confrontation. I reckon that in this entire world, only this idiot would sacrifice her own life for another. In the courtyard, under the bright splendor of sunlight, a team of guards surrounded the entire courtyard, leaving no crack unattended. At the foremost of the group were a few old men. One of them was someone very familiar to Gu Ruan, Elder He might be the second in command amongst the elders, but the first in command was currently away from the household. So, naturally, he would be the decision maker. Lu Xiaochen, move out of the way. Elder frowned as he spoke coldly to Lu Xiaochen who stood in their way. Apologies, elders. If you wish to see the master, you'll have to come again tomorrow. Lu Xiaochen glanced at the closed bedroom door and stood determinedly in front of it, refusing to move a single step away. Elder scoffed coldly. Lu Xiaochen, don't think that you can do as you please just because you're a disciple of the Snow Order. This is the Murong family home. No one can help you now. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you. I said no. Lu Xiaochen laughed icily and remained standing in front of the door, not moving a single inch. Boom. Suddenly, the energy from within each and every elder began to stir. They aimed it all towards Lu Xiaochen, fully intending to crush him. Chapter 563, A Threat 3. Under the threat from the combined energies, Lu Xiaochen grew very pale in the face. His own aura became unstable and he slumped unwillingly. Lu Xiaochen, don't think that I don't know about your friend in there. That woman is responsible for trying to assassinate old Master Murong. Get out of the way immediately. If anything happens to the Murong family, will you be the one to assume responsibility? Elder grew anxious as he threw out all the energy from within his system. His priority now was to get Lu Xiaochen out of the way in the fastest way possible so that they could go in and save the old master. Stop. Suddenly, a melodious voice which was as clear as a bell rang from outside the courtyard. Elder was stunned and turned towards Murong Ru'er who was on her way towards the scene. However, once he saw the young girl behind her, his expression sank. Murong Yan, how can you still show your face here? Do you not feel ashamed? Will you only be satisfied when you've caused your grandfather's demise? You've simply allowed a stranger to enter your grandfather's room. If she turns out to be a vicious person, you will be a criminal of the Murong family. Elder Murong Ru'er smiled gently and raised her lips as she spoke. Indeed, Murong Yan will never be satisfied until grandfather is dead. Just a while ago, she had come into my room and told me that grandfather's affliction wasn't an illness, he's been poisoned. Poisoned. Everyone present was immediately shocked. Some stared at Murong Yan in surprise. Even Lu Xiaochen frowned and stared in confusion at his junior sister. What's the meaning of this? Elder's eyes grew increasingly stormy. Someone in the Murong family has actually dared to poison the master. The audacity of it, they will not be spared. If I find out who this person was, I will never rest until they're dead. The person responsible for that. Murong Ru'er paused before she turned with a glint in her eye towards the girl in pink behind her, is Murong Yan. Bang! The entire group stood rooted to the spot as if they had all been struck by lightning. Murong Yan wanted to assassinate Master Murong. Why? Forget about everyone else, even Elder could not believe his ears. Murong Yan is an idiot, that is a fact. It's true that I don't like her, but when it comes to the accusation that Murong Yan was the person responsible for harming Master Murong, I can never believe it, not even in 10,000 years. It's not because of anything else but the very fact that Master Murong was far too kind to this idiot. No matter how much we've supported Murong Ru'er, Master would still give the inheritance to Murong Yan. Since that's the case, what reason could she possibly have to harm Master Murong? Eldest lady, is this true? He asked doubtfully, shooting a look at the person behind Murong Ruer. Second grandfather, it was Yansa who had confessed everything to me. She had also snatched the master seal from grandfather. As for her two friends, they were in cahoots with her. Their crime simply cannot be forgiven. Once she has said her piece, Murong Ruer turned towards Murong Yan and asked in a tone filled with resentment and a hint of jealousy, Murong Yan, grandfather has always cherished you greatly ever since you were a child. Why would you want to harm him? I really can't believe that you would do such a thing. Grandfather had always neglected me and treated me with such cold indifference. Even so, I have never had any desire to hurt him, unlike you. He is my grandfather and my only relative in this entire world. Why would you be so cruel and vicious to try and kill my one and only family? Murong Ruer, shut your mouth. Noticing the doubtful looks around him, Liu Xiaocheng grew anxious. Yansa, say something. What's the matter with you? Say something, please. Has she threatened you with something? You can tell me, I'll never let any harm come to you. Chapter 564, A Threat 4. Murong Yan's expression finally changed at the sight of the worried look on Liu Xiaocheng's face. However, she still remained silent and kept her mouth shut. No one could tell what she was thinking. Big brother Liu, Murong Ruer gently pursed her lips and spoke pitifully. It was Murong Yan who told me all of this herself. I'm only relaying this to everyone in her place. If you don't believe me, Big brother Liu, you can ask her yourself. Suddenly, all eyes fell on Murong Yan as if waiting for her to give a definite answer. Second lady, please speak. We need to know the truth. Elder frowned. Honestly, knowing Roos's kind demeanor, I don't believe that she would ever threaten anyone. But at the same time, I don't believe that Murong Yan would harm the master. So I must know the answer. Murong Ruer lowered her eyelids. No one could see it, but in that instant, a malicious light flashed across her eyes. So what if you don't believe it? Once Murong Yan admits to this, her crimes will be confirmed. The answer. Murong Yan raised her quiet features into a smile. All right, I'll tell you the answer. The answer is, Murong Ruer is framing me. Boom. The crowd went into a frenzy. Murong Ruer raised her head in shock and stared at Murong Yan's smiling face with surprise. She was completely stunned by Murong Yan's statement. Is she denying it? Why? Could it be that this woman is starting to grow fearful of death? That she would exchange her grandfather's life for her own? Murong Ruer, wasn't that your question? Murong Yan smiled and stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with mirth. You had asked me to make a choice between trusting her to save grandfather or to agree to your terms. So let me tell you this, I want to save grandfather. However, if you had given me the choice to trust in her or in you, my choice would be to trust in her. Indeed, she truly wants to save her grandfather, but between Murong Ruer and Gu Ruan, she would much rather choose to believe in Gu Ruan. Even though they have not known each other for a very long time, that girl gave her this strong impression. As long as she has made a promise, she will do everything in her power to fulfill it. Even Murong Yan herself could not really say sure why she felt she could put her trust completely in Gu Ruan's abilities. Perhaps there was a kind of person whom anyone will unconsciously believe in no matter what she says. Liu Xiaochen sighed in relief. I'd really thought that Murong Yan would be forced into making a false confession, but obviously, my judgment in her character has been pretty accurate. My junior sister would never bow to another person's threats and allow herself to be forced into doing something against her wishes. Hence, regardless of how headstrong she is, I'm willing to stand by her side because of this. Eldest lady, second lady, what's going on? Elder knit his brows and asked. Murong Roos's face was drained of color and her eyes darted back and forth. She seemed to have come up with an idea and she walked towards Elder with tears in her eyes, looking utterly pathetic. Elder I don't know either. It was Yansa who had come into my room to make her confession. I had believed her and brought her here. I don't understand why she's denying it all now. I really don't know the situation now. Her meaning was that Murong Yan was trying to frame her by making her think that she was the one behind the grandfather's condition and was making bogus accusations. She was slandering her for framing her. And she was simply an innocent bystander who knows nothing and was being manipulated by someone else. Murong Yan laughed icily and was just about to speak when the closed bedroom door suddenly opened and an elderly figure slowly stepped out. Chapter 565, A Challenge. One Strike. 1. Murong Ruer obviously had not noticed the old man who was emerging from the room as she continued to act pitifully towards Murong Yan. Yansa, I've always treated you with kindness, why are you framing me? I know, it must be because of your two friends. They're harboring ill intentions towards the Murong family, so they're using you. Elder you mustn't blame Yansa, she's still too young and can be pardoned for allowing others to manipulate her. At the end of the day, Murong Ruer displayed an enlightened manner and acted as if she were afraid that Elder would blame the naive and innocent Murong Yan. She played it as if she had tried to stick up for her little sister out of the kindness of her heart. If Murong Yan had not discovered this woman's true colors, she would certainly have been fooled by her little charade. However, Murong Yan was now completely distracted by the elderly figure before her and ignored Murong Ruer. A sense of excitement gripped her heart along with an unspeakably pleasant surprise. Grandfather. Her voice held immeasurable longing as her eyes glistened with tears. Only the heavens know how much she has had to endure during the days of her grandfather's coma. Thank goodness he's finally woken up. Yansa, what are you saying? Murong Ruer still did not see the peculiar looks in the eyes of the crowd and sneered. Grandfather is still lying on the bed, it's not like you don't know that. But you, what had you done? We had sent you to collect medicinal herbs for him, yet you'd run back with your tail between your legs, cowardly and afraid of death. You've also given total access to him to a stranger. While I don't believe that you would harm grandfather, I cannot bring myself to trust in these strange people. If something actually happens to grandfather, Yansa, you will regret it for the rest of your life. This woman still wishes to place me in the frying pan. So long as that damned old fart doesn't receive the antidote from me, he'll never awaken. Just as Murong Rue spoke, a stifling and gloomy voice chimed in from behind her. The voice was still rather frail, but that did not hide the absolute severity and iciness in its tone. Who are you talking about? Who's going to regret this? This familiar voice was like a bolt of lightning and struck Murong Rue squarely through her chest. Her entire body stiffened as she turned her head in disbelief. In that instant, a somber, elderly face appeared before her very eyes. The old man wore long robes and was like a large pine tree. He had placed his hands behind his back and stood tall. His figure still looked thin and frail due to being sick for so long. Nevertheless, his frailty could not conceal the strong aura he emitted. It was so strong that it was suffocating. Master, Elder was in shock. Then, a wave of surprise washed over his heart as he exclaimed, Master, your body. He. Master Murong chuckled, then turned gratefully towards the girl in green who had just stepped out from behind him. His elderly face broke into a smile. We'll have to thank Yans's friend for this. She's the one who was responsible for pulling me out from the gateway of spirits and back into the land of the living. What? Elder was now in a daze. He stared in surprise at the girl's delicate features and remembered his past actions. Now, he felt a wave of embarrassment. It makes sense now why the second lady had chosen not to continue her search for the medicinal herbs, as she had brought home an extremely skilled doctor. It would seem that I have misjudged you and your friend, second lady. Elder turned apologetically towards Gu Ruan and said, Lady Gu, I'm truly sorry. I've treated you with such rudeness, yet you've saved my master. The Murong family owes you a great debt of gratitude. His initial apprehension in not welcoming Gu Ruan and Yi Nuo was not only because they both had looked like scoundrels. In the dog-eat-dog scenario of Black Rock City, the Murong family would have been plunged into disaster if the two of them had turned out to be malicious. Chapter 566, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 2. Nevertheless, he never expected that second lady had brought Gu Ruan back to save Master Murong. In this case, there was no way he can consider her as a traitor. Murong Yan looked mildly embarrassed now. Honestly, she had brought Gu Ruan to the Murong household as a guest. She had no clue about her true identity. As for the reason why she had not continued looking for the herbs, it was because she was making extra preparations before entering the forest again. Still, she had not thought that Gu Ruan would turn out to be a doctor. Grandfather. Murong Rue has regained her composure after her initial shock. She took a deep breath and approached Master Murong. Her gentle face was brimming with a splendid smile as she spoke to him softly. You're all right. This is simply wonderful. I've been so worried about you. HMPH. Master Murong reacted irritably towards Murong Rue. He scoffed coldly and swept his icy gaze across her face. Murong Rue, don't think that I'm unaware of what you've done. It's only that I've got no proof at the moment, which is why I've yet to punish you. However, you're getting way over the limit. You are simply insatiable. Whoosh. Murong Rue's face immediately drained of color. She bit her lip and stared pitifully up at the old man. Grandfather, what are you saying? Rue does not understand this at all. What am I saying? You of all people should know it best. Master Murong looked at Murong Rue and asked, now let me ask you this one more time. What have you been doing all these years? Murong Rue trembled. She lowered her gaze and replied, I've been working hard for the sake of the Murong family's business and giving my best for the Murong family's interests. Grandfather, you should know this, right? Sigh. The old man looked utterly disappointed. Murong Rue, you may be AB-starred, but you're still my granddaughter. Otherwise, why do you think Yans's mother had taken you in? It was I who had pitied your plight and asked for her to do it. But now that I think of it, the ones who truly deserve pity were Yansa and her mother, whom you had manipulated into eating out of the palm of your hand. I've given you one final chance with my last question, but you did not appreciate it at all. As such, do not blame me for being cruel. Guards, take Murong Rue away. If the old man could rise and hold the seat as the master of the house, he'd be as easily fooled as Murong Yan. Ever since the accidental deaths of both his son and daughter-in-law, he had begun to grow suspicious of Murong Rue. However, at the time, Murong Rue was only a few years old and there was no proof. Still, in all these years, he had been investigating the situation in secret until the highly vigilant Murong Rue found out about it and poisoned him. Master Murong sighed in his heartbreak. He now understood the true meaning of the phrase, nurturing a tiger invites calamity, and had caused the deaths of Yans's parents as a result. He could never make up for this mistake, not even with his own life. Grandfather, I did not. I really didn't do anything wrong. Murong Rue stumbled back fearfully as she watched the guards approach her. She then ran towards Elder and exclaimed pathetically, Elder I'm being framed. Truly, please save me. Elder frowned and wanted to stick up for Murong Rue but had shut his mouth in the end. Eldest lady, the master is a sensible man. He will get to the bottom of this. If you are truly innocent, he will clear you of all charges. You don't need to worry about this. Besides, the master will not punish you without concrete evidence. This imprisonment will only be temporary. Chapter 567, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 3. If this had happened one day before, Elder would have immediately protected Murong Rue and disregarded everything else. But the current situation has raised a few of his alarm bells. Even though Murong Rue's every action had pointed towards protecting Murong Yan, her every word had clearly stated that Murong Yan was behind Master's illness. When Murong Yan had denied the allegations, she still tried to convince everyone that Murong Yan had allied herself with outsiders to kill Master. Furthermore, considering what Master has just stated, does this mean that I have misjudged her all along? Elder shut his eyes at the thought of this and his elderly face filled with anguish. He truly does not wish to believe that Murong Rue, whom he has always treated like his own granddaughter, would turn out to be someone so malicious. Elder Murong Rue slowly loosened her grip on Elder's hand. Her eyes glistened with tears as she spoke in a disappointed voice. Elder Rue has never done anything wrong, truly. You must believe me. What are you all still standing around for? Take this woman away. Master Murong's face sank and he spoke sharply. Yes, master. Two guards stepped forward at his command and pulled on Murong Ruse's shoulders. They completely ignored her sobbing, beautiful face and dragged her to the rear courtyard. Perhaps Murong Rue herself would ever know how that old man, whose death had been certain, was able to emerge from his sickness unscathed. Perhaps she will never know even long after her own death. Lady Gu, thank you. I am truly grateful to you. Murong Yan hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Gu Ruoan's hand in gratitude. Murong Rue had mentioned that the poison would kill grandfather instantly once it has been touched by a silver needle. How is it that grandfather? This would only apply to anyone else. Gu Ruoan smiled serenely. Also, I'd overheard your entire conversation. Clearly, Murong Yan's actions had not disappointed her. If Murong Yan had been truly threatened by Murong Rue and had helped her to frame Yi Nuo and me, then I would have immediately destroyed the Murong family and left freely. It's not worth it for me to help a treacherous family. It's a good thing that Murong Yan did not do such a thing. Ahem. Lady Gu, Yansa, could you please discuss these matters elsewhere? I have an important announcement to make. Master Murong cleared his throat as he cut into their conversation. He placed his fist next to his mouth and spoke with a serious look on his face. Lady Gu has saved my life. As a token of gratitude, I declare that the Murong family shall henceforth listen to her orders. This was something he had promised her while they were still in the bedchamber. But just as he spoke, the crowd broke into a frenzy. Even though they were thankful towards Gu Ruoan for saving their master's life, that does not mean that the Murong family should serve her. Master, Elder responded, clearly unsatisfied, I understand that you want to repay Lady Gu for saving your life, so I am willing to give my life in order to obtain whatever she wishes. But to ask for the servitude of the Murong family, I find great difficulty in complying with this. Please, Master, reconsider this decision. Please, Master, reconsider this decision. The crowd bowed and joined their fists as they spoke. Enough. Master Murong waved his hand and swept his sharp gaze across the crowd. I've already made my decision. There's no use trying to change my mind. The Murong family has always honored our promises and I will never go back on a promise. Or would you all like to be labeled as traitors? Hearing this, the crowd whispered amongst one another and dived into a deep discussion. Chapter 568, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 4. Elder paused momentarily before saying, Master, if you want us to serve Lady Gu, that's fine. It's not like we can't do it. However, she must first display some sort of admirable power. Otherwise, I will never bow to her. Power. This was of the utmost importance in Black Rock City. Without power, it would be difficult to gain a foothold. Since Gu Ruoan wishes to commandeer the Murong family, she must show power. Nothing else will do. Power. Gu Ruoan gently raised an eyebrow and smiled. Elder unless I'm mistaken, you've already broken through to the rank of a martial emperor. That's right. Elder smiled. I'm a martial emperor. That's good. Gu Ruoan raised her lips into a smile and crooked her finger at Elder Let's have a little competition, shall we? I believe I can defeat you with 1 strike. Whoa. The crowd burst into a frenzy. Elder's expression looked particularly ugly. While it's true that this girl may be skilled in medicine, nevertheless, he was still a martial emperor. If she merely wished to exchange notes, that was fine by him. Yet she has spouted a bunch of nonsense from the outset by saying that she could defeat him with 1 blow. How could this be possible? Just because she was skilled in medicine does not mean that she was a genius. Liu Xiaochun and Murong Yan looked particularly worried. Both of them tried to say something but had shut their mouths in the end. While Lady Gu was a low-level martial emperor, Elder was a martial emperor who has a wealth of experience. This factor alone could be enough to cause her to lose. Hee. Elder laughed dryly and slowly rose to his feet. Lady Gu, are you sure that you want to challenge me? That's right. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly. I want to challenge you and defeat you with 1 blow. Ha ha. Elder laughed maniacally and exclaimed, Lady Gu, I truly admire you. Even at such a young age, you were able to cure a disease that many have deemed incurable. However, just because you may excel in some aspects does not mean that you'll excel in everything else. If you wish to challenge me, then I will deal you 3 strikes. If you are able to avoid these 3 strikes, you'll win. What do you say? 3 strikes. Gu Ruoan stroked her chin and smiled calmly. I think there's no need for that. I stand by my word. If you accept my challenge, I will definitely defeat you with 1 strike. Elder was beginning to lose his patience. After being poked by Gu Ruoan like that, his rage was boiling within him. He laughed icily. Young people are always arrogant. Those who ignore the advice from elders will soon regret their actions. If you wish to challenge me out of skepticism towards my abilities, then I accept your challenge. It's also a good opportunity to wake you up so that you don't invite disaster from the outside world. In that instant, the onlookers surrounding the two grew excited. They've certainly never expected this day to come for such a young girl to challenge Elder. Additionally, she was making wild claims and dared to state that she would defeat Elder with 1 strike. Most importantly, even when faced with such an obvious outcome, Elder had actually accepted the challenge. This was going to be a great show. Lady Gu, are you certain? Liu Xiaochun looked worriedly at Gu Ruoan's pretty face as he asked anxiously. Even Murong Yan swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Based on what they could tell from Gu Ruoan's level of strength, it would be very difficult for her to defeat Elder completely, what more with 1 strike. This time, no matter how much trust Murong Yan has in her abilities, it would be difficult for her to believe that she could actually do it. Besides, forget about her. Even my own grandfather would find it difficult to defeat Elder with 1 strike. Chapter 569, A Challenge. 1 strike. 5. Beneath the azure skies, the young girl smiled calmly as she slowly stepped towards the incensed Elder in front of the watchful eyes of the crowd. The crowd immediately turned silent. Everyone was watching her every move. Master Murong gently stroked his beard. I'm quite curious as well. I'd like to witness Yance's friend's abilities for myself. Little girl, once I attack it will be with everything I've got. I won't go easy on you just because of your youth. You better be to face humiliation. Elder scoffed as his proud features filled with disdain. Elder please make your move. Gu Ruan smiled gently, but her smile did not reach her eyes, which were cool and clear as ice. Ha ha, little girl, since you leave no room for compromise, I'm not going to be so courteous. Bang. Elder entire body turned into a sharp hurricane which emitted his strong power from within. It forced a few Murong family disciples to retreat and stare in shock at the old man's body, which was enveloped by the howling winds. The old man then charged at Gu Ruan and destroyed the surrounding trees with a loud bang. Even a martial king would feel the immense pressure from within the concentrated energy and would have been unable to withstand such raw power. A flash of green robes gently fluttered amidst the powerful winds. The girl raised her delicate and beautiful face as she stared emotionlessly back at the old man before her. Then, she finally made her move. No one could really see what had actually happened. All they could see was Elder stopping in his tracks, and in that instant, Gu Ruan's fist had landed fiercely on the old man. Boom. Elder body was flung over 10 meters away by that one blow. He slammed heavily into a wall, causing it to crumble. His body slumped onto the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fear gripped his eyes. Even Elder himself did not know what had happened. When he had approached Gu Ruan, his soul had come under attack and his mind had then gone completely blank. Once he regained his senses, Gu Ruan has already punched him into the air. Furthermore, he did not even have the chance to react. Gu Ruan gingerly placed her hands by her side and looked calmly at the dazed Elder. Her voice was clear and crisp like a breeze on a sunny day, yet it pulled in everyone's attention. They stared at her with gaping mouths. I did tell you that I will only use one strike and that I will defeat you. Gasp. Everyone could not help but gasp as they widened their eyes in utter disbelief. They all stared at Gu Ruan as if they had seen a ghost. One strike. She only used one strike to defeat Elder. Can this even be described as an act of God? This is clearly sorcery. Hee hee. Elder laughed and crawled up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and broke into a big grin which bloomed on his face like a large chrysanthemum. You're certainly young and highly talented. I concede defeat. At this moment, he no longer held his initial haughty arrogance. Even his tone of voice showed great respect. After all, even his master could not guarantee his defeat with one strike. Yet she had been able to do it. Since I've lost, if Lady Gu is to take over the Murong family, I have no objections. Gu Ruan smiled serenely as she said, I only ask for the Murong family to pledge their loyalty. I have no intentions of taking over the Murong family. There will not be any changes in the seat of the master of the Murong family either. Of course, if anyone has any intentions of betrayal, I will grant them a fate worse than death. Chapter 570, A Challenge. One strike. 6. In this lifetime, she hates betrayal the most. So, she would never stand for any form of treachery. Master Murong, Elder follow me. I have something to discuss with you. Gu Ruan looked at them in the eye as she spoke before turning around towards the study. Murong Yan tried to follow them, intending on saying a few words but was held back by Lu Xiaochen. He shook his head at his junior sister and laughed bitterly. Yan sir, previously, we could be considered as her friends. However, from now on, she is not only our benefactor but a master we must serve. We cannot treat her like a friend anymore. Hearing this, a complicated look flashed across Murong Yan's eyes. I understand, senior brother. In the eyes of a genius like her, we are only people passing by. Even though she did not know the full measure of Gu Ruan's strength, she knows that if her grandfather had fought against her, his victory would not be guaranteed. How could a person like her be a friend? Even if they had devoted their entire lives, they probably could not ever reach her standards. The air was quiet and tranquil in the study. Gu Ruan looked up at the two elders and calmly raised an eyebrow. Before anything else, I will reveal my ambition to you. My ambition is to unite Black Rock City. To unite Black Rock City. Even the highly experienced Master Murong and Elder were both shocked by Gu Ruan's declaration. The powers within Black Rock City are intertwined in many ways with countless skilled cultivators. Even the Murong family was merely considered middle class compared to the other organization around the area. There were many forces who were far more powerful than the Murong family. So, it would not be possible for Gu Ruan to unite the whole of Black Rock City even after assuming command over the Murong family. Lady Gu. Just as Elder was addressing Gu Ruan, he suddenly remembered her current status and hurriedly changed his tune. Eldest lady, I'm afraid that this would be rather difficult. The Murong family and the Ye family are considered middle class in power. The other organizations have at least a few martial honors amongst the groups. If you really wish to unify Black Rock City, it won't be that easy. Elder had framed his thoughts in the most tactful way possible. In reality, what he truly wished to say was that it was impossible to unite Black Rock City. I'm only telling you my ambitions so that you are both clear on what needs to be done. Gu Ruan smiled calmly. Just being in command of the Murong family was not quite within her sights. What she truly wished for was the whole of Black Rock City. Furthermore, this time, I need you both for something else. Hearing this, both men looked at each other before looking back at Gu Ruan in confusion. Then, under the glare of their puzzled looks, Gu Ruan pulled out a bottle of pills from her sleeve. This is. Master Murong had been thoroughly confused and was frowning. However, when he sensed the spiritual energy emanating from within the porcelain bottle, he trembled and stared at Gu Ruan with uncertainty. Gu Ruan casually poured a single pill out from the bottle. She then placed it in front of Master Murong and said calmly, swallow this. There was an unquestionable directive in her tone. Master Murong held out his trembling hand and accepted the pill from Gu Ruan. He then placed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Chapter 571, A Challenge. One strike. 7. Eldest lady, unless I'm mistaken, this thing that you've just asked me to swallow, is it a pill? Gulp. Master Murong asked in a trembling voice. What, a pill? Elder widened his eyes in shock before shaking his head as he smiled weakly. Master, perhaps you were mistaken. Pills. How could this be? All pills have been destroyed over 10,000 years ago. How could there still be any pills still in existence? You must have been mistaken. Just as he spoke, a powerful hurricane whirled towards him with a loud bang and threw him out of the way. Elder's eyes became larger and larger. He stared at Master Murong as if he was some sort of strange abomination which was utterly beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. He spoke and his voice was trembling with obvious excitement. A breakthrough. One should know that his master had been stuck at the rank of a mid-level martial emperor for the longest time and had been unable to make any progress. Even a martial honor had once declared that he would never reach the rank of a high-level martial emperor, not in this lifetime anyway. Yet his master, who initially had a death sentence over his head, has actually had a breakthrough. This was simply a miracle. Could it be that the thing the master had swallowed was really a legendary pill? Elder's gaze slowly turned around at this thought of this and his gaze fell upon the porcelain bottle in Gu Ruan's hands. After all, on this mainland, pills do not exist. When it comes to pill formulas, even if they were mutilated, they would provoke many fights. So one can imagine how valuable Gu Ruan's pills were. In a time like this, Elder simply could not imagine where Gu Ruan had managed to get the pills. All he could think of was that if he could have one of those pills, he could certainly break through to the rank of a mid-level martial emperor. But once he remembered his past dispute with Gu Ruan, the glimmer in his eyes slowly darkened. I am not like Master who had a friendly relationship with Gu Ruan from the beginning. I had once greatly offended this woman because of Murong Ruer. Under these circumstances, why would she waste such a precious pill for my sake? A high-level martial emperor, if this keeps up, we can temporarily gain a steady foothold. Gu Ruan gently stroked her chin before she glanced at the sad-looking Elder. Elder, you can take one of these pills too. You'll then be able to break through to the rank of a mid-level martial emperor. In my present condition, I have great need of power. Otherwise, I would never have produced these emperor breakthrough pills. Elder could not believe his ears and asked incredulously, Eldest lady, were you speaking to me? Gu Ruan wrinkled her brows before staring serenely at Elder with her clear, cold eyes. When did you become so slow? Weren't your reflexes extra fast whenever Murong Ruer was being bullied by others? Hearing this, Elder went very red in the face and shamefully accepted the pill that Gu Ruan had thrown at him. He then swallowed it. Just as he swallowed the pill, Master Murong, who was right next to him, laughed so wildly that it startled him. His legs nearly turned into jelly and he almost fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, I've broken through to a high-level martial emperor. I've finally broken through. His laugh was filled with madness and excitement and rang out loud from the study. It soon reached the ears of every member in the Murong family household. Hence, not too long after, every member of the Murong family knew that their master has had a breakthrough. This was wonderful news for the entire Murong family. Furthermore, it's been a long time since they had heard their master laugh so happily. Chapter 572, The Ye family comes for a visit 1. Black Rock City, in the Ye family home. In a grand hall, a white-haired old man was sitting upright on his throne with a gloomy look on his face. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Beneath him stood the middle-aged man who had intercepted Yi Nuo, Yeling of the Ye family. That old fart from the Murong family has had his breakthrough. Maliciousness flashed across the old man's eyes as he spoke gloomily. I didn't think that he, who has been declared to stay as a mid-level martial emperor for the rest of his life, would actually have a breakthrough. This was simply inconceivable. Yeling sneered. Father, Murong Yan's two friends had caused the destruction of Fance's manhood. Now, he can't even get down from his bed. This is one vengeance that we cannot let go. So what if that old Murong man has had his breakthrough? He's not experienced enough. He'll never be able to beat you, father. Hearing this, the old man fell silent. A bout of ruthlessness flickered within his somber eyes. After a long pause, he laughed eerily. Seeing as that old fellow from the Murong family has had his breakthrough, we must pay him a visit and seek justice for Fance while we're at it. Yes, father. Yeling joined his fists together and bowed respectfully as a cold smile slowly formed at the corners of his lips. The Murong family. Your destiny is nearly at an end. From now on, the Murong family shall no longer exist in Black Rock City. At this moment, in the Murong family's study, Elder has yet to emerge from the glee of his breakthrough when Gu Ruan's voice reached his ears. Elder, please select a few disciples with considerable talent and have them consume these secret cultivation pills. Elder stared into space and watched as Gu Ruan produced a few more bottles of pills. He was so startled that he was rendered speechless. After all, on this mainland, a single pill could provoke a fight between many men. Yet she is carelessly giving so many away to so many people. Elder's breathing quickened at the thought of this. Eldest lady, I previously treated you in such a manner. Have you disregarded our former enmity and given me your trust? If you use a man, don't suspect him. Gu Ruan smiled calmly and spoke in a voice that resembled a refreshing breeze. Since I've asked the Murong family to pledge their allegiance, that means that I will give you all my full trust. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Besides, while you and I have had our disagreements in the past, it cannot be denied that you've always been very loyal to the Murong family. This was also why I had given you this responsibility. Elder, you are a smart man. You should know what's best for you. Does Gu Ruan really trust the Murong family that much? No. She had once been betrayed, so how could she trust another person again so easily? The Murong family members were not Chanbei Yi. She certainly would not give them all of her trust without rhyme or reason. So, before coming to this decision, she had added a little something into the pills. Of course, as long as the Murong family members do not have any intentions of betraying her, these pills will work as if nothing had been added into the mix at all. However, should they have the slightest sliver of intention to betray her, then that extra little ingredient will give them a fate worse than death. Otherwise, why had Gu Ruan given those emperor-breaking pills away so recklessly? Obviously, she would never reveal this to the Murong family members. Eldest lady, I understand. Elder Er's eyes slowly filled with steady determination. No mistake about it, the Murong family will certainly expand even faster under your command. Furthermore, with so many pills in hand, perhaps your ambition in uniting Black Rock City will come true. Every time he thought of this, Elder could not help but feel the blood rushing into his heart. Unifying Black Rock City, how many people would want to do that? In the beginning, I had thought that this Gu Ruan was merely indulging in wild fantasies. But now, perhaps she would be the only one capable of accomplishing this. Master. Just then, a guard hurriedly rushed into the room and joined his fist into a bow. He spoke in a respectful manner. Master, the master of the Ye family has come for a visit. The Ye family. Master Murong's eyes darkened as he frowned. He paused in silence before issuing a slow response. I'm assuming that the news of my breakthrough has reached their ears. However, their visit this time is most likely not one of kindness. Elder come, we will meet him together. Yes, master. Elder joined his fists and bowed respectfully. However, the space between his brows still held the same degree of seriousness. Even though master and that old man from the Ye family are equally matched, the Ye family are backed by the terrifying Wolf's Fang robbers. Not even an organization of considerable power in Black Rock City would dare to claim that they could exterminate the Wolf's Fang robbers. In the great hall, an old man in grey robes sipped his tea with an air of indifference. His traitorous eyes flashed with malice. He did not raise his head, as if he never noticed the people who had just entered the room. Only Ye Ling, who seated was next to him, lost his cool as he rose to his feet and scoffed. Master Murong, your Murong family guest has heard my son. If the Murong family wishes to maintain a cordial with the Ye family, you will hand them both over to us. Ye Ling raised his chin and stared arrogantly at the Murong family members. He clearly did not place any importance on the Murong family's authority. More importantly, based on his observation, Master Murong was a very smart man. He would never give up an opportunity to strike up a friendship with the Ye family over two youngsters. HMPH. Master Murong scoffed coldly and swept his gaze over Ye Ling from top to toe. He responded indifferently, you have yet received the right to speak to me. You. Ye Ling's face turned ashen in his rage. He glared angrily at Master Murong and was about to issue a retort when the old man next to him reached out and stopped him. The old man steadily sipped the tea in his hand. His face was poised in a somber and cold smile. He has no right to speak to you, but don't I have that, correct? It goes without saying that the Murong family hospitality is inferior, serving me with such old tea. Crash. Once he had said his piece, he loosened his grip on the cup and it fell to the floor and shattered into bits. Master Murong's expression turned into an ugly shade. His sharp eyes flashed with murderous intent, but in the end, he suppressed his anger and spoke icily. Master Ye, have you come to cause trouble for me? No. The old man shook his head and smiled icily back at him. I've merely come for a visit after hearing that you've broken through to the rank of a high-level martial emperor. Could it be that the master of the Murong family does not welcome me? A visit? I think you're here to purposely pick a fight. Master Murong waved his hand in annoyance as he replied coldly, servants, send these guests out. Our Murong family does not welcome the Ye family members. He. The old man slowly rose from his seat. His lips were curled into a smile. But his cunning and crafty eyes were filled with frost. Master Murong, why so hasty? I've merely heard news of your guests harming my grandchild. Master Murong, you know that we've only ever had one son from the direct lineage for many generations. My grandson is the treasure of my Ye family, so I've specifically made this visit to ask for justice. Furthermore. Chapter 574, the Ye family comes for a visit 3. He paused before he continued speaking. Furthermore, you should know the rules of Black Rock City, Master Murong. Regardless of the dispute, outsiders are not allowed to touch a single hair of the heads of the citizens of Black Rock City. I've already made a thorough investigation on the guests in your residence and they're not from Black Rock City. I'm sure you wouldn't want to compromise the harmony of Black Rock City for the sake of two outsiders, right, Master Murong? From the old man's point of view, the old Murong man could not possibly want to shield the two outsiders unless he wished to make an enemy of the Ye family. But could he be so silly, to offend the Ye family for the sake of two irrelevant individuals? That's clearly not going to be a very smart decision. Master Murong's expression sank. He fell silent as a torrential storm began to rise from within his being. However, the Ye father and son clearly misunderstood the look on his face and thought that Master Murong was angry at Murong Yan for provoking such a disaster. Master Murong, you should discipline your Murong family disciples sometimes. That Murong Yan is a troublemaker. If it wasn't for her two friends, the Murong family wouldn't have offended the Ye family. It's a good thing that the Ye family are magnanimous and generous. As long as you hand over those two beastards, the Ye family will not be calculative over your mistakes. Ye Ling sneered. However, you should rejoice as the Murong family still has Murong Ruer. While she doesn't have a lot of power, she's certainly 10 times better than that idiot Murong Yan. As he spoke, he glanced at Elber who was standing behind Master Murong and spoke arrogantly. What are you still standing there for? Can't you see how angry your master is? Get those two beastards and bring them to me. My hatred will never be satisfied until I crush their bones into powder. Elber looked at Ye Ling as if he was some sort of idiot. Is he asking master to hand over the eldest lady? Is this fellow a fool? After all, the Murong family now belongs to the eldest lady. She's the true master of the Murong family, yet this idiot demands for us to hand her over upon his arrival in our home. If this fellow isn't an idiot, what is he then, really? Ye Ling felt that Elder Er's reaction was rather curious, but before he could understand what was going on, Master Murong's enraged bellow rang out in front of him. Lady Gu and Sir Yi Nuo are guests of the Murong family. If anyone should treat them rudely, don't blame me for lacking sensitivity. Get out. Master Murong did not reveal Gu Ruoan's true identity because the forces in Black Rock City are unstable. If anyone finds out that Gu Ruoan had assumed command over the Murong family, it would bring her great danger, especially knowing her current level of strength. Ye Ling was rooted to the spot as if he could not believe that Master Murong would say such a thing. Based on his observations, anyone with an iota of intelligence would be able to recognize the most beneficial choice. Yet this idiot wants to make an enemy of the Ye family for the sake of two irrelevant individuals. Does he no longer place any importance on the Ye family after his breakthrough? He's merely someone who has just broken through to the rank of a high-level martial emperor. What right does he have to cause a commotion in front of my father? And most importantly, he seems to have forgotten our backers, the Wolf's Fang robbers. Master Murong, I used to admire you for being a very smart man. Master Ye replied expressionlessly, but this time, I must say this, an intelligent man like you has made a grave mistake. This mistake will destroy the entire Murong family. While we're at it, let me remind you that a few of us from our respective families will be embarking on our journey to the tomb of the Supreme Ruler in 1 month. Chapter 575, The Ye family comes for a visit 4. The tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Master Murong fell silent upon hearing those 4 words. His initially raging heart was now full of anxiety. The tomb of the Supreme Ruler was crawling with many strong cultivators. Black Rock City's greatest forces will be joining the expedition to the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Based on the Murong family's position in power, it would be difficult for them to survive under such dangerous conditions in the ruins of the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. We're going. Master Ye took one look at Master Murong and laughed icily before dragging Ye Ling out the door. Actually, if the Ye family were to fight against the Murong family, both sides would only end up with suffering. Under these circumstances, it would be very easy for someone else to seize the opportunity to get involved. That was why the old man from the Ye family had not made a move against the Murong family. However, he does have an opportunity to destroy the Murong family. Like this expedition to the tomb of the Supreme Ruler, for example. Master, Elder spoke in a voice filled with anxiety. That old fellow, Ye Luo, has always been the kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest of grievances. He will not forget about his grandchild's injuries so easily. It's highly possible that in a month, he will seize the opportunity to do something to the Murong family at the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Hearing this, Master Murong sighed and laughed bitterly. Our best defense when a flood arrives is resistance. We can only play by ear at this stage. The tomb of the Supreme Ruler is a mausoleum built by a Marshal Supreme and was discovered long ago by one of the forces in Black Rock City. It was said that there is great power concealed within the tomb which can allow a cultivator on the verge of the rank of a Marshal Honor to break through to the rank of a Marshal Supreme. As such, this tomb had certainly drawn the attention of organizations both big and small. However, because the conditions in the tomb were far too dangerous, even a Marshal Honor could be destroyed in the expedition. All the forces of Black Rock City then came to a unified decision that they would cooperate and enter the tomb of the Supreme Ruler together. Of course, Gu Ruan was blissfully unaware of this as she had returned to her room and entered into cultivation after sending the 2 men from the Murong family off. The Emperor Breakthrough Pill, once consumed, will allow a Martial Emperor to break through to the next level. I had intended on using it only when I have reached the rank of mid-level Martial Emperor, but there are too many enemies lurking about in the Vanished Lands. I must break through to the next level. Gu Ruan stared at the pill in her hand and the space between her brows was filled with seriousness. Generally speaking, pills that enhance breakthroughs like this Emperor Breakthrough Pill are different from chi-gathering pills. Using external means to force oneself into a breakthrough would make one's foundation superficial. However, Gu Ruan was different. Her spiritual ocean was so vast that no matter how many types of medicine she had taken, it would not affect her foundations. Still, even if she did not have such a vast spiritual ocean, she still had pills that could help to strengthen her foundations. Unfortunately, any pills that help enhance breakthroughs can only be used once. For example, once Gu Ruan uses the Emperor Breakthrough Pill to break through to the rank of a mid-level Martial Emperor, she cannot use it again. Even if she did, there would be no effects. Gu Ruan took a deep breath and gently placed the pill into her mouth. At that very moment, a loud bang sounded and a strong energy erupted, followed by a thick fog of spiritual energy surrounding her from where she was sitting. In the guest hall, Elder and Master Murong both jumped with shock. They rushed out hurriedly and floated for a long time in midair, staring in astonishment at Gu Ruan's room. The room held a great power such that both men unconsciously felt moved. Their eyes were filled with a deep shock. Chapter 576, The Ye family comes for a visit 5. A mid-level Martial Emperor. Gasp. A 19-year-old mid-level Martial Emperor. What does this mean? This was simply abnormal. Who could have reached this rank at such a young age? But this little girl has managed to achieve it. The skies in this part of the world are changing soon. Elder laughed bitterly. A 19-year-old mid-level Martial Emperor. If word of this gets out, who would believe it? If he had not witnessed this with his own eyes, Elder would never have believed it himself. In all of the Banished Lands, aside from the genius of a young master, no one else would have such a strong talent. Elder you must issue this order immediately. Master Murong's eyes darkened and he spoke gravely. No one is to say a word about the eldest lady's breakthrough. None of this must ever get out. She may be highly talented at the moment, but her wings are not yet fully developed. If too many people find out about this, it would only invite disaster. In a place like this, there's bound to be many who wish to rope her into joining their organization. If she does not agree, there could be a bloodbath. For the sake of preventing her from having to bow to another organization, he must act fast starting from the roots, even if she's not his genius. In the Banished Lands, many would think in the same manner. However, knowing Gu Ruan's bleak and aloof personality, she would never bow to anyone. Elder obviously understood this and nodded. Master, do not worry. I will not allow anyone else to know about this. At least, before her wings are fully grown, no one must be aware of her true capabilities. All right, when you're on the job, Elder I can relax. Master Murong nodded his head in satisfaction and replied with fatigue, I'm tired. I'll head to my room now. You take care of everything else after this. Yes, Master. Elder bowed and joined his fists respectfully and escorted Master Murong on his way out. Once he had left, Elder headed off to carry out Master Murong's orders. In the room, Gu Ruan slowly opened her eyes and exhaled, a mid-level martial emperor. Based on my current level of strength, I should be able to go up against a high-level martial emperor. But my goals for Black Rock City are still very far off. Just as she was deep in thought, her bedroom door was pulled open and a soft, squirmy little figure rushed in and hugged Gu Ruan. Bodyguard Gu, I've heard the news. Have you really managed to cure old man Murong's illness? Yi Nuo blinked his starry eyes as he stared admiringly at Gu Ruan. You're still here. Gu Ruan looked inquisitively back at Yi Nuo. Yi Nuo's expression immediately turned black and his cherubic features were filled with annoyance. Bodyguard Gu, do you really want me to leave that much? Come on, we've known each other for such a long time yet you would continue to act so heartlessly. Whatever, I don't care. I'm sticking with you. I certainly don't want to follow that old fart back home. Going back would be far too boring. It's way more interesting to follow Bodyguard Gu around. Up to you. Gu Ruan gently raised her eyebrows. Still, I'm guessing that your grandfather will certainly make his way here to drag you home sometime soon. Whoosh. Hearing this, Yi Nuo immediately hid behind Gu Ruan as if he had just received a scare. He blinked his big, innocent-looking eyes and stared pitifully up at Gu Ruan. Bodyguard Gu, you must protect me. I don't want to go home with that horrible old man. Besides, I've already made my decision. I'm not going home. Even if that old man was to drag me, I will not go home. Gu Ruan's mouth twitched when she heard this and she stared speechlessly at the pitiful-looking child. Chapter 577, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler 1. I'm afraid that I can't really help you with this. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders as she replied helplessly. Yi Nuo pouted and his little face filled with stubbornness. If that old man insists on making me go home, then, I'll run away again so that he'll never find me, ever. Gu Ruan refused to comment. Based on past experience, Yi Nuo probably would not let her go so easily. A month passed slowly and quietly. Within this month, Gu Ruan's breakthrough to the rank of a mid-level martial emperor has pretty much become more established. This time, even if she was to face a martial honor and could not fight back, escaping was no longer an issue. It was also within this 1 month when Gu Ruan was training vigorously that Black Rock City gradually experienced a change. Initially, she had thought that the Ye family would not have let the Murong family off so easily. Nevertheless, during this 1 month, no sign of movements came from the Ye family at all. It was as if nothing had happened and all was curiously quiet. At this moment, in the Murong family courtyard, Gu Ruan stared in puzzlement at the Murong family disciples who were lined up in a row. She raised her brow. Is a special day. What are all of you doing here? Within a month, with the help of the Spirit Gathering Pills, the Murong family disciples' power has shown rapid improvement. Liu Xiaochen had broken through to the rank of a high-level martial king while Murong Yan was now a mid-level martial king. Many of the young disciples amongst them have also experienced breakthroughs as well. Most of them have reached the rank of a martial king. Even Gu Ruan could not have imagined this. Eldest lady, Liu Xiaochen smiled gently. You're probably not aware of this but not too long ago, a citizen of Black Rock City had discovered the existence of the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. However, the tomb is extremely perilous. After the discovery was publicly announced, all the forces of Black Rock City agreed that they would join forces on an expedition to the tomb. Today is the day of the start of the expedition. The tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Gu Ruan stroked her chin as her eyes flashed with a clear interest in the matter. I'm also quite interested in this tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Since that's the case, I'll tag along to see this tomb of the Supreme Ruler for myself. A Martial Supreme. This was a rank that Gu Ruan had been unable to achieve in her past life. Liu Xiaochen's heart leaped. He locked eyes with Murong Yan and saw the clear joy in her eyes as well. If Gu Ruan joins them on the expedition, the Murong family would have great security. Others may not know this but they both knew that Gu Ruan had already broken through to the rank of a mid-level martial emperor. After all, back when she was a low-level martial emperor, she had been able to defeat an opponent on the same level with one strike. Now that she has just had another breakthrough, based on her level of power and abilities, even a high-level martial emperor may not be able to defeat her. One more thing, Gu Ruan paused before saying, you two, stop calling me eldest lady. Just address me as you did previously. Regardless of my connection to the Murong family, to me, you are my friends. Friends. That word etched deeply into Murong Yan's heart, causing it to tremble. She bit her lip and stared at Gu Ruan with a complicated look on her face. I have once treated you with such contempt, so why should you treat me as a friend? She has never forgotten how she had treated this girl the first time they had met. Yet this girl has never held anything against her despite her initial animosity. She had even gone against Ye Fan for her sake. Chapter 578, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler 2. If it hadn't been not for me, Gu Ruan and Yi Nuo would never have done anything to offend the Ye family. Come on, you are the next Master Murong. How can you be so stupid? Yi Nuo rolled his eyes and looked at Murong Yan with a tinge of disdain. Back then, if you had not protected Bodyguard Gu in front of Murong Rue, do you think that she would even care if you had lived or died? Murong Yan shuddered. No matter how much ridicule she felt from Yi Nuo's words, she did not get angry but immersed herself in all of it. She had chosen to disregard our former enmity and help me simply because I had shielded her in front of Murong Rue. Murong Yan laughed bitterly at the thought and felt rather complicated. Perhaps that's the kind of woman she was. If one had treated her with the slightest hint of bad intentions, then one can forget about receiving her favor for the rest of one's life. However, if one acts with good intentions in front of her, she'll remember you for life. Even though I was the one to blame for Murong Ruse's actions which had caused so much trouble for her. Lady Gu, thank you. Murong Yan took a deep breath and looked completely grateful. Meeting you in this lifetime is my good fortune. No matter what, I will use my actions to make up for my past mistakes. Gu Ruan said nothing more. In the beginning, she had been motivated by selfish intentions when she had helped Murong Yan out of the situation with Ye Fan. Everything she had done had been for the sake of taking over the Murong family. However, in regards to her opinion of Murong Yan, she could not really say if she had a good impression of her, and neither did she feel any form of dislike. Besides, if she had not agreed to let me assume command over the Murong family, Master Murong would also never have agreed to it so easily. Yi Nuo, you want to come along as well? Gu Ruoan lowered her head and asked the cherub-faced young boy. I'm coming along. Yi Nuo raised his eyebrows and his little face flushed with excitement. A fun place like that, how could I not go? All right, then let's go together. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly and agreed to Yi Nuo's request. Murong Yan was just about to say something when she realized that Gu Ruoan had already agreed to it. She swallowed her words. She still trusts Gu Ruoan to some extent. Since Gu Ruoan was allowing Yi Nuo to join this expedition, she must have her own reasons. She would only need to follow her orders. That would be enough. The excavation site of the tomb of the Supreme Ruler was at the summit of the Supreme Mountain. The usually quiet mountain range was now filled with noise. Various forces have set up camp at the foot of the mountain, drawing confused looks from a few passersby. Why have so many powerful organizations gathered together to climb the Supreme Mountain? Eldest lady, the forces present today, aside from the Murong family and the Ye family, are a few other middle-class organizations. However, there are far too many of them now, so I won't bore you with the introductions. Allow me to point out the three great powers of Black Rock City. Master Murong took one look at the densely packed group and whispered into Gu Ruoan's ear, see that man with a scar from a knife wound? That's the leader of the largest underground organization of Black Rock City, Hey Bao. Don't judge him based on his brutish appearance, he's already reached the rank of a martial honor. Gu Ruoan raised an eyebrow and her gaze trailed towards the direction of Master Murong's finger, which was pointing at a man in the middle of the group. The man's large scar almost covered his entire face. He looked too ugly for words, but the great force within him could cause one's heart to go into palpitations. Chapter 579, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 3. That wheelchair-bound invalid is the master of the Mo family, Mo Liu. He had suffered a disease in his thighs from a young age and can only move around with the use of a wheelchair. But don't be fooled by his delicate features, he's actually a 90-year-old freak. He has a recipe for eternal youth, which is why he looks so young. Furthermore, this Mo Liu can be considered as an exotic flower. He has never married and has remained as a bachelor all his life. He adopted a child just 3 years ago. Mo Liu. Gu Ruoan furrowed her brow and directed her clear, cold gaze towards the man in the wheelchair. For some unexplained reason, that man gave her a very strange feeling. The man seemed to notice her look and turned towards her. His sickly yet handsome features lit up with a smile. That one smile was like a ray of sunshine, absolutely heartwarming. The last one is that beautiful woman in red. She hails from the Mei family and is a member of the three great authorities of Black Rock City. Not only is she a martial honor, she's also a formidably skilled doctor. Master Murong glanced at the woman in red and sighed. Unfortunately, Lord Mei is haughty and arrogant. Should you ever wish to ask for her help in treating your illness, it would be a difficult feat. She only has two interests in this lifetime, medicinal practice and beautiful men. Unless your medicinal skills surpass hers or you plan on gifting her a peerlessly beautiful man, don't even think that she will treat you. Back then, when he was starting to become heavily ill, he had wanted to invite Mei Zhu but had been immediately chased out of the Mei household. It's a good thing that he had met Gu Ruoan, otherwise, his death would have been guaranteed. So these are the three great authorities of Black Rock City. Gu Ruoan gently stroked her chin and smiled. It would seem that if I wish to unify Black Rock City, I'll need to have command over these three great authorities. Hearing this, Master Murong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Putting aside the haughty Lord Mei Zhu, the other two would not bow to her so easily. Master Murong, you've finally arrived. Just then, a sinister voice sounded beside. Master Murong furrowed his brows and raised his head to look at the man approaching him. May I ask, Master Ye, if you have any business with me? Master Murong's tone has a bite of impatience. He glared coldly at Ye Luo's withered old features. Father, it was them. Ye Ling, who was standing next to him, recognized Gu Ruoan and Yi Nuo in one glance and scoffed, they're the ones who are responsible for hurting Fansa. Oh. A cold, sinister light flashed across Ye Luo's eyes as he spoke icily. Master Murong, if I remember this correctly, the expedition to the tomb of the Supreme Ruler seems to be a matter that concerns only the citizens of Black Rock City. I don't think that outsiders have the right to participate in this. Hee hee. Master Murong chuckled dryly and replied in an equally icy voice, Lady Gu has officially entered my Murong family. I wonder if this answer satisfies you, Master Ye. Indeed, Gu Ruoan was a member of the Murong family now. She was now the person who holds full authority in the Murong family. However, to the ears of Ye Luo, he took it to mean that Master Murong had accepted Gu Ruoan as a disciple of the Murong family. In that case, Ye Luo simply had nothing else to say. He could only sweep a sinister glare across Gu Ruoan and Yi Nuo. This expedition to the tomb of the Supreme Ruler is fraught with danger, so both of you should be worried. Even the master of the Murong family himself could lose his life in these ruins. I hope you won't die so soon. Chapter 580, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 4. A threat. Those words were clearly undisguised threats. His meaning was clear. The Ye family will definitely make their move against the Murong family in the excavation. At that point, should they run into an accident and die in the ruins, no one could be blamed. Master Murong's expression looked extremely ugly. He clenched his fist and nearly slammed it into Ye Luo's infuriating face. In the end, he controlled himself and sneered, Master Ye, you are speaking a little too early. Who dies and who survives? No one will know for sure. Ha ha ha. Just as the old man spoke, a fit of wild laughter was heard from the foot of the mountain, ringing aloud through every foot of the ground. The crowd went into shock when they heard the voice, including the members of the three great families. Everyone turned their attention to a small road ahead. In the middle of that small road, a large band of brutes with weapons in their hands were walking over with huge strides. The brutes all emitted a strong murderous intent and their bodies were riddled with scars. In the forefront of the group were two men. One looked strong and muscular with a coarse, full beard and side whiskers. He carried a large sword that seemed to be around his height on his shoulders and his expression was full of malice. The other one looked far easier on the eyes when compared with the first man. He wore green robes and looked rather bookish. He held a fan in his hand and while his features were not exceptionally handsome, his scholarly air made him look particularly comforting. However, when everyone saw the group marching towards them, their expressions all sank. "What are you doing here?" Meizu scoffed coldly as she asked irritably. "Ha ha," the brute with the coarse beard laughed and stared disdainfully at Meizu. "With a treasure trove like the tomb of the Supreme Ruler, is there a rule that says it belongs solely to Black Rock City? My apologies, our Wolf's Fang robbers are very interested in the treasures within these ruins." The Wolf's Fang robbers. A peculiar light flashed across Gu Ruan's eyes when she heard those words. "These are the members of the Wolf's Fang robbers." Master Murong's gaze sank. That brute with the full beard and whiskers is the second in command of the Wolf's Fang robbers. As for the scholarly-looking man, he is the #1 cultivator in the group and their leader, Nangong Si. Gu Ruan's attention has been drawn to the scholarly man from the beginning. Even though he does not look particularly threatening, she could sense his dangerous aura from a single glance. He was undoubtedly the most dangerous person here. Be it the underground leader, the eternally youthful Mo Liu, or the medically skilled Meizu, none of them were more dangerous than this man. Perhaps now she was faced with a most problematic enemy. Leader Nangong, second in command Wei Shi. Ye Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the two and he hurriedly rushed to welcome them. "You've finally arrived," he exclaimed with a grin. At this moment, he no longer held the sinister arrogance that he had displayed in front of Master Murong. He was like a dog, eager to flatter and please. If he had a tail, he would be wagging it happily as if he was afraid that others would not be able to see his sincerity. Ye Luo. Master Murong has just realized that it was the Ye family who had alerted the Wolf's Fang robbers. He was sputtering with anger. Don't forget, it was the citizens of Black Rock City who had found the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. What's the meaning of this? With the Wolf's Fang robbers in our expedition, how are we going to get any part of the treasure? Chapter 581, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 5. Clack. As he spoke, the scholarly man snapped his fan closed and swept his calm gaze towards the incensed Master Murong. He smiled as he said, "It looks like the citizens of Black Rock City do not welcome us." Essentially, the Wolf's Fang robbers and Black Rock City have no resentment between each other. However, this was the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. If the Wolf's Fang robbers were to join the expedition, they will definitely lay claim to one portion of the treasure. No one from Black Rock City wants that to happen. As such, all eyes were fully alert as they stared at the group of uninvited guests. Some of them were even glaring angrily at Ye Luo and were slaughtering him into a million pieces in their head. If it wasn't for these people, we would not have been forced to share the treasures in the tomb of the Supreme Ruler with the Wolf's Fang robbers. Ye Luo completely ignored the angry glares. He continued to stand in an ingratiating way behind the Wolf's Fang robbers. To the others' eyes, the Wolf's Fang robbers have come here to have a slice of the pie. However, they did not know that he had invited them to deal with the bunch of beastards from the Murong family. As long as he could destroy the Murong family, he could not care less about what the others thought. Hee hee. Mo Liu's handsome face lit up with a small smile. Under the bright sunlight, his sickly palace seemed to gain a hint of color. It looks like things are going to get interesting. The powers in Black Rock City have always been divided into three sides. This time, with the participation of the Wolf's Fang robbers, perhaps all three sides will be forced to unite. Otherwise, if any of them attempts to face the Wolf's Fang robbers alone, it would result in death. As Mo Liu spoke, whether he intended to or not, he had glanced once at Gu Ruan with a mysterious expression on his face. "All right, it's getting late. We should set off." He Bao looked at the Wolf's Fang robbers and frowned. In the end, he decided against saying anything and began to climb up the mountain. Every other organization at the foot of the mountain then began to follow suit. It seems that the Ye family has come prepared and isn't going to let the Murong family off so easily. Liu Xiaochun's chest tightened as he spoke worriedly. Hee hee. Master Murong laughed coldly. This Ye family are a bunch of smart elects. He thinks that his victory is assured just because he has brought the Wolf's Fang robbers. However, he has forgotten one thing. He paused before continuing, that is, we are citizens of Black Rock City. The Wolf's Fang robbers are considered to be an external power. Do you really think that the other organizations of Black Rock City will allow the Wolf's Fang robbers to reign tyrannical abuse here? His attitude will only drive the powers of Black Rock City into working together to stand up against the Wolf's Fang robbers. This is the true display of a clever person who then becomes the victim of his own ingenuity. Hearing this, Liu Xiaochun felt a little more assured. Nevertheless, before he could relax completely, Master Murong's voice rang out again. No matter what, we must all remain vigilant against any assassins from the Ye family and Wolf's Fang robbers. Knowing how sinister the Ye family is, there's nothing they wouldn't do. We must all be careful from now on. It's best that we don't split up the Murong family group. Yes, Master. Hearing this, the Murong family disciples replied in unison. Their clear voices drew the attention of a few members from other organizations who turned around to look at them. The Supreme Mountain Summit is riddled with dangers. As everyone present were powerful cultivators with the lowest ranked members at the level of a martial king, the summit of the Supreme Mountain Range, which was widely known as the Death Valley, was easily conquered. Only when they had reached the ancient historical ruins did the group stop in their tracks. Chapter 582, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 6. The ruins were magnificent. The large, grand doors were carved with images of the four divine beasts. The workmanship was almost lifelike. This is the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Master Murong's heart slowly sank. Despite the large stone door, he could sense the strong aura emitting from behind it. Who knows what dangers lie ahead once they have entered the tomb. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful sound rang out and caused the ground to shake. The faces of everyone in the expedition drained of color and some even began to panic. What happened? Is it an earthquake? Just as the crowd dived into a flurry of discussion, the large stone door opened, resembling a behemoth opening its mouth. It made everyone's hair stand on end. The ruins. Is it welcoming us? Gu Ruan's heart sank. She had never experienced such a strong sense of danger before in her life. She did not know what was going on, but she could sense that this tomb was not just the tomb of the Supreme Ruler, there was something far more dangerous inside it. However, since I'm already here, I can't turn back. Forget it, we'll play by ear. Besides, the more dangerous the place, the faster it'll grow. Wasn't this how I had done it in my past life and the present one? And most importantly, since I've already reached this stage, I can't turn back. Suddenly, a strong hurricane whirled out from inside the doorway and dragged many of the expedition's members into the ruins. The heavy stone doors then slammed shut, sealing the way out. Senior brother. Murong Yan held tightly onto Lu Xiaochen. Her pretty face was as white as a sheet while her eyes were filled with anxiety and terror. Don't worry, Yan sir, I'll protect you. Lu Xiaochen patted the back of Murong Yan's hand in a soothing manner as he stared alertly at every corner. He also felt nervous, but he refused to show it in front of Murong Yan. Otherwise, she would grow even more afraid. Ha ha. Just then, a loud laugh rang out. Ye Ling's face was filled with excitement and an impulsiveness that he could not conceal. The tomb of the Supreme Ruler. I finally arrived at the legendary tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Perhaps I can even use this opportunity to break through to the rank of a Marshal Supreme. Ha ha ha. The Marshal Supreme rank was a level that everyone wishes to achieve. After all, Martial Saints and Martial Gods were hailed as myths. They had only ever heard of the existence of Martial Saints in the East Peak mainland. A Martial Saint was something which does not exist in the Banished Lands. Hence, Martial Supreme was a goal that everyone wishes to achieve. However, many would never even get close to that rank in their entire life. As he spoke, Ye Ling hurriedly flew towards the tomb. His expression was flushed with excitement and his eyes were bloodshot. Stop right there. Suddenly, Gu Ruan realized a peculiar scent in the air. Her expression changed quickly and she hurriedly cried out. But would Ye Ling listen to her? Of course not. In his opinion, the only reason Gu Ruan would ask him to stop was so that she could claim the treasures for herself. So why should he listen to her? This woman clearly does not have any good intentions. *T. The look on Gu Ruan's face changed tremendously as she hurriedly urged, quick, use every single defense you've got. Though Master Murong and the others were not quite sure about what was going on, because they had been used to taking orders from Gu Ruan, they immediately drew up the defenses and without question. The nearby organizations may not understand why the Murong family was behaving in this manner, but they also absent-mindedly followed suit and wrapped themselves in spiritual chi as a shield. Chapter 583, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 7. Boom. An enormous explosion slammed towards the group. Those who had not followed the Murong family's example and raised the defenses were blown away by the explosion. They spat out mouthfuls of blood while some who were of lower cultivation ranks had their arms and limbs severed or blown to pieces from the great impact of the explosion. Master Murong was shocked into a daze. If it had not been for Gu Ruan's warning, I might have ended up sustaining heavy injuries from the blast. Lady Gu, what caused this explosion? Gu Ruan glanced calmly at the direction of the blast and replied steadily. I sensed that the chi which had come from further up front was unsteady. I then realized that there were countless pockets of explosive force in the air. These pockets of chi aren't usually very dangerous, but once they come into contact with spiritual energy, it would cause an explosion. A cultivator's body will always carry spiritual energy. Coincidentally, it was Ye Ling's entrance which had triggered the explosion. It goes without saying that the creator of this tomb was a true genius. He knew that the only people who would visit this place would be cultivators. He had then concocted these explosive chi pockets in anticipation. A non-cultivator would have been able to walk through it without much of a problem. If she had not encountered this in her past life, Gu Ruan might not have been able to realize this. When she had encountered such a trap in her past life, she was already a martial honor. Hence, she had not sustained heavy injuries. Had she not recognized these pockets of air, she would undoubtedly have ended up being implicated by Ye Ling. Linger. Ye Luo's eyes reddened as if they were filled with blood. He stared at the smoke-filled atmosphere before turning around slowly and bellowed at Gu Ruan in a voice dripping with venom. It was you. You've caused the death of my son. That's right, it's all her fault. Since she already knew about the dangers ahead, why hadn't she stopped Linger? This is all her fault. Ye Luo, what are you talking about? Master Murong was enraged. His features were now icy cold as he said, it was your son who had gone looking for his own death. Who's to blame for that? Lady Gu clearly tried to stop him, but Ye Ling had refused to listen to her. His actions had caused trouble for everyone else here. Yet until now, you're still putting the blame on her head. As humans, we should not act with such shamelessness. Hearing these words, the other organizations who were deep in sorrowful mourning regained their senses. All eyes were now turned angrily towards the Ye family. We've journeyed here bringing the best of the best in our households, yet because of your B-starred boy, we've lost so many of our own. Ye Luo, how should we calculate this debt? The tomb of the Supreme Ruler is known for being riddled with danger, yet the brainless Ye Ling had rushed right in without even thinking ahead. If he really wants to die, he should find a place and hang himself. Don't drag us all down with him. That's right, if it wasn't for this young lady, we would have suffered much heavier casualties. Yet you would still push the blame onto her. Are you even a fucking human? They had only just arrived in the tomb of the Supreme Ruler, yet they have already suffered heavy casualties. This was the kind of heartache that no one could possibly endure. If it had not been for Ye Ling's stupidity, this would never have happened. HMPH, if the damned girl had not abused public power as a form of retaliation against me, my son would still be alive. At this moment, Ye Luo's expression was like a fearsome wild panther and he looked ready to rip Gu Ruan into shreds. Damned girl, if you had explained the dangers ahead to Linger, he wouldn't have lost his life. This is all your fault, only your death can avenge the death of my son. PFFT. Yi Nuo could no longer contain himself and laughed out loud. I've met all sorts of people in my young life, but this is the first time I've ever met anyone who would stoop to such shamelessness. His shamelessness has reached the level of a learned and respected scholar. It's within sight but beyond reach. Chapter 584, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 8. Damned old man, search your heart. Did your damned boy actually listen to bodyguard Gu's advice? I reckon that he probably thought she wanted a piece of his treasure. Obviously, Yi Nuo's words described Ye Ling's thoughts perfectly. When Gu Ruan had tried to warn him, all he could think about was that she did not want him to get to the treasures first. How could he possibly be so compliant? The treasures of the tomb of the Supreme Ruler belongs to him. No one was allowed to take them away. He Bao furrowed his brows and stared at the red-faced Ye Luo but did not say a word. Mo Liu was still smiling and looked as if he was disconnected from the world. It was as if even a much greater struggle would not be his problem at all. Only Mei Zhu stared at Gu Ruan fixedly and her eyes were filled with interest. This girl was actually able to differentiate the pockets of qi that contained explosives. It seems that her accomplishments in the medical field should be quite impressive. Even I would not have been able to make the differentiation in the nick of time. Interesting, very interesting. I wonder how the Murong family had managed to find a disciple like her. You effiking brat, you're looking for death too. Ye Luo was now so enraged that his body seemed to erupt with flames. He was just about to make his move when a refined voice sounded, stopping him in his tracks. Enough. The scholar closed his fan and narrowed his eyes slightly at Gu Ruan. A near undetectable glint flashed across his gentle eyes. Indeed, Ye Ling was to blame for his own death. But my lady, you have fiendish eyes. You will bring disaster. Gu Ruan smiled serenely. Are you a scholar or a charlatan? Reading the fortunes of others. I'm merely giving you a reminder, my lady. The scholar smiled. It was hard to imagine that such a cultured and gentle-looking scholar would actually be the leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers. As a young lady, it's best that you remember to stay kind. You really could have saved Ye Ling, yet you didn't do that at all. Suddenly, Gu Ruan smiled and stared at the scholar's cultured appearance as she raised her eyebrows. Save him. Why should I save him? If I had been unable to defend myself for the sake of saving him, who was going to help me? Let's put aside my animosity with the Ye family. Even if I had nothing against him, I would never save someone who is of no consequence to me. Furthermore, you, as the leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers, whose hands are stained with the blood of many, what right do you have to remind me of kindness? Honestly, if I had attempted to save Ye Ling, I'm certain that I would have been able to come out of it alive. But what was the basis for all this? On what basis should I risk my life for him? It's just as I had said, forget about the fact that we are both enemies. I would never risk exposing my trump card for the sake of an innocent passerby. The banished lands are far more dangerous than the West Spread mainland and the East Peak mainland. Here, everyone has blood on his or her hands. Nangongxi, as the leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers, was most notoriously known for this. Hence, forget about Gu Ruan, even the forces of Black Rock City could not understand how Nangongxi could spew such statements so shamelessly. Kindness. In a place like this, where only the strong are respected, kindness is a deadly poison. My lady, I think I'd better give you a piece of advice. Don't burn your bridges. There are some lines that shouldn't be crossed. The scholar took one last look at Gu Ruan before leading his Wolf's Fang robbers forward into the ruins. Ye Luo clenched his fists as he fixed his sinister gaze upon the girl's delicate and pretty face. He spoke through gritted teeth. Damned girl, someday you will pay the painful price for everything you've done. He then turned around and followed after the Wolf's Fang robbers. Chapter 585, Tianve, the Behemoth, 1. Yi Nuo glared scornfully at the Ye family's departing figures and said, I don't know where this idiot has come from, I've never met anyone so stupid. Despite his young age, he has met countless people from all sorts of background, but this one certainly takes the cake. If my old man was here, this fellow would have been slaughtered immediately and left without a whole corpse. Let's go. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and said nothing more before they continued on their journey. Mo Liu's lips curled up gently as he studied Gu Ruan's disappearing figure. A single thought was playing across his mind. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that the real boss of the Murong family is Gu Ruan. The Murong family. Mo Liu squinted his long and narrow eyes. The smile on his sickly white face grew even more pronounced. Perhaps this expedition won't turn out to be so boring after all. Mei Zhu had a peculiar look in her eyes as her gaze remained fixed upon the departing figures. A glint then flashed across her eyes. It was difficult to interpret her thoughts. Let's go. He Bao did not give much thought to it and immediately led his men forward. Soon after, the rest followed suit. They were afraid that if they ended up lagging behind, they would not be able to find any treasure. All was quiet in the ruins. Throughout the long journey, all they could hear were their own footsteps. Thud. Suddenly, the Ye family, who were at the forefront of the group, stopped suddenly without any warning. As a result, everyone behind them walked into one another. They nursed their throbbing heads as they exclaimed angrily, What are all of you doing? Get out of the way if you don't want to walk in the front. Quit blocking our way. Due to the previous incident caused by Ye Ling, most of them now harbored a great dislike towards the Ye family. Hence, they have shrugged off all courtesy and started yelling at them. Just as they were about to overtake the Ye family to take the lead, they encountered a shocking sight. Their bodies trembled endlessly as their pupils shrunk into mere black dots before slowly widening again. A behemoth? No, this is impossible. How could there possibly be such a large behemoth in the tomb of the Supreme Ruler? The door to the next room was around 10 meters high and the behemoth that stood in front of the door covered it completely, leaving only a small crack. The behemoth's fearsome and bloodthirsty eyes caused everyone present to gasp out loud. It's Tianve, the behemoth. Back in ancient times, he was the cruelest of all the spiritual beasts. It is said that Tianve could swallow half a city moat in one mouthful. Thinking about such a malicious beast makes one's hair stand on end. But why would Tianve, the behemoth that was thought to have disappeared long ago, appear in a place like this? Master Murong's expression had turned into a particularly ugly shade. While he knew that this expedition would not be an easy one, he never expected to come face to face with Tianve, the behemoth. This was a spiritual beast that even martial supremes would find hard to overcome. What was it doing in a place like this? Something isn't right. The scholar frowned and gently waved his fan. This spiritual beast may have his eyes open, but he is not awake. This means that this spiritual beast was now in a deep slumber. If they were careful enough, perhaps they could pass by him through that small crack. But if they were to fail, the behemoth would awaken and everyone present would face a horrible death. As such, should they enter, or retreat? Let me try. Gu Ruoan wrinkled her brows and followed the ruins, stepping closer and closer towards the behemoth. She could not shake off the feeling that something inside was calling out to her. Chapter 586, Tianve, the Behemoth, 2. Perhaps this has something to do with Chanbei. So, no matter what, I will not turn back. You, Ye Luo scoffed coldly, sweeping a rather scornful gaze across Gu Ruoan. He spoke disdainfully, don't think that I don't know your intentions. You want to be the first one to enter the door and take all the treasures for yourself. I won't let you do that. This behemoth is indeed terrifying, but he is asleep. I believe that I'll be able to enter that room without waking him up. He looked as if he had seen right through Gu Ruoan's intentions. Ye Luo shot her a haughty look, then zipped towards the large door. Based on his point of view, a person like Gu Ruoan who values her own skin above all else would never risk her own life in the first place. Since she had been willing to give this a try, this means that this behemoth was no threat at all. Unfortunately, this time, Ye Luo was wrong. Not good. Gu Ruoan's expression changed greatly. She had dared to put her life on the line because the ancient divine pagoda could mask the aura on her body. But Ye Luo was different. Tianve was indeed in a deep sleep, but once he sensed the aura of a stranger, he would awaken. However, Ye Luo would certainly not listen to Gu Ruoan's warning as he hurriedly rushed towards the small gap in the doorway next to Tianve's enormous body. As the small crack grew closer and closer within his sights, he could almost see the infinite treasures within his grasp. His elderly face gradually filled with delight and joy. Roar! A raging, earth-shattering roar blasted out from right next to him. This was followed by an overbearing force that could destroy cities, causing the ground to shake. FCK. Yi Nuo jumped in fright and stomped his feet in anger. Are both the father and son of the Ye family born idiots? Are they trying to kill me? F***ing pieces of shit. If you want to die, die on your own. Don't drag me along with you. At this moment, everyone looked completely terrified. They then watched as the behemoth slowly rose to his feet. The behemoth was about 10 meters tall. His feet were armed with rows of sharp blades and his eyes were as big as large brass pans. Next to him, even the tallest man in the world would look like an ant. Roar! The behemoth let out another loud roar and the ruins trembled from the sheer magnitude of it all. The ones who were standing at the front of the group were sent flying out of the way before slamming heavily onto the ground. That's it, we're finished now. FCK, who had allowed those idiots from the Ye family to join our expedition. They've nearly caused my demise. The faces of everyone in the group were now as pale as a sheet. Some of them cursed and swore loudly. If it had not been for the idiot father and son from the Ye family, they would not have encountered so many problems. Ye Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. As he was the person nearest to the behemoth, his wounds were far more serious than everyone else. It can be assumed that his vital organs have suffered heavy injuries. If this were any other situation, he would certainly have pushed all of the blame onto Gu Ruoan. Unfortunately, his entire being was now gripped with fear. He was so scared that he could not speak. The behemoth shook his large head and turned around stiffly. His enormous eyes fell upon Ye Luo. Ye Luo was now so terrified that he did not even dare to breathe. His body trembled endlessly, afraid that the behemoth would approach him. A man. Just as Ye Luo was about to piss his pants, Tianfu's coarse and vulgar voice echoed in the silent mountain path. I don't want men, I want women. It was common knowledge that besides devouring meals, Tianfu the behemoth had another hobby, women. Of course, the reason why he liked women was not due to the perversion of mankind, it was because copulating with women would increase his power. Chapter 587, Tianfu, the Behemoth, 3. Ye Luo sighed in relief. He then turned his gaze and pointed at Gu Ruoan. There's a woman, I'll give that one to you. You can enjoy her in any way you want, it won't be a problem for me. Ye Luo, you. Master Murong was so angry that his face turned ashen. He was thoroughly enraged. Master Murong, for the sake of us all, you better hand that woman over. Obviously, Tianfu currently has no intention of doing anything to us. All he wants is a woman. I've been kind enough to avoid selling out your granddaughter, so you should thank me. Ye Luo shot Master Murong a look before turning to Gu Ruoan. Little girl, you should feel honored that you would have the privilege to save so many lives. I reckon that your life isn't worth much on a regular day. Gu Ruoan did not say a word. Her expression was calm like the still surface of a lake and no one could tell what she was really thinking. My lady, I've got to take care of both my aging parents and my children. I don't want to die in a place like this, so the only way out is to sacrifice you. Lord Tianfu, we had stumbled into this place purely by accident. We didn't mean to disturb your slumber. If you have any frustrations, please let out on this woman. She's already yours anyway, we're certainly not going to help her. Once they had experienced the fear of coming face to face with Tianfu, the crowd who had initially been cursing and swearing at Ye Luo just a while ago were now copying his actions without any hesitation. This was the nature of humans. Humans can be so selfish that it was almost laughable. Murong Yan was incensed, her bloodshot eyes glared at the crowd. She looked as if she was ready to gobble them up. All of you, shut your mouth. A loud angry roar miraculously shut them all up. Murong Yan stood with her shoulders trembling and pointed her finger at the ones who had spoken. Her beautiful face was livid with rage. And you all want to live. I don't want to die either. But I do have an idea to keep us all alive. Hand over all your female disciples. This way, we won't have to die at all. Why don't you send the women of your family? Why do you only insist on asking other people to sacrifice their lives? The crowd fell into absolute silence. After a long pause, an elderly man sneered, Second Lady Murong, your words are clearly devoid of any intelligence. We're all citizens of Black Rock City while she is merely an outsider. Obviously, we should send her to her grave. Why should the citizens of Black Rock City have to sacrifice themselves? That's right, she's only an outsider. Even if the Murong family has taken her in, we had never acknowledged her as a citizen of Black Rock City. However, as the second lady of the Murong family, you've actually sided with an outsider and betrayed Black Rock City. Could it be that you've forgotten the rules about outsiders in Black Rock City? Lord Heibao, Lord Meizu, Lord Liu. Second Lady Murong has betrayed Black Rock City. Please come to a decision and punish her. A person who places the interests of Black Rock City second does not have the right to remain in Black Rock City. She should be exiled. Ye Luo smiled complacently as he listened to the fervent debate. So, only the Murong family wants to go against me. This time, even without the help of the Wolf's Fang robbers, I can take care of these people easily. Humans have always been despicable. Tianva the behemoth glared coldly at the puny humans before him. His eyes were fearsome and malicious. You've all disturbed my slumber. None of you will be allowed to escape. The women shall be spared so that I can slowly savor each and every one of them. As for the men, I can now make you all denizens of my belly. Humans have always been selfish and despicable. This is also why I have always hated them. From my point of view, living beings like humans should be hunted to extinction from the mainland. Chapter 588, Tianva, the Behemoth, 4. Roar. Tianva roared angrily once again at the thought of this and the sound echoed throughout the ruins. Everyone looked completely horrified as they widened their eyes. Murong Lin, this is all your fault. If you had given that woman to Lord Tianva a little sooner, Lord Tianva wouldn't have let out his anger on our heads. Bringing harm to the forces of Black Rock City for the sake of an outsider. Are you even human? One man, maddened with fear, yelled maniacally at Master Murong. To him, Lord Tianfa's anger towards them was all because of that old man's hesitation. Master Murong's expression was particularly ugly now. His sharp eyes swept across every face in the crowd, but he does not have the time to give the group a good talking to. He directed his vigilant gaze towards Tianva the Behemoth. Tianva is indeed powerful and we are no match for him, but if we work together, we might stand a chance at survival. A chance at survival? Ha ha, old man Murong, you must be effing kidding. An old man exclaimed through gritted teeth. His eyes were completely red. Anyone who was unaware of the situation would think that Master Murong had raided his ancestral graves and snatched away his daughter-in-laws. How much hatred would one need to feel for one to look at their opponent with eyes like those? Tianva the Behemoth is a troublesome beast even for a martial supreme. You would dare to claim that we have a chance at survival. We won't be able to escape under his threat. We won't even have the opportunity to retaliate under his tyrannical abuse. If it wasn't for the Murong family's reluctance in making the sacrifice, we wouldn't have angered Tianva. That's right, Murong Lin, this would never have happened if it wasn't for the Murong family's hesitance in giving away that woman away earlier. The members of the crowd chimed in one after another and placed all of the blame on the Murong family members' heads. Master Murong's expression was growing uglier and uglier by the second. He clenched his fists so tightly that they trembled. If Tianva was not watching them all like a tiger watching its prey, he would have beat them all up by now. Tianva had not made a single move from the beginning. His fearsome eyes stared at the tiny humans with interest as if he was watching a bunch of jumping clowns. Humans have always been this way. They would never hesitate to sell out their own kind for the sake of survival. Most of all, I absolutely love watching a scene like this. Especially since they're all fighting over trivial matters while outside death's door. Interesting, this is truly interesting. Having been in a deep sleep for so many years, it's been such a long time since I've experienced the adrenaline rush of torturing humans like these. How about this, I'll give you all one chance at survival. Tianfa's loud voice was like the sound of rumbling thunder and his message arrived like a stroke of lightning in their ears. At this moment, the dejected looks of hopelessness have now turned into faces full of hope again. To them, nothing was more important than survival. Amongst all of you, only 10 will be allowed to leave this place. Tianfan raised his head arrogantly and spoke in his booming voice, so, I want you all to start fighting. Only the last surviving 10 of you will be allowed to leave this place. Humans, selfish, stupid, greedy, cowardly and afraid of death. The ugly side of humanity was now laid bare before him. Not a single one of them would willingly give up their own lives. They would only struggle and kill each other for the sake of staying alive. Let's kill those beastards from the Murong family first. They're responsible for our current situation. Once we kill them all, we'll stand a better chance at survival. No one could tell where that voice had come from, but soon, most of the members of the crowd began to surround the Murong family. A sinister smile appeared on Ye Luo's face at the sight of this. He stared rather complacently at the ugly color on Master Murong's face. Chapter 589, Intimidation 1. Lady Gu, I'm sorry I have dragged you down with us. Master Murong laughed bitterly. He never expected these people to turn out to be so shameless. After all, the Murong family was once quite friendly with most of the forces in Black Rock City. But now, for the sake of their safety, they were willing to give away the life of an innocent girl. Gu Ruan did not respond. She directed her clear, cold gaze towards the crowd approaching her. Her expression was as calm as the surface of a still lake. The strongest amongst this group should be at the rank of a martial emperor. As long as the three great authorities do not make their move, tackling them would not be a problem. Clearly, not a single cultivator from the three great authorities has made a move. Even Gu Ruan could not figure out if they do not wish to be a part of this or if they were simply going to watch from the sidelines. A bunch of idiots. Yi Nuo rolled his eyes. His small face showed no signs of fear, as if these people were nothing more than a few jumping clowns. You think that you can leave this place simply by killing us? What do you think Tianva is? Spiritual beasts like him cannot be trusted. He only wants to witness humans killing each other off mercilessly, yet some idiots would actually trust in his words. Even a small child like me can see right through his intentions, but you grown-ups would willingly allow yourselves to be played like fools. What limitless levels of stupidity. When she heard this, Mei Zhu, who had shown no response from the very beginning, turned subconsciously towards Yinuo's fair pink cheeks. A sense of intrigue flashed in her eyes as she stroked her chin. It seems that this kid is actually quite extraordinary. Fearless in the face of danger and a quick mind, was this really a 10-year-old child? I wonder where he's from. You little brat, what do you know? An elderly man glared at Yinuo and spoke maliciously. You're only a little doll who's still wet behind the ears. Yet you would dare to lecture us. Yinuo laughed in ridicule and swept his disdainful gaze across the old man, who had capitalized on his seniority, from head to toe. Idiot, he spat tauntingly. Whoosh. The old man was immediately enraged and his entire body erupted with a green flame. He gathered the flames into his fist and aimed everything recklessly towards Yinuo. Bang! A flash of green robes appeared in front of Yinuo and all he could see was a girl who was gently raising her head as her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her hand gripped tightly onto the old man's fist as her power rose from within her body. It coursed through her system, into her arm and out the palm of her hand. Crack, crack, crack. In that instant, everyone in the crowd heard the cracking sounds of his fractured bodily functions. Then, the old man's flesh began to swell and a hole tore through his arm, but he did not bleed. Ah! Under the excruciating pain, the old man let out a blood-curdling scream as his bulging eyes began to fill with blood, sending palpitations across the hearts of the terrified crowd. If anyone else continues to attack, you will all end up like him. Crack! Just as the girl's clear, cold voice rang out, the old man's arm suddenly snapped into two and fresh blood spewed out of the wound. He then fainted from the immense pain and his pale face was a ghastly sight to behold. Ye Luo was completely stunned. He looked as if he had witnessed an elephant raping an ant. He was rendered completely speechless. After all, even though the old man's powers were no match for his, that old man had been a martial emperor. Even he did not have the power to snap that old man's arm so suddenly. The man did not even have the chance to resist. Chapter 590, Intimidation 2. Does anyone else want to try? Gu Ruoyan stared at each and every stunned expression in the crowd. Her clear, cold voice was filled with murderous intent. Her words suddenly brought them all back to their senses. In that moment, beads of cold sweat began to roll down their foreheads. A martial emperor. This girl is actually a martial emperor. Where had the Murong family found such a young genius like her? HMPH, a bunch of useless humans. Tianfu's gaze sunk and he turned his attention towards Gu Ruoyan. He spoke with insufferable arrogance. Human, I had intended to spare your life and make you my woman so that you would contribute to my cultivation. However, your actions have angered me. I'll kill you first, then I'll make them slaughter each other. There are other women here anyway, I don't necessarily need her. This woman has also broken the rules of my game, so that means that she must die. Bang! Tianfu finally moved. The ground shook with every step he took as if a great mountain had fallen from the heavens, crashing fiercely into the ground. Bodyguard Gu. Yinuo held onto Gu Ruoyan's hand with a tight grip. He, who had been unfazed when the crowd surrounded him, was not gripped with fear. His stubborn and sparkling eyes darted to the left and to the right. It looked as if he was trying really hard to think of an idea to defeat Tianfu the behemoth. Human girl, you've offended me. You shall be the first to die. As Master Murong and the rest watched Tianfu raise his paws, they turned as white as ghosts and yelled, Lady Gu, watch out. Boom. With a wave of a paw, the sheer force from that one motion created a wind that sent them all whirling away and crashing heavily to the sides. When they raised their heads, the paw that was bigger than a mountain was already in front of Gu Ruoyan's face. Everyone believed that with that one blow, Gu Ruoyan would surely lose her life. Hence, Ye Luo smiled. His smile looked far happier than the rest as his eyes filled with malice and cruelty. Anyone who did not know any better would assume that Gu Ruoyan had murdered his wife and daughter. Die. Once you die, my son and grandson will be avenged. People like you have no right to be left alive on this earth. Ye Luo laughed loudly at the thought. He had completely forgotten his terrifying encounter with Tianfu. All he knew was that the thing he had hoped for the most was finally going to happen. She's going to die. Before Ye Luo could stop laughing, he heard a cold and arrogant voice that pierced through the void, cutting off his laughter. Oh, little Tianfu, who gave you the guts to come here and rain tyrannical abuse? Well, aren't you going to leave? Boom. A wave of powerful coercion erupted from thin air and caused Tianfu's paw to stop abruptly on Gu Ruoyan's head. Tianfu looked as if he had seen something completely terrifying. His entire body backed away. He then covered his head with two paws and cowered as his enormous body trembled incessantly. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Why? Why is that guy here, of all places, and, with a human girl? Unless I'm remembering this correctly, that man was the guy's master. No. Impossible. That terrifying being was already dead. He can't possibly appear in a place like this. Tianfu was now like a small rabbit that had seen a tiger. He no longer held a haughty and arrogant air. His entire body was now curled up into a ball, clearly scared out of his mind. Seeing this, Gu Ruoyan heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 591, Intimidation 3. Despite Zixi's inability to leave the ancient divine pagoda, it still wasn't a bad idea to use him as a weapon of intimidation, thought Gu Ruoyan. What just happened? Who or what was that? Could it be that there are other cultivators residing in the tomb of the supreme ruler? A cultivator who was able to scare off the great Tianfu. If that cultivator wishes to claim the treasures for himself, we won't stand a chance. The crowd shivered at the thought of this. My lord, may I ask what business you have here? Ye Luo asked as his eyes darted back and forth. He bowed his head and joined his fists respectfully. Only silence answered his question. It was so quiet that one could hear the breathing of the person next to them. My lord, thank you for your help, but can you tell us your name? Ye Luo continued to ask. However, at that moment, only silence reigned. All they could hear was the sound of their own breathing. The mysterious person seemed to have disappeared after saying his piece. It was as if he had stumbled upon the scene by accident. Except, they were now deep within the ruins. How could he possibly have passed by so casually? It would seem that this lord had happened on us by accident. Mei Zhu exclaimed after a long pause. Since that's the case, let us be on our way. I don't think Tianve will stop us now. Wait. Just as Mei Xi spoke, Ye Luo immediately cried out and shot Gu Ruo in a cold glare. That lord had only appeared to save the citizens of Black Rock City. I'm certain that he has some favor towards Black Rock City. This woman is not a part of Black Rock City, so she cannot come with us. Hearing this, the trembling Tianve raised his head and stared at Ye Luo before lowering his head again without another word. That lord had not shown himself, probably because he did not wish for anyone to know of his existence. However, these people clearly have something against this woman. I may be afraid of that lord's powers, but that doesn't mean that I won't retaliate. As such, he decided to spare these despicable humans for the time being and let them cause trouble for this woman. After all, it was her fault for using that man to intimidate him. He had already awakened anyways and has no obligation to remain in the ruins. There will be plenty of opportunities for him to fill his belly later on. Tianfe's eyes darted back and forth before smiling despicably. He then hurriedly wiped off that smile as he was afraid that Zixi would sense his bad intentions and continued to tremble with fear. Leader, second in command, wouldn't you agree? Ye Luo turned towards the scholar and the man with the side whiskers as he spoke, breaking into a flattering smile. Let's go. Gu Ruoan did not even bother to look at them and turned towards the door guarded by Tianve. This greatly angered Ye Luo, whose face then turned ashen as a result. In the end, he scoffed coldly and followed along behind her. At the giant door, the path branched into two. One was labeled with, the door of life, and the other said, the door to death. Lady Gu, which road should we take? Master Murong looked at Gu Ruoan and asked respectfully. Gu Ruoan paused in hesitation and stared at the two doors. She does not know why, but the door of life seemed to emit a faint aura of vitality. We'll take the door of life. All right. Master Murong did not miss a beat and respected Gu Ruoan's decision. Then, before everyone else could make a clear decision, they walked through the door of life. Bunch of idiots. Ye Luo sneered and exclaimed disdainfully, the point of our journey to this tomb is to take risks, yet some people seem to be only interested in saving their own necks. Everyone knows that in the search for riches and honor, the more dangerous the place, the more treasures there will be. They have given us a choice between the door of life and the door to death. The person who had designed this tomb would surely know that most would choose the door of life. Therefore, the door of life is the one that holds the true danger. I seriously don't know if she's really an idiot to have made such a foolish choice. Chapter 592, Intimidation, 4. Based on their observation, Gu Ruoan had chosen the door of life because she had been intimidated by Tianve. Hence, she had made her choice out of fear. However, most of them also know that places which look the safest will usually turn out to contain more dangers. In contrast, the door to death would be the way to more precious treasures. Hence, it should be a safer path than the door of life. As such, aside from the Murong family, the rest of the organizations, including the three great authorities, chose the door to death. While Mo Liu and the rest have taken notice of Gu Ruoan thanks to the previous events, they were not willing to put their lives in danger. To them, their choices which were based on past experience would be better. The Door of Life was a truly appropriate name. Along the way, Gu Ruoan and the rest did not meet with any danger. In fact, they were surrounded by countless priceless herbs throughout the entire journey. Even the street fruit, which could help a martial king in his breakthrough, was a very common sight. The Murong family nearly went mad with joy at the sight of the street fruit. After all, if these street fruits were to be sold at an auction, the prices would be sky high. Back then, Murong Rue had used one to tempt Gu Ruoan to help her frame Murong Yan. But she had stumbled upon that street fruit by accident and had considered it a treasure. She could never bear to let anyone see it. So you can guess how valuable a street fruit was. But here, street fruits were as common as mushrooms. Even Master Murong was grinning from ear to ear. He never imagined that the owner of this tomb would turn out to be so honest to have named the doorways the door of life and the door to death so accurately. He wasn't laying tricks at all. I wonder if that old man, Ye Luo, would die from anger if he knows about this. With these street fruits, the Murong family's power would be upgraded by more than one level. Their power would become doubled. In the midst of their excitement, the group finally ended their journey. Of course, this time, Gu Ruoan's earnings were no small number. This made her feel very satisfied indeed. Bodyguard Gu, you don't plan on killing those people. Along the journey, Li Nuo had consistently been nagging into Gu Ruoan's ear. Those people were actually ungrateful enough to try and harm us, and turned their back on Bodyguard Gu to say that she wasn't a citizen of Black Rock City. They actually forgot that when we had first set foot into the ruins, it was Bodyguard Gu's warning that saved us all from dying in the explosion. Hence, the more Yi Nuo thought about it, the angrier he felt. He dearly wished to crush their bones into dust. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders and replied in a voice that reflected a clear cloudless sky, we still have a long way to go on this expedition. Even I do not dare to guarantee that I'll be able to notice the dangers ahead on time. With everyone here, we can use them as cannon fodder. That's true. If it were not for the dangers which lay ahead, Gu Ruoan would never have let him off so easily. Yi Nuo rolled his eyes. Bodyguard Gu, I really pity you now. How did you ever manage to bump into people of such excellent quality? I don't know myself. Gu Ruoan smiled in exasperation. She never had any intention of provoking anyone, yet some people seemed to have taken a liking to provoking her. Just as the two were in the middle of the discussion, the group which had entered the door to death finally emerged. FCK. This door to death turned out to contain so many fearsome spiritual beasts. We almost didn't manage to make it out alive. Most importantly, we didn't manage to find any treasures at all. As they spoke, Guruan and the rest turned their heads to look and saw a large, sorry-looking group stepping out from the door to death. The group was drenched in blood with disheveled hair, some were even riddled with scars. Even the three great authorities had suffered multiple injuries. It was pretty obvious that they had experienced a horrible battle. Chapter 593, To Threaten 1. Ye Luo noticed the completely unscathed Murong family with one glance and trembled in anger. Those ignorant of the situation would think that he holds a grudge against them for murdering his father and kidnapping his wife. How is it that you all look completely untouched? Based on his experience, more often than not, the safest place would be the most dangerous. In contrast, the most dangerous places were usually the safest. So, Ye Luo simply could not comprehend why the Murong family had emerged looking so pristine, almost as if they had just come back from a holiday. It looks that you were all pretty fast. Master Murong sneered and his elderly face was filled with spite. Actually, the reason why they had met so soon was not because the other party was fast. Along the way, Guruan and the Murong family had lingered and taken some extra time to collect a few valuable herbs. This was why they had ended up bumping into the other party after leaving the door of life. Ye Luo's expression was ashen. He clenched his fist so hard that it shook. Just as he was about to speak, a courteous voice cut him off. The door of life. Hee. I reckon none of us thought that the owner of this tomb would be so honest and use the names of the door of life and the door to death to describe the pathways so accurately. The scholar waved his fan gently and raised his gaze towards Guruan, who was standing in the middle of the crowd. His face retained his smile as if he was thinking about something that was not worth mentioning. I wonder if the owner of this tomb was honest or cunning. The average person would have chosen the opposite direction. Instead, who knew that the door to death would actually turn out to be the literal door to death? Even a powerful man like me nearly couldn't escape with my life. Furthermore, unless I'm mistaken, this young lady must be the actual person in charge of the Murong family. Or more accurately, I wonder what strings you've managed to pull to place the entire Murong family at your beck and call. Boom. The scholar's words were like a bolt of lightning and the crowd did not even have time to gasp for breath. They were all rooted to the spot. The Murong family was listening to this girl's orders. How can this be? Where had this woman come from and why should the Murong family have to listen to her? Guruan narrowed her eyes as she thought. It's no wonder this man had ended up as leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers. It seems that he isn't completely brainless. He was able to figure out my position in the Murong family simply by observing Master Murong's body language. So what if I am? Guruan did not deny this. Her identity would be revealed sooner or later anyway. The Murong family grew anxious and stared vigilantly at the scholar. Besides, I'm sure that all of you have consumed the treasures in the door of life, am I correct? The scholar fixed his gaze upon Guruan. Based on the intonation of his final question, it was obvious. The treasures of the tomb of the supreme ruler have ended up in Guruan's hands. Gasp. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her. There was skepticism, greed, and fury. Of course, the glare of fury had come from Ye Luo. On what basis? On what basis should we have had to face so many perils and emerge with nothing? This woman didn't do anything yet she had managed to get everything so easily. This was simply too unfair. Little lady, as humans, it is not wise to be too greedy. The second in command of the Wolf's Fang robbers, the man with side whiskers, looked at Guruan and scoffed coldly. He swung his large sword over his shoulder and approached Guruan. His fierce features full of arrogance. Chapter 594, To Threaten 2. Take out all the treasures you've found and share them with us. How about it? Guruan laughed as if she had just heard a hilarious joke. You all chose to go through the door to death. Who's really to blame for your lack of rewards? HMPH, the man with side whiskers scoffed coldly and stared condescendingly at Guruan. Little lady, aren't you afraid of being hunted down and murdered by bandits because you are carrying so much treasure with you? Our Wolf's Fang robbers may be bandits, but we won't casually send our people after those who are obedient to us. As for those who don't appreciate our kindness, they shouldn't blame us for our lack of courtesy. That's right, idiot girl, give us the treasure. The crowd seemed to awaken from a daydream after hearing his words and began to surround Guruan. They spoke with a tone of self-righteousness. So many of us have joined this exhibition, yet you were the only one to keep all the treasure for yourself. Do you have no shame? I certainly have never met such a shameless person like you. At such a young age, young lady, how could you be so thick-skinned? You actually thought of claiming all the benefits for yourself. In my long years on this earth, I've never met such a woman as shameless as you. Little lady, didn't your parents teach you to share? Such selfishness, you're not fit to be considered human. One after another, the crowd placed all of the blame and chastised Guruan. As the Murong family listened to their baseless accusations, they began to tremble with anger and dearly wished that they could crush the other's bones into pieces. Shut up, Master Murong bellowed angrily and spat. Have you all effing finished? I'm certain you all know who is truly shameless here. If you all had followed us into the door of life, perhaps we could still share some things with you. Except, all of you had chosen a different path and now you have the audacity to demand Lady Gu to give you the treasure. Dream on. Ye Luo laughed icily. Murong Lin, haven't you heard of the phrase, majority wins? Since so many of us are saying that she's in the wrong, she's in the wrong. No matter what, all the treasures you've found today shall be given to us. As he looked at the shameless faces before him, Master Murong felt a pang of disappointment. He had a few friendly relationships amongst those in the jeering crowd, but now, for the sake of their own selfish gains, they've stooped to such levels of shamelessness. Mo Liu and the rest did not join in, but they were obviously watching a very good show from the sides. Or should we say, as two dogs strive for a bone, a third runs away with it. Before Guruan could see through their intentions in time, the Wolf's Fang robbers had already surrounded the Murong family. Not even a fly could squeeze itself out of their circle. It seems that a battle is unavoidable. Guruan sighed. She really did not think that she would have a fight with the Wong's Fang robbers so soon. After all, even if she wishes to take down the Wolf's Fang robbers now, based on her current level of strength, she really does not have any guarantee of victory. Nevertheless, she has no choice but to fight. Hold it. Just then, Mo Liu, who had not said a word from the beginning, opened his mouth and spoke. His pale, sickly face held a smile, and his voice, which was soft and gentle like a cool breeze, rang through the ruins. Do you all really think that this is the time to raise a civil war? I don't care what you have against each other or what you hope to steal. This is not the time. I, Mo Liu, do not wish to be a busybody, but we still can't be absolutely sure of what's going to happen in the ruins. An extra pair of hands means an extra source of strength. Wait until we leave the ruins, then do as you please. I won't meddle at all then. Chapter 595, To Threaten 3. Hearing this, the scholar's refined features deepened in consideration. He closed his fan and pondered Mo Liu's suggestion. Lord Mo, there are so many of us here and the lone Murong family won't be missed at all. I simply don't believe that we would be unable to storm the ruins without them. Ye Luo laughed icily as he glared hatefully at Gu Ruoan. However, just as he spoke, the scholar shot him a cold glare. It looked like a normal glare, but it made Ye Luo break out in cold sweat, and he got so scared that he did not dare to raise his head. He firmly kept his head down as if the ire from the scholar was as terrifying as a monster. Master Mo is right. The scholar snapped his fan open again and looked at Gu Ruoan before smiling indifferently. Lady Gu, if you manage to escape these ruins alive, we will have a proper discussion regarding the jurisdiction of the treasures. Agreed. Gu Ruoan's face was as calm as if this were any other normal day. Her dark eyes were like a pair of calm, black lakes and were completely still. However, her heart was continuously mulling over different sorts of countermeasures on how to deal with the upcoming situation. Previously, she could rely on Zixi, and because Zixi was always by her side, she had no fear of anything that comes her way. Now, Zixi was unable to show himself physically. When he had helped her to suppress the spiritual beast all the way from the ancient divine pagoda, it had sorely tested limits. Also, this method may be effective towards spiritual beasts, but these greedy people will see right through it sooner or later. She, who could no longer rely on Zixi, must think of a way out on her own. She didn't think too much of the others, but the only one who made her feel threatened was the seemingly delicate-looking scholar. Eldest lady, let's be on our way. Master Murong let out a sigh of relief. Since Gu Ruoan's identity has been exposed, he had no reason to address her as Lady Gu anymore, and straightaway addressed her as eldest lady. All right. Gu Ruoan recollected her thoughts and said nothing more. Before she went on her way, she sent a knowing look towards Mo Liu. I wonder if this man had done this because he believes that there is strength in numbers. Or was he truly trying to help me? Whatever it is, I owe him one. All was deathly quiet in the tomb. It was so quiet that all anyone could hear was the sound of their own footsteps. Throughout their long journey, everyone moved as carefully as possible, afraid that they would accidentally step into a trap. Ye Luo fixed his hateful glare upon Gu Ruoan's figure, and his entire face was filled with malice. Even though she had not killed Ye Ling directly, he had died because she did not save him. As such, for the part she played in my son's death, it will be impossible for us to live under the same sky. Once the opportunity arrives, I will make this woman follow my son to the grave. Would robbing her of her treasures be enough? No, that would be far from enough. Not even her death would be enough to mend the anguish from my son's death. Bodyguard Gu, that creepy old man keeps looking at you. Di Nuo curled his lips and spoke indignantly. This day has certainly broadened my perspectives. I've never seen anyone coerce somebody to hand over their hard-earned treasure in all of my young life. They even dared to say that if you don't hand them over, you're shameless. If grandfather was here and had seen how shameless these people are, he would definitely kill them all with a single slap. Bodyguard Gu, once we leave this place, you must come home with me. My old man isn't good in a lot of things, but at least he can protect you from harm. Every time he thought of what had happened, Yi Nuo's heart would swell in anger. He was also feeling regretful for not listening to his grandfather's advice and work hard in his cultivation. If I was as strong as grandfather, who would dare bully my people in front of me then? Chapter 596, To Threaten 4. There's no need for that. Gu Ruoan rubbed her nose as she replied, I still have some unfinished business. That's very easy, let my old man take care of that for you. If he refuses, I have no issues disowning a grandfather like him. If Yilan heard that, he would probably whip this little beastard in his fury. After all, he had brought this kid up for so many years, and now he was saying that he wishes to disown him. What a thankless wretch. He. Their conversation unexpectedly fell into Ye Luo's ears, and he laughed in ridicule. Who does this kid think his grandfather is? Will he become invincible with him around? I'm certain that the leader can crush that old man to the ground with one thumb. Does he think that his grandfather is as great as the lord of the Yi family? The one whom none in the banished lands would ever dare to provoke. Yi Nuo, help me with something. Gu Ruoan lowered her gaze and spoke through soul telepathy. If I'm unable to leave the tomb of the supreme ruler, take care of the Murong family for me. Only your grandfather can help me with this. Of course, there are some other matters, but those don't involve you. If the Murong family were to be in mortal danger, protect them for me. Her voice had sounded in Yi Nuo's soul immediately so that no one else could overhear. Yi Nuo was clearly shocked. He jumped, blinked and asked, when you said that you can't leave the tomb of the supreme rule, what's the meaning of this? Don't you worry about what I mean, promise me this. Earlier on, Gu Ruoan had already sensed it. There was a power calling out to her. It was not on this level but lay further underground. Beneath the surface, there was something calling out to her. So, no matter what, she must shake these people and explore the underground on her own. However, once she leaves, the Murong family will certainly be in danger. She would be the cause of them being in danger. While she has no particular feelings for the Murong family, she does not feel comfortable if she were to drag innocent people down with her. Furthermore, the Murong family was now a force that belonged to her. If she wishes to protect the Murong family from the other forces in Black Rock City, only Yi Nuo can do that for her. All right. Yi Nuo looked at Gu Ruoan hesitantly but did not ask any more questions as he agreed, I promise you. Thank you. This was the first time Gu Ruoan said those words with such sincerity, making Yi Nuo feel rather embarrassed. He minced his words shyly until he finally raised his tender yet proud little chin and said, what's there to thank? You're my bodyguard, shouldn't I be helping you? Because Gu Ruoan had used soul telepathy to communicate with him, everyone else had not heard a thing she had just said. All they could see was Yi Nuo mumbling to himself. He didn't notice the strange looks thrown at him at all. However, Mo Liu stared at the two and looked deep in thought. The group walked on for quite some time until they finally reached the end of the long path and arrived at a lonely wooden bridge. Everything beneath the bridge was pitch black, one simply could not see anything from above. Nevertheless, the profound aura radiating from the void below was absolutely terrifying. This is the legendary Cliff of the Dead. Mei Zhu took one look at the pitch-black cliff, stroked her chin and spoke coquettishly. It is said that not even a martial emperor can fly out from the depths of the Cliff of the Dead. I didn't expect to find it here, TSK. I'm certainly feeling even more curious. Gu Ruoan said nothing but stared silently at the cliff. Unless I'm mistaken, the power that calls out to me is at the bottom of this cliff. Just as she was deep in thought, a heavy force fell on her back and she lost her balance. As she fell into the depths of the cliff, she heard Ye Luo's arrogant laughter. Damned girl, you had hurt my grandson and caused my son's death. Now, you will die. Ha ha ha. Chapter 597, Marshal Saint 1. Master Murong and the rest could not even react in time. All they saw was Ye Luo's forceful push and Gu Ruoan's figure falling off the precipice soon after. Instantly, everyone's faces changed greatly. Ye Luo, what do you effer-king think you're doing? Master Murong roared angrily. His eyes spat fire as he clenched his fists and trembled with rage. He looked as if he could gobble a person up in one bite. The Murong family drew their weapons and stepped forward, glaring furiously at the Ye family. All they needed was for their master to give the word and they would attack. The situation immediately turned grim. Both sides were at odds and looked as if they wanted to tear each other to pieces. Ye Luo's maniacal laughter echoed through the empty space around the single plank bridge. Master Murong, the Murong family is completely useless. To actually surrender to a woman, I don't care what heavenly abilities this woman has, she would never live another day not while I'm around. Anyone who crosses the Ye family will meet certain death. You. Master Murong clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He could only hear gurgling noises and his eyes turned bloodshot. Suddenly, the might of his power as a high-level martial emperor erupted without any warning. Ye Luo, I want you to die. Oh, and you think you can do it? Ye Luo sneered, if it hadn't been for Master Mo's intervention, I would have killed you long ago. Murong Lin, you've ganged up with outsiders and neglected Black Rock City. You've even harmed a citizen of Black Rock City for the sake of an outsider. You should be punished with 10,000 deaths for this crime, but I've spared you on account of the authorities of Black Rock City. Yet you still don't know what's good for you and insist on looking for your own death. He wasn't afraid of Master Murong one bit. After all, they were both high-level martial emperors. The old man in front of him was simply no match for him. Furthermore, the Wolf's Fang robbers were present as well. He had nothing to fear even if he had to face the three great authorities of Black Rock City. Master Murong. Just then, a refined and cultured voice sounded. Before Master Murong could make his move, he saw the man who was wrapped in scholarly airs making his way to stand between the two men. A warm smile hung on the corners of his lips as if nothing had just happened. I wonder if you could put my reputation into consideration and collect all debts after we have finished this expedition. Boom. Even though he had spoken so casually, the scholar emitted a hint of his power as a martial honor at the end of his speech. His power was like a majestic mountain which pressed up against Master Murong. This was a covered form of danger. The meaning of the scholar's words was clear. Regardless of the situation, everything must wait until after they leave the tomb. If Master Murong insists on making a move here, then he would personally end his life, on the spot. In that moment, Master Murong's face was an ugly sight to behold. Grandfather. Murong Yan's chest tightened and she firmly grabbed onto Master Murong's wrist. Nevertheless, her alluring eyes were focused upon Ye Luo with rage. Ye Luo, you will receive retribution. Retribution. Ye Luo laughed coldly. Murong Yan, you shouldn't be the one to say these things. You, who had treated your own half-sister in that manner yet you dare to speak of the retribution of others. The person who deserves retribution most of all is you. Enough. Suddenly, a cold scoff was heard, cutting off the conversation. Mei Zhu now carried an ugly expression on her face as well. Mo Liu had already made his point very clear that no matter the grudges between them, everyone should wait until we all leave the tomb. After all, the road ahead is far too dangerous and that girl seemed pretty powerful. She would certainly have been a great help. Chapter 598, Marshal Saint 2. I had not expected Ye Luo to abuse public power and retaliate against a personal enemy in such a way. He's just clinging to the support of the Wolf's Fang robbers while ignoring the existence of the three great authorities. But no matter what's happened has already happened. No matter how angry they feel, it's useless. In our current circumstance, we cannot afford to lose any more people. Ye Luo, you should shut your mouth as well and continue on the expedition. If you try to cause an internal war again, we probably won't ever get to leave this place. Wait. Just as Mei Zhu was about to leave, the young boy who was standing next to Master Murong suddenly spoke. Beautiful auntie, Yi Nuo's little face broke into a smile. I'd like to request for a promise. Oh. Mei Zhu raised her eyebrows and glanced at Yi Nuo. This little fellow wishes to discuss conditions with me. Unless I'm mistaken, this little fellow was the only one who had stayed calm after that woman was pushed off the cliff. That's right. Yi Nuo smiled in satisfaction. I'd like to ask you to promise me one thing. I want the issues between the Murong family and the Ye family to be settled only after we've arrived back at Black Rock City. I don't want these two powers to start fighting the moment we leave the tomb. This is the tomb of a powerful cultivator. Even if we're here on an expedition, we must maintain our respect. However, once we arrive in Black Rock City, the Ye family can do whatever they wish. Once we reach Black Rock City, the Ye family won't be able to do anything. I've promised bodyguard Gu that if she was unable to leave the tomb, I must protect the Murong family. He. Meizu covered her lips and smiled seductively as she glanced coquettishly at Yi Nuo. Little brother, you are still so young yet you understand the principle of respecting powerful cultivators. I'm certainly in admiration. However, I don't like it when you call me auntie. Yi Nuo's eyes darted back and forth before he grinned. Beautiful big sister, you must know that a person like Ye Nuo will not keep to his word and that the Wolf's Fang Robbers is an organization that doesn't differentiate between right and wrong. I'm merely asking for your help in this, beautiful big sister. Little fellow, you certainly are sweet. I'll promise you this on account of me being your beautiful big sister. Meizu smiled seductively like a beautiful flower that could throw the world into disorder. But, little brother, are you not a member of the Murong family? Yi Nuo blinked. I'm only a passerby. I don't know them very well. You speak rubbish. Ye Luo glared at him. It was you who had hurt my grandchild. Hearing this, Meizu and the rest were stunned as they stared at Yi Nuo. If their memory serves them right, Ye Luo's grandchild was rather talented. How could this little guy possibly have hurt him? Your grandchild insulted me. The fact that I've only crippled him was an act of mercy. Yi Nuo spoke with utter disdain as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile filled with ridicule. I say, old thief, if you have the guts, do not make your move once we leave the tomb. Wait until we reach Black Rock City, it won't be too late anyways. You. Ye Luo was panicking as he thought, I had invited the Wolf's Fang Robbers to help me take down the Murong family. What else is there for them to be present if not for this very purpose? What's the use then? Ye Luo, I've already agreed to this. Meizu shot Ye Luo a look and said, once you set foot into Black Rock City, the three great authorities will not interfere no matter how you wish to settle this. However, you certainly cannot do this now. It is just as this little boy has said, we are already intruding on someone else's grave. We should at least give the owner his due respect. You are not allowed to do anything against the Murong family. Chapter 599, Marshal Saint 3. Ye Luo grew anxious. He hurriedly turned towards the scholar and the man with the side whiskers. At this moment, he could not tell what was going on in their minds. None of them had stood up for him. Let's continue on the expedition. As she spoke, Meizu continued forward. Murong Yan looked as if she wanted to say something until Yi Nuo stopped her. What do you think you're doing? Yi Nuo, are we really going to let Ye Luo off? Just like that. She was not satisfied at all. That bastard had killed Gu Ruan. Therefore, he must pay for it with his life. Yi Nuo glanced at Murong Yan and replied irritably, haven't I already mentioned this? All notions of revenge shall be settled when we're back. Do you think that the Murong family alone can defeat the Wolf's Fang Robbers? If it had not been for the promise I made to Gu Ruan, I would not have bothered about these people. But Lady Gu, she. Bodyguard Gu is not dead. Yi Nuo scrunched up his face. If you dare curse her into death, I won't care about the Murong family anymore. That's right, deep within Yi Nuo's little heart, Gu Ruan has only left them for a little while. She was not dead, so why do these people keep thinking like that? Murong Yan was stunned and she stared at the tiny figure in front of her, temporarily unsure of what to say. In the end, she simply sighed and ran after the group. Dressed in green robes and slender like a bamboo tree, the girl stood up in the middle of the cave. Gu Ruan looked around the ancient-looking cave as a peculiar light flashed across her clear, cold eyes. I didn't think that I would end up at the very bottom after falling from the bridge. I also didn't expect that the bottom of it all would turn out to be a cave. Most importantly, I seem to sense a familiar aura in this cave. This aura, I've only ever felt it on one person. Shi Yun. Now that she remembered this name, Gu Ruan's heart could not help but tremble. That's right, the aura from within this cave is very similar to hers. However, Shi Yun was dead, so where is this aura coming from? You're finally here. In the empty, quiet cave, before Gu Ruan could understand what was going on, a cold and haughty voice slowly rang out. It was filled with a heavy, forceful aura and immediately caused Gu Ruan to feel suffocated. She felt as if her body now weighed 500 kilograms. Who are you? Gu Ruan's face looked slightly pale. She did not know why, but when that voice had spoken, she had felt the aura of death. This aura was very, very close to her. Boom. Suddenly, the air in the cave seemed to freeze. A hand then tore a hole in the frozen air and reached out towards her before a figure dressed in black robes appeared before Gu Ruan. The man before her was completely shrouded in darkness so that she could not make out his features at all. His voice was arrogant and cold. He had the airs of someone who looked disdainfully at the world as if no one could beat him at all. Who am I? Hee, you don't have the right to know that yet. Hand over Chanbei Yi and the ancient divine pagoda and this holy one shall spare your life. Holy. When Gu Ruan heard this honorific, her heart shook. Only one type of person would be allowed to address themselves in this manner, a martial saint. In the mainland where gods do not exist, martial saints were considered to be the best cultivators in the world. But what was a majestic martial saint doing in a place like this? I want to ask you something. What is the relationship between you and Shi Yun? Gu Ruan slowly steadied her trembling heart and asked in a calm voice. Shi Yun, the man sneered, that useless good for nothing. A huge waste of my essence and blood. As expected. Gu Ruan finally understood the entire situation. No wonder I had sensed an aura similar to Shi Yun's from the moment I fell into this cave. This man was the person who had appeared from Shi Yun's body. Perhaps, all my questions will be answered today. The origins of the ancient divine pagoda, Chanbei Yi's identity, and the connection between Shi Yun and Xiao Yi. Today, I'll have the chance to find out everything. Chapter 600, Shiyun's Identity 1. I want to know this, how are you and Shiyun related? A peculiar glint flashed across Gu Ruoan's clear and cold eyes. Her features remained calm as she asked the question. You want to know? The man burst into a cold, haughty laugh. On what basis should this Holy One tell you? On the basis of. Gu Ruoan paused and raised her gaze towards the man who was standing in front of her before she continued on steadily. On the basis of the fact that you will definitely not let me leave. Since that's the case, why don't you let me die knowing the truth? Ha ha ha. The man laughed maniacally and his laughter shook the entire cave. You're absolutely right, this Holy One will never let you escape. The man looked down at the woman before him and the corners of his lips curled into a cold smile as he thought, this little girl is certainly intelligent. She knows that I won't possibly let her leave. That's very true, it's her fault that she had turned out to be that person. Be it Chanbei or her, they will both die by my hand. Except this little girl does not seem to know who I am. I can tell you this much. Shiyun was simply a useless good for nothing. It was an epic waste of my time to painstakingly mold her into shape. At the very mention of this, the man's voice turned incomparably eerie and became filled with thick, murderous intent. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm temporarily unable to leave this place, there would have been no need for me to use my own blood, essence, and bones to create another human being and forcibly send her into the womb of the weapon-refining sect master's wife. This means that the weapon-refining sect master's wife was originally only pregnant with one daughter. However, because of this man's machinations, Shiyun was born as well. Gu Ruoan was shocked. How much power would one need to have to mold another human out of their flesh and blood and to give it a soul? This man, just who is he? Who would have thought that that idiot would think that Chanbei was her lover in her past life? The man sneered scornfully and the ridicule in his words was extremely obvious. A lover from a past life. How could a person who doesn't even have a past life find a lover from a past life? That idiot had actually thought that Chanbei was her lover from her past life simply because she had seen him in her dreams. Gu Ruoan laughed and slowly regained her senses. I understand, you and Xiaoyi know each other. You're also enemies. Shiyun was a human created by you out of your own flesh and blood. That was why she had frequently dreamed about Xiaoyi. At this moment, even though she was smiling as she said those words, Gu Ruoan was finding it very difficult to calm the thoughts in her head. This man was far too powerful. Furthermore, he was so powerful that it was terrifying. Haha, you're pretty good at putting the pieces together. This was why I had considered her an idiot. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm unable to leave this place, I would never have let that idiot do my bidding. The man burst into laughter as his cold, arrogant eyes stared at Gu Ruoan. I've long anticipated that you would appear in the West Spread mainland, so I had created that idiot. Unfortunately, she couldn't even handle a simple little human. I had no other choice but to gather my lost strength and descend to this mainland to kill you both. Gu Ruoan's eyes darted back and forth. If this man has something against Chanbei, why would he make such accurate calculations to find out when I would reappear in the West Spread mainland? Could this be due to the ancient divine pagoda? Her breathing tightened at the thought of this and her features turned grave as well. So, you've utilized different means to lure me into this place. Lure you? The man laughed with a sneer and exclaimed in a cold voice, I merely calculated that you would come here. As for this, luring, you speak of, perhaps this was all fated from the netherworld. Gu Ruoan, hand over the ancient divine pagoda and Chanbei. Otherwise, I'll make it so that even your bones will have no peace. Chapter 601, Shiyun's Identity 2. Gu Ruoan's hand, which was hidden in her robes, clenched into a fist. She took 2 steps back, lowered her eyelids and communicated through her soul, Zixi, is there any way to defeat him? Silence. All was quiet from within her soul. Her voice was like a tiny pebble which had been thrown into a vast ocean, receiving no response. Zixi seemed to have disappeared and this caused Gu Ruoan's chest to tighten. She called out urgently, Zixi. There was only silence. Zixi has always remained in the ancient divine pagoda. In fact, he'd never left. Therefore, why had he suddenly disappeared at a time like this? Did something happen? A sense of panic suddenly appeared in her clear and calm eyes at the thought of this. This panic was not because of the danger she now had to face alone, but because it now seems that something had befallen Zixi. Ever since her rebirth, this reckless and demonic man had always remained by her side. It was he who had followed her from her weakest moments towards her current position in power. One could say that without Zixi, she would not be where she was today. If something had happened to Zixi, she would never be able to forgive herself. Gu Ruoan, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the ancient divine pagoda and Chanbei. The man stepped closer towards Gu Ruoan and raised his chin arrogantly as he scornfully instructed her. Gu Ruoan backed away and the fist in her robes clenched itself tighter and tighter. Suddenly, she laughed. Her smile looked absolutely magnificent and was a huge contrast to her previously cool demeanor. The ancient divine pagoda, if I give it to you, I'm afraid that my life will be in jeopardy after that. You might as well kill me if you really think you can. However, if you kill me, you'll never have the ancient divine pagoda. The man paused in his steps and laughed. Despite his masked expression, you could hear the cold arrogance in his voice. Gu Ruoan, don't think that I'm ignorant of the fact that the ancient divine pagoda is hidden in your soul. I only need to kill you and take your spirit away. All that's left is to make you give up the ancient divine pagoda and Chanbei. He raised his foot again and every step he took echoed within Gu Ruoan's heart. After countless grudges for over 10,000 years, I can finally have a conclusion today. Gu Ruoan, you should never have come back. However, since you've chosen to return to this place, I'll let you have the chance to experience the pain of having your soul destroyed so that you'll never be able to reincarnate again. Gu Ruoan frowned gently as she thought, I still don't understand what this man is talking about. What does he mean by, I should never have come back? Could it be that we've met each other before? But why was it that I can't seem to remember anything? Actually, it doesn't really matter if you don't hand over the ancient divine pagoda. As long as you're dead, no one else in this world will ever be able to control the ancient divine pagoda. Then I will only need a little bit more time to break the seal and escape this place. When that time comes, the entire mainland will all be mine. Ha ha ha. The man's smug voice rang throughout the entire cave. A strong power, drenched in an aura of death, erupted from his laughter. At this moment, Guruan was suffocating under the sheer force of his powerful coercion. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing itself firmly against her body, making it hard for her to breathe. This time, as the clutches of death drew nearer and nearer, it all became clear. No, if this keeps up, I'll die here for sure. Right now, Xiao Yi has yet to recover and Zixi has disappeared without a trace. If I die, no one else will be able to help them. So, I must survive for their sake. The anxiety in Gu Ruan's heart grew stronger. She did not know what had happened to Zixi which had caused his sudden disappearance. This is why I must leave this place as soon as I can. Only then will I be able to enter the ancient divine pagoda and investigate the situation. Chapter 602, Shi Yun's Identity 3. The man glanced at a pale-looking Gu Ruan and an icy sneer flashed across his cold and arrogant eyes. Instantly, he unleashed the full extent of the coercion from within his body and directed all of it towards Gu Ruan. Even though Gu Ruan holds the ancient divine pagoda, the man before her was a martial saint, feared by all in the mainlands. No one can remain standing firmly when under the coercion of a martial saint. Thud. Gu Ruan had to prop herself against the ground in order to avoid falling over. She now felt as if her bones could crumble into dust. Her delicate and pretty face was now as white as a sheet. However, she kept her head up and fixed her clear, cold eyes upon the powerful and godlike man before her. If you want to look, I'll let you look as much as you wish. After today, you'll never see this holy one again. The man waved his robes and a black wind filled with a thick gloomy air suddenly rushed towards the immobilized Gu Ruan. He was too fast, so fast that no one had any chance to react. Is this the true extent of the power of a martial saint? Gu Ruan raised her head and muttered to herself, indeed, with my current level of power, I can't even retaliate when faced with a martial saint. Martial saints were at the apex of existence in the mainland. Whenever they appeared, nobody would have the chance to retaliate. Gu Ruan laughed bitterly. My powers have been improving by leaps and bounds all these years. However, regardless of how fast my improvements have been, when faced with a powerful cultivator like this, I can't even escape, let alone retaliate. Just as Gu Ruan was falling into an inescapable calamity, a hand reached out from the side and pulled her into a warm embrace. At the same time, the black wind directed towards Gu Ruan slammed fiercely into the walls of the cave behind her. The solid walls were melted into the shape of a large dish. It was an absolutely horrifying sight. Zixi. Gu Ruan was in a daze. She raised her head in astonishment and a handsome, demonic face appeared before her eyes. The man was dressed in deep purple robes and looked absolutely sophisticated and magnificent. He turned towards Gu Ruan when he heard her voice. His eyes fell upon her and he smiled as he said, Little girl, I've arrived a little late. Zixi, how had you gotten out? Aren't you? Zixi held onto Gu Ruan's waist in a tight embrace. The corners of his lips were curled into a smile. There's definitely some kind of seal in the banished lands which had confined me to the ancient divine pagoda. Nevertheless, once I sensed that you were in danger, I found a way to break the seal. The only thing was, breaking the seal required quite a bit of time. Was that why I was not able to contact you? Gu Ruan frowned. Also, what price would you have to pay for breaking the seal? A peculiar glint flashed across Zixi's eyes when he heard this, but he hurriedly concealed it. His handsome, almost godlike features, lit up with a demonic smile. However, when he turned towards the man, his smile slowly faded away and a powerful aura erupted from his body. It swept towards him like a hot knife through butter. Celestial being, I trust you have been well since we've last met. The man looked flabbergasted and asked in a voice drenched in disbelief, in the banished lands, you who had resided within the ancient divine pagoda cannot leave its walls. If you were to insist on forcing your way out, there's only one way. Yet, not only had you forced your way out, you've increased your level of power. Zixi, you should know the consequences of your actions. Chapter 603, Shi Yun's Identity 4. And so what? Zixi laughed coldly as he fixed his demonic stare at the man before him. He slowly raised his hand and gathered the particles in the air before shaping it into a sharp sword surrounded by purple flames. Tian Sheng, I didn't think that you would have shown yourself so soon. It's too bad that the power you currently wield is only a small fraction of your true extent. This is a far cry from your true self, so my current level of strength is enough to beat you. Zixi, you're throwing away your life. Tian Sheng's expression changed. The reason why he had chosen to appear in the banished lands was that he had expected Zixi to not show up. He could never have imagined that this guy would have forcibly stormed his way out of the ancient divine pagoda. All for the sake of a woman. Do you even know the consequences of your actions? I know the consequences, but I have no other choice. If Tian Sheng had only wanted to end Gu Ruan's life, I have a million other ways to resurrect her. However, this man wants to extract and scatter her soul. If she loses all of her soul, I would never be able to reincarnate her, not even if I gave up my life in the process. Zixi, you've gone mad. The man's expression changed greatly. This phoenix has definitely gone insane. Zixi clearly had no interest in any form of conversation with him. That shock of deep purple robes flashed and appeared immediately in front of the man. Clank. Two swords clashed, causing a spiritual force to erupt and destroy everything in the cave. A grey mist formed before her eyes. Gu Ruan clenched her fists tightly as her eyes were fixed unmovingly upon the two men who were locked in battle. They were too fast, so fast that she could not even catch sight of their shadows. All she could see were two lights, one purple and one black, clashing against each other in the thin air. As time rolled on, Gu Ruan grew more anxious. However, the battle between the two continued without stopping. Just as Gu Ruan was about to panic, a loud crash sounded and the two lights were sent hurtling down and slammed fiercely into the ground. Dust scattered upwards and filled the air. Zixi. Gu Ruoan hurriedly scrambled towards the man in purple robes and asked with a frown on her face, Zixi, are you all right? Don't worry, little girl. Simply because he is a doppelganger, he is still no match for me. Zixi smiled and turned towards the man in the black mist. He curled his lips demonically. Qian Sheng, one day, we will find you and vengeance will be ours. Ha ha, I'm afraid that you won't have that chance. The man laughed. It was a laughter filled with bone-deep hatred. For the sake of this woman, you had willingly paid such a painful price. Do you think you would have the chance to have your revenge? Once I have broken this seal, I will claim this woman's life. As he spoke, his body slowly turned transparent before gradually disappearing into the grey skies. Zixi. Gu Ruoan held Zixi's wrist in a tight grip. Tell me, what painful price was he talking about? What price had you paid for the sake of appearing here? Little girl. Zixi placed his hands firmly on Gu Ruoan's shoulders. His handsome face no longer held his usual teasing demeanor. Instead, he stared at the girl in all seriousness. From now on, in everything that you do, you will truly have to depend on your own strength. I'll have to depend on my own strength in everything that I do. Gu Ruoan's heart shook violently as a bad feeling began to take over. It almost feels as if the man in front of her was saying his final goodbye. What do you mean? Chapter 604, Shi Yun's Identity, 5. Actually, little girl, based on your talent, you will grow in strength very quickly. It's only that I will no longer be by your side, so you must take care of yourself. Zixi smiled gently, his voice filled with a reluctance to leave. Every time I see you, you're always covered in scars. When are you going to take care of yourself? Zixi, tell me, what price did you have to pay? Why had you resorted to some sort of method to force your power to increase? Gu Ruoan held tightly onto Zixi's hand and refused to let go. She was terrified that if she loosened her grip even for 1 second, the man in front of her would leave her. At this very moment, she was afraid. She was truly afraid. Even in her past life, when she was staring at death straight in the face, she had not felt any hint of fear. Don't you worry, I won't leave you completely. I will be using other means to stay by your side. The only thing is that I will no longer be able to fight for you, nor will I be able to protect you. This little girl has established so many enemies, how can I leave in peace? I'm sorry, if I hadn't come here then you wouldn't have. Gu Ruoan's heart was swollen with guilt, but most of it was regret. If only I had not given in to Qian Sheng's temptation, I would not have dragged Zixi down with me. No, Zixi shook his head and smiled weakly. Little girl, this matter has nothing to do with you. What had brought you here was not Qian Sheng. He had inadvertently followed your aura and descended into this place. Actually, even if you had not come to the tomb, he could still appear before you. There is definitely something calling out to you in this tomb, but it is further along the way. Unfortunately, the road ahead is one that you must take alone. Cough, cough. Zixi coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. On this very piece of land, this was a particularly ghastly sight. Zixi, that won't happen. You can't leave me, and there must be a way to save you. You must tell me, there has to be a way. In my past life, I had been unable to protect my mother, and even my little brother had died before my very eyes. Once I was reincarnated, I had promised myself that in this life, I will never let anyone sacrifice themselves for me. But now, Xiao Yi is in a coma because of me and even Zixi. No. I won't let Zixi leave me. Even if I have to give up my own life. Let go. Zixi lifted his hand and pulled Gu Ruoan into an embrace. He gently pressed his icy cold lips to her forehead. His smile was demonic, yet mesmerizing as his slender fingers gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye. I've told you that I'm not leaving, I'm only using some other means to stay by your side. How could I truly bear to leave her? Zixi. Gu Ruoan watched as Zixi's body crumpled to the ground and hurriedly caught him. A great anguish gripped her heart as if it had been torn to pieces. She could not be free of this pain. Then, before her very eyes, Zixi's body was enveloped in a purple light which glowed brighter and brighter. When the light disappeared, a magnificent phoenix appeared before her. The phoenix licked Gu Ruoan's hand as if he was unwilling to let go of her and saying his final goodbye. Slowly, as if he was greatly fatigued, he slowly closed his eyes and lay down on the ground, lifeless. Zixi. Gu Ruoan staggered to her feet as her eyes stared dully at the phoenix lying on the ground. Even though she had felt equally sad and cried her heart out and wished that she could die as she saw Chanbei Yi fall to the ground, Xiao Yi was only trapped in a deep slumber. She only needed to find the Hell's Lotus and he would be revived. However, it seems that Zixi was now dead. Chapter 605, Departure, an Increase in Strength, 1. No. Gu Ruoan grabbed her head tightly and let out a heart-wrenching scream. She then slowly lifted her head and her eyes were reddened as if they had been drenched in pools of fresh blood. Endless tears streamed down her face, carrying a heartache and rage that could bring the Armageddon. Qian Sheng, I, Gu Ruoan, hereby swear that your debt in blood shall be paid with blood. I will not rest until you are dead. Also, Ye Luo and the Wolf's Fang robbers. If it weren't for you all, I would never have come to this cave. Hence, I want all of you to follow him to the grave. Under normal circumstances, even if Gu Ruoan have had a dispute with the two organizations, she would never have lashed out at other people. Now, Zixi's death has erased all sense of rationality in her. All she knows was that if it had not been for Ye Luo's actions, she would never have fallen into such a place. As such, be it the Ye family or the Wolf's Fang robbers, all shall follow Zixi to the grave. A great wind rose and her soft black hair danced in the tempest. The woman's entire body burned with a disastrous murderous intent and her bloodshot eyes looked like she was possessed by a demon. Revenge. At this moment, there was only one thing on her mind. That whirling mass of murderous intent encircled all four corners of the area. It intertwined with the strong tempest, bringing forth an extremely eerie aura. Suddenly, a ray of purple light soared to the heavens. Endless flames appeared from the phoenix's body. Under the scorching heat of the burning flames, Guruan finally showed a different expression. Her body stiffened as she watched the flames gradually burning the purple phoenix to ashes. Suddenly, as if gripped by madness, she rushed towards him and held the latter's body, ignoring the burning flames. Zixi, you cannot leave. It was you who had made me who I am today. You had given me the power I now have. If this power cannot protect the ones I love, why would I even need them? What use are they to me? As long as you come back, I'm willing to give it all back to you. Zixi, I'll return all this power to you, so don't go, please. In that last sentence, her voice grew weak. She begged bitterly as the tears rolled down from her bloodshot eyes, riddled with pain and sorrow. Her body trembled. No matter how painful the burning flames were, she refused to loosen her hold on him. She was terrified that if she had loosened her grip even for a moment, the phoenix would turn into ashes and scatter into the air. However, no matter how much she was determined to make him stay, the purple flames continued to burn Phoenix's body, turning it all into dust. The final residue from his body slowly disappeared from Guruan's hands. Zixi. Guruan's shoulders trembled violently as her dark eyes filled with hopelessness. Perhaps, from the moment she had met the man, she never imagined that this man, who had always stayed by her side and protected her, would one day disappear. Thud. No longer able to endure the agony in her heart, Guruan crumbled to the ground into a kneeling position. Her hands held the only remaining bit of Zixi's ashes. Suddenly, she burst into maniacal laughter. It was a laugh which dripped with insanity and rage. In my past life, my mother and my little brother had died because of me. My maternal grandfather and his entire family were dragged into the dirt because of me. In this life, Xiao Yi had fallen into a coma in order to protect me, and now Zixi has given his life to save me. Everyone that I love has either died or suffered horribly because of me. God, why is it that you and I cannot seem to get along? All right, since that's the case, I, Guruan, shall defy the heavens in everything that I do. I will avenge them even if I have to dye this entire mainland red with blood. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. I will murder any god who dares to stand in my way. From now on, I, Guruan, will no longer live for my own life. Chapter 606, Departure, an increase in strength, 2. In the remote mountain range, Guruan's voice rang throughout the heavens and earth. It echoed through the atmosphere and went on, and on, and on. However, the still burning purple flame suddenly glowed with a demonic light. A purple light blazed from within the purple flames. The light was blinding and Guruan could not help but turn her head to look at it. Slowly, the flames dispersed and revealed an egg wreathed in purple light. It sat quietly on the ground where Zixi once was. That's a phoenix egg. Guruan's heart tightened violently. She quickly crawled up from the ground and rushed to the front of the phoenix egg in 2 large strides. With a single trembling finger, she gently stroked the oval-shaped egg. On the eggshell was a clear engraving of a phoenix spreading its wings and ready to soar into the skies. Guruan could not hold back her tears and allowed them to stream freely down her face. Zixi. She squatted down and carefully lifted the phoenix egg into a hug, pressing it firmly against her face. Her every movement was extremely gentle, as if she was afraid that one wrong move could shatter the egg. I understand what you mean now. When you had said that you will stay by my side in another way, this was what you had meant. Guruan's voice unconsciously filled with emotion. However, you're still here. This is wonderful even if you are unable to appear before me. Perhaps, due to the appearance of the phoenix egg, the vicious currents and rage from within Guruan began to slowly disappear. She laughed again. In contrast to the previous laugh which sounded like a madwoman's, this one was full of gentleness and determination. Zixi, in the past, it was you who had always protected me, so from now on, let me protect you. I'll never let you fall into any anger. Deep within the tomb, there was indeed a hidden paradise. Tian Sheng's appearance here had definitely been a coincidence. It was truly this valuable cultivation ground which was calling out to Guruan. The spiritual qi in this precious land was in great abundance. Guruan had a feeling that if she were to cultivate in a place like this, coupled with the help of the spirit-gathering pill, she probably would not even need a year to shoot up towards the rank of a martial honor. Hence, she did not delay any further. After placing the phoenix egg into the ancient divine pagoda, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began cultivating. Many months of cultivation passed. However, once a cultivator has entered into meditation, he or she will not be able to feel the passage of time at all. As such, Guruan, who was now cultivating from scratch, had no idea about the huge matter which had erupted during the time she had vanished from the world outside. The first concerns the organizations of Black Rock City who had journeyed to the tomb on an expedition. They had encountered infinite dangers along the way and were nearly faced with a crisis many times. However, they were not able to find anything. That's right. This was like an empty grave. Not a single treasure could be found. Every organization had suffered heavy casualties. So, naturally, they were unsatisfied and wanted to forcibly take away the treasures collected by the Murong family in the Door of Life. Nevertheless, with Meizu's promise in effect, they had to temporarily let the Murong family off and allow them to return to Black Rock City first. Initially, they had thought that this was not too bad of a situation, as once they have all set foot in Black Rock City, Lord Meizu's promise would become null and void. How could the lone Murong family cope with the combined might of so many organizations? However, the most unexpected thing then happened. The members of the Black Cloud auction had stepped in. If one considered the 3 great authorities in Black Rock City to be the best of the best, then the Black Cloud auction holds the highest position in all of the plains. They simply could not be compared with the 3 great authorities. Therefore, many organizations, led by the Ye family, could not understand why the majestic Black Cloud auction would stand up for the Murong family. Chapter 607, Departure, an increase in strength, 3. So, with the Black Cloud auction's intervention, they had not been able to carry out the plans out in the open. However, that does not mean that they would let the Murong family off so easily. Hence, many organizations secretly formed an alliance to attack the Murong family's business on the sly. They would even frequently send a few ruffians to cause trouble for them. Because this matter was far too minuscule, coupled with the fact that the troublemakers would always disappear after finishing the job, the Murong family had no proof that the Ye family was behind all of this. As such, the Murong family had no choice but to suffer in silence. At this moment, in the forest outside Black Rock City, a group of men dressed in the Murong family guard uniform was pushing a horse-drawn cart forward. They walked as quickly as they could. One of the guards, a young man, wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed, "We'll be reaching Black Rock City soon. Hopefully, nothing will happen." Over the past few days, business for the Murong family has become increasingly difficult. Therefore, the master had sent them to the North Sea far away to collect these precious herbs. They were also hoping that these herbs will help save the Murong family. Should anything happen to these herbs, the Murong family will be finished. Let's hurry, we'll be safe once we reach the city. The young man unconsciously quickened his pace as the surroundings along this road have made them all very tired. They had all been gradually losing physical strength, but Black Rock City was within their sights. So, no matter what, they could not rest here. Rustle. Suddenly the sound of movement could be heard from some nearby bushes. The young man's face changed greatly as he quickly pulled out his sword and stared at his surroundings in total vigilance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, countless brutes wielding large knives jumped out from behind the bushes and surrounded the cart. From the group, a man with a scar from a knife wound emerged to stand at the front of the group. He burst into laughter and exclaimed arrogantly, "This area belongs to the Wolf's Fang robbers. If you wish to pass, hand over everything in that cart. Perhaps I'll even leave you with a whole corpse." "We're finished." The young man's face drained of color once he heard that name. His face now showed dejection and hopelessness. He never thought that the Wolf's Fang robbers would find out about their movements and intercept them right outside of Black Rock City. They could see that the city gates were very close by, but they would not be able to enter it. "Boss, we're rich now. These are rare herbs which are valued at the thousands. If we bring these back to the leader, he will certainly reward us generously." One robber, who was examining the contents in the cart, began to try to curry favor with the man with the scar. "It seems that our contact was telling the truth. The Murong family is indeed transporting high-quality herbs back to the city. Take this cart back and send it as an offering to the leader." The man with the scar waved his hand and sneered. "As for the rest, in order to prevent this from ever getting out, kill them all." Kill. Once the order was issued, the members of the Murong family turned very pale in the face. This time, not only had they lost the herbs, they would not be able to even guarantee their own lives. "Group leader, what should we do?" "What should we do?" As he heard the question from the person behind him, the young man laughed bitterly. "I don't know how the Wolf's Fang robbers had managed to get this piece of information and found out that we would arrive in this very spot today. I have no other ideas. All we can do now is pray to the gods and hope that they send a deity to protect us." Everyone's faces grew uglier and uglier as they watched the approaching Wolf's Fang robbers. However, just as the young man spoke, a sharp aura came whirling towards them from the back. This was followed by a scorching flame which surrounded the Wolf's Fang robbers. Chapter 608, Departure, an Increase in Strength, 4. In that instant, the thugs all vanished in a puff of smoke and their ashes were scattered into the air. They did not even have the chance to scream. The Murong family members were stunned. They turned in astonishment towards the girl in green robes in front of them, temporarily unable to make sense of it all. After all, the man with the scar was not exactly weak in power. He was at least a martial emperor or a rank above. Besides, there were many others as well. However, in the end, this woman had destroyed them all using only one move. What kind of holy being is she? Even though Gu Ruan had stayed with the Murong family at one point, this young man had never lived in the Murong family home. He had been sent to guard the ancestral residence and would only return every few months or so. So, naturally, he would not have been aware of Gu Ruan's existence. Members of the Murong family. Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow as she turned calmly towards the people behind her and asked. The young man immediately returned to his senses and quickly nodded his head. "I'm the group leader of the Murong family's bodyguards." "I wonder, miss." "Oh, I want to ask this, do you know where the Wolf's Fang robbers' den is?" Gu Ruan glanced at the young man and asked in a voice that was reminiscent of a cool breeze on a clear day. "Ah." The young man was stunned. "The Wolf's Fang robbers' den is not very far from here. See the highest peak on that mountain range? That's where they are. But the Wolf's Fang robbers are very powerful and I hear that their leader is already a mid-level martial honor. Also, the second in command has just reached the rank of a martial honor. Miss, you." Before the young man could finish speaking, the flash of green robes turned into a ray of light and flew at full speed away into the far distance, instantly disappearing from view. "Group leader, who was that woman and why had she helped us?" Someone asked from behind him as they stared in confusion at the direction where Gu Ruan had flown off in. The young man shook his head. "I don't know either. But let's not worry about that now. Our priority is to send these herbs back to our master." He then took one last look in the direction where Gu Ruan had left as if it was an unconscious move, before turning away and leading the group towards Black Rock City once again. The gigantic summit. This was the tallest mountain peak in the area and because of its treacherous path, it became the Wolf's Fang robbers' residence. At this moment, high on top of the gigantic summit, Gu Ruan had just stepped in when two figures appeared in a flash, blocking her way. "Who are you? Do you not know what this place is? Hurry up and leave if you wish to live." "Who am I?" Gu Ruan laughed coldly and raised her head towards the two fiendish-looking mugs. The aura from within her body stirred and shot towards the chest of one of the men with a loud bang. The force sent him flying away with fresh blood spilling out from his mouth. "I'm the person who's here to kill all of you." Bang! Just as she spoke, her fist slammed into the door in the mountain. The tightly secured door swung open, sending dust flying into the air. "How dare you!" The other man, after seeing his comrade beaten to the ground and the mountain door blown open, was immediately enraged. He drew his sword in his anger and charged towards Gu Ruan. Gu Ruoan merely glanced calmly at him. Then, as if a hand had reached out and violently pinched his soul, his body which had been charging towards Gu Ruoan stopped suddenly. His gaze slowly turned sluggish. Ask the leader of your crew to roll his SS over here and meet me. She calmly raised the corners of her lips. Her voice was icy yet clear, slowly resonating as she spoke. Simply tell him that I, Gu Ruoan, have arrived to see him. Chapter 609, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 1. The sluggish-looking thug finally regained his senses. He looked as if he had seen a monster and his eyes filled with fear. Then, without even waiting for Gu Ruoan to say anything else, he quickly ran into the mountain door at the speed of light. Gu Ruoan glanced at the other thug who had remained on the ground. An indifferent light flashed through her clear and cool eyes. There was no sign of any emotions on her calm face. When he noticed the expression on Gu Ruoan's face, the thug who had been cursing and swearing at his comrade could not help but tremble. His face paled and became overlaid with fear as he spoke. You. What do you want to do? Let me tell you this, nobody can victimize us, the members of the Wolf's Fang robbers. If you dare to do anything to me, our leader will certainly crush your skull into 10,000 pieces. Gu Ruoan laughed indifferently and gradually turned away. Her clear, cool gaze stared at the direction in front of her as she looked icily at the figure who was arriving slowly. The man waved the fan in his hand as a refined and scholarly smile hung on his face. His scholarly look coupled with an extremely weak and frail-looking figure made it difficult for anyone to imagine that such a cultured-looking man would actually turn out to be the ringleader of the Wolf's Fang robbers, even if he had presented himself to the world. In stark contrast to the man, the second-in-command next to him had side whiskers and a full-faced beard. He certainly had the appearance of a robber. His clothing hung in tatters on his body and his entire face was coarse and wild. A large sword was slung across his shoulder and this man seemed to ignite a flame in the wind with every step that he took. His physical appearance was strong and bulky. Leader, that's her. The person who had run in to inform the two pointed at Gu Ruoan and spat hatefully. Not only had she hurt us, she has even destroyed the door. She simply does not place any importance on the Wolf's Fang robbers. Clack. The scholarly-looking man closed his fan and paused in his steps. He stared at Gu Ruoan with a smile on his face as he said, "You're still alive." She had fallen into such a place yet she had managed to survive. This was simply unprecedented. I'm still alive. Are you disappointed? Gu Ruoan smiled calmly as she observed the scholarly-looking man fearlessly. It's been a year. I wonder if the Wolf's Fang robbers are ready to experience death. 1 year. I had cultivated in the tomb for an entire year. Now, it's time to clear some debts with a few people in Black Rock City. In the past, if it had not been for my fear of the Wolf's Fang robbers' leader, everything which had happened after that incident would never have happened at all. Hence, this is one debt that I'm going to collect from his head. Miss, you should be aware of the consequences that come with provoking the Wolf's Fang robbers. The smile on the scholarly-looking man's face remained but the look in his eyes darkened and became inscrutable. Leader, why are you wasting your time in talking nonsense with her? The beefy man with the side whiskers scoffed coldly and swept a disdainful gaze across Gu Ruoan. A sneer formed on the corners of his lips. Little girl, if I were you, I would have hidden myself far, far away after escaping the tomb. But you're really great, aren't you? You would come here and give yourself up out of stupidity. Since that's the case, give everything you've found in the tomb to us. As he spoke, the man with side whiskers unsheathed the large sword which was slung over his shoulders and stabbed it forcefully into the ground. A wave of fluctuating energy rose from the surface of the ground towards Gu Ruoan as a strong aura spread throughout his body. This force instantly destroyed the already dilapidated mountain door. The girl in green stood tall and quiet against the cold winds as her soft black hair danced along with it. She looked quietly at the fluctuations speeding towards her from the ground. Chapter 610, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 2. Boom. A strong attack crashed into Gu Ruoan's body. However, she did not even move a muscle. Dressed in green robes, she stood firmly like a tall bamboo tree as the calm glow of the setting sun shone upon her dusty, delicate features. Moments later, a slight change appeared on everyone's face. As a low-level martial honor, the second-in-command had not been able to kill this woman with one blow. Furthermore, she had not even budged from the attack. She stood strong as if she had been nailed to the ground and had not moved a single inch. A low-level martial honor. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly and looked at the man with the side whiskers, who now had an ugly look on his face. She spoke at a leisurely pace. My apologies, I think your powers are too weak. Perhaps you should all come at me at once. I have no interest in facing you alone. Bang! In that instant, the aura from Gu Ruoan's body rose, creating a storm in the sky. A martial honor. The man with the side whiskers had initially looked at Gu Ruoan with disdain. However, when he felt the power which erupted from the young woman, he was completely astounded. His wide eyes made it seem like he was looking at something inconceivable as he fixed his gaze upon her fluttering green robes. Impossible. How could you possibly have broken through to become a low-level martial honor in such a short time? That's definitely impossible. After all, just a year ago, the man with the side whiskers had sensed that she was only a martial emperor. Nevertheless, in the space of a year, she had actually broken through to the rank of a martial honor. What on earth had she been doing in that tomb for over a year? How was it that her powers have increased so much in such a short time? A hint of greed flashed across the man with the side whiskers' eyes. To him, Gu Ruoan must have obtained some sort of treasure in the tomb, which was how she had managed to shoot up so quickly in power. If he could obtain this treasure, his breakthrough rate would not be slower than Gu Ruoan's. Guards, surround this woman. His loud bellow immediately pulled everyone back to their senses. They promptly circled around Gu Ruoan, drawing their weapons and pointing them at her. Gu Ruoan's expression did not change at all. Her features were as calm as the surface of a lake. The man with the side whiskers simply could not understand it. Even though she has already broken through to the rank of a martial honor, she would still be no match for the Wolf's Fang robbers. How can she be so calm and composed as she delivers herself to the jaws of death? Gu Ruan, I know you must have found some sort of treasure in the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Hand over the treasure immediately and perhaps I might even show you mercy and spare your life. The man with the side whiskers commanded with a domineering voice before laughing coldly as he stared at Gu Ruan, who was now surrounded. Gu Ruan did not respond. Her gaze pierced through the crowd and stared straight at the scholarly-looking man. I can give you all a choice, serve me, or die. As he realized that his opponent had not acknowledged him at all, the man with the side whiskers flew into a terrible rage. He shot Gu Ruan an angry glare before speaking coldly. Just who do you think you are that the Wolf's Fang robbers should serve you? Leader, allow me to kill this woman now. Earlier on, I had not used even half of my true power. That was why I couldn't kill her. Even though this woman has broken through to the rank of a martial honor in the tomb, this had only occurred in the time frame of 1 year. I've been a martial honor for many years now. Simply because of this, I cannot be compared with Gu Ruan who had just had her breakthrough. Woman, you had the audacity to come here and cause trouble. Hence, you shall achieve enlightenment in death. The man with the side whiskers raised his great sword and, in a flash, appeared right in front of Gu Ruan. One should not judge him by his stocky build. A thinner man would not have been able to match his speed. He was as swift as the wind. However, Gu Ruan calmly looked at him before her thin lips parted and spoke in a sharp voice, Scram. Chapter 611, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 3. Bang! A force like a heavy wrecking ball slammed into the man with the side whiskers' chest. It threw his muscular body back and he fell into the middle of the crowd. The man with the side whiskers was stunned and the rest of the gang of robbers were shocked as well. The entire mountain range had turned so quiet that they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Our second in command, despite being a low-level martial honor, was actually unable to retaliate. Is this fellow abnormal? The man with the side whiskers turned very black in the face and clenched his fists so tightly that it shook. To be defeated by one blow in front of so many people, this was a first for me. Especially since the opponent was such a young lady. This was simply a disgrace. Hold it. As he noticed that the man with the side whiskers was about to make another move, the scholarly-looking man raised his hand to stop him and frowned. He had caught the glimmer of a light flashing in Gu Ruan's eye. Young lady, the Wolf's Fang robbers will never serve anyone else. Since you wish to provoke us, I have no choice but to kill you. Whoosh. As he spoke, he raised his hand which glowed with brilliance and directed a strong wind towards Gu Ruan. It brought a sharp force which swept forward like a hot knife through butter. Gu Ruan leaned to the side and dodged the attack. In the next instant, the scholarly-looking man was right in front of her. The fan in his hand shone with a grey light and was aimed at her neck. She hurriedly raised her sword in front of her face and with a loud clang, a blazing flame burst outwards. Gu Ruan frowned as she examined the scholarly-looking man who was still standing very close to her. The fan in the scholarly-looking man's hand was no ordinary fan. It looked as hard as metal and could not be destroyed by any normal weapon. However, both parties gathered their spiritual energies into the palm of their hand and gradually channeled them into their weapons. A loud bang sounded and light waves shot into all four corners of the area before dispersing into the air. Soon after, a heavy force fell upon the scholarly-looking man's chest and he lost his footing, stumbling back for a good distance. In that instant, the fan in his hand tore like a raggedy old cloth and fell to the ground. Leader. The faces of the Wolf's Fang robbers changed greatly. That fan was their leader's most prized possession and they all knew it. Besides, this fan was a spiritual weapon and was only shy of containing a weapon spirit. Now, this woman had somehow managed to destroy it. A spiritual weapon. There's no mistake about it, the weapon she has is also a spiritual weapon. No weapon, no matter how sharp the blade, could ever destroy the leader's fan unless it was also a spiritual weapon. I never thought that the weapon in your hand would actually turn out to be a spiritual weapon as well. I would not have been able to recognize it without a closer look. The scholarly-looking man held onto the tatters of his fan tightly and his expression was a ghastly sight to behold. His hands trembled continuously as a murderous intent began to overflow from his heart. However, my fan is far more important than your life. Since you've destroyed my fan, you shall pay for it with your life. Actually, it was not the scholarly-looking man's fault for failing to identify Gu Ruan's weapon as a spiritual weapon. Once a weapon spirit inhabits a spiritual weapon, its wielder can control it as they wish. Unless Gu Ruan chooses to expose the spiritual weapon, anyone else would assume that it was simply an ordinary sword. Of course, once a weapon spirit has entered a spiritual weapon, it would need a certain amount of time to adapt. Now, the pale dragon which resides within the sword had managed to gain total control over the spiritual weapon. That depends on whether you'll have the opportunity. Gu Ruan smiled. Then, a majestic dragon's roar rang out from the sword in her hand. Before the scholarly-looking man could make sense of the situation, a white pale dragon charged out from the blade, spitting powerful dragon's breath from its mouth. The dragon's breath knocked the scholarly-looking man out of the way before he could even react. Thud. The scholarly-looking man slammed into a tree behind him. He raised his head in astonishment and his face was full of shock. Chapter 612, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 4. A weapon spirit. She has actually managed to obtain a weapon spirit. It was common knowledge that a spiritual weapon without a weapon spirit could not really be considered as a full-fledged spiritual weapon. Besides, weapon spirits will never choose to reside in a low-class spiritual weapon. Only a high-class spiritual weapon can house a weapon spirit. Nevertheless, this means that this woman also possesses a high-class spiritual weapon. This must have been one of the treasures from the tomb. The man with the side whiskers stared greedily at the sword in Gu Ruan's hand. If I can take that sword for myself, my increase in power would definitely not be limited to only a small increment. The man with the side whiskers became overcome with greed. He no longer cared about anything else and scrambled to his feet before charging towards Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan's attention had been focused on the scholarly-looking man in front of her from the very beginning. She seemed to not notice the man with side whiskers who was charging towards her. As the distance between him and the woman became smaller, the man with the side whiskers raised his large sword and swung it fiercely at Guru Rohan's head. In his mind, he could almost see the woman lying in a pool of her own blood in front of him while the spiritual weapon in her hand was then transferred to him. Roar. Suddenly, a pair of eyes seemed to glow in Guru Rohan's sword. The pale dragon charged out of the sword once again. It opened its mouth wide and aimed it directly towards the man with the side whiskers head. Even though the pale dragon had appeared in the form of a transparent spirit, it still managed to bite the man with the side whiskers head and blood began to pour from the wound. It gushed like a bloody fountain all the way to the ground and dyed the dirt a bloody red color. This was the price of greed. Guru Rohan gently stroked the sword in her hand as she stared calmly back at the scholarly-looking man. Back in the tomb, you had chastised me with such a cold, self-righteous voice as someone who had refused to help a dying man. In all these years, how many people have been sorted by the Wolf's Fang robbers? If I had not happened to pass by on my way here, I'm afraid those disciples of the Murong family would not have been able to escape death. The scholarly-looking man crawled to his feet in a sorry manner and sneered. That was because they deserved to die. On this mainland, only the strong would have a say. I had chastised you because, at that time, I was more powerful than you and the Yer family were my people. You had folded your arms and watched a Yer family member die. How could I not have chastised you? As for the Murong family, the scholar smiled. If they aren't strong enough, someone else would go against them even if I don't kill them myself. These are the living conditions in the banished lands. You and I are a very good example of this. Now, I'm unable to defeat you, and if you wish to kill me or carve the flesh from my bones, I will comply. However, if you want me to serve you, that would be impossible. Of course, if you were weaker than I am, I would certainly kill you immediately. Only the strong are revered and power always comes first. Anyone whose fist was strong enough, their word would become law. Even if it was a shameless decree, many would blindly follow them. Since you've put it that way, how can I not kill you now? Guru Rohan slowly raised the sword in her hand and stared coldly at the battered and exhausted scholarly-looking man. Don't worry, I won't spare a single disciple of the Wolf's Fang robbers. Honestly speaking, initially, I had nothing against the Wolf's Fang robbers. It's too bad for you that you've allied yourselves with the wrong people. The scholarly-looking man shivered and slowly closed his eyes. Ever since he had laid eyes upon the weapon spirit, he had known that he would lose this battle. And it would be a brutal loss. Boom. Just as the scholarly-looking man closed his eyes, a brilliant white light flashed from within the sword. This was followed by a large body and a loud roar which crashed into the scholarly-looking man. His body was immediately flung far away and his mouth overflowed with blood. That one blow had broken every bone in his body. Guru Rohan slowly approached the scholarly-looking man and patted him down before fishing out a scroll and nodding. This is indeed a pill formula. My efforts have certainly not been in vain. Chapter 613, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 5. This pill formula was the very same one which had been obtained by the Wolf's Fang robbers during the Black Cloud auction. Seizing the opportunity, Guru Rohan now claimed it as her own. The scholarly-looking man clenched his fist as his eyes spat fire. So, her true purpose had been to obtain the pill formula. From now on, the Wolf's Fang robbers shall cease to exist in this world. Guru Rohan looked indifferently at the scholarly-looking man behind her before slowly turning to descend the summit. This great summit will also disappear from the world. Instantly, endless flames rose from behind her, forming a fiery wall which surrounded everyone in sight. One could hear their shrieks of pure agony from far away. Not a single person had been able to step out from the wall of flames. Today, the infamous Wolf's Fang robbers of Black Rock City had been purged from the banished lands. Such a young low-level martial honor, the skies of this mainland are certainly changing. At this moment, up in the air and concealed by an old tree, Yilan gently raised his brow and stared in admiration at the young girl in green who was descending the mountain. Such an exceptionally talented young person. I fear that Nuoer might not ever be able to match up to the likes of her. Especially since this girl also holds a high-class spiritual weapon in her hands. Could it be that the spiritual weapon which had been sold for a sky-high price back at the auction 1 year ago had something to do with her? Yilan's smile grew more pronounced at the thought of this. Perhaps if Nuoer continues to follow this little girl, it will bring him great fortune. I never thought that I would stumble upon this scene today just as I was passing by. I'm certain that old man, Nuoer, would not believe me when I tell him this. A 20-year-old martial honor. Who would believe this if it gets out? Yet, I've met such a person. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to Black Rock City. This time, I've been away for almost a month. That child, Yi Nuo, had not stopped thinking about this little girl, so he had not been willing to leave at all. Now that this little girl has returned, perhaps I can take him home now. Yilan watched Guru Rohan as she disappeared and mumbled to himself. However, knowing her attitude, this Gu girl will definitely cause a stir in Black Rock City. I should go and add some fuel to the fire. Consider this as my way of giving her a helping hand. Just as Guru Rohan was rapidly approaching Black Rock City, the whole of Black Rock City was already bursting with fervent discussions. The fight which had taken place at the summit was so sensational that it had attracted many powerful cultivators. Amongst them were cultivators from Black Rock City. Some of them had even met Guru Rohan before, so this news soon reached the ears of their respective families as they each reported back to their masters. Some who had been unable to ascend the summit immediately understood what was going on as soon as they saw the girl in green walking out from the flames. Hence, everyone hurriedly discarded all responsibilities and returned to Black Rock City and spread the news. They did not even stop along the way. As such, the whole of Black Rock City dove into a sensation. Who were the Wolf's Fang robbers? The leader had reached the rank of a high-level martial honor, while the second in command was a martial honor as well. They also had countless martial emperors. Even the three great authorities of Black Rock City finds it difficult to deal with them. Yet, an organization like this had been annihilated by a single young woman. Everyone was shocked. Some even refused to believe the news reported by their own disciples until members of the Black Cloud auction stepped in to verify the incident. Then, they were all forced to believe it. Of course, compared to the shock in the other organizations, the Yer family was the first to grow terrified. After all, if not for the support of the Wolf's Fang robbers, why else would the Ye family have been so daring? Chapter 614, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 6. Now that the Wolf's Fang robbers had been destroyed, where would they find the bravado to threaten their enemies? Therefore, once the news had reached his ears, Ye Luo immediately went into a daze. Perhaps he never could have imagined, not even in his wildest dreams, that the lone Gu Ruan would have ended up destroying the Wolf's Fang robbers. In contrast, the other organizations who had aided the Ye family in numerous things had not done so willingly. They hurriedly discarded the Ye family and quickly held a family meeting to decide on the best possible way to ask for the Murong family's forgiveness. Meanwhile, at the same time, the three great authorities who had kept quiet throughout this 1 year finally made their move. Upon receiving the information, Mei Zhu, who was in the middle of a lovemaking session with one of her male concubines, immediately left her most beloved man behind and flew out the door. She did not even manage to put her clothes back on properly. Her expression has changed from one full of charm to utter shock. What did you just say? Gu Ruan has returned, and not only has she broken through to the rank of a martial honor, she has stormed the great summit and annihilated the Wolf's Fang robbers. Is this AF a king joke? She was on her own, how could she have destroyed the Wolf's Fang robbers? Lord Mei Zhu, every word I've said is true. One of the members of our household saw her descending the mountain with his own eyes. There's no mistake. What? Mei Zhu's expression changed greatly as her eyes darted back and forth. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, the winds in Black Rock City are changing. Servants, prepare gifts. I will be paying the Murong family a visit. Thank goodness that there were no disputes between the Murong family and us. I've even rendered them some help. Because of this, Gu Ruan probably would not forget the Mei family. Meanwhile, at the greatest underground organization of Black Rock City, He Bao stared coldly at the informants standing below him. Any movements from Mei Zhu and Mo Liu? In regards to your question, boss, Lord Mei Zhu is already making her way towards the Murong family home. As for Master Mo, it seems that he hasn't done anything yet. Hearing this, He Bao grew silent. Over the course of this 1 year, they have all seen everything that the other organizations have done to the Murong family, yet they had considered it as a good show to watch. They had not stepped in. After all, they had not placed any importance on the small Murong family. Now, with the abnormal Gu Ruan in play, everything has changed. Even the three great authorities would be no match for her. He Bao paused and muttered to himself at the thought of this. He then said, come, let's pay the Murong family a visit. We'll meet up with Mei Zhu there. Yes, boss. Hearing the order, the man kneeling on the ground rose to his feet and followed He Bao out the door. At the Mo family home, Mo Liu sat in his wheelchair in the flower garden with a shallow smile playing on his sickly, pale but handsome face. When he heard his subordinate's news, his finger, which was gently stroking a rose, trembled slightly. He did not even notice that a thorn had pierced the back of his hand as a glint flashed across his eyes. No one could tell what he was thinking. I understand. You may go now. After a long pause, the servant regained his senses and spoke calmly. As you wish, master. Then, the servant from the Mo family took his leave, leaving Mo Liu all alone in the large garden filled with flowers. I had known that you wouldn't die so easily. Mo Liu smiled and his face held a mysterious light. However, I never would have thought that you would re-emerge so quickly. Furthermore, you've brought such a huge shock upon your return. It seems that I've underestimated you. Chapter 615, Unifying Black Rock City, 1. Gu Ruan had just set foot in Black Rock City when she felt the strange stares from the eyes of every citizen upon her. She wrinkled her brow, but she did not think too much of it. Instead, she headed straight for the Murong family home. She did not know that every family has sent out pictures of her likeness to the public. They were deathly afraid that any family who did not recognize her would provoke this murderous god in their ignorance. Even the Wolf's Fang robbers were instantly annihilated by this murderous god. So if she wished to destroy them, it would only be too easy. As such, everyone could not help but step aside when they saw the distinctive flash of green robes and looked back at her with either longing or terror. At this moment, the Murong family had also received the news. They were all lined up outside the door with eyes brimming with hope to welcome her return. Therefore, the instant when Gu Ruan stepped into the Murong family home, a figure charged quickly towards her and a soft little body threw itself into Gu Ruan's arms with a smile brighter than the sun. Bodyguard Gu, I knew you'd be all right. Yi Nuo blinked his glistening, starry eyes and giggled at the woman before him. What are you all doing here? Gu Ruan raised her eyebrows and turned towards the Murong family members who were standing at the doorway. Her voice was filled with astonishment. Eldest lady, so it's true. You're all right. Master Murong's elderly eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. Only the heavens knows how much the Murong family have had to endure in Gu Ruan's absence. If it had not been for the Black Cloud auction who had stood up for them, the Murong family might have already been wiped out from Black Rock City. I thought that you... Damned old man, you shut your mouth. Yi Nuo shot Master Murong an irritated glare and scoffed defiantly. If it had not been for the sake of Bodyguard Gu, I would have made your anus explode long ago simply for cursing her for an entire year. To Yi Nuo, as long as these people considered her to be dead, they were cursing her. Look at her, she was clearly alive and well. Why had all these people insisted that she was dead? Let's go inside first. I have some things to discuss with you. Yes, eldest lady. Master Murong wiped the tears from the corner of his eye and quickly followed Gu Ruan back inside. Murong Yan stared at the disappearing figure and tried to say something, only to remain at a loss for words in the end. In the hall, Gu Ruan took large strides towards the master seat and turned towards each and every person who had followed closely behind. She slowly opened her mouth and spoke, thank you all for your troubles in the past year. Along the way, she had heard of what had happened to the Murong family during this past year. Even with the help of the Black Cloud auction, which stopped the other organizations from doing anything drastic to the Murong family, it was only a surface protection. The Black Cloud auction could not prevent anything else to be done clandestinely. However, everything which the Murong family has had to endure was because she had dragged them down with her. If it had not been for her actions, those organizations would not have directed their ire towards the Murong family in her absence. Eldest lady, that's nothing much. Master Murong shook his head and replied excitedly, as long as you've returned, it is enough. Guruan nodded gently, right. About the holy spirit fruit which we had found in the tomb, you can now distribute them to every Martial King disciple in the Murong family. I also have another pill which can help Martial Kings to move one level up. You may distribute them along with the holy spirit fruit to the disciples. If you combine the pill and the holy spirit fruit, you can at least help the Martial Kings to improve up to 2 levels. Chapter 616, Unifying Black Rock City, 2. Master Murong, who had not completely regained his senses from his surprise at Guruan's return, immediately went into her daze again. She has indeed obtained numerous heavenly spirit fruits from the tomb, but Master Murong would never have thought that she would allow the disciples of the Murong family to consume those heavenly spirit fruits. After all, if it had not been for Guruan, they would never have found the heavenly spirit fruits in the first place. Therefore, he never imagined that she would actually use the heavenly spirit fruits to benefit the disciples of the Murong family. Furthermore, she even has pills which can help a Martial King rise to the next level. Master Murong blinked in suspicion as he doubted if he had correctly heard what she had just said. Am I dreaming? Lady Gu, you're saying that you have a pill and heavenly spirit fruits which can help those disciples at the Martial King level to increase their ranks by 2. That's correct. Guruan nodded and replied, do you remember what I had said to you 1 year ago? I want to unify all of Black Rock City. To unify all of Black Rock City. Master Murong's heart thudded when he heard her sharp voice which was filled with magnificent aspiration. A year ago, he had thought that those words were mere delusions of grandeur. However, 1 year later, she has single-handedly annihilated the Wolf's Fang robbers, a problematic organization that not even the 3 great authorities of Black Rock City had been able to defeat even if they had joined forces. Master Murong suddenly felt a huge wave of delight. Perhaps that day when I had made my choice to follow this woman was the best decision I've ever made in this lifetime. I understand, eldest lady. I'll go ahead and gather the Martial Kings. He took a deep breath and his elderly face was full of resolve. At this moment, Master Murong could already see the position of the Murong family in Black Rock City. With her at the helm, forget about unifying Black Rock City. Someday, even the entire plains will be in her bag. Go ahead, I'm tired so I want to return to my quarters to rest now. There's one more thing, after this, summon every organization in Black Rock City and give me the name list of those who had helped the Ye family. Guruan yawned and rose from her seat. She then walked out of the hall without even looking back. After she has left, Master Murong promptly went about to make arrangements as she had ordered. As they now had the help of the pill and the heavenly spirit fruits, the Martial Kings of the Murong family gained another promotion in rank after breaking through to the next level. Murong Yan and Lu Xiaochen both also gained 2 levels. Each and every Martial King in the Murong family has now reached the rank of a high-level Martial King. As for the elders of the Murong family who were already high-level Martial Kings, 1 pill was not enough for them to reach the ranks of a Martial Emperor. Nevertheless, when combined with the effect from the heavenly spirit fruit, they were able to leap up into the rank of a low-level Martial Emperor. Of course, the only thing which had caused these elders to become stuck was because they had encountered a bottleneck. All they needed was a bit of external help and they were then able to break the bottleneck easily. Even though these elders have already reached the ranks of a Martial Emperor, Guruan did not allow them to consume the Emperor breakthrough pills as they had only just had their breakthrough. Once they have stabilized the newfound powers, they could make the leap towards the rank of a mid-level Martial Emperor. After all, a Martial Emperor was completely different from a Martial King. Martial Kings could have 2 continuous breakthroughs, but if a Martial Emperor were to do this, it could easily destabilize their foundations. Guruan did not wish to put her subordinates through that risk. Even so, the joy of having broken through to the rank of a Martial Emperor still remained fresh within the hearts of the elders. One should know that, initially, they had no chance to raise themselves to the rank of a Martial Emperor. It was Guruan who had provided them with that opportunity. Hence, everyone felt a wholehearted wave of gratitude which will endure from now on. Furthermore, no one else but Guruan had treated their subordinates with such generosity. Chapter 617, Unifying Black Rock City, 3. In the Murong family drawing room, all the organizations who had heard the rumors and come to visit were seated at the lower area in extreme deference. Not a single one of them dared to speak and the drawing room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Just then, the shuffling sound of footsteps was heard. Master Murong, who was on his own, walked quickly towards them. He then walked to the front of the room without acknowledging any of them at all. However, he did not sit in the main seat on the raised platform which had been his usual seat in the past. Instead, he went to the seat on the right. He looked completely nonchalant as if nothing was wrong. Then, before the crowd's eyes, a flash of green robes drew nearer from afar as the person slowly walked into the room. It was a woman with delicate and pretty features. She was not a devastatingly beautiful woman, but she has a kind of beauty that seemed untouchable, especially with that clear and cold manner in which she carried herself. Her beauty was such that one would find it difficult to look away. Ye Luo clenched his fists tightly as he trembled with rage. His venomous and sinister eyes were dead fixed on Guruan. This woman was still alive. Not only was she alive, she has caused a gigantic stir in Black Rock City from the moment she had stepped out of the tomb. However, Ye Luo still found it hard to believe that this young woman was single-handedly responsible for the Wolf's Fang robbers' destruction. Even with the verification from the Black Cloud auction, he still refused to believe it. That was simply too outrageous. No matter how powerful her talents are, she couldn't possibly have broken through to the rank of a martial honor at such a young age. Perhaps it was some other strong cultivator who had destroyed the Wolf's Fang robbers and she just happened to pass by. That's why so many people had seen her descending the mountain. Therefore, he was here today to expose her in front of all these people. Gu Ruoan stepped towards the raised dais in large strides and straightened her sleeves before she sat down. Her clear, cold gaze swept across every leader of the families present and finally landed on the three great authorities who were at the frontmost of the crowd. My apologies, I was still resting at the time of your arrival and had made you wait for quite a while. I ask that the three of you do not blame me. Meizu covered her lips and giggled seductively. Her voice was incomparably charming, and made one feel numb to the bone. Lady Gu, you must be tired from your journey. We can wait. Please do not take this to heart, Lady Gu. Additionally, these are presents from the Mei family as tokens of our respect for you, Lady Gu. I ask for your forgiveness in my neglect towards the Murong family during the past year, Lady Gu. As she spoke, Meizu shot a look at the person next to her who received the order and walked towards Gu Ruoan, clutching a box. This is a treasure which has been handed down from generation to generation in the Mei family. I myself am not too sure on its proper uses as no one in the past generations has managed to figure out how to use it. I believe that this treasure is only fit for a genius like you, Lady Gu. Once the black box had been placed before Gu Ruoan, her expression changed slightly. She then wrinkled her brow and used her mental capacity to explore the strange aura she had sensed that was blocked by a seal in the box. Instantly, her expression displayed a hint of curiosity. Even with her current level of strength, she was unable to break the seal. What could be in this box? Gu Ruoan quickly concealed all traces of peculiarity in her eyes and raised her hand, gesturing for the box to be accepted. She then replied, "Many thanks to you, Lady Meizu." Meizu had been watching Gu Ruoan's every expression from the very beginning, so when she saw that she had accepted the box, she mentally heaved a sigh of relief. Her willingness to accept this gift means that she has forgiven the Mei family. Looks like this trip was not a waste of time. Chapter 618, Unifying Black Rock City, 4. Meizu, how can you show off this old, broken box unabashedly? Hei Bao stared disdainfully at Meizu as she spoke with contempt. Everyone in Black Rock City knows that you've never wanted this old, broken box and now you're actually using it to con others. You said that it's an heirloom which was handed down for generations, but if it's that magical, why haven't you used it yet? Meizu was not at all annoyed when she heard this. She only curled her lips into a smile as she replied, "Don't you know that some treasures choose their masters? The Mei family has been guarding it for so many years but have never been able to control it. That means that it does not belong to the Mei family. I see that Lady Gu's talents are rather substantial, so perhaps this heirloom will recognize her instead. If it turns out that way, it won't be a waste for the Mei family to have guarded it for so many years." "Ha, Lady Gu, you mustn't fall for this woman's deceit. That's merely an old, broken box." Hei Bao spoke with a hint of ridicule, but when he looked at Gu Ruoan, he did not dare show any sign of disrespect and explained with deference, "However, though Meizu has come bearing gifts, I, Hei Bao, am also equally prepared. I hear that you are a medicinal expert, Lady Gu. I have a fragment of a pill formula and would like to present it to you as a token of my respect." Pill formula. Hearing this, the crowd could not help but turn towards Hei Bao. We never thought that this fellow would have a pill formula in his possession and now he's just giving it away. Doesn't he know how valuable a pill formula is? As if he sensed the questions bubbling within the crowd, Hei Bao scratched his head and chuckled. "Actually, this pill formula was once given to me by someone else as a kind of collateral. In the end, because he was unable to pay back the money, it became one of my possessions. Since I'm not really interested in these things, so why not give it to Lady Gu? As a medicinal expert, Lady Gu must have done some research on this subject matter. Perhaps she might even be able to refine a pill from it. All I ask is for Lady Gu to gift me with one pill once she has mastered pill refinement." Hearing this, everyone turned their noses up in the air and scoffed disdainfully. Even though because pill formulas were extremely valuable on the mainland and has caused countless fights between numerous people, the reality was that no one has been able to master the art of pill refinement. This means that even in Gu Ruoan's hands, this pill formula was merely a useless piece of scrap paper. The crowd, however, failed to notice the strange looks on the Murong family members' faces. Pill formula. This was an extremely valuable item in the eyes of the world, but in her hands. She already has the capability to casually produce pills whenever she wished, which could help a martial king achieve a breakthrough. In all honesty, this pill formula wouldn't really be of any interest to her. However, to the surprise of the Murong family, Gu Ruoan graciously accepted the pill formula and smiled. "Don't worry, if I succeed in pill refinement, I'll definitely gift you with one pill." The Mei family and Hei Bao have already presented the gifts, but I haven't quite had the time to prepare anything. Mo Liu remained seated in his wheelchair and his handsome face carried a thin smile. "So, I've decided to present you with a last-minute gift, Lady Gu." Whoosh. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Mo Liu. Mo Liu smiled as if he did not notice their stares. "My gift is the entire Mo family." Gasp. The crowd reeled in surprise. Even Meizu and Hei Bao were shocked. No one thought that Mo Liu would have made such a decision on the spot. The entire Mo family, just how valuable was this gift? He has just given the entire Mo family away without any hesitation. Gu Ruoan observed Mo Liu's pale and sickly pallor. She did not know why, but this man seemed to give her a rather vague and strange feeling. "Eldest lady, this." Master Murong rose to his feet as he spoke, no longer able to contain himself. Mo Liu's declaration has certainly shocked him to the core. Chapter 619, Unifying Black Rock City, 5. Even though Gu Ruoan has set her sights on unifying Black Rock City, this was completely different from Mo Liu making decisions on his own. Furthermore, the Mo Liu now was not quite like his usual sickly self. Master Murong refused to believe that he was simply giving the Mo family away with no ill intentions whatsoever. "Master Mo, we'll discuss your proposal after this." Gu Ruoan slowly came to her senses and swept a cold gaze across everyone in the crowd. Then, she spoke again in a calm voice. "This time, I've gathered all of you here because I have an announcement to make. I want every organization in Black Rock City to be placed under the Murong family's rule." She wants every organization in Black Rock City to be placed under the Murong family's rule. That means that she intends to unify Black Rock City. How savage does one have to be to spout such a declaration? Perhaps not even the three great authorities have ever thought of unifying the whole of Black Rock City. Ha, Gu Ruoan, your fox's tail is finally showing itself. Ye Luo burst into laughter and rose to his feet. He glared at Gu Ruoan with eyes filled with hatred and rage. This has been your goal all along. What talk about single-handedly annihilating the Wolf's Fang robbers? I had been initially blinded by you and had nearly fallen for your deceit. How could you possibly have single-handedly destroyed the Wolf's Fang robbers? You must have happened to pass by and then took the credit for some other powerful cultivator's work. In all my years on this earth, I've never met anyone as shameless as you. To him, Gu Ruoan had orchestrated this on purpose in order to unify Black Rock City. She wants the world to think that she had single-handedly destroyed the Wolf's Fang robbers as a means to frighten the other organizations into serving her. This woman clearly knows how to scheme. Ye Luo gritted his teeth hatefully and clenched his fists so tightly that they made a rumbling sound. Let me tell you this, as long as I'm around, don't think that you'll be able to get away with your schemes. I will never allow the people of Black Rock City to be deceived by you. As Ye Luo was speaking, the crowd whispered to one another but no one stepped forward to support him. Perhaps if this had been some simple rumor from the streets, they would not have believed it either. However, even the Black Cloud Auction had stepped in to verify this matter. Knowing the position of the Black Cloud Auction in the plains, they would never confirm anything which was not true. Unfortunately, Ye Luo's thirst for revenge has now muddled his brain. Hence, he had not thought of this point at all. Master Murong. Gu Ruoan calmly raised an eyebrow and spoke. Master Murong understood her summons and immediately gave the order, servants, pour the tea for your guests. Step, step, step. Just as Master Murong spoke, a wave of crisp and tidy footsteps sounded from the back. In the beginning, Ye Luo did not think much of it and he sneered as he turned to look out the door. However, once he saw the figures entering the room, he went into a daze. With Elder in the lead, a large group of people dressed in the Murong family attire walked into the drawing room. If that had been the only thing, it would not have been much to shout about. The thing was, these people did not conceal the aura from their body at all. The strong wave of their aura completely stupefied everyone in the room. Martial Emperors. And there are 10 of them. The initially low-level Martial Emperor, Elder has now broken through to a mid-level Martial Emperor. In order to conceal the Murong family's sudden rise in power from the organizations of Black Rock City, they had all had the breakthroughs in an underground chamber to cover up the storm which comes with one's breakthrough to a Martial Emperor. As such, everyone was completely taken aback by the Murong family's display of power. Chapter 620, Unifying Black Rock City, 6. In contrast to the shock on everyone else's face, Ye Luo's expression was an entertaining sight. His elderly complexion changed from green to white, then from white to green before finally settling into a dusty grey hue. He simply had not expected the Murong family to achieve such great military prowess. If these people had been someone else, perhaps his mind would be racing to find out where the Murong family could have found such powerful cultivators. Now, the ones before him were indisputable all his acquaintances. If his memory serves him correctly, before this, a large portion of these people were still low-level martial kings. Yet now, they have all broken through to the rank of high-level martial kings. Ye Luo's breathing grew uneven as he stared at the group of people who had just entered the Great Hall with an ugly look on his face. In the past, he would have said something out of mockery to Master Murong but now, he could not speak at all. He could only glare coldly and maliciously at the group. Good heavens, so many high-level martial kings and a substantial number of martial emperors. When had the Murong family become so powerful? Gasp. Everyone returned to their senses and stared in shock at Murong Yan and the rest as they mentally weighed the circumstances. Previously, they might have feared Gu Ruoan but it was because they had believed in the rumors but not witnessed it with their own eyes. At this moment, as they stared at the Murong family's great military prowess, their hearts sank. Serving the Murong family, that's like surrendering your entire family, won't it mean destroying hundreds of years of our family estate? Gu Ruoan was not too anxious. She maintained a calm smile on her face and quietly sipped the tea in her hands. Meizu, He Bao, what do you both think? After a long pause, she put the cup down and curled her lips into a smile before turning her gaze towards Meizu and He Bao. No one actually found this peculiar but Meizu and He Bao, who were both under Gu Ruoan's scrutiny, trembled. Their faces drained of color as they looked back at Gu Ruoan who looked as calm as a bright and breezy day. The woman smiled engagingly and stroked the edge of her teacup with one finger. She spoke casually. I wonder if Master Mei and Boss He Bao could be a part of the Murong family. Of course, as the original great authorities of Black Rock City, I will not treat you unjustly. Furthermore, I can promise you that the Murong family will not control any matters concerning your own families. Aside from your fealty, everything else will be business as usual and there will be no peculiarities. You may both take some time to consider this. Whoosh. Just as Gu Ruoan finished speaking, all eyes fell upon Meizu and He Bao. Generally speaking, just because Gu Ruoan had successfully destroyed the Wolf's Fang robbers, that did not mean that she could make two martial honors like herself agree to submission. After all, the Wolf's Fang robbers had once plotted to take over Black Rock City but were unsuccessful. Gu Ruoan, who do you think you are? Ye Luo was managed to recompose his state of mind and scoffed coldly. You think too highly of yourself. How could powerful people like Lord Meizu and Lord He Bao serve a woman like you? Don't think that just because you've helped these people increase their powers, the Murong family would be on par with the three great authorities of Black Rock City. You're simply no match for Lord Meizu and Lord He Bao. To Ye Luo, the person responsible for the destruction of the Wolf's Fang robbers must be a strong cultivator who just happened to pass by. It could not possibly be this young woman. One more thing, the things which you had used to help them increase their power must be the treasures that you found in the tomb. Those treasures do not belong to you alone, they should be shared out amongst the rest of us, so hand them over now. There are so many great powers in Black Rock City, why should we fear you? Chapter 621, Unifying Black Rock City, 7. In such a large place like the tomb of the Supreme Ruler, it's not possible that there would be no treasures to be found at all. Since none of us had managed to find a single piece of treasure, this woman must have taken them all for herself. This made Ye Luo feel a little off balance. Especially after he saw the Murong family's current level of strength. If we had been given a share of those treasures, perhaps the Ye family's power would have increased as well. No, how can the idiots in the Murong family be compared to the talented and superior Ye family members? With treasures like these, I can make every martial king in the Ye family into martial emperors. By then, I will be the greatest next to the three great authorities. Mei Zhu swept her gaze towards Ye Luo and a cold smile appeared on her charming face. That idiot, he still can't grasp the situation at all. He still dares to act with such arrogance in a place like this. Is he tired of living? Lady Gu, will you keep your word that you would not interfere in our matters at all? She turned towards Gu Ruoan and asked in a serious manner. Gu Ruoan nodded. This I can promise you. My purpose in unifying Black Rock City was not because I only want you all to follow my orders without question, but to have you all send aid in my time of need even if we're 1,000 miles apart. She has no intention of staying long in the banished lands. Once I have obtained a Hell's Lotus, I will leave this place. Also, the reason for me to build my own organization is to have a bigger force to search for the Hell's Lotus. There was no other reason besides this. All right. Mei Zhu took a deep breath. Mei Zhu, pay my respect to you, master. She joined her fists and knelt on the ground as she spoke. Her voice has changed from its usual seductive character to one of respect. Since Mo Liu and Mei Zhu have agreed to serve you, I, He Bao, have nothing more to say. He Bao broke out in laughter. He Bao would not be ashamed to follow such a young and powerful master. Honor. What honor was there in the banished lands? To serve the powerful was a principle which will never change. Without a doubt, the woman before them was a powerful cultivator who deserves their servitude. In that one moment, they had sensed the threat of death as clear as day. If they were to refuse, this woman would kill them without mercy. Though Gu Ruoan has threatened them, He Bao saw nothing wrong with it. Besides, these were the living conditions in the banished lands. Ye Luo's expression froze. He never expected Mei Zhu and He Bao to serve Gu Ruoan so willingly. Lord Mei Zhu, Lord He Bao, you mustn't be deceived by this woman. She didn't kill the Wolf's Fang robbers. That's right, these two lords had only agreed to pledge their fealty because they had been deceived by her. As long as I can expose her falsehoods, they will come back to their senses. He Bao wrinkled his brows in annoyance and swept his sharp glance towards Ye Luo. He then scoffed coldly and did not bother to look at him again. Have you both made your decision? Gu Ruoan has very obviously treated Ye Luo's outburst as nothing. Instead, she smiled at the two. It's all right, I will give you a choice. Anyone who is unwilling to serve me can step out. Everybody looked at one another, momentarily unsure of what choice to make. Finally, a middle-aged man slowly stepped out under the eyes of the crowd and said, I will never pledge my allegiance to anyone. Oh. Gu Ruoan slowly narrowed her eyes and glanced smilingly at the man who had stepped out. She recognized who he was with just one look. The man was Li King, master of the Li family, and has always been one of Ye Luo's lackeys. He was also the person who had spoken up the loudest back in the tomb. Also, over the course of this year, he had invested every effort to publicly bring down the Murong family. Gu Ruoan has been waiting to settle all her accounts with those who had helped Ye Luo in this past year for a long while now. Chapter 622, Unifying Black Rock City, 8. Gu Ruoan's smile grew more pronounced as she thought of this. You're certain that you don't want to pledge fealty to the Murong family? I'm definitely not the kind of person who would force anyone into doing something they aren't comfortable with. Of course. Li King sneered. You must be dreaming if you think that I'd serve someone like you. Earlier on, Ye Luo had secretly promised him that if he makes a stand and rejects her offer, he would give him his daughter, Ye Zhu, to be his wife. Li King had long been spying on Ye Zhu's beauty, but due to his status as a member of a third-rate family, he was not an ideal match for Ye Zhu. Now that he's been presented with a chance, he would not let this opportunity slide so easily. Most importantly, even if Gu Ruoan wasn't happy with my public rejection, she couldn't possibly do anything to me. Otherwise, how could a malevolent woman like her convince the citizens of Black Rock City? He was banking on Gu Ruoan not daring to do anything to him, which was why he had the guts to step out. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Gu Ruoan. Bang! A wave of powerful energy burst from Gu Ruoan's body and squeezed forcefully on Li King's heart like a giant hand. As Li King's eyes widened in terror, a loud crack was heard and his heart was completely crushed. Blood began to ooze out continuously and his lifeless eyes remained filled with disbelief. She had actually killed him in front of all of these people. Was she not afraid that the others would only pretend to be convinced? Gu Ruoan, you're a demon. You had said so yourself that you would give him a choice. Why did you kill him? Ye Luo has now found an opportunity to criticize Gu Ruoan and leaped out with his accusations with the intention to cause a scene. Gu Ruoan cleaned her finger indifferently as a small smile hung on her lips. I did say that he could choose whether he wants to serve me or not, and he made his choice, didn't he? Did I stop him from making his decision? However, after he had made his choice, it's my prerogative whether I want to let him go or not. I didn't do anything to break my promise. This means that she had allowed the other party to make a decision and the other party had made the decision. However, she had never mentioned that she would not kill them after they had made the decision. Instantly, a wave of terror spread throughout everyone who was present. Some of them even shivered, afraid that they would end up like Li King at the slightest mistake. He didn't even have the chance to react. It's getting late, have you all made your choice? Gu Ruoan swept her gaze across the crowd before her and smiled. Don't worry, I don't like to force people to follow me. You can make the same decision as him, I won't stop you. She doesn't like to force people to follow her. That's right, she wasn't forcing anyone. But the price of rejection is death. She won't even leave any chance for regret, you would die instantaneously. The crowd no longer hesitated as they hurriedly straightened up and sank to their knees, exclaiming in voices filled with respect, "Your subordinate pays their respect to you, eldest lady." "Good. Remember that this was your decision. I had not forced you to make this choice." Gu Ruoan smiled and rose to her feet with her gaze overlooking the kneeling crowd before her. She curled her lips and said, "Next, I'd like to map out something for you. Other than the Murong family, I will divide all families into first class, second class, and third class families. This segmentation will have nothing to do with your power but will depend on how much you've contributed to Black Rock City. Since this is the initial stage of this implementation, there will not be any families in the first class category and the best of you will be in the second class category." Chapter 623, Unifying Black Rock City, 9. Gu Ruoan then paused for a moment before continuing her speech. "After this, I will call out a list of names. The families on this list will be in the third class category. Those who are not on this list will be in the second class category. Those in second class families may come to the Murong family to collect a salary every month. As for those third class families, my apologies. Not only would you have nothing, you will have to take orders from second class families." The families in the list were, of course, the ones who had helped the Ye family over the course of this 1 year. Obviously, the Ye family was included in this list as Gu Ruoan has no intentions of letting Ye Luo off so easily. As for the rest who had just been promoted to second class, they also included those from third-rate families. They have always been suffering from abuse and now, with their change in status, not only will they be treated as equals but they will have the power to abuse those who have been demoted to the third class. Especially those in Ye Luo's camp who had abused them countless times in the past. Every time they thought of this feeling, they would feel absolute bliss. Of course, they did not know what Gu Ruoan meant by a monthly income. However, once they saw the hundreds of pills which were being handed out, they went mad with excitement. If an organization in the second class could receive such a huge bounty, what would one get when one was promoted to the first class category? Whatever it was, it can't be any worse than being in the second class category. So, once they had received their reward, the families all began to work very hard for the sake of receiving recognition and be promoted into first class one day. Those who had been in cahoots with Ye Luo were certainly experiencing many regrets from their single error. They dearly wished to destroy Ye Luo's corpse into 1,000 pieces. If it had not been for him, they would never have received such an unfair treatment. Now, the most hateful thing was that those whom they had once abused would frequently show off the pills in front of them, causing their hatred towards Ye Luo to grow. Of course, it was very obvious that the Murong family was extremely fair and considerate and threw Ye Luo, who had been tortured to the point where he no longer looked human, to the forces in the third class. Hence, Ye Luo's fate was certainly no better than having his corpse chopped into 1,000 pieces. The families who had no deep feelings towards the Ye family were then absorbed by the other organizations. Those who had attempted to take revenge on behalf of the master of their house were captured by the enraged forces in the third class and paraded along the street as criminals. They intended to use this in order to coax Gu Ruoan into forgetting her past annoyances towards them so that she would promote them into the second class. Hence, this concluded all matters in Black Rock City. At the Murong family home, Master Murong stood with his hands to his sides on Gu Ruoan's left. His elderly face was filled with respect as he waited quietly for the woman in green who was deep in cultivation. After a long pause, the woman slowly opened her eyes and turned towards Master Murong. She asked serenely, "Master Murong, what's the matter?" "Eldest lady, there's something I need to talk to you about. Of course, this has already been discussed between the rest of us." "What is it?" Gu Ruoan raised an eyebrow as she asked. "It's like this, almost every city has a governor but Black Rock City has never had a governor in the past because the power which came with this position wasn't very much different from the three great authorities' power. Therefore, no one could actually become the governor. Now that we have you, eldest lady, you could take the place of the city governor. All the organizations have already begun discussing on building the governor's palace." "Sure." Gu Ruoan smiled calmly, "You can do it however you want, you don't have to ask for my opinion." Chapter 624, Unifying Black Rock City, 10. All right. Master Murong's eyes shone and he chuckled. "Since the Lord Governor will have your official residence, the organizations will be serving at the Governor's Palace and not the Murong family home once it has been constructed. Now, I'd like to discuss the ranks of the first-class forces, is that all right?" Gu Ruoan fell silent. "I can't possibly stay in Black Rock City forever. They need someone else to take care of things. The three great authorities may have great power but the Murong family had been following me longer than anyone else so my feelings towards them are stronger. I'm afraid that only the Murong family can take over this position." As he watched the look on Gu Ruoan's face, Master Murong began to feel slightly anxious. He suddenly felt as if his requests were too intrusive. Perhaps the governor feels that he was being too greedy because of this. He would never be able to recover her previously good impression of him. Just as Master Murong was about to change his suggestion, the woman's serene voice sounded, "I'll agree with your request. If I leave Black Rock City, you will take my place and govern Black Rock City in my stead." "What?" Master Murong temporarily went into a daze. He began to suspect that he was hearing things. After all, his power was not much of a match in Black Rock City yet Gu Ruoan had ignored Meizu and the other two who were the most powerful cultivators of all to put Black Rock City into his care. How much trust does she have on me to have made such a decision? Master Murong was touched. "Lord Governor, don't worry, I won't let you down. I'm going to continue my cultivation. Don't bother me unless it's something important. One more thing, that Mo Liu isn't too bad. You can make him your right-hand man." To have a martial honor be his right-hand man, that's something that Master Murong would never have considered. But now that he has that chance, how could he not feel excited? It was also this very moment that he silently made an oath. He will never betray Gu Ruoan's trust towards him. Even if she did leave Black Rock City someday, he would work hard in expanding its power and await her return. The construction of the governor's palace required several months even if they built it in the fastest way possible. In these few months, Guruan had sent out numerous people to secretly uncover news of the Hell's Lotus. Unfortunately, nothing came of it. At the same time, within these past few months, she has improved herself tremendously. Even though she was unable to break through to the rank of a mid-level martial honor, she was able to fully control her powers as a low-level martial honor. Now, if she was to face a high-level martial honor as an enemy, they would be evenly matched in the battle. Of course, the most effective outcome was that once the disciples of Black Rock City saw how she had shut herself in for many months and worked hard in her cultivation, it brought a huge wave of cultivation fever amongst them. To them, Guruan's achievements were definitely connected with her diligent effort in making every second count during her cultivation. If a genius like her could work this hard, what right did they have to slack off? So, the result of Guruan's cultivation was to push Black Rock City into an upgrade. It was during the completion of the governor's palace when she received the news. This news had nothing to do with the Hell's Lotus, but it was of Yi Nuo, who was finally willing to return to the Yi family. However, before his departure, Yi Nuo held onto Guruan and cried until mucus overflowed from his nostrils. In the end, Yi Lan could no longer bear the sight of it and dragged Yi Nuo by the lapels of his robes, resembling an eagle capturing a small chick, and dragged him out the door. He simply could not let this guy embarrass himself anymore. Obviously, Yi Lan's irritation did not discourage Yi Nuo at all. As such, the boy's tender but distinguished voice sounded throughout the entire Murong family. Bodyguard Gu, I'm leaving now. You must think of me and I'll come back for you. Wait for me to return and make you my wife. Guruan's face immediately turned dark. A 10-year-old kid is saying that he plans on making me his wife. This feels simply too awkward. Chapter 625. Everyone arrives with their congratulations. 1. Ahem. Master Murong awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Lord Governor, I'm here to discuss something with you. What is it? Guruan regained her senses and turned towards Master Murong. The situation is like this. The rest of the governors from the other cities in the Plain Hills have received word that we now have a new city governor and they would like to come and extend their congratulations. Furthermore, in all of Plain Hills, the Black Rock City is considered to be the weakest in overall power, so please be prepared, Lord Governor. Amongst the other cities, there will be many strong cultivators as well. Those cultivators would mostly be at the rank of a mid-level martial honor. Besides, they had at least 10 low-level martial honors, unlike Black Rock City, where the highest in rank was Meizu and the other two from the three great authorities. Even though the leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers was a mid-level martial honor, he was never considered as a part of Black Rock City. Most importantly, it would seem that his position as a mid-level martial honor was a bit of a sham. A true martial honor would never be easily defeated even when surrounded by 10 low-level martial honors. However, the leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers could only go up against Meizu and the other two at the very most. This was also the reason why he simply could not attack Black Rock City outright. The governors from the other cities. Guruan stroked her chin and smiled calmly, then send out the invitations. I plan on receiving our guests in the governor's palace. Ah, right, has the governor's palace been completed according to my requests? Lord Governor, the construction of the governor's palace has been completed. It has been built to your specifications without any entrances or exits. If you want, we can go take a look now. There's no need for that. Guruan shook her head. I'll let you determine when we should invite these people. Also, I'd like you all to make some preparations. Master Murong joined his fists respectfully. Tell us, Lord Governor, we will make the preparations according to your wishes. Hearing this, Guruan smiled and a glint flashed across her eyes. A governor's banquet. Perhaps this can be the perfect time for me to rise above the Plain Hills. News of a new governor in Black Rock City had spread into every ear in the Plain Hills as quickly as a bolt of lightning. Of course, this was not really something worth proclaiming. After all, it was perfectly normal to build a governor's palace in the Plain Hills, and even if the governor was replaced within a day, it would be nothing special. The most intriguing thing was that the new governor of Black Rock City was a young lady who was barely 20 years of age. What abilities could a 20-year-old girl possibly possess to be able to rise above the three great authorities of Black Rock City and become its governor? Soon, a few governors from neighboring cities began to send their people over to uncover more information. However, even they could not work out what was going on, and no matter how much time or effort they expended, they could not find out where this woman had come from originally. They were not able to find out her name or what she looked like. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. Of course, the rest of the governors did not know that the people of Black Rock City were more united than the ones from the other cities. If Guruan does not wish for them to mention anything about her, then no matter how much the spies could try, they could basically forget about finding out anything about her from anyone else. Still, the most shocking thing had happened after that. When the day of the governor's banquet arrived, countless wyverns ridden by the servants of the governor of Black Rock City descended from the sky. Once everyone found out that these wyverns were here to escort them, they were all completely astounded. Chapter 626. Everyone arrives with their congratulations, 2. Even though these wyverns were only at the rank of a martial emperor, even a martial honor would find it exceptionally difficult to tame these volatile wyverns. The governor's palace of Black Rock City certainly had style, sending wyverns as mounts for the guests. In that moment, the prefectures which had previously looked at Black Rock City with disdain felt a shiver down their spines after recovering from their initial shock. They wondered what kind of person would the governor be in order to be able to domesticate so many volatile wyverns. One thing was clear, however, from this point onwards, Black Rock City has risen in visibility as a formidable power and would no longer be treated as an invisible entity. In Black Rock City, on the bustling streets, Murong-yan would frequently look over at Gu Ruoan. She was right next to her and she wanted to say something but words refused to take shape. Murong-yan, Gu Ruoan glanced at Murong-yan and calmly raised an eyebrow. You should improve your equipment. Come, let's take a look at that weapons shop. While Gu Ruoan has numerous spiritual weapons on hand, she had given the Murong family more than enough. She has no intentions of giving up those spiritual weapons, so she decided to take Murong-yan to shop for new weapons. Alright. When it comes to Gu Ruoan, Murong-yan would spare the courtesies. After all, there was no one who was richer than her in Black Rock City. The cost of one weapon was nothing to her. Once the two women stepped into the weapons shop, the owner recognized Gu Ruoan immediately and hurriedly shuffled towards them with a big grin on his face. Lady Gu, choose whatever you like. I won't accept any money. As many people had been trying to gather information about the governor of Black Rock City, this shop owner was smart enough to avoid addressing Gu Ruoan as governor. Instead, he referred to her with a different title. There's no need for that, just give me a discount when the time comes. Gu Ruoan smiled and turned towards Murong-yan. I'll have to leave pretty soon after this banquet, so I'm going to focus on increasing your powers. If you want your powers to grow, you must have a weapon that you can be proud of. I understand. Murong-yan did not say much else as her gaze swept across each and every weapon in the shop. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled and she made her way to a red-colored double-edged sword. However, before she could even touch it, a hand had reached out from beside her and snatched the sword away. I want this sword, you're going to let me have it. That voice belonged to a young woman who was dressed in red. She gently stroked the sword as she looked at it with fond eyes. When she turned to look at the astonished Murong-yan, a hint of disdain flashed across her eyes. In the past, Murong-yan would have immediately picked a fight with the woman in red. But now, after having experienced so many things, she was no longer as hot-headed as she used to be. So, even when the weapon she was interested in had just been snatched away in front of her eyes, she still maintained a friendly and courteous smile. My lady, this is a first-come first-served basis. I saw this sword first, but if you really like it that much, it doesn't really matter to me. Next time, please don't be so rude. The woman in red's face changed greatly as she threw the sword in her hand to a servant girl who had been following closely next to her and scoffed coldly. She raised her snow-white chin with arrogance. Don't you know who I am? Murong-yan laughed icily as she stared fearlessly at the woman in red's fiery, angry eyes. She may have lost her brash temperament from the past, but that does not mean that she would let herself be bullied. I'm the eldest daughter of the governor of Celestial Distant City, so what if you've seen this sword first? Now that I've seen it, it's mine. Chapter 627. Everyone arrives with their congratulations. 3. The young woman in red stared down at Murong-yan with contempt and her face was filled with disdain. I'm the heiress to the governor's palace, so why should I bow to a woman like this? Manners. Manners are reserved for people who have a higher status than me. I've met every heir to every governor's palace in all of the Plain Hills, and this woman is clearly a stranger. That means that she's not the daughter of any governor. Since that's the case, why should I have to be polite to her? Actually, under normal circumstances, the woman in red's attitude usually was not much of a problem. Murong-yan's status was definitely lower than hers by a few ranks, but as it turns out, the governor of Black Rock City, Gu Ruoan, was right behind her. As such, Gu Ruoan completely ignored the woman in red and turned to the owner of the weapons shop. How much is this sword? She asked. The weapons shop owner was momentarily caught off guard before he replied, 10 gold coins. If anyone else had requested to buy this sword, he would not have sold it, not even for 1,000 gold coins. But Gu Ruoan was the governor of Black Rock City after all. So, in order to establish a good relationship, the owner of the weapons store did not want to raise the price. 10 gold coins. Gu Ruoan produced 10 gold coins from her sleeve and handed the money over to the shop owner. These are for you. Another thing, if you have anything you need, you can pay the Murong family a visit. They'll know what to do. She calmly added. How could Gu Ruoan not notice that the weapons shop owner was trying to establish a good relationship? As such, she had fulfilled his wish. Clearly, once he heard this, the weapons shop owner felt happier than if he had earned a few million gold coins. Establishing a good relationship with the governor's palace had no price. You. The woman in red trembled with rage. She may have liked this sword, but she might not have purchased it. The problem now was, she has always had anything she has ever wanted since she was a child. No one had dared to deny her anything. So, no matter what, she would not let anyone else buy the sword. 10 gold coins. She scoffed coldly at the thought and snatched her purse from her servant girl's hands. She then walked haughtily in front of Gu Ruoan. I'm not letting you have this sword. Isn't it only a matter of 10 gold pieces? I have 100 gold pieces. Consider it as a bonus. The shop owner sent the woman in red a disdainful look when he heard this. Does she think that she could have this sword for only 10 gold pieces? 10 gold pieces could probably buy a piece of scrap metal at the very most. I had put the Lord Governor's position into consideration, which was why I had asked for only 10 gold pieces. She actually believed that this was the real price. Miss, I'd advise you to give this sword to Lady Murong. I have other products available in my shop. Perhaps you'd like to take a look. If you don't like the swords in my humble shop, you're welcome to look around elsewhere. The weapons shop owner scoffed and continued to speak. Furthermore, the price for this sword is more than 100 gold pieces, so perhaps you should have a look at the price first. The woman in red felt absolutely scornful. This shop owner had clearly sold it for 10 gold pieces, and now I'm willing to buy it for 10 times the asking price. That was out of respect for him. Otherwise, from what I can tell, I don't know when these people would actually be able to earn that much money. Except, when she saw the real price from the shop owner, the woman in red was completely astounded. 19,000 gold pieces. That's impossible. You had clearly just sold it for only 10 gold pieces. Oh, I see it now. You're all in cahoots, trying to trick me. Don't you know who I am? The woman in red's eyes was spitting fire. From her point of view, the shop owner was collaborating with these two women to extort her. Chapter 628. Everyone arrives with their congratulations. 4. 19,000 gold pieces. Gu Ruoan shook her head. No, that was its previous price. Now that this sword belongs to me, it's not like you can't have it if you really want to. Bring me 1 million gold pieces and I'll sell it to you for cheap. The woman in red was so angry that she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This scrap metal piece of a sword, she's actually asking 1 million gold pieces for it. And she has the audacity to say that she's selling it for cheap. This is effing daylight robbery. Are you trying to effing rob me? Overcome by her extreme rage, the woman in red swore out loud as she glared angrily at Gu Ruoan. Bang! Gu Ruoan waved her hand, raising a strong gust of wind and flinging the servant girl who was standing next to the woman in red out of the way. Then, she raised her hand to catch the sword. I'm not selling if you can't pay the price. Murong Yan, let's go. Murong Yan glared coldly at the woman in red before she turned and started to exit the shop with Gu Ruoan. Just as the two women were about to leave, the woman in red spoke again. We're here to attend the banquet of the governor of Black Rock City, so we are considered as guests of Black Rock City. If your governor finds out about this, she won't let you off so easily. Unable to help herself, Murong Yan chuckled. She dared to say that the governor won't spare her in front of Gu Ruoan herself. Dumb FCK. Murong Yan then swore out loud as well. Her face was awash with disdain. Who are you effing calling a dumb FCK? The woman in red leaped with rage, glaring fiercely at Murong Yan. Trust me, your governor will have you both executed for treating the guests of Black Rock City in this manner. You're so certain that the Lord Governor will help you? Murong Yan smiled with ridicule as she asked. That's for sure. The woman in red raised her chin arrogantly. No one would offend their honored guests for the sake of 2 dogs in their own home. Noticing that Murong Yan was about to make a retort, Gu Ruoan calmly spoke up. Let's go, we still have a lot of things to finish up. There's no need to waste time here with people like these. Yes. Murong Yan replied respectfully and followed Gu Ruoan out of the shop. They could hear the woman in red stomping her foot from inside the shop. My lady, our humble shop does not welcome your imperial chariot. Please leave. The shop owner sneered, then went about his own business, no longer sparing the incensed young woman another look. You are also nothing but a dog. The woman in red gritted her teeth, yet you still seem to think that you're better than everyone else. You just wait and see. Wait until the governor's banquet begins. I will report you all to your governor and have her clear out the shop. Then, she stomped her foot again and dragged the servant girl out of the weapons shop. Today's events have caused a great hatred within her heart. She will not rest until those 2 women were dead. 3 days later, at the governor's banquet. Prior to this, all guests had been arranged to stay with prominent families. Initially, they had rejoiced because of this because they assumed that they would be able to collect more information regarding the governor. However, during these past 3 days, no matter how many benefits they had dangled in front of their hosts, those people would turn their heads away and leave. Even a servant who was tasked with sweeping the floor had not dared to respond to them. As such, no one was able to collect the information they wanted during the past 3 days. Chapter 629. Everyone arrives with their congratulations. 5. 3 days later, the day of the banquet has finally arrived. Early in the morning, many ornate horse-drawn carriages arrived at the homes of aristocratic families to escort the guests to the governor's palace. However, when they entered the governor's palace, everyone was shocked and cried out in surprise. Heavens, do my eyes deceive me? Is that the legendary heavenly straight tree in the garden? One sapling of this can rake in 100 million gold pieces in an auction. It is said that the heavenly straight tree has properties which can help in straight gathering. If you were to practice your cultivation under this tree, half the battle is already won. I never thought that she would actually plant this tree in her garden so casually. And over there, that looks like the 9-seed lotus in the lotus pond. It is said that 1 lotus nut from the 9-seed lotus can turn a good-for-nothing with severed veins into a genius in an instant. Such a mythical object, and she has it right here. Just who is the governor of Black Rock City? How could her garden be filled with such valuable treasures? The crowd could not help but gasp as they discreetly tried to figure out Gu Ruoan's identity. It's most likely that not a single person in the Banished Lands has the ability to spend this much money alone. Even the number 1 family in the Banished Lands, the Yi family, does not have this much power. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter. Our governor will be arriving soon. Master Murong received the guests with a smile, for when he had seen the look on their faces, he could not help but smile complacently. The Lord Governor had decided to do this as a form of intimidation. Without this intimidation, there's no telling how these powers would bully Black Rock City when she has left. Alright, let's go in and have some tea. An elder spoke up after taking a deep breath. He certainly wanted to calm his nerves with a cup of tea. This display of power is terrifying. Could it be that there is now another more powerful force besides the Yi family? Otherwise, how could such a young woman successfully make the whole of Black Rock City bow to her? Furthermore, if she does not have that kind of power, she would never have managed to obtain so many precious treasures. They all felt terrified at the thought of this. Initially, they had wanted to make a display of strength in front of this new governor, but now, they had all been scared half to death by a 20-year-old woman. Come. Master Murong smiled complacently and led the guests into the banquet hall. After they had all taken their seats, Master Murong clapped his hands, immediately ushering in a group of servant girls who entered the room leisurely and began pouring tea for all the guests. An ugly look appeared on everyone's face when they saw the tiny little teacups. Hee, isn't your Black Rock City a little too petty? So many of us have journeyed from far away, yet you would serve us tea with such tiny teacups. It's fine if you don't have exquisite food, but why don't you change into bigger cups? These barely contain one mouthful of tea. A middle-aged man sitting further below the crowd put down his cup angrily and spoke with a hint of ridicule. This governor of Black Rock City is looking down on us. Such a small cup is clearly an insult to us. Master Murong swept his gaze towards the middle-aged man and chuckled. Governor of Heavenly Feather City, please finish the tea first before telling us about the hospitality of Black Rock City. HMPH. The governor of Heavenly Feather City scoffed and raised his cup to his lips. He was just about to speak again after drinking it, but he was suddenly gripped with astonishment. He looked thoroughly startled, as if he could not believe what he had just experienced. In that moment, he felt as if the spiritual energy in his body has increased by a slight amount. To a martial honor like him, this increase in spiritual energy was akin to a small droplet of water in a lake, but even if this was a small drop of water, it was something that was worth getting excited about, for it has been a long time since his spiritual ocean had actually felt an increase. Chapter 630, Departure 1. Hence, the governor of Heavenly Feather City's initially shocked expression soon turned into excitement. However, he still felt a lot of skepticism. Governor of Heavenly Feather City, now you know why the teacup was so small in size. Our tea is extremely expensive, so we can only provide everyone with only one pot. We're using it to serve all our guests, and if you wish to drink a few more cups, the rest won't have any chance to drink any at all. So tell me, by serving each and every one of you with one small cup, are we still treating you unfairly? Master Murong smiled deviously, because only he knew that the tea had been added with some spirit gathering pills. With a few spirit gathering pills shared out amongst so many people, the effects would not be too obvious. Even so, it was enough to send anyone who had sipped the tea into a daze on the spot. The dazed eyes speak of how inconceivable this situation was. Some of them even licked their lips, clearly wanting to sample another taste of this tea. But as they were told, this tea was meant for serving important guests and they only had one pot. How could they ask for more so shamelessly? It's no loss at all. The governor of Heavenly Feather City repressed the tremors within his heart and spoke in a heartfelt way. This is truly the best hospitality I've ever received. I have misunderstood your honorable home, and I ask that you forgive me. All right, what time will the governor be arriving? Please rest assured and wait for a moment, she will be arriving soon. Master Murong was grinning from ear to ear. After all, he had once carried a lower to middle position in Black Rock City, but now so many governors were treating him with such courtesy. What an amazing feeling. By the way, once your governor arrives, she must take responsibility for an incident which concerns the Celestial Distant City Governor's Palace. Just as Master Murong was answering the crowd's questions with a smile on his face, an angry voice suddenly chimed in. Master Murong frowned gently and swept his gaze towards the governor of Celestial Distant City and a young woman who was dressed in red. He replied indifferently, may I know what matter that requires our governor's responsibility? HMPH. The governor of Celestial Distant City did not respond, but the young woman in red next to him rose to her feet and scoffed icily. What else? Your two dogs from Black Rock City. They had dared to treat your honored guests with such rudeness. Dogs like those who dare to bite their own masters should be whipped to death. Their lives are nothing but a waste of resources. Master Murong's face turned grave and a cold smile appeared on his smile. My lady, I don't know what you're talking about, and neither do I know the situation. But I do know that it is not within an outsider's right to bully the citizens of Black Rock City. Furthermore, you are only a guest, not a master. Guests of the master are also considered as masters. Those two dogs have offended their superiors and bitten their own masters. Do they not deserve death? You are also merely a dog of the governor of Black Rock City. I don't wish to speak to you. Have Black Rock City's governor speak to me directly. In that moment, Master Murong's face turned into a particularly ugly shade. Even the other governors sighed incessantly. While their initial intention in journeying to Black Rock City was to show off their superiority to the governor, based on the current situation, the governor of Black Rock City seems to be a rather complex person. It would be best to avoid provoking such a person for the time being. However, this unruly Miss High and Mighty of Celestial Distant City had directly insulted a personnel of the governor's palace and called him a dog. This was simply too arrogant. Just then, a clear and calm voice, with hints of a serene smile, sounded from outside the banquet hall. Are you looking for me? The voice was like a fresh breeze on a clear day, immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Chapter 631, Departure 2. A flash of green robes fluttered under the light breeze. The woman had a calm smile on her face. Her clear, cold gaze swept across every face in the crowd before finally landing on the young woman in red. The young woman in red was astonished at the sight of Gu Ruan's appearance. She could not grasp why this woman had appeared at the banquet. However, she did not think too much of it. Neither did she bother to consider the meaning of her words as she immediately cried out angrily, You damned girl, I never thought that you would dare to walk into this trap. I was talking about you, you dog. Just wait and see. When your governor arrives, I'll make her punish you. Forget it, Fuer. There's no need for you to rile yourself up over a woman like her. The governor of Celestial Distant City hurriedly consoled his daughter. It's not worth it to harm your body in your rage for her. Wait for the governor of Black Rock City to arrive and I'll ask her to give this woman to you. Then, you can do as you like with her. I'm certain that the governor of Black Rock City would let me keep my reputation on this. The governor of Celestial Distant City was not normally so dim-witted, but when it comes to matters involving his darling daughter, he would forget all reason. So, in times like this, he would not have a clear mind. Master Murong's face had turned so dark that it could not possibly get any blacker. A fiery rage gathered within his chest, kindling into a raging flame. He was enraged because the person she had just insulted was their Lord Governor. He was so angry that he could barely contain himself from slapping this vicious woman to death. Governor of Celestial Distant City, this is the daughter of your palace. What great upbringing she displays. Master Murong smiled icily before hurriedly walking towards Gu Ruan and spoke respectfully with joined fists. Lord Governor, you've finally arrived. Lord Governor. The entire room burst into a cacophony of discussion when they heard this. Honestly speaking, they had previously heard that the governor of Black Rock City was a 20-year-old woman but was still skeptical of that fact. Now that they've seen it for themselves, they fully believed that the rumors were indeed true. Regardless of how many powerful supporters this woman has behind her, if she was not powerful herself, how could a force like Black Rock City bow to her? However, she was such a young martial honor. Perhaps not even the little master of the Yi family could accomplish such a feat. What kind of a freak of nature was she and where had she come from? Gu Ruan walked towards the governor of Celestial Distant City with a smile hanging on her face and asked, "You said that I would preserve your reputation. I wonder what kind of reputation you'd like to have. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely give it to you." Just then, the governor of Celestial Distant City's face turned from white to green, then from green to white again. He dearly wished that there was a hole which he could bury himself in. I had just told the governor of Black Rock City to give herself up to Fuer to be tortured right in front of the governor herself. I've even said that she would preserve my reputation for this. Heavens, what an idiotic error I've committed. You're the governor of Black Rock City. Fuer widened her eyes in shock and her beautiful face drained of color. Impossible, how could you possibly be the governor of Black Rock City? This is definitely impossible. Previously, when she had met Gu Ruan, she had carried an air of great superiority. Now, in contrast to their previous encounter, how could her air superiority count for anything? Nevertheless, she was not satisfied. This woman was clearly not very much older than me, so what right does she have to be the governor of a city? Fuer gritted her teeth at the thought of this. She was struck speechless and the rage in her eyes turned into jealousy. She was jealous of this woman's great accomplishments. Gu Ruan smiled serenely but did not say anything else. She slowly walked towards the seat of the master as her clear, cold eyes shone with a calm light. Chapter 632, Departure, 3. I'm sure that a lot of you have heard about me and must be feeling curious about me as well. The reason why I've invited you here is to make an announcement. From now on, I'm the governor of Black Rock City. Furthermore, I will make Black Rock City the most powerful in the entire Plain Hills. Gu Ruan smiled again before continuing. You've seen the situation of Black Rock City for yourselves, so I'm not just saying this for the sake of it. One day, it will come true. Hearing this, the governors seated beneath her began whispering amongst themselves. That's right, Black Rock City's power has grown so much that it was shocking. That also proves that this young governor was supported by extremely powerful supporters. It would be best to try not to provoke someone like this as much as possible. Otherwise, if one happened to anger the mysterious power behind her, the entire governor's palace would be finished. There's one more thing. Gu Ruan paused and smiled. I'm searching for news about one particular item. What is it, if you don't mind telling us, governor of Black Rock City? The governor of Heavenly Feather City smiled as he asked. My surname is Gu, you may call me Lady Gu. Gu Ruan paused before continuing. Actually, my biggest reason in calling all of you here is because I need some information. I wonder if any of you have heard of the Hell's Lotus. Hell's Lotus. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, seeing the shock in one another's eyes. The Hell's Lotus is the most valuable thing in the Banished Lands. Similarly, no one really knows where the Hell's Lotus really is. So, once she saw the look on their faces, Gu Ruan sighed. Just as she was about to speak again, an elderly voice sounded, "This Hell's Lotus, I think I may have heard who it belongs to." The voice was like the sound of nature, causing Gu Ruan's eyes to sparkle. Nevertheless, she hurriedly returned back to normal. If you can give me the information, I'll give you the remaining contents of this pot of tea. Gu Ruan calmed the excitement in her heart and purposely evened out her voice. The pot of tea she had spoken of was the very same one with spread-gathering pills dissolved in it. Since she was in front of these powerful forces, she could not speak of pills so casually. But even this mere pot of tea could make everyone's breathing quicken. It is the old-timer of the Yi family. The old man looked at the pot of tea in front of Gu Ruan and gulped. Old Yilan of the Yi family has possessed a stump of Hell's Lotus for over 10 years. But that was many years ago, so I'm not sure if the Hell's Lotus is still in the Yi family's possession. Yilan. Gu Ruan's eyes darted back and forth. If I had known that he was in possession of a Hell's Lotus, I should have asked him while he was still in Black Rock City at the time. Unfortunately, Yilan has already returned to the Yi family home. No matter what, I will not give up on this opportunity. The Yi family home. I must pay them a visit. The Hell's Lotus is the only way to save Xiao Yi. Alright, this pot of tea now belongs to you. Master Murong, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll take my leave now. Gu Ruan slowly rose from her seat and walked out of the banquet hall. She stretched as she faced the sunlight outside the door, then returned to her quarters. Now that I have information on the Hell's Lotus, I must get it for Xiao Yi while it's still early. Now that matters in Black Rock City are pretty much at a conclusion, it's time for me to leave. Chapter 633, Departure, 4. After that, Gu Ruan began to pack her things. In the middle of packing, her hand stopped as she noticed the black box which had been gifted to her by Mei Zhu. I can feel an aura stirring within this box, but I still have not been able to open it. Perhaps I don't know how to unlock it. She frowned and sighed. Forget it. I'll bring it along. I'll find a way to crack it open someday. She threw the box into the ancient divine pagoda, then wrapped up her belongings and pushed the room's door open. A familiar face greeted her outside the door, causing Gu Ruan to pause her footsteps. You're leaving? Murong Yan gently bit her lips and asked softly. Gu Ruan nodded. I've lingered here for far too long, and now that I've gotten the information I needed, it's time for me to leave this place. Then, will you come back? Yes. Gu Ruoan replied without hesitation. If possible, she really wanted to take these forces out of the banished lands. However, she could not expose her final trump card in front of the others. Therefore, she had no other way to take them with her. Murong Yan, there are all sorts of plants in the governor's palace's courtyard that you can use to scare off other forces. They will also draw unwanted attention from some of them. So, I've placed a formation in the governor's palace. If something were to happen to Black Rock City, you can hide the citizens there. This way, you won't have to worry about an invasion from foreign powers. This formation had been given to her by Zixi back in Azure Dragon Country long ago. Now, she finally had a use for it. Without this formation, she would never feel easy with showing off those valuable plants for all to see. Understood. Murong Yan nodded and a complex look flashed across her eyes. We will await your return here. As long as you are absent, the governor's position will remain empty. Gu Ruoan smiled but didn't say anything else. She excused herself from Murong Yan and kept moving forward without looking back. She raised her hand and waved goodbye, followed by a light and airy voice that solidified a final image in Murong Yan's eyes. Say goodbye to your grandfather and Lu Xiaochun for me. I'll take my leave now. Once I've finished my task, I'll come back and visit you all. Murong Yan gazed at the woman as she left. She felt tears forming in her eyes but she stubbornly forced them down. She believed that one day, this woman will come back to them. Be it a few years or over 10 years, they would wait for her to return to Black Rock City. If she forgot about them, they would continue to wait for her forever. In all of the Plain Hills, the most mysterious city of all was the legendary Holy City. It was said that every family in the Holy City contains at least a few martial honors and a single family could easily annihilate any of the other cities. As such, this has cemented the position of the Holy City in people's hearts. Still, everyone knows that the ones who held the leadership position in the Holy City were the legendary Yi family. The Yi family was indeed legendary, especially Yi Lan. To this very day, no one knows his true rank. Perhaps he had even surpassed the rank of a martial honor. The Yi family had been able to cement their position as the most powerful family in the banished lands because of him. However, aside from a few elders in the Yi family, not many have actually seen Yi Lan in person. He does not usually show himself in public and until now, not even the citizens of Holy City knew what he looked like. Chapter 634, Departure, 5. In order to enter Holy City, one must first pass through another place. Tranquil Mountain City. Tranquil Mountain City's position in the banished lands was second to that of Holy City but not because of its power. Instead, this was because the governor's daughter had in-laws with a collateral relative of a son of the Yi family. Even though that son was merely a collateral relative, he holds a relatively high position in the Yi family. Since the governor's daughter was able to land this son, naturally, no one would dare to provoke this heiress. As such, the heiress had taken the opportunity long ago to rule as a despot. She had implemented a rule for Tranquil Mountain City: anyone who wishes to pass must fork out 100,000 gold pieces. If one does not have the money, one could use other items to barter as well. Tranquil Mountain City was her territory after all, so if one wished to pass through her territory, one would have to pay the toll. Hence, when Gu Ruoan reached the city gates, she was stopped by armored guards. Can I help you? Gu Ruoan raised her eyebrow and turned towards them. Her face was calm and collected. The man standing in the middle of the group was clearly their leader. He frowned as he observed the young girl in green before him. He spoke arrogantly. Miss, are you not aware of the rules in Tranquil Mountain City? Anyone who wishes to pass must hand over 100,000 gold pieces. 100,000 gold pieces. Gu Ruoan was shocked at the number before presently replying with a sneer, 100,000 gold pieces. Sorry, I don't have that kind of money. You don't. The leader laughed icily and rudely blocked Gu Ruoan from the city gates. He raised his head and looked down at her arrogantly. If you don't have 100,000 gold pieces, you can use other items for exchange. However, based on your plain and simple garment, you're definitely not a lady of nobility. Therefore, the Tranquil Mountain City gates will never open for the likes of you. What if? Gu Ruoan narrowed her eyes and smiled. What if I said that I insist on passing through this place? Then my apologies, we're going to have to trouble you into paying Our Lady a visit. But let me give you a piece of advice, I can't guarantee that you'll come out alive after meeting Our Lady. The leader replied arrogantly. From his observations, this simple-looking woman does not seem to come from noble origins. Furthermore, their lady's fiancé was a disciple of the Yi family, so regardless of how powerful one's backers are, how could they even compare with the Yi family, who was number one family in the banished land, the Yi family? Sorry, I don't have that kind of time. At this moment, Gu Ruoan's heart was only concerned about Chanbei Yi's condition. All she could think of was retrieving the Hell's Lotus as soon as possible. So, obviously, she would not want to linger and waste any time here. Damned girl, you dare to set your condition after turning down a request. We'll only give you two options. 1. Get out of Tranquil Mountain City. 2. Follow us to meet Our Lady. The leader laughed icily and stared haughtily at Gu Ruoan. At this moment, some onlookers could no longer bear the sight of this and hurriedly tried to advise Gu Ruoan, Miss, perhaps you should just follow our example and give them the 100,000 gold pieces. Sigh, my business requires me to pass through Tranquil Mountain City, so I have no choice but to use the money to avoid misfortune. Even though many people have not been happy with Tranquil Mountain City's extortion tactic, they had no other choice. They would never pass through this place unless they absolutely had no other options. See that? The leader grabbed the 100,000 gold pieces which had been surrendered by the others and looked at Gu Ruoan coldly. Do you know what the phrase, a wise man submits to circumstances, means? If you don't understand this principle, your life will be a waste. I won't barter with you on account of your youth. You should leave this place immediately and never set foot in Tranquil Mountain City again. Chapter 635, Nangong Yue 1. A few days ago, her ladyship had set her eye on a weapon, but the price for it was too steep. If these passers-by pay the toll fee, she would have enough money to purchase that weapon. Who are these people compared to the weapon her ladyship wants? How could they match up to our incomparably honorable lady? They should be proud that they have the opportunity to contribute to her ability to buy that weapon. They really don't know what's good for them. I'll say this one more time, get out of the way. Gu Ruan wrinkled her brow, but her voice retained its calmness. You damn girl, if you won't do this the easy way, then we'll do it the hard way. The leader's expression changed immediately and he bellowed angrily, Men, take this woman away. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the city guards charged towards Gu Ruan. Their ferocious gaze was no different from robbers. Scram. Bang. A powerful force erupted from Gu Ruan's body, and the guards who had been charging towards her were sent whirling out of the way as if they had just met with a violent hurricane. The guards flew a distance before crashing violently to the ground. I've said that I don't have the time. She did not spare another look at the ashed-faced leader and walked right into the city. Just then, a haughty voice chimed in from the back. It carried a hint of annoyance. What's going on here? My lady. The leader's eyes sparkled and he quickly directed his gaze to the front. When he saw the woman who was on a saddled steed, he quickly reported, This woman refused to pay the toll fee and she also refused to follow us to meet with you. We were just about to teach her a lesson, but we didn't expect you to be here. The richly dressed woman frowned and glanced at the fallen guards who were sprawled on the ground. She scoffed coldly. Was it you who intended to teach others a lesson, or someone else had just taught you a lesson? Hearing this, the leader's face turned into a particularly ugly shade. He shot Gu Ruan a fierce glare. If it had not been for this woman, I would not have been chastised by her ladyship. Bunch of useless things. The richly dressed Nangong Yue scoffed, then turned her gaze towards Gu Ruan. Her lips curled into a smile. Miss, this is the tranquil mountain city. You've refused to pay the toll fee and you've harmed the soldiers of my city. Don't you realize how unreasonable this is? If you're unable to pay the fees, that's fine. I can give you a chance. I see that you are quite powerful, so how about becoming my bodyguard for 10 years? You'd need about 10 years to earn 10,000 gold pieces. I'll offset 10,000 gold pieces every month. What do you say? Since this woman had been able to defeat this bunch of useless things, her powers probably aren't too shabby. Also, based on her appearance, she probably doesn't have a lot of money. So why not be kind and give her a chance? 10,000 gold pieces a year and the opportunity to enter the governor's palace. How many people have earnestly longed for a chance like this? Nangong Yue believed that this woman could not possibly refuse such a good offer. My apologies. Just then, a light and airy voice sounded, I'm not interested. What? This time, it wasn't just Nangong Yue who was shocked, the people around her were astonished as well. Not a single person in the vicinity was not aware of the eldest lady of Tranquil Mountain City's cruelty and greediness. If anyone was unable to pay the toll fee and still insisted on passing through, they would end up being beaten until they were crippled. In some severe cases, they could even lose their lives. No one had expected the cruel and greedy eldest lady Nangong to spare someone, yet this person had casually rejected that opportunity. Chapter 636, Nangong Yue 2. Nangong Yue's expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold, and a cold light flashed across her elegant face. Miss, are you sure that you want to refuse my offer? Honestly, no one has ever dared to disobey me even when I was a child. Are you sure that you're not willing to become my bodyguard? If you still wish to continue after 10 years, I can pay you 10,000 gold pieces every year. Would you reject this as well? Nangong Yue simply could not believe this travel-worn woman, who obviously looked to be from an impoverished family. 10,000 gold pieces, most people would give their lives for that kind of money, and yet she had refused. This woman is definitely putting up a noble and virtuous act. I'm not interested. Gu Ruan did not even bother to raise her head as her clear, cold voice rang out, furthermore, I want you to get out of the way this instant. You, Nangong Yue trembled with rage. She asked again, I'll give you one last chance, do you agree or not? If you refuse, I will take you back to the governor's palace. Out of the way. Her voice was clear and light, but Nangong Yue could feel a fist slamming into her chest suddenly. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from her steed. My lady. The bodyguards behind Nangong Yue turned pale and quickly helped her back onto her feet. They then turned towards Gu Ruan and said, You've hurt the lady of our family. Clearly, you're looking for death. Let's kill this woman and help our lady vent her frustration. One bodyguard remained behind to support Nangong Yue as the rest of the group charged towards Gu Ruan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blades of wind slowly appeared in front of Gu Ruan. They pierced through the sky and flew towards the people charging towards her. In that moment, blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red. All the bodyguards held their necks, which were now bleeding profusely. Their anguished cries shook the ground. Nangong Yue was dazed with shock and her body trembled slightly. When Gu Ruan walked past next to her, she did not even have the courage to stop her. After a long pause, once Gu Ruan had finally disappeared, the leader finally returned to his senses and hurriedly rushed to Nangong Yue's side. My lady. Get away from me. Nangong Yue pushed the leader aside and scrambled to her feet. You utterly useless pieces of trash, you couldn't even defeat one woman. Nurturing you was only a waste of our food and resources. I'm going to inform my father about this. Let my father send his men to take care of that woman. Then, she leaped onto her horse and cracked the whip fiercely, racing towards the Tranquil Mountain City Governor's Palace at top speed. At this moment, in the governor's official residence, the governor, who had just returned from the banquet at Black Rock City, was sitting in his study and reading a letter. A familiar figure then flew into the room and ran quickly towards him. Father, someone has hid your daughter, you must avenge me. What? The Tranquil Mountain City governor was astonished. He immediately tossed the letter in his hand down and swiftly rose to his feet. He asked anxiously, Yue, who dares to lay their hand on you? It was a woman in green robes. Nangong Yue fiercely gritted her teeth. Every time when she thought of that pure, honest and calm-looking face, she would have the urge to want to tear her to shreds. That woman is about 20 years of age and she's very good at acting. She looked cool and calm the entire time, clearly acting noble and virtuous. Chapter 637, Nangong Yue, 3. The governor of Tranquil Mountain City fell silent and slowly returned to his seat. After he had returned from the governor of Black Rock City's banquet, he received news that the governor of Black Rock City had left Black Rock City. Based on the current circumstances, she must be on her way to Holy City to search for the Hell's Lotus. Otherwise, why had she asked about the Hell's Lotus in the first place? Also, based on Yu's description of that woman, it's highly likely that she's the governor of Black Rock City. Yue, the governor of Tranquil Mountain City, sighed at the thought. It's best not to provoke this woman. Why? Nangong Yue could not understand it. Father has always loved me dearly, yet now, not only was he unwilling to revenge me, he's asking me to not provoke that woman. Because it is highly likely that the woman you had just described is the governor of Black Rock City. The governor of Black Rock City. Nangong Yue sneered. That woman was dressed like a commoner. She couldn't possibly be the master of a city. Besides, so what if she is the governor of Black Rock City? Brother Yu would never stand idly by and watch another person bully me. Brother Yu is a disciple of the Yi family. Even though he's only a collateral relative, he has already climbed his way into the Yi family deaconship and has a very high position in the Yi family. What reason do I have to fear a newly minted governor from a small place? Yue, you don't understand. The governor of Black Rock City definitely has a powerful backer. Otherwise, she would not be where she is today. Let this matter go and don't provoke her in the future. If you end up provoking her powerful backer, I'm afraid that even I won't be able to protect you. The governor of Tranquil Mountain City sighed as he advised her exasperatedly. Hearing her father's words, Nangong Yue held her temper and did not say anything more. Since my father is unwilling to support me, I'll go to Holy City and meet Brother Yu right now. Brother Yu will definitely protect me. She scoffed as she thought of this, turned on her heels and left the room, completely ignoring her father. It seems that I've indulged her too much. The governor of Tranquil Mountain City smiled bitterly and watched Nangong Yue as she left. It's not like he was ignorant of what his daughter has been up to, but in the end, he had allowed her to do whatever she wished as long as she was happy. Now, it would seem that this girl's attitude might actually provoke the wrath of some powerful cultivator sooner or later. By then, she might not be able to get away so easily like she had managed to today. If she had faced a more short-tempered cultivator instead, perhaps I would have ended up meeting her corpse today. Servants, look after the lady for me. She's not allowed to leave the house for the next 3 months. The governor of Tranquil Mountain City forced himself to be ruthless and made the decision. Yue, I hope that you won't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good and it's time for you to have an attitude adjustment. I don't wish for Tranquil Mountain City to be destroyed by your hand. Of course, Nangong Yue would never understand her father's painstaking effort, and neither was she willing to make the effort to understand as well. In the past, no matter what she had done, her father would be duty-bound to always stand by her side. Now, he had actually put her under house arrest. As such, she pushed all the blame onto Gu Ruoan. If it had not been for this woman, father would never have placed me under house arrest. Perhaps this woman was actually acquainted with my father and had seduced him in the past. She has probably committed some unsavory acts with him. Otherwise, why would my father be helping her? That also explains why she had rejected my offer to become my bodyguard. That makes sense. Becoming my father's woman would be a far more powerful position than being my bodyguard. The more Nangong Yue thought about it, the more she felt that it was entirely possible. How could a penniless girl reject such an enticing opportunity to earn money? Surely it was because she would have access to a better source of income. Chapter 638, Nangong Yue, 4. You've had clearly put on a noble and virtuous act, but you're simply too shameless for daring to seduce my father while my mother is still around. If I ever see you again, I'll crush you utterly and make your fall from grace complete. That'll show my father what a vulgar and money-grubbing woman you truly are. Outside the city, Gu Ruoan exhaled and turned to look at Tranquil Mountain City. The excitement began to well up from within her heart. I'll be arriving at Holy City soon. I just need to retrieve the Hell's Lotus, then I can revive Xiao Yi. I must get there as swiftly as I can. With that being said, she no longer lingered and rushed on her way towards Holy City. She was so fast that she left a trail of dust behind her. The people she had passed on the way could not make out what she looked like. All they saw was a flash of green robes zipping past them at the speed of light. Holy City, at the Yi family home. Yi Nuo was glaring angrily at the old man before him as he exclaimed irritably, I'll say this one more time. I want to see bodyguard Gu and you can't stop me. Yi Lan immediately rolled his eyes at him and replied scornfully, you saw what kind of dangers the girl has encountered. What could you have done when you had been following her around? If you really want to help her, you should continue working hard in your cultivation. Once you've broken through to the rank of a martial emperor, you can go look for her. No, it should be after you've broken through to the rank of a martial honor. Stupid old man, you're always using this to force me. You want me to break through to the rank of a martial honor. Only your mother would think that it was that easy. Doesn't that mean that you want to lock me in here for about 10 to 20 years? No, by then, bodyguard Gu would already have been snatched up by some other man. The more Yi Nuo thought about it, the more he felt that this was entirely possible. If he was absent for 10 to 20 years, perhaps bodyguard Gu would have already forgotten about him and run off with someone else. When it comes to his own grandson, Yi Lan would attack without mercy. I see that Lady Gu is rather outstanding, so she's probably with someone else already. Idiot boy, you are only a 10-year-old child. What do you know about love? Don't get mixed into these matters foolishly. I don't care, I'm going to take bodyguard Gu as my wife. That way, she can only accompany me alone. You have no right to take her away from me either. Besides, Di Nuo, as long as he makes Gu Ruo and his wife, they can be together forever. Then we shall see how this old man plans on forcing me away. And what if she's already some else's wife? Yi Lan looked at Yi Nuo as he asked. Then, Yi Nuo wrinkled his adorable eyebrows. I'll marry into bodyguard Gu's family. Yi Lan's elderly face immediately turned dark. This idiot boy, he actually wants to become someone else's son-in-law. I have truly wasted my time in nurturing him for so many years. He would actually run off with someone else so easily, he doesn't even think of his own grandfather. Father. Just then, a respectful voice sounded from the side. Yi Lan felt irritated at being disturbed during his conversation with his grandson. He furrowed his brows and turned towards the middle-aged man in front of him. Exingman, is there something that you need? Father, I wonder if the master still remembers Yi Yu. I've mentioned him to you once. Yi Exingman smiled and asked. Yi Yu. The old man wrinkled his brows, momentarily unable to recall that name. Seeing this, Yi Nuo whispered softly into his amnesiac grandfather's ear, Grandfather, second uncle is talking about the head of the penal officer's disciple, Yi Yu. Oh, Yi Lan came to a sudden realization. Why, what he's done now. It's like this, Father, Yi Exingman smiled and continued, that Yi Yu is quite talented and has already reached the rank of a martial emperor at the age of 20. I think that only Nuo can be compared to such talent. I've been paying close attention to him. Otherwise, as a collateral relative, he would never have been able to enter the penal office. Just now, he had just asked for my help. According to him, his fiancée has been locked up by the governor of Tranquil Mountain City and he is asking for permission to bring her here under the name of the Yi family. He has also asked us to create a position for his fiancée. His fiancée is not of the same surname, so I've come to ask for your opinion. Chapter 639, Nangong Yue, 5. That's all. Yi Lan furrowed his brows again. Finally, he relaxed his gaze and calmly replied, you can all take care of matters like these on your own. There's no need to consult me. If you really can't make a decision, discuss this with your older brother. In the past, Yi Yu's talent would have definitely intrigued Yi Lan and gained his attention. Unfortunately, after meeting the exceptional Gu Ruo, he definitely found it hard to feel any excitement towards this. Now, whenever he looked at his grandson, he would feel as if his talents were not up to standard. Hence, he shot Yi Nuo a fierce glare and exclaimed irritably, Idiot boy, what are you still foolishly standing here for? Get your SS into cultivation this instant. Look at your bullshit excuse of talent. If you don't have a breakthrough in 1 month, don't even think of coming to see me. As he spoke, he raised his leg, aiming it at Yi Nuo. Luckily, Yi Nuo was fast enough to avoid him. As he left, Yi Nuo pulled a face at Yi Lan and disappeared very quickly. Yi Exingman was shocked. It was common knowledge that his nephew had a talent that no one could match and has always been his father's pride. Every time he was mentioned in conversation with his good friends, he would speak proudly of Nuos's talents. But now, what has happened? Father actually thinks that Nuos's talents are subpar. If that's the case, who else in all of the banished lands could match up to Nuo? You can leave now. Yi Lan smiled bitterly before turning towards Yi Exingman. Oh, by the way, what's the Yi Yu and his fiancée like? In response to your question, Father, Yi Yu is always eager to prove himself and is very powerful. He is also well versed with the Yi family's rules. As for his future bride, I have not met her yet, but according to Yi Yu, Nangong Yue has an upright personality and a good temperament. She's the kind of person who would not provoke others so long as others do not provoke her first. I trust Yi Yu's words, so please rest assured, Father. That's fine then. Yi Lan nodded. If she's the kind who will invite trouble, the Yi family will never accept her. Exingman, do not judge me based on the fact that I'm the #1 cultivator in the banished lands. It does not mean that the rest of the banished lands are weaker than me. There are still a few reclusive old demons. I've only managed to claim the title as the #1 because no one knows about them. Aside from the banished lands, there's also the East Peak mainland as well, where countless powerful cultivators reside. Not to mention the fact that the monarchs in every country are at the rank of a martial supreme. There are even many high-leveled martial supremes. What I have in my hands is nothing compared to them. This is why I have been very cautious all my life. If no one provokes me, I would never pick a fight with anyone at all. Father, I understand. Yi Exingman replied respectfully, I will send my men to look into Nangong Yue's personality after this. Please don't worry, Father. You and Yi Nuo's father are reasonable men and I admire that. However, I must tell you this, sometimes, a truly powerful cultivator can be the most inconspicuous person. The more simple looking they are, the more powerful they may be. Only a few who truly consider themselves invincible would openly show off the powers to the world. These people are brain-dead idiots in our eyes. The reason why Yi Lan was where he was today had been because of his cautious nature. Of course, if anyone were to provoke him, he would not be soft-hearted about it. Chapter 640, The Flames of Nirvana, 1. If anyone dares to commit a crime against the Yi family, they will have touched his reversed scale and he would not rest until the criminal is dead. As for those truly powerful cultivators, if there were no benefits or disputes, they would never go on a killing spree for the sake of ambition or for the sake of a misunderstanding. The ones who do so were not considered as powerful cultivators, they were simply thugs. I understand. All right, you may leave now. Yi Lan waved his hand and said. Yes, I'll excuse myself now. Yi Exingman folded his hands into a salute and left. Immediately after that, he sent his men to investigate Nangong Yue's situation. However, Yi Exingman did not treat it with much importance and did not send his trusted aide to investigate her. He also did not send a powerful cultivator. As such, he had casually sent a dispatch into Tranquil Mountain City. Towards the end of his mission, the dispatch was bribed by Yu, who had followed closely behind him. Hence, the final report from Nangong Yue's investigation was all praises about her character, and with no fanfare, Nangong Yue was escorted from Tranquil Mountain City by the Yi family members into Holy City. As he watched Nangong Yue's disappearing figure, the governor of Tranquil Mountain City could only sigh incessantly and silently prayed that she would not meet Gu Ruoan when she reaches Holy City. Otherwise, not even he would be able to protect her. This is Holy City. At this moment, a figure dressed in green robes stood outside Holy City. Her clear, cold gaze looked at the saintly city gate, and a peculiar glint flashed across them. She contained her excitement and stepped forward. Stop. Suddenly, a loud voice stopped Gu Ruoan in her tracks. Gu Ruoan furrowed her brows as she stared straight at the soldier at the gate and asked, "Do you want a toll fee as well?" "A toll fee? What's that?" The soldier paused for a moment before continuing. "There's a rule in Holy City, aside from the citizens of our city, everyone else who wishes to enter this city must have a certain measure of power." "How is that decided?" Gu Ruoan looked at the soldier before her. "It's simple." The soldier pointed at a stone tablet next to him and said, "This stone tablet was created from a golden light stone. If you can leave your palm print on it, you may enter Holy City." "It's that easy?" Gu Ruoan was mildly astonished and made her way towards the stone tablet. She gathered half of her power into her fist and pounded it into the stone tablet with a loud bang. She then withdrew her fist. "Miss, I'm sorry, but you have not reached our requirements." The soldier consoled Gu Ruoan in a friendly manner. The stone tablet which Gu Ruoan had just pounded had remained pristine and unscathed. There were no scars on her fist either. This meant that she did not pass the test. Just as the soldiers were about to ask her to leave, their faces were filled with astonishment. Crack. A clear and sharp noise rang out. They then saw a small crack forming in the middle of the stone tablet. The crack wasn't exactly big, but it was clear for all to see. The soldier rubbed his eyes in shock as if he could not believe them. Before he could regain his train of thought, a continuous cracking noise sounded as more and more cracks appeared all over the entire stone tablet. It then shattered into 1,000 pieces on the ground. Even Gu Ruoan was shocked. She had restrained her power and had only used half her strength. How could she have managed to shatter the stone? This. The soldier was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. He stared dumbstruck at the shattered tablet, then slowly turned his astonished gaze towards Gu Ruoan. Chapter 641, The Flames of Nirvana, 2. "Sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen." Gu Ruoan rubbed her nose. She then turned to the dazed soldier and asked, "Do you need me to pay for it?" The soldier quickly shook his head and gulped in shock as if he still had not regained his senses from the sudden turn of events. "Can I go in then?" Gu Ruoan looked at the soldier and asked. The soldier quickly nodded and did not say a single word. Upon noticing this action, Gu Ruoan said nothing more and walked through the doors of Holy City. "Lord Soldier, perhaps your stone tablet has fallen into disrepair over the years. That's why it's no longer useful." Fallen into disrepair over the years. When he heard the citizens next to him who were kindly trying to call him back for attention, the soldier immediately regained his senses. He cleared his throat and spoke in a stern manner. "That's right, you're correct. This stone tablet has indeed fallen into disrepair, which was why it had been destroyed so easily. Since it had been destroyed by this lady's hand, we have no reason to stop her from entering Holy City. Otherwise, the Yi family would be seen as people who do not keep their word. How could a stone tablet created from a golden light stone have fallen into disrepair? Besides, this stone had been retrieved by the previous master from the ancient ruins. It's not only able to measure someone's strength but the height of a person's talent as well. For example, a 10-year-old martial general could easily leave his fist mark on the stone tablet, but a 60-year-old martial king may not necessarily cause a dent. This talent. The more talented the cultivator, the greater the damage. She was able to smash the stone tablet into pieces. That proves that this girl's talent far surpasses that of everyone else, even the little master. Of course, aside from the master and a few elders in the family, only the guards at the city gates would understand these matters. In order to direct attention away from the young lady, he had responded in that manner. Now, he must report this to the lords of the Yi family as soon as possible. If a talented woman like her could be accepted into the Yi family, they would certainly rise in power. The young soldier no longer cared about guarding the city and quickly sped towards the Yi family home to give his report. In the Yi family home, Yi Exingshan, who was listening to his subordinate's report in the living room, immediately rose to his feet and exclaimed in astonishment, "What did you just say? The stone tablet in front of the city gate has been destroyed." "Yes, eldest young master. It was a young woman who had destroyed the stone tablet. She has already entered Holy City." Yi Exingshan's face was filled with disbelief. He slowly slumped back into his seat and paused for a long while before he finally spoke. "My father must be informed of a matter as great as this. Summon Yi Exinglan after this and ask him to come with me to go see father." "Your wish is my command, eldest young master." The young soldier then took his leave. Yi Exingshan no longer had time to think. He quickly rushed out the door and headed towards the rear courtyard in speedy steps. By the time he arrived at his father's room, Yi Exinglan had just arrived as well. He glanced at his flustered oldest brother and asked puzzledly, "Eldest brother, why have you asked me to meet with father in such a rush?" "I'll explain when we see father." Yi Exingshan took a deep breath and replied steadily. The two then hurriedly walked into Yilan's usual room for closed-door cultivation without another word. At this moment, Yilan was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed as a faint and warm golden light surrounded his body. His elderly face gave off a holy and sacred feeling under the glow of the light. Suddenly, his face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body then toppled backwards onto the floor. Chapter 642, The Flames of Nirvana, 3. Father. Both Yi Exingtian and Yi Exingland's shocked faces immediately drained of color. They hurriedly rushed forward to support Yi Lan's body and their eyes filled with anxiety. Father, is your body getting worse? Yi Exingtian's heart was full of worry. It's been so many years and you've also managed to break through to the rank of a Marshal Supreme. Yet it seems that the poison is still lingering in your body. Yi Lan bitterly shook his head. If it had not been for this poison, I would have broken past the rank of a low-level Marshal Supreme long ago. Now, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Because I know that I don't have much time left, that I hope Nuoer could work a little harder and grow up before I pass on. With his talent, it won't be too difficult for him to surpass me. Truthfully speaking, how could he not want a carefree childhood for Yi Nuo? How could he even think of forcing Yi Nuo into cultivation? The only reason for this was because he does not have much time left. Without anyone to conquer the skies, the Yi family will end with his death. It's been over 10 years. Exingland, I really can't hold on for much longer. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't let go of the Yi family, I would already be. Father, Yi Exingtian's heart clenched. He held onto his father's hand tightly and exclaimed worriedly, don't you plan on telling Nuoer about this? He's been kept in the dark all this time. If he finds out about this, he'll certainly rise to the occasion. No, Yi Lan shook his head, I know what Nuoer is like. If he finds out about this, he would be so sad that he would want to die as well. That's why I've been keeping this from him all these years. Even if he does rise to the occasion, it is too much of a rushed psychological attack on his body and won't benefit his cultivation at all. So, you must not let Nuoer know about this, no matter what. The Yi brothers looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. Their father was great in many things, but his personality was far too stubborn. Ah, right, why have the both of you come to see me? Yi Lan asked as he slowly sat up straight. His elderly features were completely drained of blood as if he had aged 10 years in a matter of seconds. Yi Exingtian sighed. The soldier who guards the city entrance has informed me that someone has destroyed the stone tablet at the city gate. Oh. Yi Lan's eyes shone and his voice rose with urgency. Who? Who was the one who has successfully destroyed the stone tablet? Ha ha ha, this is too good. Someone has actually been able to destroy the stone table that I had painstakingly procured from the tomb. Ha ha ha. At the end of the day, his loud laughter and elderly face held an unmasked happiness. Although after hearing his words, Yi Exingtian was immediately rendered speechless. He might be happy that someone had managed to destroy the stone tablet, but there was no need for him to mention that he had painstakingly procured the tablet from the tomb. Otherwise, if any ignorant person was to stumble upon this scene, those who cherished the old man and had a good impression on him would have gone mad from anger. Big brother, is this true? Yi Exingland could not contain his excitement either. Someone has actually destroyed the stone tablet. The stone tablet was indeed very valuable, and everyone knows what it meant when a person was actually capable of destroying it. Ha ha ha, the Yi family is saved. The Yi family is saved. I can finally die in peace, ha ha ha. Yi Lan has indeed gone mad. After all, no one would be this happy when he's knocking on death's door. Father, what are you talking about? Yi Exingtian was puzzled. The Yi family is saved. What do you mean? He, I haven't told you nor anyone else about this. Yi Lan's elderly face was flushed red in his excitement. He laughed. Previously, the tomb I had entered was the tomb of a martial saint. Chapter 643, The Flames of Nirvana, 4. The tomb of a martial saint. Gasp. The tomb of a martial saint. Father had actually explored the magnificent tomb of a martial saint. You will never know how dangerous that tomb was. I've only explored one small part of it and I had nearly lost my life in the process. It's a good thing that I managed to return with this stone tablet. Furthermore, this was not just a golden light stone tablet. That was only a story I had created to prevent anyone else from finding out its true function. Yi Lan was filled with excitement and he completely ignored the looks on the two brothers' faces. There was one sentence carved where the stone tablet was. It was written in ancient text and I couldn't really understand it. However, I managed to understand one thing. Only one person in this world can destroy this stone tablet. That person is the keeper of the ancient divine phoenix. The ancient divine phoenix was once the spiritual beast of a formidable lord in the East Peak mainland 10,000 years ago. Only a person who carries Zixie's flames of Nirvana can destroy this stone tablet. Do you know what the flames of Nirvana are? Years ago, the ancient divine phoenix had used these flames to burn the plains. That's right, the plain hills were destroyed over 10,000 years ago by the flames of Nirvana. However, the ancient divine phoenix's flames of Nirvana would never have been so powerful on its own. His power lies in his compatibility with his contracted human. Back then, I had stumbled upon an ancient book in the East Peak mainland and read about this achievement. According to the book, an extremely powerful cultivator who controlled the plain hills had murdered an important friend of the ancient divine phoenix's master. As a result, his legendary master stormed the plain hills and used the flames of Nirvana to raze the entire land to the ground. That fire continued to burn for almost half a year. After that, the people of the world called that incident the tragedy of an entire generation's extermination. As he spoke, a sense of longing and respect appeared on Yi Lan's face. That legendary lord was forever a figure that they looked up to. He was so powerful that he was invincible. Later on, the ancient divine phoenix and his master then disappeared. No one knows what happened, but rumors say that the ancient divine phoenix's master was reincarnated, and with its master gone, the ancient divine phoenix had entered into a deep slumber. Previously, I read about this when I had entered the ruins back then. Can you imagine how excited I had felt? So, I took the stone tablet and placed it outside our city gates. It was not to create some sort of test for anyone who wished to pass through our city gates, but to find that miraculous existence. Luckily, time cannot defeat determination. He's waited for so many years to finally find the person who holds the flames of Nirvana. The two brothers were extremely shocked. They never expected the stone tablet to have such a backstory. Ah, right. Where is that person responsible for destroying the stone tablet? Yi Lan fought back his excitement and asked. This. Yi Exingtion furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a bit before replying. The reports only indicated that it was a young girl and the specifics were not clear to me. However, since she has arrived in Holy City, then she is clearly in the Yi family land. Lord Father, please do not worry. I will send the person who has met her to look for her. We will find her even if we have to turn Holy City upside down. Excellent. Yi Lan nodded. That's the only thing we can do for now. By the way, if you meet this young woman, you must behave a bit more polite to her. Perhaps, if we can get her help, our Yi family will flourish for a little longer without end. Previously, Yi Lan was like a drowning man. Now, with great difficulty, he has managed to catch a straw which could save his life. He simply would not let it slip through his fingers. Chapter 644, The Flames of Nirvana, 5. Otherwise, it is highly likely that the Yi family will head for destruction after his death. In that case, he could never be at peace even if he had reached hell. Yes, Lord Father. Yi Exingtion folded his fists and replied respectfully. I'll take my leave now. He then shot a look towards Yi Exinglan and the two brothers took their leave. Just as they stepped out of the room, a figure rushed towards them and knelt on the ground before giving a report. Eldest young master, second young master, a girl had just arrived and she says that she's here to visit little master Yi Nuo and master Nuo. Yi Exingtion was clearly astonished and he frowned. She's here to see Nuo and father. Did that lady mention the name of her family? She said that her name is Gu Ruoan and that she was an old friend of little master Yi Nuo. She has come especially to pay him a visit. Nuo's old friend. Yi Exingtion stayed silent for a while then lightly nodded. I understand. Escort the young lady to the grand hall. I'd like to see whom this person who requests to see Nuo really is. Yes. The servant left immediately and Yi Exingtion made his way to the grand hall without another word to his younger brother. Just as Yi Exingtion had just left, the room door behind them opened and a white-robed Yi Lan, looking very much like an immortal, emerged. His eyes swept across the entire courtyard before landing on Yi Exinglan who was still rooted to the spot. Where did Exingtion go off to? I'm not sure if I had heard it wrong but I seem to have overheard someone mentioning the Gu girl's name. Wasn't the little girl supposed to be resuming her duties as the governor in Black Rock City? What's she doing here? Oh, someone has just informed Big Brother that a woman named Gu Ruoan has arrived to pay a visit to Nuo and you. What? Yi Lan was extremely shocked. An unnoticeable light flashed across his eyes. After all, he has always held Gu Ruoan's talents in high esteem. If it were not for the fact that his grandson was still far too young, he would have loved to have his grandson take this girl as his wife. Unfortunately, that boy Yi Nuo was only a 10-year-old child. Who would have any interest in a 10-year-old child? If only he could give it 5 to 6 more years, perhaps then this could come true. But by that time, the Gu girl would have long been married off to someone else and his grandson would have even less of a chance. Even so, it did not change the admiration he had felt for this girl. She had achieved so many accomplishments at such a young age. This was something that not even 2 generations of his descendants could accomplish in their entire lifetimes. Father. Yi Exinglan was just about to say something when his ever-stubborn father disappeared from view, leaving him with only this, I'm going to see Nuo. If there's nothing else, you may retire to your room. Yi Exinglan was in a bit of a daze. Just who was this Gu Ruoan to have caused such a stir within my father? I think that in all of the banished lands, no one else could turn my normally calm and collected father into this state aside from Yi Nuo. In the grand hall. Yi Exingtion stepped inside and immediately saw the girl who was waiting in the grand hall. She was dressed in green and looked cool and slender like a bamboo tree as the gentle rays of the sun illuminated her body. Upon hearing footsteps from outside the door, the woman, whose back had been facing the door, slowly turned around and looked at a face which bore a striking similarity to Yi Nuo. She could guess the man's identity just by looking at this face. He's the eldest young master of the Yi family, Yi Exingtion. It was said that Yi Exingtion was highly talented. On the year he turned 30, he had broken through to the rank of a martial honor. However, due to a bout of misfortune, his powers have been unable to develop further despite the passage of many years. This was also an eternal sorrow among the hearts of everyone in the Yi family. Chapter 645, The Hell's Lotus, 1. You're Gu Ruoan. Yi Exingtion smiled and slowly walked in. Lady Gu, I heard that you're here to see my father and Nuo. May I know how you're acquainted with them? Honestly, the thing which puzzled Yi Exingtion the most was that this woman was here not just to see Nuo, she had even asked to meet with his father who did not have very many acquaintances. It was highly suspicious so he would not allow her to meet his father until he investigates this woman's identity thoroughly. There's no telling if she had been sent here by hostile forces and would end up harming his father. Gu Ruoan nodded. I'm friends with Yi Nuo and I've also had the privilege of meeting Master Yi several times. I've specially made this trip to pay them a visit. If it's not too much trouble, may I see them? This. Yi Exingtion remained silent for a while. After a long pause, he slowly replied, I'm afraid that it's a little inconvenient at the moment. As he was still unsure of this woman's true identity, how could he casually allow her to meet his father? He could only deny her request. However, just as Yi Exingtion had spoken, a loud whooshing sound was heard as a gust of wind rushed in from behind him and nearly knocked him back. Bodyguard Gu, you've finally come to see me. I've missed you to death. Yi Nuo firmly embraced Gu Ruoan with grief written all over his fair and youthful face. Why didn't you come sooner? If you hadn't come, I would have escaped this place just to find you. It's all the damned old man's fault. If it wasn't for him, I would never have had to leave Bodyguard Gu's side. Yi Nuo. Yi Extinction's face immediately blackened at the sight of Yi Nuo's actions. He was just about to scold him and put a stop to it when he heard an elderly voice behind him. You idiot boy, why don't you treat your grandfather with such warmth whenever you meet him? It seems that the years I've spent in nurturing you wasn't as important as the Goo girl. You were truly going to anger me to death. While these were indeed the words on Yi Lan's lips, the old man was grinning as he slowly walked in. Yi Extinction was shocked. He stared at his father's smiling face and heard the occasional admiring gasp and sigh from his father from time to time. He was momentarily unable to make sense of the situation. Master Yi, long time no see. Gu Ruan smiled at Yi Lan. Her manner of speech was unmistakably one of a long-lost friend. Hee, Goo girl, a busy person like you would never pay a visit without a cause. I wonder, why have you come to the Yi family home this time? Clearly, Yi Lan knew enough about Gu Ruan's character to see right through her. She would not have come to the Yi family home in Hoi City without reason. Since she's here, she must need some help. It's like this, Gu Ruan thought of Chanbei Yi who's still in a deep sleep in the ancient divine pagoda and her heart sank. She slowly spoke, I hear that the Yi family is in possession of the Hell's Lotus. I'd like to borrow this Hell's Lotus and use it for a bit. I wonder if you can loan it to me. What? Hearing this, Yi Extinction's face changed immediately. He hurriedly cut in as he stood next to her, no, this Hell's Lotus cannot be loaned out. Miss, I don't care how you're related to Nuoer or my father, but to demand for the Yi family's closely guarded treasure upon your arrival, isn't this a little out of line? At this moment, his face had turned into a slightly ugly shade. The Hell's Lotus was not merely a closely guarded treasure to the Yi family. In reality, they're relying on it to dull the effects of the poison in his father's system. If they gave the Hell's Lotus away, his father probably would not be able to live on for very much longer. Chapter 646, The Hell's Lotus 2. I know, Gu Ruan replied guiltily, the Hell's Lotus is the most valuable thing in the Banished Lands and I've asked for it the moment I had arrived. It's clearly not sensible but I have no other choice. My husband-to-be is now in a deep slumber, unable to awaken. Only the Hell's Lotus can wake him. That was why I had come here to ask the Yi family to loan me the Hell's Lotus. Yi Lan was startled before laughing bitterly and helplessly. Lady Gu, it's not that I don't want to loan it to you, this Hell's Lotus is honestly very important to me. If you have any other requests, I will definitely do my best to fulfill it for you. However, for the Hell's Lotus, I really cannot loan it to you. At least, before finding the genius who holds the flames of Nirvana, he cannot pass on just yet. For once he loses the Hell's Lotus, he will most certainly end up dead. Without the existence of the Hell's Lotus, he would not have stayed alive at all even with the sheer force of his own willpower. One can imagine how important the Hell's Lotus was to him. Yi Nuo had remained silent from the very beginning. He looked at Gu Ruo and then Yi Lan. His eyes darted back and forth continuously but no one could tell what he was scheming. Then I'm very sorry to have disturbed you all. I'll take my leave now. Gu Ruo sighed in disappointment. She really needed the Hell's Lotus and if it was in the hands of anyone else, she would be thinking of ways to snatch it for Chanbei Yi's sake. However, she could not do such a thing to the Yi family. This time, her remaining hope was extinguished. Wait. Seeing that Gu Ruan was about to leave, Yi Lan suddenly called out to her, there is more than one Hell's Lotus in the Banished Lands. I can send the Yi family's disciples to search for it for you. Meanwhile, you can stay here during that period of time. It will be easier for me to inform you of any news. Gu Ruan fell momentarily silent before nodding, all right, then I thank you, Master Yi. Yi Lan was right, there was more than one Hell's Lotus in the Banished Lands. Because they were far too valuable, there were only a few left in the world. Based on the magnitude of the Yi family's power, they would definitely receive news of a Hell's Lotus in the quickest way possible. Alright, then I will prepare your living quarters. Extinction, you will send your men out tomorrow to help the Gu girl in finding news about the Hell's Lotus. We must help Lady Gu's husband-to-be. Yi Lan maintained a stern face and gave the order in a strict manner. Yes, came Yi Extinction's respectful reply. Nuoer, you will escort the Gu girl on her way. Without even waiting for Yi Lan to give the order, Yi Nuo led Gu Ruan by the hand and walked out of the grand hall with her. Bodyguard Gu, you have no idea how bored I've been in your absence. Luckily, you're finally here to keep me company. I don't care. I'm sleeping in your room tonight. Sigh. Watching Yi Nuo as he led Gu Ruan out of the room, Yi Lan sighed, how unfortunate, this little girl already has a husband-to-be. Otherwise, in 5 or 6 years, Nuo could probably bring her home as his wife. Hearing this, Yi Extinction was completely speechless. How old was that boy, Yi Nuo? And father is already getting anxious about his wedding. Also, this girl seems to be older than Nuo by 10 years. To wait for another 5 to 6 years for him. How can this be? But, the strangest thing of all to Yi Extinction was the fact that his father, who had always been proud and arrogant and rarely placed youngsters in his worldview, would actually consider sending his own grandson off. Just where did this girl come from? Father, who is this young lady? Why are you? After a bit of thought, Yi Extinction managed to figure out the answer to his question. Chapter 647, The Hell's Lotus 3. This girl is a genius. As he spoke, Yi Lan's face glowed with admiration, a true genius whom I've met before. Yi Extinction widened his mouth in shock, didn't you say that Nuo was the true genius? That was before I had met this little girl. That boy, Yi Nuo, is indeed rather talented. However, though I've pumped him up with so damn many medicines since he was a child, he's only reached the rank of a martial king. This girl, however, has reached the rank of a martial honor. Just because Yi Nuo had managed to become a martial king at age 10 does not mean that he would become a martial honor at age 20. This was because once one has attained the rank of a martial king, the subsequent ranks will only become harder, making it a difficult process to become a martial emperor. If one wishes to advance to the rank of a martial honor, the difficulty would be increased many times over. So, after hearing that there was someone who was more talented than his own son, Yi Exingtion's face was filled with shock. A 20-year-old martial honor. Where had this girl come from to become a genius of this caliber? Honestly, after my return to the Yi family home, I had sent some men to investigate this girl's background. However, she seems to have appeared out of thin air. We don't know where she's come from. Also, at the time, I had witnessed a scene with my very own eyes. You've been to Black Rock City before as well, so you should know of the Wolf's Fang robbers who reside outside of the city. That leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers was a mid-level martial honor. However, it was this girl who had single-handedly stormed the peak of the Great Mountain and used her newly broken-through powers to annihilate the entire robbery gang. Yi Lan's expression held unbridled admiration as if he did not even see the shock in Yi Exingtion's eyes. Those Wolf's Fang robbers weren't exactly weak, yet she had single-handedly destroyed them. This are the heavens in reverse. After destroying the Wolf's Fang robbers, this girl used her powers to subdue the entire Black Rock City on her own. Without even waiting for Yi Exingtion to snap out of his stupor, Yi Lan made him completely dumbfounded again with this new piece of information. At the time, not even the tyrannical Wolf's Fang robbers were able to subdue the proud and arrogant people of Black Rock City. Somehow, this girl had made the entire Black Rock City yield to her. It's no wonder that my father, who normally had extremely high expectations, would admire a 20-year-old girl so greatly. And it's no wonder that he would devise plans around this girl. Unfortunately, Yi Lan sighed disappointedly. If Gu Ruan had given me a different request, I would definitely have agreed to it without any second thoughts. Only the Hell's Lotus was off limits. I've relied on the Hell's Lotus to sustain my life. If I was to lose the Hell's Lotus, that would mean that my time was up. I don't mind dying, but I simply cannot leave the Yi family in peace. Even with my intentions to draw this girl to our side, what use is there even if she was a genius? Without the support of a martial supreme, my Yi family will be swallowed up by vicious enemies. Father, Yi Exingtion's eyes darkened. If I could only continue my cultivation, perhaps he would not have such a huge burden. Ever since that incident, he had lost his ability to cultivate and has remained as a low-level martial honor since. Yi Exingtion's talent was not strong enough. He simply could not hold up the fort alone. Forget about it, we'll play it by ear. Yi Lan laughed bitterly. I owe the Gu girl for the situation regarding the Hell's Lotus, so you must help her find information about the Hell's Lotus as soon as possible. Even so, Yi Lan knew how difficult this task would be. Years ago, he had narrowly escaped death for the sake of this particular Hell's Lotus. Accessing the other Hell's Lotus would probably be just as dangerous. Yi Exingtion said nothing else. All he knows was that he must fulfill his father's wishes no matter what. Let's go, I'll show you what the Hell's Lotus looks like first. It will make things easier in your search. Chapter 648, The Hell's Lotus, 4. As he spoke, Yi Lan made his way out the door and Yi Exingtion followed closely behind him. Both men headed into a private room. Creak. The stone door of the private room slowly pushed open and Yi Lan entered the secret room first. He spoke as he entered. Ah, right. Exingtion, you should ask someone to paint a portrait of the Hell's Lotus, then distribute it to everyone in the Yi family. If anyone manages to obtain any news about a Hell's Lotus, they will be generously rewarded. However, just as he spoke, the smile on Yi Lan's face disappeared. He quickly ran to the stone platform in a flash. His breathing quickened and his entire face grew anxious. Where is my Hell's Lotus? Father, what are you talking about? Yi Exingtion's face drained of color in his shock and he hurriedly stepped forward. The Hell's Lotus is missing. Impossible. This private room is your cultivation area. No one is allowed to enter here. How could the Hell's Lotus disappear? Suddenly, both men seemed to remember something and looked at each other. Yi Nuo, that idiot brat, the little traitor. That's right. Aside from Yi Lan, only one other person would be allowed into the room. Yi Nuo. That boy must have gone to the Gu girl. Come, we have to catch that damned brat. He is too undisciplined and out of control. He would even dare to steal the Hell's Lotus. Yi Lan was so angry that his entire body burned with rage. However, his heart was filled with a sour sensation. He was thoroughly jealous. That damned brat has certainly put lovers over friends. He dared to steal from his own family for the sake of a woman. He was far too daring. That damned brat, if I do not teach him a lesson, I'll be damned if we have the same surname. Yi Lan's face turned ashen in his rage, sorely wishing that he could whip the little traitor. As he watched the fury on the old man's face, Yi Exingtion rubbed his nose wordlessly. He really wanted to say this. Father, doesn't Yi Nuo have the same surname as you? What difference does this make? However, once he found out that it was Yi Nuo who had stolen the Hell's Lotus, Yi Exingtion could not help but sigh in relief. It's a good thing that we had noticed it in time and we can still get it back. Had anyone else taken it, we might not have any way to get it back. In the courtyard. A small figure hugging a cloth bag to its body hurriedly rushed into the area and immediately pushed open one of the room's doors. Upon entering the room, he carefully closed the door and walked excitedly towards the girl who was seated cross-legged on the bed. Bodyguard Gu, guess what I've brought for you? Gu Ruan slowly opened her eyes and stared suspiciously at Yi Nuo. What is it? It's something that you need. Yi Nuo carefully unraveled the canvas bag in his arms, immediately revealing a lotus glowing with a reddish light before Gu Ruan's eyes. The red light was slightly piercing and made them raise their hands to shield their eyes. After a long pause, once she had gotten used to it, Gu Ruan opened her eyes and stared in astonishment at the blood-red lotus in the canvas bag. This is a Hell's Lotus. Where did you get this? Gu Ruan's heart shook violently. Even when seated beside the Hell's Lotus, she could feel the bloody aura reeking out from its petals. According to legend, in order for one Hell's Lotus to grow, aside from a suitable climate and geography, one would require a donation of blood from over 10,000 people. How many years would one need in order to meet so many people and have them donate their blood to dye the Hell's Lotus? These harsh requirements created the Hell's Lotus high value. Bodyguard Gu, you're silly. Yi Nuo rolled his eyes at Gu Ruo and then replied cockily, of course I had stolen it. Chapter 649, The Hell's Lotus, 5. Not many people would have confessed to stealing so proudly. Yet Yi Nuo could do it. Yi Nuo, Gu Ruo frowned, I can tell you with utmost accuracy that I really want to save my husband-to-be. For him, even if I have to kill the whole world, I would do it without a frown. If the Hell's Lotus was in another family's hands, I would have taken it even if I had to slaughter everyone in my way. However, when it comes to friends, I cannot do this kind of thing. Yi Nuo was momentarily stunned. Based on his observations, Gu Ruo really needs this Hell's Lotus, which meant that she would definitely have accepted it. However, she had rejected him. Just as he was about to speak, the room's door was violently pushed open and a burst of unmistakable laughter sounded, drowning everything else. What a concerned friend, you can't bring yourself to do such a thing. Gu girl, I certainly had not misjudged you. Whoosh. As he noticing the two men who had just walked into the room, Yi Nuo hurriedly hid the bag in his arms and pushed it behind Gu Ruo. Don't come any closer, I'm not going to give you the Hell's Lotus. This is my engagement present for bodyguard Gu, I'm not giving it to anyone else. You be-starred. Yi Exingtian was thoroughly enraged. He hurriedly stepped forward, scooped Yi Nuo up in one swoop and landed his hand right smack on his buttocks. He was so angry that his hand trembled. He roared as veins began to pop beneath his skin. Do you know how much of a disaster you've caused? He used quite a lot of strength in that slap and tears nearly rolled down Yi Nuo's eyes from the pain. However, he managed to hold the tears in to reply in a resolute voice. I only wanted to help bodyguard Gu in saving someone. You, Yi Exingtian was extremely furious. Do you know how important the Hell's Lotus is to your grandfather? If it wasn't for the Hell's Lotus' help all these years, your grandfather would have long died from the effects of a toxic poison. By stealing the Hell's Lotus, you're going to be responsible for your grandfather's death. What? Yi Nuo was thoroughly shocked. His twinkling eyes looked at Yi Lan in disbelief as he spoke with a mild tremble in his voice. Grandfather, is this true? Enough. Yi Lan glared fiercely at Yi Exingtian before taking a few big steps forward. He snatched Yi Nuo from Yi Exingtian's hands and hugged him tightly. His face was filled with heartache. Can't you use a little less force when you're hitting someone? What if you end up breaking my precious grandson? One should not make assumptions just because Yi Lan was always yelling about teaching Yi Nuo a lesson. In actual fact, if one had asked him to actually hit the boy, he could never bear it. Grandfather. Yi Nuo tightly grabbed onto Yi Lan's robes as his little body trembled. Is father speaking the truth? Is he? At that moment, the adorable little cherubic face had grown increasingly pale, causing Yi Lan to feel extremely heartbroken. He glared irritably at Yi Exingtian as if he blamed him for blurting out the truth of the matter. Nuo, I've always wanted you to work hard in your cultivation with the hope that I could nurture you while I'm still alive. This way, grandfather can be at peace. He sighed as he explained bitterly. Yi Nuo's hand slowly loosened its grip. Sparkling and translucent tears began rolling down his pale little face. All these years, he had always thought that as long as his grandfather was around, no one would dare to lay a hand on the Yi family. It was because of this that his greed for having fun became second nature to him. He even felt irritated whenever his grandfather chastised or treated him sternly. Yet he never knew that the reason why his grandfather always wanted him to work hard in his cultivation was because his days were now numbered. Little girl, Yi Lan laughed bitterly and turned to Gu Ruo. In truth, all these years, the poison in my system has gradually built up a resistance against the power of the Hell's Lotus. I've been lying to everyone else including myself, hoping that the Hell's Lotus could allow me to stay alive for just a few more years. However, one day, I will surely leave. Since Nuo has given the Hell's Lotus to you, I have nothing more to say. I can give you this Hell's Lotus on one condition. Take over the Yi family. I believe that with your talent, it won't be long until you've reached the rank of a Marshal Supreme. Chapter 650, Remedy, 1. In Yi Lan's heart, he would prefer the genius who holds the flames of Nirvana to enter the Yi family, but that genius may not agree to his conditions. As such, he had then thought of using the Hell's Lotus to coax Gu Ruo to agree to his request. For the sake of the Yi family, forget about giving away the Hell's Lotus, he would not even hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Gu Ruo fell silent and stared quietly at Yi Lan's elderly face with her clear, cold eyes. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision and said, Master Yi, would it be alright if I examine you? Go ahead. Yi Lan nodded and sat down with a smile. Gu girl, I know that you are a doctor and you've successfully cured Master Murong of his illness. However, my poison is far more stubborn. I've gone through every famous doctor in the banished lands and not a single one of them had been able to cure me. Gu Ruo did not respond. She slowly sat down next to Yi Lan and placed her finger gently on his pulse. Gu Ruo's frown deepened as she listened to his pulse. After a long while, she finally relaxed and said, it's indeed a little troublesome. She had missed the signs on Yi Lan's ailing body when she first met him because this poison was far too incisive. She could only make a diagnosis now after taking his pulse. Yi Lan retracted his hand and smiled. He did not say much and was just about to console Gu Ruo and ask her not to blame herself when the woman's clear, cold voice sounded again. This is probably the most stubborn poison I've ever seen in this life. It's truly troublesome. Based on my current level of strength, we would need at least a month to cure this poison. Yi Lan was completely shocked. He raised his head suspiciously towards Gu Ruo. Gu girl, what did you just say? I said that this poison is troublesome. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders and replied exasperatedly, even if I was to use all my power, I would still need a month to get rid of it. If you want it to go away a little faster than that, I really have no other way. Yi Lan was completely dumbfounded. Gu Ruoan did mention that this poison was a little troublesome, but she did not say that she would not be able to remedy it. The only thing was, she was unhappy about the fact that it would take 1 month to fully cure him, which was why this poison was troublesome. Bodyguard Gu, can you really save my old man? Yi Nuo leaped from Yi Lan's arms and hopped towards Gu Ruoan. He threw himself against her as his tender, cocky little face was flushed red, brimming with excitement. I will need 1 month. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly and turned towards Yi Lan. How about this? If I can help you cure your poison, you'll give the Hell's Lotus to me. If I fail, I won't touch it. Yi Lan's mouth widened in shock. He did not know why, but he had complete faith in this girl who had never failed to surprise him. If she says that she can cure my poison in 1 month, perhaps she'll really be able to do it. Yi Lan's heart, which was initially like a pile of dead ash, was reignited once again by that thought. His eyes sparkled. Little girl, I've said it before, this Hell's Lotus belongs to you now. Of course, I'll also allow you to treat me. Father. Yi Exingman's shocked face was drained of color as he thought, if her remedy fails and we no longer have the Hell's Lotus, father would certainly lose his life. I simply cannot understand it. Why would father put so much faith into this little girl? Regardless of how superior her powers are, it does not mean that she is skilled in medicine. Furthermore, so many doctors have been unable to treat him. What makes him think that she could do it? I have decided. Yi Lan frowned, cutting Yi Exingman off from whatever he was about to say. There's no need for your advice, you know my temper. Once I've decided on something, I will not change my decision. Gu girl, when can we start the treatment? Chapter 651, Remedy 2. We can begin right now. All right, Yi Lan nodded and said, Exingman, wait for me outside. I'll come out later. Yi Exingman wanted to say something, but he saw the determined look on his father's face. In the end, he could only sigh exasperatedly before joining his fists and exiting the room. Bodyguard Gu, that fiancé of yours comes first. I'll acknowledge him as your first husband, but I want to be your second husband. Yi Nuo raised his little chin cockily, but he ultimately felt a little worried, so he continued, I'm small, so please don't let him bully me. Gu Ruoan's face immediately turned black, and Yi Lan, who was next to her, stood up before she could speak. Like an eagle catching a chick, he picked Yi Nuo up and threw him out of the room. He then closed the door with a loud bang. Little girl, don't listen to that boy's blind chatter. Yi Lan looked slightly embarrassed. He just doesn't want to leave you, so he thinks that if he marries you, you wouldn't ever leave him. I understand. Gu Ruoan smiled, and said, let's begin the treatment now. Time passed slowly and the dark night gradually covered the entire sky. Yi Exingman had intended to go elsewhere after he had left, but he could not stop worrying about his father. Eventually, he remained outside the room and waited at the door. As he watched the sky turn dark, he felt increasingly anxious and began to pace back and forth worriedly. His eyes would glance occasionally at the tightly shut door to the room. Finally, the door slowly opened and a figure dressed in white emerged. The old man stroked his beard and walked down the steps with a smile on his face. Father. Yi Exingman's eyes lit up and he hurriedly rushed forward before asking worriedly, how did it go? Hee hee, Yi Lan chuckled, looking very pleased indeed. It was very relaxing, far more relaxing than my sessions with the Hell's Lotus. Perhaps this girl is truly capable of curing my ailment. Yi Exingman felt dazed and a wild feeling of happiness was taking over his heart. He had not felt this excited in years. Ah, right, Exingman, you mustn't let anyone else know about this. A light flashed in Yi Lan's eyes as he smiled, including Exingman. Why? Yi Exingman was astonished and he stared at his father with a puzzled look on his face. Why must we keep this from second brother? Exingman is not like you. He is far too kind and too trusting. Yi Lan replied exasperatedly. Also, all these years, many people may obey me on the surface, but in reality, some of the old people in the family don't seem to want to wait any longer. They can't wait for my early demise and are plotting to take over the Yi family. However, they have forgotten that once I'm dead, the Yi family will cease to exist as well. Therefore, I wanted to take this opportunity to see through the intentions of one particular person. If Exingman finds out about this, it will easily fall into the person's ears. Yi Lan sighed exasperatedly as he spoke. Yi Exingman wasn't really a bad person, his only fault was that he trusts people too easily. Nevertheless, this can be a deadly flaw. This was why I've asked Yi Exingman to keep this from him. Understood. Yi Exingman nodded. I'll obey your wishes, father. Once we've weeded out the tumors in the family, we'll give second little brother a surprise. Yi Lan closed his eyes in exhaustion. After a long pause, he opened them again. Exingman, you should leave first. I'm tired as well and I'm going to rest now. One more thing, please provide the Gu girl with good hospitality. She is not just Noos's friend. You never know, she might even become the Yi family's savior. As for the Hell's Lotus, you don't have to send out a search party anymore. Chapter 652, Remedy 3. I'll do as you've bidden, father. Yi Exingman bowed and his voice was full of reverence. With that, Yi Lan waved his hand and left the courtyard, gradually disappearing from Yi Exingman's view. 3 days. In these 3 days, Yi Lan would visit Gu Ruoan's little courtyard to commence his treatment every day. Each visit lasted the entire day and he would only return to his room during sunset. Every time Yi Lan visited Gu Ruoan for medication, Yi Exingman would clear the area and used various excuses to bar anyone from entering for the sake of preventing an information leak. Coupled with the fact that Gu Ruoan had not left her quarters during these past 3 days, no one else knew about her existence besides Yi Extinction and his father. By extension, no one was aware that she was helping to get rid of Yi Lan's poison. Now, under the glow of the setting sun, Gu Ruoan was in the large courtyard after she had just escorted Yi Lan on his way out. Suddenly, she bumped into a figure who was hurrying towards her. Unable to react, she stumbled back. The person who had bumped into her fell to the ground with a thump, letting out a delicate yelp. The person rubbed her throbbing buttocks and scrambled to her feet. She was just about to scold the blind person but was astonished when she raised her head. How could it be you? Gu Ruoan frowned and looked at the woman before her. She calmly asked, who are you? Could this be the most hurtful feeling she can experience? When she holds a bone-deep hatred towards another yet they have completely forgotten who she was. Nangong Yue trembled in anger and was about to spout abuse in a very loud manner until she quickly remembered that this was the Yi family home and forced herself to contain her raging anger. She gritted her teeth and said, you're not going to apologize after bumping into me. My apologies, I didn't look where I was going. You also weren't paying attention as well, so this matter wasn't entirely my fault. Gu Ruoan swept her gaze towards Nangong Yue as her voice sounded crisp and clear like a breeze on a cloudless sky. However, it was just this very attitude that infuriates Nangong Yue even more. She scoffed and her eyes filled with an icy chill. You can stop looking so serene all the time, it's disgusting. You're clearly a vulgar, gold-digging woman. No wonder you had no interest in becoming my bodyguard. You've come to the Yi family to become a servant girl. However, servant girls should know their place. I'm still your master after all. Is a word of apology really enough after bumping into me? This damn girl, she had previously damaged my reputation so much. Now I've finally caught her. So what if she has entered the Yi family? She was only a lowly servant girl, her status would be nowhere as high as mine. Doesn't that mean that it's entirely up to me if I wanted to bully this girl however I want? Damned girl, you should never have entered the Yi family home. You've completely handed me the opportunity to torture you. Sorry, Gu Ruoan furrowed her brows. Will you please excuse me, I've got other matters to attend to. Stop right there. Seeing that Gu Ruoan was about to leave, Nangong Yue blocked her way in a flash. Her arrogant face now displayed a disdainful smile. Damned girl, you're trying to leave. It won't be that easy. Now, this lady is hungry. Aren't you going to prepare me some food? The servant girls of the Yi family do not wear a particular uniform. As such, from the moment she had seen her, Nangong Yue immediately assumed she was a servant in the Yi household. To her, this woman could not possibly be a member of the Yi family and would have no means of striking up an intimate relationship with anyone in the Yi family. That means that she could only become a servant girl. After all, being a servant girl of the Yi family, the #1 family in the Banished Lands, would carry a high level of prestige and power. Lady Nangong, has something happened? Chapter 653, Remedy 4. The commotion between the two women had attracted the attention of several Yi family disciples. They surrounded the two women and questioned them about the situation. It's nothing, I've merely bumped into an acquaintance. Nangong Yue slowly steadied her features at the sight of the gathering crowd. An acquaintance? Yes, Nangong Yue laughed icily and fixed her gaze upon Gu Ruoan. A fierce light flashed in her eyes. She can also be considered as my father's concubine except that my father never gave her the title. I simply address her as my father's concubine out of pity. In all honesty, her existence has no solid standing. To Nangong Yue, to say that she was her father's concubine would be placing her on a pedestal. To say that she was the governor of Black Rock City was simply a lie that my father had concocted for this woman's sake. Even though I'm no match for this woman, she can't possibly have the capability to become the governor of Black Rock City alone. Also, so what if she's the governor of Black Rock City? I have my engagement with Brother Yu. Do I still need to be afraid of a woman like her? How should I put it? She's only a servant girl who warms the bed of the governor of Tranquil Mountain City. Hearing this, a man immediately spoke up as he stepped out. His eyes stared disdainfully at Gu Ruoan, holding an unmistakable revulsion. Lady Nangong was So Yu's bride to be. Naturally, he needed to suck up to her. If she was to speak up for him in front of Yi Yu, perhaps he would have a chance to enter the Yi family's law enforcement office. When he saw such a grand opportunity, obviously he had to stand up for Nangong Yue. This girl sure has the audacity. You're in the presence of Our Lady, aren't you going to kneel? As the true-born heiress of the governor of Tranquil Mountain City, even your father's little concubine should pay her respect and bow before you once she sees you. However, when he saw that Gu Ruoan still made no move to bow, the man's face sank. Servant girl, did you hear what I've just said? Get on your knees immediately and knock your head on the ground a few times. Then we'll let you leave in peace. When she heard someone standing up for her, Nangong Yue laughed coldly. After all, this was the Yi family home and she was a newcomer. Troubling a little servant girl would not count for much, but if the young masters from the direct line of family lineage found out about this, they would begin to suspect her character. Otherwise, she would have rushed at her and fought with her from the moment she had laid eyes on this SLT. In order to avoid causing trouble for Brother Yu, she had forced herself to contain that urge. Just as the man thought that Gu Ruoan was going to kneel and bow down, the clear and cold-eyed woman turned away from everyone and headed out of the courtyard without excusing herself. The latter's condescending look had thoroughly angered the man who roared angrily and charged towards her. Damn girl, you stop right there. Bang! Flames erupted from Gu Ruoan's body, spiraling towards the man's chest. Before he could realize what was going on, the flames had thrown him out of the way and he slammed violently into the ground. The woman's light and airy words, in a voice devoid of emotion, fell into his ears. You let others manipulate you, but you're only counting money for them, so you better shape up. As for you, Nangong Yue, do not do anything more than 3 times. If there's a 3rd time, it will be the time of your death. Then, her delicate and cool figure slowly disappeared along with the setting sun. She did not bother to even look at the people behind her. Nangong Yue's face had turned ashen. She clenched her fist so tightly that it shook and her eyes were filled with hatred. Damned girl. You dare to cross me. I'll make it so that even you won't know how you died. Shush is only a measly little servant girl. Even if her powers are formidable, it will never change her identity as a servant girl. As a member of the law enforcement office, Brother Yu has the right to send anyone out of the Yi family home. As long as she's out of the Yi family, I'll have ways to torture her into a fate worse than death. Chapter 654, Remedy 5. Holy City. This was the first time Gu Ruan had walked the streets of the Holy City since her arrival at the Yi family home. It goes without saying that the streets of Holy City were indeed flourishing. Most importantly, even the average citizen in Holy City carried powerful auras. At this moment, at a tavern in Holy City, a man was sitting quietly in front of a window in a compartment on the second floor. His golden eyes were narrowed slightly as he gently swirled the wine cup in his hand. His eyes were fixed upon the crowd below. This man was extremely handsome. His facial features were exquisite, like a divine portrait. His fair, white skin was flawless, one could not find a single blemish at all. His lips were puckered into a smile, but no one could tell what lay beneath his deep eyes. His beauty does not have Zixie's demonic enchantment, nor was it like Chanbei's stunning, mesmerizing looks. His was a beauty which carried a heroic spirit. His entire body, from top to toe, simply oozes the aura of a sovereign ruler who had descended upon the mortal world. Just by standing next to him, one would unconsciously be seized by the urge to serve him. Especially since this man had a pair of golden eyes which were so beautiful that one would find it difficult to look away. Yunsa. Suddenly, on the ground floor, a familiar figure appeared within his line of sight. The man's beautiful yet domineering golden eyes narrowed immediately and he rose swiftly from his seat. His body immediately turned into a golden ray of light and quickly leaped from the second floor. Now, his face no longer held its initial calm demeanor. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Was it her? No. Impossible. I must be seeing things. Yunsa is already dead. She can't possibly appear anymore. As he watched the people coming and going along the street, the man's heart slowly sank into an abyss. She had lost her life a few years ago. How could she possibly appear in the Banished Lands now? Besides, without achieving the rank of Marshal Supreme, one would never be able to leave the Banished Lands. The man laughed bitterly at the subject. Perhaps I've been missing her far too much all these years, which has led to my blurry vision. Even her father had said that she's already dead. Perhaps she's truly gone. He took one last look at the crowded street and returned to the tavern. Along the streets, Gu Ruan had sensed something before she slowly shook her head. She turned towards the street behind her and frowned. I seem to have sensed a familiar aura just a while ago. Could it be that I was mistaken? Gu Ruan shook her head at the thought, then continued to move forward without a second look back. If she had only turned her head again, she would have seen the man who had flown down from the tavern's second floor. Just because she had not turned for a second look, she had missed that figure altogether. At a tavern compartment. The man had just sat down and had yet to recompose himself from his previous disappointment when a voice sounded from the communication tablet in his hand. What is it? He wrinkled his brows and asked. Big Brother Jin, when are you coming back? The voice was extremely gentle and lovable. Anyone who heard it would find it difficult to remain unmoved. After a month, I think. The man sighed. No matter what, Chia Chuxu was Yunsa's little sister. Despite how much I dislike her, for Yunsa's sake, I can't just ignore the members of the Chia family. Otherwise, Yunsa will not feel at peace in her death. All right, then Chuxu shall wait for Big Brother Jin. The voice from the communications tablet paused before speaking again. Big Brother Jin, Big Sister is already dead. It's time for you to forget her as well. Enough. The man's golden eyes sank and he spoke in an icy tone. Chuxu, because you are Yunsa's sister, I will protect the Chia family. I also have no wish to see her family destroyed in one day. However, I will never forget the trials and tribulations I have once shared with her during our friendship. If she's truly dead, then I must remember her for the rest of my life. If you say anything like this again, from now on, the livelihood of the Chia family, whether they live or die, will have nothing to do with me. Chapter 655, Chanbei Awakens 1. Bang. After throwing out those fierce words, the man angrily tossed the token aside. He rubbed his throbbing head and muttered, Yunsa, wouldn't it be great if you were still alive? Don't worry, I'll definitely find the murderer responsible for your death. I will make them accompany you in your grave even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth. A murderous intent flitted across the man's beautiful golden eyes as the aura from within him began to rise. It exploded like a hurricane and immediately destroyed all the furniture inside. After that short moment, the entire tavern slowly became silent. Meanwhile, the East Peak mainland at the Chia family home. Chia Chuxu gripped the token tightly in her hand and her pure, jade-white face was filled with hatred. Loathing and jealousy burned like vicious flames within her heart. Chia Ruan, you're already dead. Why won't you leave Big Brother Jin's heart? I, Chia Chuxu, am better than you in every aspect. I will never accept that I'm no better than you, a dead person. All she needed was time. She would make the whole world forget about that woman. Chuxu. Just then, a voice was sounded from behind her. Chia Chuxu turned around to face the man behind her. Her expression became calmer, but her voice was no longer the gentle and lovable tone she had used on Jin Dai. Big Brother Lu, was there something that you need? Lu Xiaochen shot Chia Chuxu a complicated look before replying. I've increased more men in our search party, but not only were we unable to locate the ancient divine pagoda, we were not able to find Chia Ruan's body as well. Didn't she have a highly skilled doctor as her master? Perhaps that old man had saved her. No. Chia Chuxu laughed icily and said, Chia Ruan is most certainly dead. She could not possibly have survived such fatal injuries. As for that old man, he has always suspected the Chia family for Chia Ruoan's death, but because of the unfortunate fact that he does not have sufficient evidence, he has not made any move against us. However, leaving this fellow alone will cause trouble for us in the future. Luckily, Jindai happens to be searching for Chia Ruoan's murderer as well. We can make them kill each other. Liu Xiaochun gently furrowed his brows. Isn't this a bad idea? After all, that old man was Chia Ruoan's master. We're already responsible for Chia Ruoan's death, so... What? Chia Chuxu sneered. Have you gone soft, or do you still have lingering feelings for Chia Ruoan? Don't forget that it was you who had dismembered Chia Linyu alive, and you had also caused Chia Ruoan's death. You should know the consequences that will befall you if that old man finds out about this. That old man has always been a shield, and he was Chia Ruoan was his most cherished pupil. We're lucky that Big Brother Jin wasn't too clear on the inner workings of the Chia family and has always assumed that father and I were very close to her. That's why he's helping us. Every time she thought of Chia Ruoan's position in Jindai's heart, Chia Chuxu would go mad with hatred. If that woman had not snatched the ancient divine pagoda away, perhaps I would have already caught up to Jindai's good graces. Grandfather is also another idiot. It is I who is the reincarnation of the ancient divine phoenix. Why had he given the ancient divine pagoda to her? If it wasn't for grandfather's extreme stupidity, the incidents during the aftermath would never have happened, and naturally, Chia Ruoan would never have died. I wonder if that old man would feel any remorse once he's seen all of this. All right. Liu Xiaochun hardened his heart and said, let me handle this matter. No matter what, I'll turn Jindai and Chia Ruoan's master into mortal enemies. Perhaps we could manipulate Jindai into getting rid of that old man. Besides, I've already committed one sin, killing another won't count for much. Chapter 656, Chanbei Awakens 2. Perhaps Chia Ruoan would even thank me for sending that old man to keep her company. A vicious light flashed across Liu Xiaochun's eyes, and he muttered secretly, Chia Ruoan, don't blame me for my viciousness. Look out for yourself, or heaven and earth will combine to destroy you. Chuxu is the true master of the ancient divine pagoda, and because of this, you cannot control the ancient divine pagoda. Getting her would be the equivalent of getting the world. Therefore, I could only cast you aside. I believe you will understand me. If that were not the case, she would have used the ancient divine pagoda by now, since she's been holding onto it for such a long time. The real reason she can't use it was because Chuxu is the true master of the ancient divine pagoda and the reincarnation of the ancient divine phoenix, Zixi. She's the true genius here. Everyone else, when compared to her, are all good for nothings. Of course, Gu Ruoan was not aware of what was going on. She had returned to the Yi family home after procuring the necessary herbs she needed along with the Hell's Lotus. She did not know why, but once she had entered the Yi family home, a group of people began to stare at her with a peculiar look in their eyes. Nevertheless, she did not think too much of it and went into the rear courtyard without speaking to anyone. In her quarters, the man lay silently on the large bed. He was dressed in red, and it made him look as if he had been dipped in fresh blood. His body also emitted a faint aura of blood. However, the man's eyes were completely closed at the moment, and his long, silvery hair rippled down onto the ground. Under the glow of the clear and cold moonlight, the man looked so beautiful until one could completely forget how to breathe. Anybody would be completely mesmerized by the man's stunningly peerless beauty, especially the serene, sleeping beauty look on his face. One look could render a person completely trapped. Even in his sleep, his beauty could send all living things into a frenzy. What calamity could this man bring if he was to open his eyes? Perhaps all the unrivaled beauty in the world could not be compared to this. Gu Ruoan controlled the surge in her heartbeat and carefully produced the Hell's Lotus from her bosom. A red light flickered from the petals, setting off the man's enrapturing beauty and making him seem even more stunning than before. I've spent the past 3 days getting ready, and I've prepared all the herbs that we need. Xiao Yi, it's time for you to wake up. I also took the opportunity to bring you out of the ancient divine pagoda while you were still asleep, as I was afraid that you would have ended up like Zixi, who was trapped in it. Gu Ruoan gazed at the man on the bed as emotions gathered in the space between her brows. It's been over a year. He's been asleep for over a year. Now, it's about time for him to wake up. Unfortunately, Zixi was now a phoenix egg and can no longer appear before her. Otherwise, with Zixi around, not only would she not have needed 3 days to prepare, her success rate would also be greatly increased. Xiao Yi, I'm not sure if, based on where I am today, if I can wake you up. However, no matter what, I've got to try. Previously, I had Zixi to strategize for me, but now, I'm all alone. Even so, I will give everything I've got to save you. As she spoke, Gu Ruoan took out the medicinal herbs she had procured and placed them into her mouth before slowly swallowing. Boom. A strong medicinal power began charging around violently within Gu Ruoan's body, causing her face to immediately turn as white as a sheet. She spat out a mouthful of blood, but she did not give up and swallowed every single herb down. In order to bring out the Hell's Lotus properties, one would need fresh blood as a sacrificial offering for it. However, fresh blood alone would not be enough. These herbs were essential as well. Chapter 657, Chanbei Awakens 3. Slash. Gu Ruoan drew her long sword and cut her arm open. Fresh blood began trickling down from her wound. As the Hell's Lotus absorbed the blood which contains the power from the medicinal herbs, its glow began to increase until it was almost blinding. Unsure of how much blood she had contributed, Gu Ruoan's face grew increasingly pale. When the flow of blood started to slow, she gingerly took her arm away, took out a pill and swallowed it. Then, she plucked a petal from the Hell's Lotus, propped the man's body up on the bed and placed the petal by the man's mouth. Instantly, the petal turned into a ray of light and shot into the man's mouth. Gu Ruoan saw a red light sliding down Chanbei's throat. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful force erupted from Chanbei's body. Even though she had been initially prepared, Gu Ruoan was wounded by the force. She wiped the corner of her lips and stared worriedly at Chanbei. No, the power from directly swallowing the Hell's Lotus is far too great. I must think of a way to help Xiao Yi. Otherwise, it's highly likely that Xiao Yi, in his sleep, will explode from this power. If Zixi was here. No. This won't do. I cannot rely on Zixi for everything. Now, I'll have to solve all my problems by myself. Gu Ruoan resisted the hurricane from Chanbei Yi's body and slowly walked towards him. She then hugged him as tightly as she could. At that moment, the berserk power from Chanbei Yi's body redirected itself towards Gu Ruoan, exploding against the vital organs of her body. It hurts. Gu Ruoan could now feel a searing pain throughout every vein and artery in her body. She wondered whether she would die from berserk power in the very next second. However, she could not let go of the man in her arms or else this power would return to his body. Xiao Yi, I've waited for this moment for a very long time. Ever since you've fallen into this deep slumber, I've crossed the 10 deadly trials and shut myself off in a tomb for a year. Even Zixi has left my side. It's been difficult for me to obtain the Hell's Lotus, and no matter what, I won't give up on you. Despite the power going berserk within her body, Gu Ruoan continued to embrace Chanbei Yi. Blood began to ooze from her skin and slowly began to cover her entire body. However, a quiet and calm smile hung on her face as if she does not feel the pain within her body. Xiao Yi, once, it was you who had always protected me. Now, just this once, I want to protect you. Thud. Just then, a hand pushed the bedroom door open and a man dressed in the law enforcement team uniform entered the room. He stared with a frown at the woman in green who was kneeling in front of the bed. Next to him was a woman dressed in light yellow robes. Her black-dyed brows stared off into the distance and the tiny smile hanging from the corners of her lips did not match up to her seemingly virtuous face. Miss, someone has lodged a complaint with the law enforcement office that you have recklessly caused trouble in the Yi family home. Also, you've raised your hand against another. Is this true? Yi Yu frowned as he asked. Nangong Yue had just gone to him and said that she had been bullied by a Yi family servant girl. If this woman was a servant girl in the Yi family, why would she be staying in a guest room? Furthermore, after making some inquiries, I was informed that this woman had arrived here just a few days ago and had said that she wanted to meet Little Master Yi Nuo. However, during these 3 days, she had never shown herself anyone and was never seen with Little Master Yi Nuo. As such, Yi Yu could not determine her actual identity. Chapter 658, Chanbei Yi Awakens 4. Because of this, he had waited for her to return before probing the situation. As for Nangong Yue's request in asking him to chase this woman out of the Yi family home, he still had no way of doing it until he was able to correctly determine this woman's true identity. Just in case she truly has some connection to Yi Nuo, by then, even the eldest young master certainly would not spare him. Cough, cough. They had caught Gu Ruoan by surprise when they knocked down the door. She immediately spat a mouthful of blood onto Chanbei Yi. A cold light flashed across her pale face, but at a time like this, she has to control the power within her body and did not have the time to bother with these people. Brother Yu, why are you treating a mere servant girl with such courtesy? She's only my father's concubine. Even if, by a stroke of luck, the Yi family had chosen her to be a servant girl, she's still only an underling. Let's just chase her out and be done with it. Nangong Yue knit her crescent-shaped eyebrows irritably. I just can't understand why Yi Yu would want to waste his time and speak to this servant girl at all. Yi Yu frowned and shot Nangong Yue a look, cutting her off. He then turned towards Gu Ruoan and asked, Miss, I'm going to ask you this again. Who are you and have you really caused harm to the disciples of the Yi family? Gu Ruoan continued to ignore him as her arms hugged the man in her embrace as tightly as possible. Her clear, cold eyes only showed a hint of warmth whenever she looked at the silver-haired man. When he saw that Gu Ruoan had ignored his questions, Yi Yu also became incensed. It doesn't matter whether she's acquainted with Little Master Yi Nuo or not, I'm still a member of the Yi family law enforcement office after all. She had hurt a disciple in the Yi family home and has completely ignored our laws. Even if this reaches the eldest young master's ears, I have a definitive reason to have her thrown out of the house. So, after being ignored by this woman, Yi Yu slowly stepped forward and raised his hand. He intended to drag her out of the way and see what she had been holding on to. At that moment, a pair of blood-red eyes, devoid of any warmth, slowly opened and stared straight at him. Yi Yu felt his heart tremble as if he had just seen something utterly terrifying and quickly staggered back. In that instant, his heart nearly stopped as an endless terror began to take over. How many people does one have to kill in order to create such a bloodthirsty look in their eyes? You. Yi Yu was so scared that he began to sputter as he stared fearfully at that pair of blood-red eyes. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan was astonished. As she looked at the man whose eyes were now open, her heart brimmed with happy surprise. Her clear, cold eyes were now filled with excitement as she said, Xiao Yi, you're finally awake. Chanbei Yi did not seem to hear Gu Ruoan at all. He slowly got off the bed and headed towards Yi Yu who had long begun to speak incoherently. What do you think you're doing? Yi Yu took a step back in fear. He has never met a man with such a powerful and terrifying aura before. Perhaps, in the entire Yi family, only Lord Master could stand a chance against him. Bang! Chanbei Yi waved his hand and a powerful force sent Yi Yu flying. A popping sound emanated from his body and he almost fainted from fear. He now felt regretful for listening to Nangong Yue in the first place and coming here to investigate this woman. If I had known that there was such a terrifying presence in her room, I would never have come. Chapter 659, Chanbei Yi Awakens 5. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan stared dazedly at the man in red who was standing under the moonlight and could not help but call out to him gently. The man finally turned around. His bloodthirsty and cruel eyes slowly lost their chill when he laid them upon that delicate and pretty face. His red lips gently moved and his voice was filled with longing. Xiao Yun, I'm back. Yes, he's once again back at her side. Nothing will ever tear them apart again. Also, with his awakening this time, he has enough power to protect her. Even 100,000 martial honors should not even think of trying to harm him. Gu Ruoan's lips curled into a smile. Her smile was not her usual calm smile but held a rare gentleness and warmth. Xiao Yi, welcome back. Suddenly, a large hand towards her and pulled her into an embrace. As she basked in his warm embrace, the rush and the insecurities of the previous days slowly began to melt away. In the arms of this man, she would forever feel at peace. Yunsa, even though I have been in a deep sleep all this time, I knew what was happening on the outside. You've been through a lot. This time, he had called her Yunsa and not Xiao Yun. Gu Ruoan, muddled in her excitement, had not noticed it at all. Chan Beiyi's eyes were filled with heartache. How had she managed to pass the 10 deadly trials of the banished lands? She had felt such sorrow and anger during Zixi's death that at the time, I truly wished that I could smash through everything and come out to stay by her side. However, no matter how much he had wished to awaken, he could not open his eyes. Nangong Yue was in a daze. She stared fixedly at the silver-haired man and had never once imagined that the world could contain such a beautiful man. However, what Nangong Yue admired most of all was not the man's peerless beauty, but the shockingly powerful force within him. This man was undeniably a powerful cultivator. He's precisely her type of man. It seems that you still enjoy deceiving others. Nangong Yue calmed herself down before sneering and staring arrogantly at Gu Ruoan. There must be a lot of people who have been deceived by your fake sense of virtuousness, am I correct? You're a hypocrite. You had seduced my father for the sake of a bit of power. What else are you not capable of doing? I think many people aren't aware of your true colors and had allowed you to play them like a toy. I, on the other hand, will show the world what kind of woman you truly are. My words will definitely open this man's eyes to the kind of woman she is. After all, no man can tolerate his woman seducing another man for the sake of money and power. Especially the kind of person who puts on a noble and virtuous face to deceive others. Hearing this, the fearlessly beautiful man in red finally had a reaction. He slowly turned around and directed his gaze at her. At that moment, Nangong Yue felt her heart jump as she stared foolishly at the man's fearlessly beautiful face and gulped fiercely. If I could spend one night with a peerless-looking man like this, I'll never forget about it for the rest of my life. Stop. Yi Yu's expression changed greatly when he saw Chan Beiyi approaching Nangong Yue. He turned behind to face the starry-eyed and infatuated Nangong Yue and yelled, Yue, run. A murderous intent had begun to stir within this man's body when Nangong Yue was speaking. Yi Yu believed that, at this moment, he was really going to kill Nangong Yue. Unfortunately, Nangong Yue did not respond to his warning. She then started to walk towards Chan Beiyi. Chapter 660, Nangong Yue's Tragedy, 1. Without warning, the man's large hand began to squeeze her neck powerfully and choke her. He flashed a devastating smile which also held a bloodthirsty murderous intent. Do you know that you're inviting death with your words? The feeling of pain and suffocation caused Nangong Yue to snap out of her starry-eyed infatuation. She stared in astonishment at the face which was just mere inches away from hers and her eyes instantly filled with fear. No. Bang. Chan Beiyi violently threw Nangong Yue out of the way. Her body crashed into a wall and caused the entire wall to collapse. The rubble fell on her body and covered it, leaving only her head, which was staring in terror at Chan Beiyi, visible. Gu Ruoan had been standing next to Chan Beiyi since the beginning. Her eyes were clear and cold and only showed a hint of warmth when they gazed upon the man. After a long pause, her gaze finally fell upon Nangong Yue. Her pure and delicate face broke into a calm smile. Nangong Yue, you seem to have forgotten my words. I had once warned you not to do anything more than 3 times. I've already let you off twice. This time, I would no longer spare you from your fate. Cough, cough. Nangong Yue coughed dryly and glared hatefully at Gu Ruoan. This is the Yi family home and you had the audacity to raise your hand against me. The Yi family will never let a little servant girl like you get away with this. Little servant girl. Where's the servant girl? Woman, who are you calling a little servant girl? Suddenly, a childish but strong voice rang aloud from behind Nangong Yue. Before Nangong Yue could make sense of the situation, a small figure hurriedly rushed towards Gu Ruoan. However, just as he was getting close to her, a large hand picked him up and tossed him away. As luck would have it, he landed butt first on Nangong Yue's head. He then farted loudly and Nangong Yue almost fainted from the smell. When has she, Nangong Yue, ever had to endure such an insult? She immediately flew into a mad rage but her body was partially buried by the destroyed wall and she was completely immobilized. All she could do was to scream loudly, you brat, have you no upbringing? Get away from me. As she spoke, Nangong Yue missed the change in Yi Yu's expression. Yi Yu, who's this? Yi Nuo leaped up from Nangong Yue's head before dusting off his buttocks and glancing at Yi Yu. He then turned towards a pale Nangong Yue, wrinkled his adorable brows and exclaimed, why have I not seen her before? Why have you not thrown her out of the Yi family home yet? She had the audacity to call bodyguard Gu a little servant girl. How dare she? Hee, Nangong Yue sneered, and scoffed, who the hell are you? This little brat actually wants to kick me out of the Yi family home. Does this Yi family belong to you? What a dumb FCK. Nangong Yue had been spoiled rotten by the governor long ago in Tranquil Mountain City. As such, she does not put much thought into her actions and words. Not only had she failed to notice the ashen look on Yi Yu's face, she had not even paid attention to the way Yi Nuo had addressed him. Yue, shut your mouth. Yi Yu hurriedly yelled back at Nangong Yue, fearing that whatever she would say next would set the heavens on fire. He then turned towards Yi Nuo and threw himself to the ground. Little master, Yue is young and does not know any better. Please, little master, spare her on account of my industrious and conscientious contributions to the Yi family. Little master. Nangong Yue felt dazed. In the entire Yi family, only one person would ever be addressed by that title. The only son of the eldest young master, Yi Extinction, who is also the only third-generation heir to the Yi family, little master Yi Nuo. Chapter 661, Nangong Yue's Tragedy, 2. This little brat is little master Yi Nuo. At this moment, Nangong Yue's expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold. Her mind simply refused to comprehend why little Master Yi Nuo had appeared here in the first place. Young, Yi Nuo rolled his eyes and replied cockily, I'm only 10 years old. Is this woman younger than me? Yi Yu's argument that a 20-year-old adult was young and does not know any better in front of a 10-year-old child shows that his brain was full of holes as well. Yue, apologize to the little master. Yi Yu quickly shot Nangong Yue a look and spoke urgently. Nangong Yue's entire face was flushed red. He's asking me to apologize to a 10-year-old child in front of this woman. I'll never be able to live this down. I truly should never have insulted you, little master. To tell the truth, I had been dragged into behaving this way. This woman is too much of an intolerable bully. I've also entered the Yi family, so how could she bully me like that? Not only had she seduced my father, she had humiliated me as well. I simply cannot swallow this rage. Yi Nuo was thoroughly enraged. His youthful little face turned red and he glared fiercely at Yi Yu. Take this woman away and have her locked up in the law enforcement office. She dared to accuse Bodyguard Gu of seducing her father. She had not even bothered to check Bodyguard Gu's status at all. Unless Bodyguard Gu was air-ficking blind, then yeah, she would probably have seduced her father. With such a young and outstanding person like me around, why would Bodyguard Gu even want to seduce a dried-up old man? Little master. Yi Yu's entire face had turned anxious and he pleaded bitterly. The punishments in the law enforcement office are too harsh. How can a woman like you endure it? Little master, why don't we speak to the second young master first and let him judge the situation? The second young master Yi Xinglan was the kindest person in the Yi household and was also the easiest to talk to. As long as I can speak to him, Yue can be spared from being punished. Furthermore, it was Gu Ruan who had first provoked the matter. If she had not raised her hand against a disciple of the Yi family, the following events would never have happened. Why do we need to look for second uncle? Yi Nuo laughed coldly. If you really want, you might as well look for my father or my grandfather. I'd really like to see who's going to stand up for you. Whether it was Bodyguard Gu or these people who had been in the wrong, my father would always help Bodyguard Gu unconditionally. This is based on the fact that he's still pinning his hopes on Gu Ruan to heal that old man. Right now, in the Yi family, nothing is more important than the old man. As for that old man, it's even better. He would always go by favoritism rather than rationality. Who cares who's right or wrong? In the eyes of that old man, the ones in the wrong will definitely be you and that woman. Most importantly, I really don't think that Bodyguard Gu would provoke anyone without rhyme or reason, so these people must have provoked her first. Since that's the case, even if Bodyguard Gu ends up killing him, I'll always stand on her side anyway. However, Yi Yu let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Whether it's the eldest young master or the second young master, they're much easier to talk to than the stubborn little master Yi Nuo. As long as I can meet with them, Yu's life can remain intact this time. Yun sir. Chanbei Yi lightly narrowed his eyes and circled his arm tightly around Gu Ruan's waist. His voice held the sour taste of jealousy. You're really sweeping the deck with both the young and old. Gu Ruan coughed in embarrassment. Honestly, when she had been proposed to by a 10-year-old child, she had felt a surge of discomfort throughout her entire being. It was a particularly awkward feeling. Xiao Yi, actually, Yi Nuo is only feeling too lonely. He doesn't have anyone in the Yi family who is of the same age as him, and he doesn't have any brothers or sisters. Everyone else dreads him, fears him and respects him. That's why he has become so reliant on me and said that he wants to marry me. He really just wants a person who will treat him equally and to keep him company. Chapter 662, Nangong Yue's Tragedy, 3. Though this fellow may seem so mature at such a young age, he has never had a playmate of the same age. Because of Yi Lan, he had been forced into cultivation from the moment he began to remember things. That was the cause of his personality today. I know. Chanbei Yi smiled and loosened his grip on her waist, holding her in a more comfortable manner. If it wasn't for the fact that this little boy is not yet an adult, it wouldn't have been as simple as me just throwing him out of the way. If this were anyone else, I would have made it such that he wouldn't be able to get off the bed for half a month. The corners of Gu Ruan's lips twitched. I didn't think that Xiao Yi would have such a strong streak of possessiveness. Bodyguard Gu, is this fellow the husband to be you've mentioned? Yi Nuo looked at Chanbei Yi. He had initially intended to step forward when he remembered being flung across the room and stopped in his tracks. He rubbed his nose and said, it seems that he's awakened after ingesting that Hell's Lotus. Bodyguard Gu, you mustn't forget about me just because you have him around now. If it wasn't for me stealing the Hell's Lotus, he would never have woken up. He had purposely mentioned this to ensure that Chanbei Yi heard it. What he really meant was, I had stolen the Hell's Lotus to save you so you cannot throw me away again. Chanbei Yi's lips curled into a smile and a light flashed across his blood-red pupils. When he gazed at the girl in his arms, the warmth in his eyes grew as if his eyes were filled with her entire being. Hell's Lotus. The little master had stolen the Hell's Lotus. Yi Yu was stunned and his eyes darted back and forth. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. He turned to Yi Nuo and said, Little Master Yi Nuo, didn't you say that you want the eldest young master to make the decision? That's fine. Let's go meet the eldest young master. However, you better not regret it. Regret? What's there for me to regret? Yi Nuo rolled his eyes and glanced wordlessly at Yi Yu. You've done something that you shouldn't have. If the eldest young master finds out about it, you'll be finished too. Yi Yu was no longer as terrified as he felt a while ago. He raised his chin and spoke arrogantly. Something that I shouldn't have done. Yi Nuo furrowed his adorable brows but simply could not figure out what he had done wrong no matter how hard he tried to remember it. He unconsciously filled his tone with a bite of impatience. Quit talking nonsense, let's go see my old father now. As he spoke, he pulled Nangong Yue out from the rubble and walked behind her with quick steps. A murderous intent flashed across Chanbei Yi's eyes. He smiled, Yun sir, let's go watch this good show. What do you think? Gu Ruan did not respond. She did not know why, but there seems to be something different about Chanbei Yi's awakening this time. What the difference was, she could not say. At the thought of that, Gu Ruan slowly returned to her senses and said, Xiao Yi, let's go. At the Grand Hall. Yi Exingtian was seated on a chair, staring coldly at the handsome man who was kneeling on the ground. A frosty light flashed across his eyes. How could he not be aware of such a huge event happening in the rear courtyard? However, these people had arrived before he could get there in time. Yi Exingtian also had not expected for Yi to become even gutsier. Lady Gu was the only one who can cure the master, yet he had dared to cause trouble for her. If something happens to her, there was no other person in this world who had the ability to cure him. Chapter 663, Nangong Yue's Tragedy, 4. The flames of Yi Exingtian's anger was growing bigger and bigger. His palm landed violently on the table and he exclaimed furiously, Yi Yu, what are you doing here? And who is this woman next to you? Has the Yi household suddenly become a free-for-all where anyone can just come in? Yi Yu's entire face was filled with grief. He did not understand why the eldest young master would scold him before even asking about the situation. Even though the eldest young master was not as kind as the second young master, he was not an unreasonable man. What is really going on to cause him to yell at me before inquiring about the situation? Eldest young master, I just found out that the Hell's Lotus is missing and accidentally overheard little master Yi Nuo saying that he had stolen the Hell's Lotus and given it to this woman. I want to report the incident to the eldest young master. As he spoke, Yi Yu took one look at the woman who was nestled against Chanbei Yi's embrace and sneered. This silver-haired man is indeed powerful, but the Yi family still has the Lord Master. They call him the #1 cultivator in the vanished lands. If the Lord Master was to appear, he might be able to defeat this man. Hearing this, everyone else in the Great Hall began whispering amongst themselves. The stolen Hell's Lotus was too much of a serious matter. Most importantly, the thief happened to be the Little Master. If the Master was to find out about this, the Little Master will suffer a heavy sentence. It would be difficult for these people to escape death. Utter rubbish. Yi Exingtian's expression darkened and a raging flame burned in his eyes. The Hell's Lotus is in my father's hands. I saw it with my own eyes just a while ago. You claim that Nuoer had stolen the Hell's Lotus. Do you have proof? It was father who had given the Hell's Lotus to Gu Ruoan. However, everyone else was still being kept in the dark about the matter. In order to avoid giving those troublemakers any opportunity, we cannot let anyone know about this. Yi Yu was momentarily dazed and said, I heard the Little Master confess to it personally. There's certainly no mistake about it. Oh, Yi Exingtian looked at Yi Nuo, winked at him, and asked, is this true? Yi Nuo immediately understood what his father really meant and took a few steps to stand in front of the crowd. His little fist landed on Yi Yu's body with a loud bang. Yi Yu did not dare to oppose Yi Nuo. His body was immediately sent stumbling back. His handsome face was full of fiery rage, but he dared not say a thing. UF Seeker, saying that I had stolen the Hell's Lotus. Yi Nuo's fists landed one after another as his mouth continued to cold incessantly. Which ear of yours had heard me say such things? You dare to slander me? Faced with a flurry of fists, Yi Yu simply did not dare to fight back, terrified that he would be met with great opposition if he laid his hands on Yi Nuo. As such, he could only continue dodging the attacks, gritting his teeth hatefully. All right, Yi Exingtian raised his hand, stopping Yi Nuo and said, Nuoer, tell father. What was your dispute about? Eldest young master. Without waiting for Yi Nuo to speak, Nangong Yue knelt and moved a few steps forward, bowing down fiercely. Her eyes were filled with grief and anger. Please make a decision for us. This woman had raised her hand and harmed a member of the Yi family. I could not bear the sight of it, so I had asked Brother Yu to avenge the family disciple. As Nangong Yue spoke, she raised her head and looked at Gu Ruoan. She continued to speak with shivering righteousness. Ever since I've entered the Yi family household, I've kept the Yi family's benevolence in mind. The Yi family are my benefactors and I love this family deeply. As such, I could not stand the sight of the Yi family disciples being bullied and stood up for them. I had done this for the sake of the Yi family. Chapter 664, Nangong Yue's Tragedy, 5. Hearing those words, everyone present immediately began to nod their heads. Obviously, in their eyes, Nangong Yue was a person who was always thinking of the good of the Yi family. Gu Ruoan had hurt one of the Yi family's disciple. Her crime was unforgivable. Is that so? Yi Exingtian asked as he looked at Gu Ruoan. Gu Ruoan smiled, not seeing it as a big deal. I was merely teaching a lesson to a dog who had blocked my way. Roar. The crowd immediately went into a frenzy. Nobody could have imagined that this woman would possess such a high degree of arrogance. Even when faced with so many members of the Yi family, she had dared to spout such words. Does she no longer wish to live? Also, in this sense, she had indirectly confessed to Nangong Yue's accusations. Yi Exingtian laughed bitterly. This girl, does she not understand the meaning of denial? As long as she denies it, I can have this woman thrown out of the Yi family under the crime of false accusation. However, she's really too smart by immediately confessing like that. Is she trying to make things difficult for me? Nuoer, you tell me. What happened, exactly? Yi Exingtian could only place his final hopes on his own son. Of course, Yi Nuo did not disappoint. He immediately rose to his feet and replied with a cocky look on his face, Father, you must make a decision in Bodyguard Gu's stead. This woman is simply an intolerable bully. She publicly ran to Bodyguard Gu's room to humiliate her. However, the most vicious thing is that she had slandered Bodyguard Gu by accusing her of seducing her father. She's even announced in public that Bodyguard Gu is her father's concubine. I heard the whispers from outsiders about this matter and ran to find Bodyguard Gu, only to catch this woman in a vain attempt to fool around with Bodyguard Gu's eldest husband. The more Yi Nuo talked about it, the angrier he felt. His little face turned very red indeed. Woman, you should take a look in the mirror and assess your morality and conduct as well. That father of yours is a dried-up old man. How good can he really be? Bodyguard Gu has an outstanding and splendid eldest husband with me as her second husband. Would she even give your damned father a second look? If you don't believe me, father, I can call on the disciples of the Yi family as witnesses. Especially the guy who had been beaten up by Bodyguard Gu. At that time, they had believed in this woman's words, so they had caused trouble for Bodyguard Gu. Chan Beiyi's eyes slowly darkened and the hand that held Gu Ruoan's hand tightened its grip. Based on the fact that this child is helping Yunsa, I will overlook the way he's addressing me. Ahum. Yi Xingqian's face displaced a clear awkwardness and he looked at Gu Ruoan. He explained with an embarrassed note in his voice, Lady Gu, Nuoer didn't really mean to address you in that manner, so please do not take it to heart. As for the grievances you've had to endure in the Yi household, I will make a decision. His eyes then turned towards Nangong Yue. The man's expression lost the courtesy that he had displayed towards Gu Ruoan. His handsome face was masked with an icy chill and his eyes were filled with an icy aura. Yi, you've consciously gone against the law and connived with another to abuse an honored Yi family guest. I want you to stew in your own juices and no one would be allowed to take you in. As for you, Nangong Yue, you've slandered her and impersonated as a member of the Yi family. Your crime should not be faced with punishment from the Yi family. I will hand you over to Lady Gu. Whether you live or die, she will make the decision. Yi Xingqian paused before continuing. Besides, Lady Gu is Nuoer's friend and is also an honored guest in the Yi household. If anyone dares to treat her without courtesy, they shall be punished with the maximum sentence. These words clearly gave Gu Ruoan the highest form of security in the Yi family. From now on, no one in the Yi family dared to cross her again. Yi Yu's face was ashen. He does not know Gu Ruoan's true identity, nor does he know why the eldest young master, who usually handled matters impartially, would help her without even bothering to look for proof. Furthermore, he has even given her the most honored treatment in the Yi family. Chapter 665, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 1. In contrast to the ugly look on Yi Yu's face, Nangong Yue's face went pale with shock. She crawled to her feet and hurriedly rushed out of the grand hall. No. I don't want to die. I want to go back to Tranquil Mountain City. Right now, Nangong Yue's heart was filled with so much remorse and she finally understood that her father truly had her best interests at heart. She should not have been so willful and rash to leave her safe harbor. If she was still in Tranquil Mountain City, her father would certainly be able to protect her. Suddenly, a ray of red light flashed across the hall, striking her body and throwing it out of the way. In her final moments, she gazed upon the man's bloodthirsty and merciless red eyes and his head of breathtaking silvery hair. The show's over. We should return to our quarters and rest. Chan Beiyi raised the corners of his lips and put his hand away. He looked as if the person who had just committed the murder was not him at all. All right. Gu Ruoan nodded before turning towards Chan Beiyi and smiling. Xiao Yi, there's something that I want to show you. Previously, in Black Rock City, Meizu gifted me with this black box. Perhaps Xiao Yi might know something about it. Nuoer, Yi Xingqian watched Gu Ruoan and Chan Beiyi leave and frowned. This man is her aforementioned husband-to-be. When had he appeared? Besides, since this man has awakened, that proves that the Hell's Lotus was effective. Yi Nuo did not reply. His eyes twinkled mysteriously and no one could tell what he was thinking. Father, I want to go into closed-door cultivation. Yi Xingqian was stunned. After all, this son of his was usually most annoyed with being forced to do closed-door cultivation. Now, he was actually taking the initiative to suggest it. Could it be that the sun was rising from the west? Father, grandfather was right. I can only grow stronger in order to help her. So, I have decided to lock myself up. Once I have broken through to become a martial emperor, I'll look for her again. At this moment, the little youth's face was full of resolve. His eyes flashed with a determined light. Yi Xingqian laughed bitterly and replied with exasperation, all right then, you may commence your cultivation in your grandfather's cultivation room. If your grandfather sees how you're making an effort, he'll be very happy. He will definitely be very willing to loan you his cultivation room. Yi Nuo took one last look at Gu Ruoan and slightly clenched his little fists. Bodyguard Gu, wait for me to emerge once again. I will make you sit up and take notice of me, in case your eyes no longer behold mine after the appearance of this man. Now, I can only draw your attention with my power and talent. However, I'm afraid that I'll never catch up to you for the rest of my life. The clear, cold glow of moonlight poured down upon the room. The two of them looked at each other face to face in the bedroom. Illuminated by the glow of the moonlight, the sight of it was as beautiful as a portrait. Yunsa, we've been apart for so many days. There's something that I need to tell you. Chan Beiyi took 2 steps towards her. His peerlessly beautiful features were enveloped by the light of the moon and he was so devastatingly beautiful that one becomes breathless in his presence. Every minute and every second that I was away from you feels like an entire century to me. So, from now on, I don't want you to be away from me for too long. He could still remember the last time she had left him at Azure Dragon Country. In the end, he had gone to look for her, unable to bear his longing for her. Gu Ruoan stared blankly before nodding. All right, then you'll follow me wherever I go. Yunsa, Chan Beiyi gazed at Gu Ruoan in complete seriousness. That's not what I meant. I'm saying, marry me, isn't that good? Marry him. Gu Ruoan was completely dazed. A year ago, Chan Beiyi's coma showed her that she could not be without this man and made her realize that, after their years of interaction, she had slowly developed feelings for him. However, honestly speaking, she had never thought of marrying him. Chapter 666, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 2. She had never even considered it. Furthermore, Chan Beiyi was now very different from the Chan Beiyi she had known before. Previously, Xiao Yi was like an innocent child. Now, it seemed almost like he had grown up overnight. Xiao Yi, I'm still holding on to a great hatred. Gu Ruoan gently closed her eyes and opened them again after a long pause. She gazed at the man's peerless face and said, my mother died tragically and my maternal grandfather's entire family was annihilated. Yet, that son of ABTCH still flaunts himself as a filial son-in-law. I will never forget this vengeance. There are some matters that I will only consider after I have had my revenge. Chan Beiyi curled his lips into a smile as his fingers gently caressed Gu Ruoan's hair. His voice, which was usually filled with cruelty and bloodlust when he spoke to others, was now filled with warmth and love instead. Then I'll wait for you. If you need any help, just say the word. I will take care of all your enemies for you and terrorize those who had hurt you. He loves her so much, how could he bear to allow anyone to hurt her? Now, whenever he thought of the ones who had hurt her in her past life, Chanbei's heart would stir with a thick murderous intent. It took him a long time before he could recompose himself and lower his head to look at the girl before him. Yunsa, you said that you have something to show me. This is it. Gu Ruan's eyes flashed and a curious-looking black box appeared in the palm of her hand. Someone had given this to me but I don't know how to use it. Could you take a look at it for me? Chanbei squinted his eyes and a peculiar light flashed. His face then looked a little shocked. This is a divine weapon. A divine weapon. Gu Ruan's heart shuddered violently. A sacred treasure. You are certain? Amongst all the weapons of the world, spiritual weapons were already considered very valuable. The total number of spiritual weapons in one mainland could be counted on one's fingers. What more a mythical divine weapon? She already has one divine weapon, the ancient divine pagoda. What uses could this divine weapon hold? It goes without saying that as long as it was a divine weapon, its existence was separate from the rest of the world. That's right, it's a divine weapon. And a multidimensional divine weapon at that. A multidimensional divine weapon, like the ancient divine pagoda. Gu Ruan was even more astonished. After all, multidimensional divine weapons were the most valuable of all divine weapons. No, Chanbei shook his head. The ancient divine pagoda is an ancient antique and is more valuable than this divine weapon. Yunsa, divine weapons are not like an average weapon, they must be contracted to your soul. After it has been contracted, unless your soul was destroyed, it will follow you through every reincarnation. Gu Ruan nodded and took a deep breath. She then slowly closed her eyes. She used her soul and carved an imprint inside the black box. Instantly, a black light emerged from within and a large, golden word appeared from inside the box. Chaos. Gu Ruan opened her eyes and stared at the word on the box as she said, it seems that setting up a contract with a divine weapon wasn't as difficult as I'd thought. It's not that easy to set up a contract with a divine weapon. Chanbei smiled and continued, not everyone can control a divine weapon. They have more spiritual intelligence than spiritual weapons and are more selective of their owners. The extent of your soul in the contract is more superior than it, which was why it had chosen you. Yunsa, give it a name. Gu Ruan rubbed her chin and muttered to herself for a bit before saying, I'll call it Xiao-Hei. Buzz, buzz. Hearing its name, Xiao-Hei flew from Gu Ruan's hand as if it was protesting against something. Chapter 667, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 3. After all, it was a divine weapon yet she had given it the name of a country bumpkin. Gu Ruan ignored its tantrum and plucked it from the air back into her hand. She then directed her psychic consciousness to explore the contents of the box. Instantly, a piece of chaos entered her vision. It was grey and blurry and she could not make anything out at all. Gu Ruan frowned and retrieved her psychic consciousness. She turned towards Chanbei and asked, what kind of multidimensional divine weapon is this? Chaos. Chanbei thought deeply about this. After a long pause, his red eyes fell upon Gu Ruan as he said, Chaos may be no match for the ancient divine pagoda but its rank is at the frontmost among all the divine weapons. Within chaos, time in the world outside moves differently. 1 year inside is equivalent to 1 month in the world outside. It is abundant in spiritual energy as well, making it very suitable for cultivation. Gu Ruan's heart leaped. I didn't think that Xiao-Hei would be so useful. This trip to the banished lands was certainly not wasted. Yunsa, don't get too happy so soon. Do you know chaos origins? Chanbei looked at the girl before him and the smile in his red eyes grew even more magnificent. This weapon had been created over 10,000 years ago by a strong cultivator who wished to establish her own powers. Back then, her powers were almost at its peak and she no longer needed to absorb spiritual energy. As such, this particular type of divine weapon specializes in nurturing a person's power. That also means that as the master of this divine weapon, you can't enter the divine weapon and use it for cultivation. Gu Ruan's heart shuddered violently. Creating a divine weapon, just how powerful was the cultivator's level of strength? Even so, Xiao-Hei will provide me with a great boost of power. Besides, I have long been trying to figure out a way to transport the powers of Black Rock City out of here without having to expose the ancient divine pagoda. With Xiao-Hei, I no longer need to worry about that. Gu Ruan fiddled with the box in her hand and grinned. The perplexing issue that she had been mulling over for the past few days was now resolved. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and fixed her eyes upon Chanbei. Xiao Yi, how do you know so much? Haven't you lost your memories and completely forgotten your past? Gu Ruan furrowed her brows and asked suspiciously, could it be that you've regained your memories? That's right. I thought it was strange that the current Xiao Yi gives off a completely different feeling from how he was before. There can only be one explanation for this. He has regained his memories. As his memories were restored, his personality had then changed greatly. He no longer acts cute or coquettish to me. Silence. The entire room was deathly silent. After a long pause, the man spoke again. Actually, I'm not too certain myself. When I saw Xiao-Hei, everything about its origins suddenly appeared in my mind. Perhaps I've seen it before. Gu Ruan was still suspicious and asked again, are you telling me the truth? Chanbei stared at Gu Ruan with grief. His pitiful expression was like a bottom in a homosexual relationship, giving one the urge to love him tenderly. Yunsa, don't you believe me? I believe you. Gu Ruan shook her head, cast off her misgivings and looked at the man in front of her again. Xiao Yi, if you really have regained your memories, tell me. I'd like to know about your past as well. Besides, I really hope that you'll get your memories back. A person who cannot remember his own past must be in great pain. Chanbei reached out and pulled Gu Ruan against his chest, holding the woman in a tight embrace as if he feared that if he loosened his grip, she would leave without even looking back. Chapter 668, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 4. As such, at this moment, Guruan missed the quick flash of light in his eyes. Yunsa, from here on, no matter what happens, I, Chanbei, will never harm a single hair on your head. You must believe me. All right, I trust you. This man had accompanied me for so many years, how could I not trust him? Even if he happened to point a sword at her one day, there was no way that this person would be her Xiaoyi. Because Xiaoyi would never ever hurt her. Yunsa, when are we leaving? After a month, I've promised Yilan that I would cure him. Once he's healthy again, we can leave the banished lands. Gu Ruan smiled gently. Now that Xiaoyi was awake, it was time for them to leave this place. Her only regret was that Zixi was not by her side. At the East Peak mainland, seated in a guest house, the man's face looked as cold as ice. His handsome, godlike features displayed a thick murderous intent. His golden eyes slowly darkened and his fingers gently brushed the wine cup on the table. You've rushed me back from the banished lands, saying that you've found Yunsa's murderer. I wonder who this person is. Chia Chuksu's entire face was filled with urgency and a hint of rage. Big brother Jin, it's true. The one responsible for my elder sister's death is that holy doctor, Bai Zhongshan. At that time, he had wanted to marry her off to someone in exchange for some medicinal herbs. Big sister refused, so he had killed her. Smash! The man's palm gathered strength and shattered the cup in his hand into pieces, some of which had pierced into his hand. Yet he did not seem to feel it. His golden eyes remained cold and arrogant as he asked, the proof. The proof. A vicious light flashed in Chia Chuksu's eyes. The proof is that Bai Zhongshan has recently been in contact with Qin Ran. This Qin Ran was the man whom Bai Zhongshan had initially wanted my sister to marry. Qin Ran. The man's golden eyes turned increasingly cold as he heard that name. He spoke darkly, I'll investigate this matter thoroughly. If he had truly murdered Yunsa, then I will hunt him down and kill him even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Chia Chuksu sneered at the sight of the man's expression. Big brother Jin, I can arrange for whatever evidence you want. By the time you receive the results of your investigation, it will all point towards Bai Zhongshan, Chia Ruan's murderer. By then, I'll use you to send the troublesome old man off to accompany Chia Ruan. Whoosh. Just as Chia Chuksu spoke, Jindai's body turned into a flash of light and charged off at top speed. Chia Chuksu, who had remained behind and watched him leave, clenched her fists. She took a deep breath before turning around and left the guest house. At the Chia family home, a place with many visitors. When Chia Ruan was still alive, even though she had a deep friendship with Jindai, they did not see each other very often. That was why the world was unaware of her relationship with Jindai. Even her father and younger sister, Chia Ming and Chia Chuksu, had only found out about it after her death. With the help of Jindai, the Chia family has managed to destroy countless enemies. Thus, the world began to sit up and take notice of the Chia family. With the backing of a marshal supreme, not many families in the East Peak mainland dared to oppress the Chia family. Furthermore, the rest of the world was unaware of another trump card hidden within the Chia family home. In a damp secret chamber, a chirping sound could be heard. If one were to look inside, one would find a firebird locked inside the secret chamber with a table filled with all sorts of fresh food. However, it did not seem to have any appetite as it looked around the tightly sealed stone room. It then let out a howl before angrily sweeping the delicious food off the table. Chapter 669, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 5. Creak. The stone door was pushed open and a woman dressed in white entered the room. She turned towards the venting firebird, slowly stepped forward and smiled. Lord Vermilion Bird, has someone angered you and caused you to lose your temper? HMPH. The Vermilion Bird scoffed, you said that you had information about my friends. Why haven't I received any news by now? If you don't find my friends, I will destroy your Chia family. Lord Vermilion Bird, please rest assured. We know where your friends are. However, finding them will require a bit of time since the East Peak mainland is so large. Finding one person isn't that easy, right? These humans are too vile. Just a few days ago, I had managed to escape my prison with great difficulty and happened to encounter these humans. I only wanted to ask if they had any information about my friends and these humans then told me that they had seen the Azure Dragon and the rest. So, I had followed them. In the end, after my arrival, they made me sit in this stone chamber. It's been many days and I have not received any news at all. It's been so many years. I don't know where the Azure Dragon and the rest are or if they have been captured by that person. Lord Vermilion Bird, my father has indeed seen your friends. So as long as you remain here for a few months, we will definitely help you locate them. Chia Chuksu smiled as a light flashed across the lower lids of her eyes. This firebird was really an idiot. Just a few words from me had fooled it into coming here so easily. As for the news of father having met the Azure Dragon, it had all been a ruse to fool this firebird into coming back with me. Who has the time to help it search for its friends? At this rate, we just need to continue deceiving it so that once the Chia family gets rid of Jindai, we'll have another powerful backer. The only thing is, I did not expect this firebird to have such an uncontrollable temper. It's been only a few days and it's already flying into an uncontrollable rage. Out, get out. The Vermilion Bird opened its mouth and aimed a wave of flames towards Chia Chuksu as he screamed furiously, if you cannot find the Azure Dragon and the rest, don't come and see me at all. Of course, that blast of flame was not very strong and Chia Chuksu was able to avoid it easily. After all, it was still holding on to the hope that these people would help it find the Azure Dragon. Make yourself at home, Lord Vermilion Bird, I'll let you know if I have any more news. Chia Chuksu smiled and took her leave. If I'm unable to use Jindai to kill Bai Zhongshan this time, I have no choice but to manipulate this stupid bird into doing my bidding. This bird will definitely listen to my commands for the sake of finding its friends. I've coincidentally managed to use this to control it. Chia Ruan, it's a pity that you're no longer here. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you take a good look at my capabilities. You had utilized graceful words and flowery speeches to deceive grandfather's ancient divine pagoda into your hands, but what's the use? You still have no way of forming a contract with it. As for me, I've obtained such a powerful spiritual beast. Based on your capabilities, you'll never be able to control the vermilion bird, a member of the 4 divine beasts. Chia Chuxu smiled cockily. Her smile was full of malice. If Chia Ruoan was still alive, I'll definitely make everyone overlook her prestige. I'll make her understand that it's me who holds the #1 position in the Chia family. She is nothing. As she walked out of the stone chamber, she closed the stone door and left without even looking back. A month passed on very quickly. Within this month, Gu Ruoan had removed the poison from Yilan's system every day. As such, the poison in Yilan's body was gradually eliminated with each passing day. Also, ever since that fateful day, Yi Nuo had entered the secret chamber and gone into closed-door cultivation. He has not reappeared since then. Chapter 670, The Return, 1. Gu Ruoan felt strange in the absence of that little nagging fellow by her side. It was a good thing that after 1 month, all the poison had been cleared out of Yilan's system and it was time to leave. Little girl, I'm truly grateful for your help. If it had not been for you, I'm afraid that I would never be as healthy as this for the rest of my life. Furthermore, from now on, he has already begun to reorganize the entire family. Every time he thought of that old man's recent actions, Yilan's face would unconsciously sink. It would take a long time before he could recompose himself. Master Yi, if fate permits it, we will meet again. Gu Ruoan glanced behind Yilan, looking for a familiar small figure. Yi Nuo isn't coming. Yilan laughed bitterly. He says he does not plan to send you off. He's afraid that you won't be able to withstand the urge to stop you from leaving. He has asked me to tell you to wait for him to break through to the rank of a martial emperor, then he'll come and look for you. All right, I'll wait for him to come find me then. Gu Ruoan smiled. Master Yi, we'll be leaving now. Let's go, Lady Gu, I'll escort you to the gate. Yilan smiled and replied. Seeing this, Gu Ruoan did not reject the offer. She nodded and said, all right. In the entire Yi family, those who have seen Yilan were far and few in between. As such, even if he had appeared in such a place, not many would be able to recognize him as the #1 cultivator in the Yi family. However, there were bound to be a few elders who have seen him before. Hence, when they saw Yilan personally send Gu Ruoan off, they were shocked. They started to make guesses at the identity of this woman. Who is she and why would the master personally send her off? The soldier who was currently guarding the city gate was the very same one who had given Gu Ruoan the test back then. Initially, his heart leaped at the sight of Gu Ruoan. Over the past few days, the young master has consistently asked him to find the whereabouts of the woman who was responsible for destroying the stone tablet. However, he had been unable to locate even a hair of her. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air. He had not expected her to reappear. If he could inform the eldest young master about this, he would certainly receive a great reward. However, upon seeing Yi Extinction who was following behind the girl, the soldier was immediately dumbstruck. What is this? Didn't the eldest young master ask us to find this woman? Why is he walking with her now? Could it be that the eldest young master had been toying with me? Hence, when Gu Ruoan's shadow had disappeared from outside the city gate, the soldier had yet to regain his senses. He stared dazedly at Yi Extinction. What are you daydreaming about? Yi Extinction frowned in annoyance and chastised him. Eldest young master, the soldier hurriedly recomposed himself and threw himself down to kneel on the ground. This subordinate simply had not expected to see that genius woman, the one whom you've tasked me to find, to be walking by your side. His meaning was, you're already acquainted with the girl whom you've asked me to find, so why had you asked me to do so earlier? What do you mean? Yi Extinction still could not understand the situation. He frowned and asked, when did I walk with the genius woman whom I have sent you to find? Ah. The soldier was immediately dumbfounded. What is eldest young master talking about? Isn't this the person he had been searching for? It was Yilan who first managed to regain his senses. He exclaimed with a shocked look on his elderly face, could it be that Lady Gu was the genius woman who had destroyed the stone tablet? What? Yi Extinction finally understood what the soldier was talking about and nearly jumped. What did you say? Lady Gu was the person we've been looking for. The father and son looked at each other as their eyes filled with shock. Chapter 671, The Return, 2. Father, should we go after her? Yi Extinction suppressed the high spirit in his heart. If Lady Gu was the person we've been searching for, then there's no need. Yilan slowly stepped out from his shock. He turned towards the direction where Gu Ruoan had left and muttered, if destiny permits it, I believe that we'll see her again. There's no need to rush for now. Besides, Lady Gu has left after having cured my ailment. I think that it's best that we don't disturb her for the time being. Hearing this, Yi Extinction said nothing more. Whatever his thoughts were, no one knew. At Black Rock City. After several months, Gu Ruoan had returned to this place once again. Everything looked the same and things do not seem to have changed very much. Yunsa, where are we going? Chanbei lowered his eyelids and observed the woman next to him. His lips curled into a smile that could send countries into war. Gu Ruoan pondered for a bit before replying, we're going to the governor's palace. All right. Chanbei would never have anything against Gu Ruoan's suggestions. His already peerless features grew even more breathtaking with that smile. Instantly, the people on the street found themselves consciously drawn towards the two. The very sight of the picture-perfect pair walking hand in hand was so beautiful that they could not turn away. Every moment when they looked at each other and smiled with such a pure and deep connection, they looked like a couple who were made for one another. No one could come between them at all. Outside the quiet governor's palace, the Murong family disciples yawned sleepily. Suddenly, they seemed to notice something and hurriedly rubbed their eyes. They then ran into the governor's palace without another word. Master, master, the governor has returned. The governor has returned. What? At that moment, everyone, led by Master Murong, came out from the governor's palace. Everyone stared in shock at the woman in green. Some were so shocked that they could not even speak. Lord Governor, you've finally returned. Master Murong's elderly eyes welled up with tears. Even his voice shook. I've been watching over the governor's palace, waiting for you to return. Now that you've finally returned, you won't be leaving anymore, right? No, Bu Ruoan shook her head. This time, not only would I be leaving, I also want to ask you this, who is willing to leave this place with me? As long as she has Siohei, transporting the entire Black Rock City out from the banished lands would not be an issue. Even though Black Rock City is our route, if you've made a decision, I will certainly pledge my life to follow you. Rustle, rustle. Everyone immediately knelt down and formed a pitch-black mass, using this to signify their heart's decision. Murong Lin, gather everyone in the city. If anyone chooses to stay, I will not force them. I'll be moving the entire Black Rock City. Those who choose to stay will be sent to Holy City. With her connections to the Yi family, having them take in a few people would not be a problem. Moving the entire Black Rock City. Everyone was shocked when they heard those words. Black Rock City is huge, how can she move an entire city? Of course, no one opposed Gu Ruoan's orders. They hurriedly gathered the citizens to the city plaza and announced Gu Ruoan's decision. What kind of a place was the banished lands? It was a place made up of people who had been banished from the mainlands. Chapter 672, The Return, 3. If they were given the chance to leave the banished lands, no one would refuse. As such, not a single person in Black Rock City, including the little peddlers, had opposed Gu Ruoan's decision. So, on this day, a huge incident happened in the banished lands. Black Rock City, which had previously enjoyed an abrupt rise in power, suddenly disappeared. That was right, it had indeed completely vanished. Even its roots had been pulled out and was lost in the river of history in the banished lands. Because of this, countless powerful cultivators received a great shock and gathered to visit Black Rock City. Initially, they believed that some powerful cultivator had destroyed Black Rock City. However, not a single sign of battle could be found on the land where Black Rock City had once stood. Furthermore, if it had been an unknown cultivator who had destroyed Black Rock City, they would at least leave some kind of trace. Even if they had used fire, it would be impossible for them to have burned the entire city in such a pristine manner. Most importantly, the marks on the ground only proved one thing. Someone had pulled everything up from the roots. From the roots, how could this be? Not even 10,000 martial honors would be able to accomplish such a feat. To be able to do such a thing, just how powerful was that person? This matter soon reached the ears of the Yi family's father and son as well. Instantly, Yi Lan's eyes danced as he laughed bitterly. This little girl. Wherever she goes, she'll cause a ruckus. Father, do you mean that Black Rock City's disappearance had something to do with Lady Gu? Yi Extinction was shocked. Even if Lady Gu had the flames of Nirvana, she could not possibly have the power to pull Black Rock City out from its roots. That's right, my informants have told me that this girl was closely tied to this matter. Yi Lan shook his head exasperatedly. However, this is enough to place the martial honors of the vanished lands into a state of terror for a while. Perhaps those secretive old men will appear as well. How much shock can a person who was able to move Black Rock City away inspire? Most importantly, no one knows who the cultivator was. Who could resist not investigating such a powerful yet anonymous cultivator in the banished lands? I'm glad the girl has managed to leave the banished lands. Otherwise, there would be trouble for sure. Don't judge the situation just because those old men do not seem to bother about worldly matters. Hidden in the mountain forests, they are the patron saints of the banished lands. That little girl had made such a huge move, those old men are bound to be shocked as well. There was a huge amount of anxiety in Yi Lan's voice. Obviously, his worries were unfounded. After she had uprooted Black Rock City, Gu Ruoan had flown back to the mainland immediately. Otherwise, she might end up attracting unwanted attention. At the west spread mainland. Deep in the mountains, a group of elders in white traveled with a speed that almost cut through the trees around them. It's been so many days and we still have not been able to capture that woman, Gu Ruoan. Let's speed it up. As long as we can capture the Dongfang family members, we can use them to threaten her. 1 year ago, during the divine trials, Gu Ruoan had killed countless cultivators of the immortal realm. Even though the Strud sect had helped to conceal this matter, someone somehow managed to leak out this bit of information. As such, throughout this entire year, the immortal realm has been sending out search parties to find Gu Ruoan's whereabouts so that they could exact revenge on her for killing off the best cultivators of the immortal realm. However, that woman seemed to have disappeared. Not one person has seen any sign of her at all during this year. Also, during this period of time, the Strud sect, without rhyme or reason, deliberately caused trouble for the immortal realm. This prevented the immortal realm from sending out any more personnel to gather information about Gu Ruoan. Hence, the immortal realm had decided to seize the opportunity to stir up trouble under the Strud sect's surveillance and dispatched a few people to attack the Dongfang family. Chapter 673, The Return, 4. As long as they can capture the Dongfang family members, they would not have to worry about Gu Ruoan not showing herself. However, because most of the powerful cultivators were under scrutiny and unable to leave, they could only send out a few low-level martial emperors. Even though Lan Yuge of the Dongfang family has already reached the rank of a high-level martial emperor, for the sake of victory, the immortal master had lent them his spiritual weapons and provided them with a spell which could temporarily increase their power. That, along with the fact that they had the advantage in greater numbers, they had no worries in attacking the Dongfang family. Who are you trying to capture? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from the trees above them. It was not too clear nor was it too faint, it was just enough for everyone to hear the message. Who's there? The elders' breath grew sluggish and they immediately paused in their tracks, staring in full alert at the big tree next to them. However, they found it hard to believe that while there was a man in the tree, they had not been able to sense his presence at all. Even their mental powers could not catch his aura. Who was this to have such power that we were unable to sense his presence? A shadowed form leaped from the tree, landing steadily on the ground. It was a delicate and pretty youth with eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky. The aura from his body gave off a rather comforting feeling and made one inadvertently think of verdant hills and still waters. The youth carried the air of a harmless, well-brought-up man. He did not seem to have very much of a killing intent. Nevertheless, these traditional elders dared not act too carelessly. Based on the man's voice, they could tell that it had belonged to the delicate and pretty youth before them, who did not seem like the sort of person who would even harm a fly. Who are you? One elder furrowed his brows and asked. You mentioned that you wanted to do something to someone. Who are you targeting? The delicate and pretty youth slowly walked towards them. His smile was youthful and tender. Does it concern Gu Ruan? The elders looked at one another and let the elder who had first spoken issue the reply. That's right, we're scheming against Gu Ruan. Oh, then I found the right people. The youth smiled gently. His smile still looked rather harmless, pure and touching. However, boom. A powerful force suddenly appeared from the ground as countless swords erupted from the earth. Before the elders could react, they had been impaled by the swords on the ground. The elder who had replied was drenched in blood. He fixed his bloodshot eyes upon the youth's tender features and spluttered, Who are you? The youth did not speak. He held a long sword made of spotted laurel and slowly walked ahead. Just as his figure disappeared, a youthful and tender voice echoed in the thin air. The voice was light and airy, but it embedded itself fiercely into the hearts of the elders. Remember, my name is Linyu. The elder opened his mouth, trying to speak. However, before he could even call out for help, he had closed his eyes, lifeless, never to open them again. At the Dongfang family home. Two figures stood for a long time outside the large gate. Gu Ruan looked at the courtyard before her and her eyes were distant. The Dongfang family home. I've finally returned. She was just about to make her way into the Dongfang family home when a figure rushed towards her, nearly colliding with her head on. Just before the figure was about to crash into Gu Ruan, she stopped abruptly and wrinkled her eyebrows in annoyance. When she noticed Gu Ruan, she was stunned. Master. Chapter 674, The Return, 5. Yunyao stared dazedly at the familiar face before her as tears streamed down her face. Overcome by emotion, she immediately reached out to hug Gu Ruan. However, before she could even touch Gu Ruan, she was pulled aside by another hand. Yunyao nearly fell face first onto the ground. Chanbei glared irritably at the white tiger and his eyes filled with warning. Master, you've returned. In the past, Chanbei's glare would have scared Yunyao to death. However, at this moment, the surprise of seeing Gu Ruan again after such a long separation had conquered her heart until she did not notice Chanbei's deathly glare. I've returned. Where is maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother? They're in the grand hall, master. We've all been waiting for you. We've been waiting for almost 2 years. At the very mention of this, Yunyao's eyes were filled with grief. They had endured countless suffering over the past 2 years. Nonetheless, they had taken it all in stride. All for her sake. Come, let's make our way there now. All right. Yunyao had recovered her usual graceful manners and smiled. She followed behind Gu Ruan and walked into the grand hall. In the grand hall, Master Dongfang and Lan Yuge were in the middle of a conversation. It was at this moment that Lan Yuge, who had been laughing and chatting with him, abruptly stopped and stared out the door with a look that Master Dongfang had never seen before. Master Dongfang followed her gaze towards the doorway and nearly fainted in shock. His heart was immediately filled with ecstasy. The only thing was, the old man was used to being proud and pompous, so he quickly put away the joy on his face and cleared his throat. It's good to have you back. Master Dongfang had never experienced the dangers in the banished lands, but he has heard of them. It was a place where even martial honors would never return from. Hence, over the past year, they had been constantly on the edge and had not been able to have a good night's sleep. Now that the lady who had been away for more than a year has finally returned, Master Dongfang was not only surprised, he was also in a state of disbelief. Yes, I'm back. Gu Ruan smiled and slowly walked towards the two. Maternal grandmother, is maternal grandfather still crabby and ill-tempered? Has he made you angry? Master Dongfang nearly went wild with rage. I'm still this fellow's maternal grandfather after all, yet she would slander me the moment she returns. She's really going to anger me to death. HMPH. He was not happy at all. He scoffed and was just about to turn away when at that moment, he accidentally caught sight of Chanbei who was holding Gu Ruan's hand. What's this? Even though Gu Ruan had announced to everyone that Chanbei belonged to her a year ago, this had completely been for the sake of opposing Elder Kili. At the time, the two of them were not as intimate as they were right now. What more about holding hands in public? What on earth has happened over the past year? Yun-sir, what is your relationship with Sir Chanbei? Lan Yuge had obviously noticed this as well and asked in surprise. Maternal grandmother, we. Gu Ruan was just about to explain but was cut off by the man's jolly voice. Between the two of us, cooked rice can never go back to being raw again. What's done is done. We ask that you make us whole, maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother. Boom. Cooked rice can never go back to being raw again. Gu Ruan's mind exploded. While I'm sure of my feelings for Chanbei, when had this, cooked rice can never go back to being raw Argon situation occurred. Chapter 675, A Missed Opportunity, 1. Qian, Bei, Yi. Gu Ruan gritted her teeth as she thought, why has this guy become so hateful after his awakening? Dear wife, don't tell me that you want to refuse the bill after you've wiped your mouth and licked the plate clean. Chanbei turned and looked at Gu Ruan as if he had suffered a great injustice. He now wants everyone to know that Gu Ruan belongs to only him alone. Besides, once Gu Ruan's maternal grandfather and grandmother have both acknowledged him, he can finally be with his beloved in a just and honorable manner. Chanbei. Gu Ruan viciously gnashed her teeth as she glared at him. Wait until I get back to the room. We'll settle this then. This statement sounded completely sinister no matter how one looked at it. Ahem. Master Dongfang awkwardly cleared his throat and said, if you wish to discuss passion and love with each other, go back to your room and do it. Do whatever you like, I have no right or ability to interfere. Actually, Master Dongfang had not put up much resistance because he was actually quite satisfied with having Chan Bei-yi as a son-in-law. This man is very powerful and would be a good match for this girl. Besides, the girl is of age, it's about time for her to be married off. Of course, it would be best if they could decide on the matter by themselves. Chan Bei-yi was a good and obedient child. So, upon Master Dongfang's words, he immediately scooped Gu Ruan into his arms and hurriedly rushed out of the grand hall. When the latter had regained her senses, they had reached the inside of the ancient divine pagoda. Chan Bei-yi, how on earth had you managed to bring me here? Gu Ruan was astonished. All this while, only she and Zixi had been able to control the ancient divine pagoda. She could only utilize her soul to enter and exit the ancient divine pagoda. Hence, she had no idea how Chan Bei-yi had managed to bring the both of them into there. Previously, you fed the Hell's Lotus with your own blood. Because of this, I'm now able to enter the ancient divine pagoda at will. Chan Bei-yi smiled. Didn't you say that you would settle the bill with me after returning to your room? This ancient divine pagoda can also be considered as our room. Here, you can settle the bill with me in whatever way you please. Gu Ruan's face blackened. Why did you say those things to my maternal grandfather and grandmother? Yun-sir. Chan Bei-yi suddenly reached out and pulled the woman into his chest. He hugged the woman's soft and gentle figure in a tight grip as he lowered his eyelids and said, May I ask you something? Are you willing to accept me? It's fine if you don't want to get married now. I can wait for you. Gu Ruan shook and she smiled gently. What do you think? What do you think? These simple words contained her answer. Chan Bei-yi smiled. That smile made the colors of the world melt away and was so peerless that it takes one's breath away. Yun-sir, I want everyone to know that you're mine. Xiao-yi. Suddenly, Gu Ruan pushed Chan Bei-yi away. Her eyes turned serious as she asked, I'll ask you one last time, have you regained your memories? Chan Bei-yi gently lowered his eyelids, masking the confusion and hurt in those blood-red eyes. Yun-sir, if I regain my memories, would you leave me? He clenched his fist and his heart grew nervous. He's even lost the courage to look at the woman in front of him. Perhaps the only thing which could make this peerless and devil-like man feel insecure or afraid were matters concerning her. I won't leave you. Gu Ruan raised her gaze and her eyes were filled with resolve, and I don't mind any part of your past. Xiao-yi, if you've regained your memories, please let me know. Of course, if you're not ready to talk about it, I'll wait until you're ready. Chapter 676, A Missed Opportunity, 2. Chan Bei-yi pulled Gu Ruan back into his arms once again. The forcefulness in his embrace was as if he was truly terrified that the girl in his arms would leave him. I don't want to suffer that kind of agony a second time. Yun-sir, I'm sorry. Please allow me to be selfish just this once. I only want you to stay. In a corner, Yan widened his eyes as he watched the man and woman in an embrace. A peculiar light flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Chan Bei-yi seemed to remember that there was still another little creature residing in the ancient divine pagoda. His crimson eyes darkened and his red lips gently moved as he spat, Get out. Boom. Following that, a powerful force crashed into Yan's head and sent him flying away. Yan felt wronged. I reckon that the king would only ever display such gentleness in front of master. When it comes to anyone else, he was simply too fierce. He had scared me so badly that my tiny heart is now in disarray. Besides, I wasn't really doing anything. It was the king himself who had wanted to come to the ancient divine pagoda and be intimate with master. What does this have to do with me? It's really none of his business. Back then, when Chan Bei-yi had no memory of Yan's existence, he would never have lashed out at him. Now, he has found out that Yan, as a member of the animal race, had surrendered to Gu Ruan but had not followed her orders. As a result, he had nearly caused her to lose her life in the Chia family home back in Heaven City. Whenever Chan Bei-yi thought of this, his chest would light up with a burning flame. Had Yan not voluntarily signed the bond of slavery contract with Gu Ruan, Chan Bei-yi would have taken his life. I'll leave, I'm leaving now. Realizing that Chan Bei-yi still wanted to make a move, Yan jumped in fright and disappeared in a whoosh, afraid that if he was one step slower, not even his dregs would be spared. A demon should not be provoked. Especially this one whose face was changing faster than its changing colors. He was clearly speaking to the woman in his arms in a soft and gentle voice, but in the blink of an eye, he would kill another living thing right next to him. So, it was safer to leave the ancient divine pagoda right away. Ah, right, Yun-sir, if you want Zixi to hatch a little faster, there's a way. What is it? Gu Ruan was immediately filled with joy. She hurriedly pushed herself out of Chan Bei-yi's embrace and asked. Seeing how much she cared for Zixi, the vat of jealous vinegar in Chan Bei-yi's heart immediately tipped over. Nevertheless, he replied, the 10,000-year-old ice crystal can help you speed up the hatching process of a phoenix egg. Hearing this, Gu Ruan's body immediately disappeared from the ancient divine pagoda and hurriedly went in search for Master Dongfang, desperate for news of the 10,000-year-old ice crystal. The 10,000-year-old ice crystal. Master Dongfang was astonished. I've heard that there's a small piece of it in the Amethyst Underworld Palace. What would you need the 10,000-year-old ice crystal for? Gu Ruan took a deep breath and said, I want to save a friend. Now, I must leave the Dongfang family for a bit. I'll return once I've obtained the 10,000-year-old ice crystal. What, you're leaving? Lan Yuge, who was next to him, was filled with reluctance. You've only just returned and now you want to leave again. Is it that urgent? Gu Ruan gently nodded. Her eyes were full of seriousness as she replied, he's a very important friend to me and had become seriously injured for my sake. Hence, I must help him. For without him, I would not be where I am today. All right. Lan Yuge nodded and sighed. Please remain safe in everything you do. Once she finished speaking, Gu Ruan took one last look at Lan Yuge and Master Dongfang before walking out the door. Chapter 677, A Missed Opportunity, 3. Before Gu Ruan left the Dongfang family home, she recalled the spiritual beasts which she had previously left at the Dongfang family home and kept them in the ancient divine pagoda. After that was done, she quickly walked out of the gate. Whoosh! Just as she reached the gate, a flash of red robes appeared before her eyes. She raised her gaze and found a pitiful-looking pair of eyes looking back at her. Yunsa, you had left me at the ancient divine pagoda for the sake of the 10,000-year-old ice crystal. The more Chanbei thought of it, the more he felt wronged. She had actually thrown me away. And she had left without saying a single word. Gu Ruan paused in her steps and replied apologetically, I was in too much of a hurry. By the way, why did you not tell me about this back in the banished lands? Chanbei steadied his expression and said, because the 10,000-year-old ice crystal was not in the banished lands, so there was no point for me to bring it up. Even though I don't like the sight of that guy following you around, it pains me to see you so sad even more. Xiao Yi, thank you. Gu Ruan raised her head and gazed at the man before her with a serious look on her face. Thank you. In this lifetime, as long as you don't abandon me, I'll never give up on you. Chanbei looked down at the elegant young lady before lifting the corners of his crimson lips and smiling. He would only ever smile so broadly at the person before him. Come, let's search for the 10,000-year-old ice crystal for him. As long as you're happy, even if I have to help someone that I don't like, I have no complaints. He must be feeling the same way as I am right now, which was why he had told you how to save me. Gu Ruan did not respond. She merely nodded and followed the silver-haired man. The both of them disappeared into the courtyard doorway. Not long after her departure, a delicate and pretty youth paused outside the Dongfang family's gate. His finger gently brushed his chin as he looked at the board above his head and grinned a pure and clear smile. This is the Dongfang family home. I wonder if Big Sister is here. Everyone outside is saying that she's missing. I don't know if that's true. The youth then stepped forward. His delicate and pretty features were filled with joy. Every time he thought of the person he was going to meet very soon, his heart would become extremely excited. Suddenly, a hand reached out and stopped the youth in his tracks. The middle-aged man guarding the door blocked the youth's way with a cold look on his face. He inquired icily, Who are you? Do you have a visitor's invite? Visitor's invite? The youth was stunned. I'm here to see Gu Ruan. If she's around, could you please inform her about me? Tell her that Chia Linyu is here to see her. Apologies, Lady Gu has just left the premises. What? Hearing this, the youth's delicate features changed greatly. Do you know where she's gone? She was headed towards that direction, but I don't know the exact location of her destination. She's left. The youth went into a bit of a daze. I was one step too late. And I've missed her, just like that. No, this won't do. I must catch up to her. Without any hesitation, the youth turned to the direction where Gu Ruan had left and chased after her. Unfortunately, Gu Ruan was also flying at top speed. No matter how hard the youth tried to catch up, he could not find her shadow within the bustling crowds. He did not know when he would be able to see her again after this missed opportunity. Big sister, I've been working hard in my cultivation for the sake of meeting you sooner. Now that I'm finally able to leave that place, so don't you worry. From now on, no one will ever have the chance to abuse us, be it those members of the immortal realm or Chia Ming. Chapter 678, A Missed Opportunity, 4. Chia Ming. Chia Linyu's heart would tremble every time he thought of that name. However, shouldn't I be thanking that man instead? If it had not been for him, I would still be in that frail body, a good-for-nothing youth who always needed Big Sister's protection. It was because of him that I was given a new chance in life. The youth clenched his fist. He could still feel that heartbreaking agony. However, the most unforgettable memory of all was that slimy man, Lu Chen, dismembering him alive, and the heart-wrenching moment when he saw the deep pain and self-remorse in his sister's eyes. She must have blamed herself for sending me to Lu Chen, which had brought me to that end. The East Peak mainland, Chia Ming, Lu Chen, and Chia Chuxiu. The youth slowly unclenched his fist and stared into the blue skies with determination in his eyes. One day, I will storm that place and take revenge for my past life. I will arrive with my sister and clear that debt. Then, he said nothing more and journeyed onwards. His figure was as quick as a bolt of lightning. The people below could only see a flash of light streaking across the skies. It was gone in the blink of an eye. The Amethyst Underworld Palace, as a member of the three great authorities, held quite a hefty position on the mainland. At this moment, outside the Amethyst Underworld Palace, two persons paused in their steps. Gu Ruan gazed upon the ornate palace gate as a light flashed in her eyes. Xiao Yi, go into the ancient divine pagoda. Chanbei Yi was stunned. He then nodded, all right, if anything happens to you, I'll come out and help. Gu Ruan smiled. It would be better if I took care of this alone rather than with Xiao Yi by my side. After Chanbei Yi had entered the ancient divine pagoda, Gu Ruan walked towards the Amethyst Underworld Palace. As she reached the entrance, the two disciples who were guarding the gate stood in her way. Stop. This is the Amethyst Underworld Palace. Idle people may not enter. Gu Ruan smiled serenely as she said, inform Elder Ju that Gu Ruan of the Dongfang family has come for a visit. Elder Ju was an elder of the Amethyst Underworld Palace whom she had met during the divine trials. At that time, as payment for a holy spirit fruit, she had agreed to help heal Elder Ju's injury. However, so many things had happened after that, rendering her unable to fulfill her promise until now. The two guards looked at one another and sent someone to summon Elder Ju. Not long after that, an old man quickly flew from the palace, followed by the dumbstruck gatekeepers. After all, Elder Ju has yet to reach the rank of a martial honor but was still a powerful cultivator at the pinnacle of a martial emperor. However, he had immediately rushed over when he heard the woman's name. Those who were unaware of the situation would assume that the excitement on his face was because the lord of the palace has returned. Also, he had flown through the air for the sake of meeting this woman as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, Lady Gu, you've managed to find the time to visit the Amethyst Underworld Palace. Elder Ju was filled with excitement. The joy on his face was greater than if he had seen his own parents. If I remember correctly, she had gone to the banished lands a year ago. Now that she's arrived, that means that she's returned from the banished lands. Elder Jew's heart immediately shook at that thought. What kind of a place was the banished lands? It is a place that even the lord of the palace dare not enter. Not only has she journeyed there, she has managed to return unscathed. Chapter 679, A Missed Opportunity, 5. A little over a year ago, he was still able to sense the mild fluctuations from this little girl's body. But now, he could not sense a thing. It was as if all the spiritual power in her body never existed. How could this be? This was clearly impossible. This little girl couldn't possibly have lost all her spiritual power. There's only one other possibility, her powers must have surpassed mine. Is she a martial honor? Elder Jew did not even dare to think of it. What does a 20-year-old martial honor mean? If this gets out, the entire mainland will dive into a frenzy. Elder Jew, are you well? Gu Ruoyan smiled and spoke to him as if he was an old acquaintance. Elder Jew smiled bitterly. Same as always, my old misfortune still remains, I cannot break through. I'm sorry, I promised that I would help remedy your ailment but I was unable to keep to my word. It's been almost 2 years since my departure. Now that I'm back, I will fulfill my promise and cure you. This was a promise that Gu Ruoyan had made in exchange for the holy spirit fruit back then. Now that she has returned, she must fulfill that promise. All right. Elder Jew was excited, his face filled with gratitude as he said, then Lady Gu, follow me into the palace. I will arrange for you to begin my treatment. This time, Elder Jew spoke to her in respectful terms. His face was filled with reverence. The two gatekeepers were completely dumbstruck by what they had just witnessed. They still had not regained their senses even after Gu Ruoyan had followed Elder Jew through the gate. Only when the two had disappeared from view did they finally manage to snap out of the daze. Who was that young lady? Why had Elder Jew treated her with such exclusivity? Also, she mentioned that she would be able to cure Elder Jew's illness. How could this be? It's not like we don't know about Elder Jew's ailment. So many miracle doctors have been unsuccessful in curing him, how could a little young lady possibly accomplish that? Hearing his partner's words, the other disciple shook his head. If this 20-year-old girl has that level of medical skills, the other doctors in the mainland can go commit suicide. To be beaten by a little girl, that's too embarrassing. Of course, Gu Ruoyan paid no notice to what the two disciples were thinking. She simply followed Elder Jew and entered the Amethyst Underworld Palace gates. The Amethyst Underworld Palace was bigger than the average mansion. It was as big as an entire city. Hence, despite walking for a very long time, Gu Ruoyan has yet to reach Elder Jew's territory. After a long time, even Gu Ruoyan had lost track of how far she had walked. Elder Jew finally stopped. He turned to the woman behind him and smiled apologetically. Lady Gu, this is where I live. Shortly after this, I will have your guest room arranged next to mine. This will make it easier for us to conduct the treatment. Sure, Gu Ruoyan nodded. I have nothing against your suggestion. I've journeyed to the Amethyst Underworld place in hopes of finding the 10,000-year-old ice crystal and to fulfill my promise at the same time. Then I thank you very much. Elder Jew heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Gu Ruoyan would not be satisfied with his arrangements. All right, Lady Gu, when can begin the treatment? Gu Ruoyan paused for thought, then said, let's do it today. The sooner it's treated, the sooner we can finish. In the past, if Gu Ruoyan had wanted to cure Elder Jew's ailment, she would definitely need a bit of time. But now that she has reached the rank of a martial honor, one day was enough for her to return Elder Jew back to health. Chapter 680, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 1. The sun was setting, casting an afterglow across the skies. In the quiet Amethyst Underworld Palace, a great frenzy was brewing. Previously, the young master of the Amethyst Underworld Palace had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. As a result, the lord of the palace journeyed into the swamplands to find herbs for his breakthrough. Sadly, he had ended up being poisoned by the elements in the swamp. In the end, he had managed to collect the herbs he was searching for and had escaped the swamplands immediately after that. Even a martial honor might not return from the dangers in the swamplands. Countless cultivators have gone into the swamplands, but aside from the lord of the palace, they never re-emerged again. Entire armies had been lost to the swamplands too. The Amethyst Underworld Palace was suddenly thrown into chaos. Doctors who have received favors from the Amethyst Underworld Palace rushed over immediately to cure the lord's ailment. However, not even the famous miracle doctors were able to neutralize the poison from the swamplands. Soon, the entire Amethyst Underworld Palace fell into sorrow. At this moment, in front of the lord's bed, a delicate and pretty youth around 15 years of age leaned over the bedside as he silently sobbed. His eyes were red from crying and his heart was heavy with remorse. If it wasn't for me, father would never have had to go through such danger. Eldest grandfather, is it true that my father cannot be saved? The delicate and pretty youth raised his head, looking at the elder behind him with bloodshot eyes. I've heard that the ghost doctor is extremely well versed in medicine. I wonder if we can invite the ghost doctor to have a look at him. I don't want my father to die. Young master, all the famous doctors on the mainland have gathered here. Even they were unable to cure him. It can be assumed that no one else can cure him at all, by the way. Suddenly the elder seemed to remember something and his eyes shone. How could I have forgotten the medicine order? We can invite the medicine order's master. That order master is very well versed in medicine. Perhaps she can cure the master. The delicate-looking youth's eyes shone with a semblance of hope. Eldest grandfather, let's call upon the order master of the medicine order. All right, I'll write a letter of invitation to the order master. At the end of the day, the ghost doctor was a freelance doctor. I've never seen her great powers for myself, so I can't risk asking her. In contrast, the order master of the medicine order is far more reliable. If even she could not cure the lord of the palace, then it would be useless even if the deity Daluo were to appear. Due to the situation surrounding the Amethyst Underworld Palace's lord, the entire palace had plunged into chaos. However, Gu Ruoyan remained inside her room, treating Elder Jew's ailment. As such, she was not aware of the calamity of the world outside. Throughout this entire day, Elder Jew could feel his long sealed-up channels opening up. He felt a thick spiritual energy piercing through his entire body. This was a feeling he has not felt in a very long time. Now, he could enjoy the sensation once again. This, to him, was a huge surprise. Boom. A loud noise ensued and countless hydro valves seemed to have appeared throughout Elder Jew's body. Spiritual energy poured out from within him and its powerful force encircled his entire being. He could not resist bursting into laughter. A martial honor. I finally reached the rank of a martial honor. He laughed and laughed, unable to hold back the tears streaming from his eyes. Elder Jew was the 9th elder in Amethyst Underworld Palace and was also the weakest in power. Now, he was finally on par with the rest of the elders. Of course, previously, if news of Elder Jew's breakthrough had gotten out, the entire Amethyst Underworld Palace would dive into a frenzy as well. However, as they were now deep in sorrow over the Lord of the Palace's poisoning, they did not pay much attention to it, even with the knowledge that Elder Jew was finally able to break through. Chapter 681, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 2. Crash. Just then, the door burst open and the disciple of the Amethyst Underworld Palace rushed in. He joined his fists and exclaimed, Elder Jew, something has happened to the Lord of the Palace. What? Elder Jew did not even have the time to recompose his elated expression and was immediately shaken by the news. He immediately rose from his bed and grabbed the disciple by his lapels. What did you say? Elder Jew, the Lord of the Palace had been poisoned by the swamplands. He's now in a coma. Many doctors have already examined him and they have concluded that it's no use. Now, Elder Dar has gone to the medicine order and asked the order master for help. Gasp. Elder Jew released his grip and fell silent. After a long pause, he turned to face Gu Ruan and bowed deeply. Lady Gu, please help us save the Lord of the Palace. This is the first time he's ever had to beg anyone. Even when his wounds were incurable, he had never lowered his head to beg anyone for treatment. But now, for the sake of the Amethyst Underworld Palace's lord, he lowered his head and shirked off his pride as a martial honor. Gu Ruan gently rubbed her chin. A faint smile appeared on her elegant features. The Order Master of the Medicine Order. Isn't the Order Master Wei Yi's junior sister? She was also the one who had murdered her master and had framed Wei Yi for that. Gu Ruan paused at the thought and said, however, we each have our own expertise. My expertise does not lie in curing poisons. Hearing this, Elder Jew's face filled with disappointment. Just as he was about to give up, the woman's calm voice spoke again. If you want to save him, it's not entirely impossible. Gu Ruan smiled gently. I know someone who can save him. Who? Elder Jew's eyes shone as he asked quickly. The ghost doctor, Wei Yi. If the Order Master of the Medicine Order was coming here, then this would be the perfect opportunity for Wei Yi. Also, it's not like she wasn't well versed in treating poison. She was even able to cure the poison in Yilan's system, which was far more difficult than the poison from the swamplands. How could she possibly not know how to get rid of one measly swampland poison? This opportunity should be given to Wei Yi. Then I'll go pay the ghost doctor a visit immediately. Elder Jew placed his full trust in Gu Ruan's words. As long as she says that the ghost doctor can cure the Lord, then she can definitely achieve this. Hence, his darkened gaze returned to its usual luster. Before Elder Jew left, Gu Ruan turned around and said, by the way, when you send your men to meet her, tell her that I have asked her to come and please mention that the Order Master of the Medicine Order will be present as well. In the past, Elder Jew might not have known Wei Yi's true identity. However, during the divine trials, the members of the Medicine Order have exposed her identity. Hence, this was also Wei Yi's time to collect her debt. Wei Yi, I once promised you that I would help you get your revenge as a reward for helping me. Due to the situation during the divine trials, I could not allow the members of the Medicine Order to find out about your existence for the time being, so I had not allowed you to return to the Medicine Order. Now, we no longer have the need to cower in fear. I have enough power to protect everyone around me. It's about time for you to return to the Medicine Order and take what's rightfully yours. A peculiar light flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes. She fixed her gaze upon the blue skies outside the door, lost in thought. 3 days. Those 3 days passed by in a flash. However, everyone in the Amethyst Underworld Palace remained deeply troubled, afraid that their lord would not be able to hold on before the Order Master of the Medicine Order arrives. As for Gu Ruan, she had remained in her room over the past 3 days and did not even take a single step outside. Chapter 682, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 3. 3 days later, a group of fairy-like girls dressed in white descended from the sky onto the Amethyst Underworld Palace's land. The leader of the group was a cool, elegant and magnificent woman in white, with light eyebrows and eyes the color of autumn. Her snow-white robes gave off a rather unsettling feeling. Order Master Rong, you've arrived. Seeing the group of women in white walking towards him, Elder Dar slowly stepped forward and smiled calmly. I've been waiting here for you for a very long time now. Please come with me. Even though Rong Sin was the Order Master of the Medicine Order, the Amethyst Underworld Palace was a territory under the 3 great authorities. As an elder of the Amethyst Underworld Palace, he does not need to treat these people with too much courtesy. All right, let me examine the lord of your honorable palace. Rong Sin smiled and was neither servile nor overbearing. Elder Dar rather admired her calm demeanor. Especially since this Rong Sin isn't very advanced in age. She hasn't even reached the age of 30 yet she has already reached the rank of a high-level martial emperor and has led the Medicine Order into an orderly streak. The Medicine Order is certainly lucky to have her. Thanks to her, they have cemented the current power on the mainland. Let's go then. The faint haughtiness on Elder Dar's face disappeared at the thought of this. His mannerisms were a bit more courteous now. Rong Sin gestured an invitation and didn't say anything more, leading the members of the Medicine Order behind Elder Dar towards the Lord of the Palace's quarters. In the bedroom, the Lord of the Palace's face was completely ashen. He lay on the bed silently and his fingers looked black in color. His entire body seemed to be completely bloodless. When he saw Elder Da and the rest walking in, the youth, who was sobbing while leaning over his father's bed, looked at them with shining eyes. Grandfather Da, have the members of the medicine order arrived? Young master, this is Order Master Rong of the medicine order and the #1 doctor on the mainland. Elder Da smiled as he stepped forward and introduced the youth. With her, you won't have to worry about the Lord's problem. In Elder Da's heart, only this young Order Master of the medicine order could hold the position of the #1 doctor in the mainland. Incidentally, upon hearing his words, Order Master Rong retained a faint smile on her face as if she never felt any pride in receiving compliments from others. Elder Da secretly heaved a sigh as he thought, it's no wonder Order Master Rong had managed to accomplish so much, she's had this temperament from such a young age. Order Master Rong, the youth hurriedly rose to his feet and spoke with pleading eyes, please save my father. As long as you can save him, the Amethyst Underworld Palace will owe you one. Anything you wish shall be yours. Young master, there's no need for that. Let me have a look at the great lord's ailment. A faint smile hung on Rong Sin's cool and elegant face. She carefully examined the diffusion of the poison in the lord of the palace. However, the more she examined, the deeper her frown became. Her autumn-colored eyes were filled with helplessness. Order Master Rong, can my father be saved? The youth's heart clenched as he balled his little fists, his eyes slowly filled with anxiety. Sigh, Rong Sin shook her head, if he had only just contracted the poison, I can definitely save him. But now, there's only one way. What is it? We need to find someone as a vessel to transfer all of the poison into their system. Rong Sin announced this very calmly, as if sacrificing a person to save the life of another was the most common thing in the world. What? The youth was stunned. He turned towards the man on the bed and furrowed his delicate brows. After a long pause, he turned towards Rong Sin. Order Master Rong, can I be the one to help remove father's poison? Chapter 683, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 4. Young Master. Hearing this, Elder Da's expression changed completely. How can you do this? You are the Lord's only son. If anything happens to you, the Lord of the Palace will never be able to live through it alone. This definitely cannot be allowed. If I don't do this, father will die. The youth's tears began to stream down his face again. He gritted his teeth and pleaded, Grandfather Da, I want to save father. Young Master. Suddenly, Rong Sin spoke again. She smiled, this is actually a very simple matter and there's no need to you to take care of it personally. You only need someone at the rank of a martial king for me to transfer the poison to their system instead. Young Master, you hold a noble position. How would you be able to do such a thing? Elder Da nodded, thinking that Rong Sin's words made sense. He felt a growing admiration towards her. Only a person who does not bother about trifles can have such great accomplishments. As a powerful cultivator, one must have a vicious heart. One has to look out for oneself or heaven and earth will combine to destroy them. People who were too kind cannot survive in this world. What did you say? The delicate youth was enraged and he spat furiously. The life of another is a life as well. Why should I sacrifice another person to save my own father? Is there anyone in this world who isn't brought up by their own parents as well? My father was poisoned. Logically speaking, as his son, I should be the one to save him. Why should I let someone else's child make the sacrifice? I don't agree to this. Young Master. Elder Da furrowed his brows. Order Master Rong is right, we can simply pick another to save the palace lord. If you cannot bear to sacrifice a member of the Amethyst Underworld Palace, I can find someone from outside the palace. There's nothing more important than the palace lord and your life. Furthermore, we will reward their family members with benefits or grant them permission to enter the Amethyst Underworld Palace. Someone will be willing to sacrifice themselves for sure. You need not worry about this, young master. You. The youth began to tremble. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Elder Da again. Young master, people involved in making big decisions cannot ask to be kind as you. Otherwise, how could you support the entire Amethyst Underworld Palace? However, just as Elder Da finished his speech, an elderly voice rang from outside the door. That's right, big decision makers cannot be kind at all. However, similarly, big decision makers cannot be vicious as well. Great politicians do not attack unless attacked. Those who sacrifice the lives of the innocent for their own selfish desires are not powerful cultivators. They are demons. Grandfather Jew. The youth's eyes shone at the sight of the elder who had just entered the room. His reddened eyes filled with tears. Grandfather Jew, I don't want to sacrifice other people in order to save father. I can be the one to do it. Young master, do not worry. No one is going to sacrifice the innocent. Elder Jew smiled as he approached the youth, ruffling his hair and feeling a sense of heartache. No matter what, Grandfather Jew will stand by you. Wah. The youth ran towards Elder Jew's embrace and began sobbing profusely. In the Amethyst Underworld Palace, the closest person to him besides his father was Grandfather Jew. Only Grandfather Jew has ever understood him. All everyone else knows was to teach him about how humans should never be too kind. However, if you asked him to commit murder, he could never do it. Gu Ruoyan stayed silent as she watched the scene before her. Then, her eyes fell upon the woman in white in the room. As the rest of the Medicine Order's members were waiting outside the door, there can only be one other person in the room. The Order Master of the Medicine Order, Rong Sin. Chapter 684, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 5. Rong Sin frowned, clearly annoyed with the newcomers. She swept her gaze across Gu Ruoyan, but when her eyes landed on the seductive woman in red, her cold and elegant features changed immediately. It's you. Impossible. How could this woman be here? Didn't I also destroy her face? This face was no different from the one she had when she was in the Medicine Order. Because the Medicine Order disciples who had attended the Divine Trials had all been killed by Chan Yi, Rong Sin was still not aware that Wei Yi was actually the Ghost Doctor. Order Master Rong, do you know her? That's right. Rong Sin took a deep breath and spoke with fury. She was once a disciple of the Medicine Order. In the end, because she killed our Order Master, I imprisoned her but someone had helped her to escape. She's been on the run ever since. I never expected her to show her face here. Oh. Elder Dar furrowed his brows. Based on his position, he would naturally consider internal matters of other organizations beneath his station. Therefore, this was the first time he had actually heard of this matter. So, she's the murderess responsible for the previous Order Master's death. This woman certainly isn't any good if she would even kill her own Order Master. Elder Dar then turned away, no longer bothering to look at Wei Yi. A cold light flashed in Rong Sin's eyes and her features darkened as she asked, Wei Yi, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? Wei Yi flashed a charming smile that was filled with an icy chill. Whatever reason you're here for is the same reason I'm here. Our purpose is the same. Hee hee. Rong Sin laughed icily. A murderous intent that she could not hide flashed across her cool and elegant face. I hate her. How could I not? I was clearly more outstanding than her. Why was it that the master could only ever see her hard work? He had never even looked at me. So, I had devised a plan to kill off that damned old man and push the blame on his favorite disciple. It's his fault for giving such a valuable item like the treasury of medicine to this woman. Unfortunately, up till now, she was still unable to obtain the treasury of medicine. Also, the most unexpected thing was, how had the face which I had clearly destroyed returned to its original state? I had personally added all sorts of condiments and poisons, her looks can't possibly be restored. I've come here to examine the Great Lord's ailment. Don't tell me you're here for that as well. Wei Yi raised her lips into a smile, that's right. I've come here to save the Lord of the Amethyst Underworld Palace. I can cure wounds that you cannot, Rong Sin. You've once brought harm upon me. Now, it's about time for me to return the favor. Wei Yi, you're still just a savage. Rong Sin slowly concealed the raging fire within her and smiled calmly. It's not like I can't cure the Lord, I can bring him back to health instantly. I only need a willing sacrifice. The poison has spread too deep, this is the only way. Rong Sin, don't forget. We are doctors, not poison masters. Wei Yi glanced at Rong Sin and explained, killing another for the sake of saving a life, how are you any different from a poison master? If you save a life, you save a life. If you sacrifice another, that is not a sign of your medical expertise. I can save him without having to sacrifice anyone else. Enough. Elder Dar's face sank. He shot Gu Ruan and Wei Yi an icy glare. Young ladies, I think that it's best that you both leave. We're doing well enough with Order Master Rong here. Furthermore, Miss Wei, you and Order Master Rong were once disciples of the same order but your personalities are far too different. In contrast with your arrogance and your tendency to overlook everyone else, Order Master Rong is calm and confident. She is the very model of a powerful cultivator. You would benefit in learning from her. She has shown no signs of anger despite your insults. And you've only opened your mouth to deliver delirious utterances. Order Master Rong is the #1 doctor amongst all under the heavens. Only she can cure our Lord's ailment. Chapter 685. Rong Sin's Hatred 1. #1 out of all under the heavens. Wei Yi laughed in ridicule and replied scornfully, you mean the number idiot. Someone who loves to toy with others in the palm of her hand would be the ideal type of powerful cultivator. TSK. As the ideal powerful cultivator, does that mean that she should pay no heed to the lives of others? Rong Sin smiled icily. In the eyes of the strong, the weak are merely like mole crickets and ants. What difference does it make if they live or die? Brother Dar. As he noticed the increasingly ugly look on Elder Dar's face, Elder Ju frowned and said, the respected ghost doctor is here upon my invitation. Lady Gu is also my savior. She was the one who had healed the wounds on my body, allowing me to break through the rank of a martial honor. The ghost doctor. Elder Dar was stunned. This seductive woman is the renowned ghost doctor of the mainland. From what I know, she's only a rogue doctor and can't be compared with an upstanding organization like the Medicine Order. However, that lady in green had healed Brother Ju's illness. During the past 3 days, Elder Dar had been preoccupied with the Palace Lord's ailment and was not around during Elder Ju's breakthrough. As such, even though he had sensed someone achieving a breakthrough to become a martial honor somewhere outside the palace, he never thought that it would be Elder Ju whose channels had been sealed. Now that he has heard Elder Ju's declaration, Elder Dar hurriedly examined Elder Ju's powers. When he discovered the true rank of the latter's powers, his eyes filled with shock. A martial honor. That's right, Brother Ju has had a breakthrough. Back then, a high-level martial emperor was the furthest Brother Ju could go. Countless miracle doctors had come to examine his illness and all of them had stated clearly that he will never have another breakthrough again. Even the previous Order Master of the Medicine Order had paid Brother Ju a visit and said the very same thing. However, he has now actually managed to break through to the rank of a martial honor. Elder Dar took a deep breath as his eyes stared unblinkingly at Gu Ruan. If this young lady was able to heal Elder Ju, perhaps. Don't look at me, Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders, I can't cure him. At the end of the day, the only person with the capability to cure him is the ghost doctor, Wei Yi. Wei Yi looked at Gu Ruan with gratitude. She knew that Gu Ruan had said that to improve her reputation. After all, to the woman before her, curing this swampland poison would not require much effort. Gu Ruan had lowered her own value for her sake. The delicate and pretty youth's eyes shone. He hurriedly rushed towards Wei Yi as if he had caught a lifesaver and pleaded bitterly, Miss, please save my father. As long as you can save him, I'll agree to whatever you wish. Wei Yi smiled. It's only a swampland poison, I can take care of it. Hee hee. Hearing this, Rong Sin laughed scornfully. Her cool and elegant features displayed a sense of ridicule as she said, Elder Dar, if you're really going to trust her then I have nothing more to say. However, let me remind you that the toxins from a swampland poison are extremely powerful. Furthermore, it has already spread throughout the Palace Lord's entire body. If you continue to drag this on, you won't be able to save him even if you transferred the poison out from his system. Furthermore, Wei Yi had committed many wicked deeds. She should be punished yet you want to put your trust in her. Are you not afraid that she would take advantage of the situation and double-cross you? Junior Sister Rong Sin, you're overthinking things. I have nothing against the Palace Lord so why should I harm him? Wei Yi smiled. Besides, do you really think that I'll be able to walk out of the Amethyst Underworld Palace after killing the Palace Lord? Have you become even more simple-minded over the years? There are better strategies to frame a person than this. Rong Sin's expression changed greatly in that instant. She clenched her fists tightly, digging her long fingernails into her flesh and causing fresh blood to trickle down from the tips of her fingernails. Chapter 686, Rong Sin's Hatred 2. Rong Sin's heart was burning with a disastrous murderous intent. If this had not been the Amethyst Underworld's territory, she would have long made a move to kill this woman. Elder Da fell silent. He was not worried about the possibility of the Ghost Doctor killing the Palace Lord. Just as she had explained, if she truly wished to assassinate the Palace Lord, she would not be able to walk out of Amethyst Underworld Palace after that. Nevertheless, Rong Sin was not completely wrong either. If they miss out on their last chance to remedy the illness, she may not be able to save the Palace Lord even if she had transferred the poison. He hardened his heart at that thought and said, "We'll follow Order Master Rong's advice. This method was the cruelest but also the safest way. Even though we have to sacrifice another, we'll be able to cure the Place Lord for sure. For safety's sake, we'll do it this way." Rong Sin smiled and looked rather pleased with herself. She sneered at Wei Yi. "Senior sister, be it 10 years ago or the present moment, you'll never be able to surpass me. You will always be the loser and you can only remain alive under my leniency." "No, I believe in the Ghost Doctor." The youth's face was filled with resolve as his eyes sparkled brilliantly. "I may believe in the Ghost Doctor, but I also believe in Grandfather Zhu even more." "Young master." Elder Da's expression changed completely. "If we miss out on our last chance, we won't have another. Do you really want her to save the Palace Lord?" "Yes." The youth raised his sparkling eyes and his voice was full of determination. "Besides, this is the last chance. I'm not willing to sacrifice anyone to save father, so I'd rather put my trust in her. Grandfather Da, let her do the treatment." "No." Elder Da rejected the suggestion without a second thought. His elderly face was completely stern as he said, "Young master, we cannot risk the Palace Lord's life like this. If my father could hear our conversation, he would definitely insist on choosing the same option as me." The youth's eyelashes were extremely long with sparkling, crystal-like tears still hanging on the tips. "Grandfather Da, I'm the young master of the Amethyst Underworld Palace, the only son of the Palace Lord. When it comes to my decisions, everyone must obey." At this moment, a domineering air erupted from the young master's body. It caused the image in Elder Zhu's eyes to shift as if he was looking at the Palace Lord himself bossing people around. It goes without saying that the young master now had the aura of the Palace Lord. Who says that the kind-hearted cannot make big decisions? As long as he had his own principles and a strong determination, the young master could certainly make big decisions. "Ghost Doctor," the youth turned around and looked at Wei Yi, ignoring the ugly look on Elder Da's face. "No one is going to stop you now. Please save my father." Wei Yi nodded, and slowly approached the man who was lying on the bed. Wei Yi, as she watched the woman's movements, the murderous intent in Rong Sin's eyes deepened. "I hope you can cure the Palace Lord. Otherwise, believe me, the Amethyst Underworld Palace will make you pay. Of course, regardless of how great your medical expertise is, you'll never be able to cure him now. Swampland poisons are dangerous. Of course, once someone had just contracted the poison, they could still be cured easily. The Palace Lord's poisoning, however, had dragged on for such a long time. He was clearly at the end stage. Even if the deity Dalua was here, he could not possibly save him either. What more the lone Wei Yi? From the very beginning, Guruan had not said a single thing. She gently raised the corners of her lips and a smile flashed across her clear cold gaze. "It's been almost 2 years since I've seen Wei Yi. I'd like to see the extent of her medical expertise as well. Come here, help me put away his clothes." The Ghost Doctor turned to the delicate and pretty youth behind her and instructed. Chapter 687, Rong Sin's Hatred 3. "Oh, right." The delicate and pretty youth immediately returned to his senses and carefully removed the Palace Lord's clothes. Instantly, the massive pitch-black coloring on his skin appeared before everyone's eyes, emitting a putrid smell. The youth's heart immediately began to ache. His vision grew blurry with tears. "Father, it's all my fault. I've caused you such pain." The man on the bed seemed to hear the young boy's anxious voice. His eyebrows and pupils moved but he did not open his eyes. Anguish was written all over his face. It goes without saying that this man had a rare sort of beauty, especially the 2 muscles on his chest. Wei Yi felt absolutely tempted to touch his chest, but of course, with so many people around, she could not molest the sick but beautiful man. "Once you're done, you may leave." After the youth had removed the Palace Lord's clothes, Wei Yi coughed awkwardly and instructed. "All right." Hearing this, the young man obediently stepped back to Elder Zhu's side. His bright, tearful eyes observed the man on the bed anxiously. Under their watchful eyes, Wei Yi pulled out a cloth bag from her sleeve. She opened it and took out a silver needle. She then gently pierced it into the Palace Lord's body. There was a muffled groan before streams of black aura began flowing from the silver needle towards his belly button area. One silver needle was not enough. As such, Wei Yi used up all the silver needles in her bag. Soon, the Palace Lord's entire body was covered with silver needles and countless black aura stirred around his body. Shortly after, the other small black spots around his body disappeared. In contrast, the black mass around his belly button began to grow. Suddenly, Wei Yi took out a dagger and without any warning, slashed it across the Palace Lord's stomach. Instantly, a spiral of blackened blood began spurting out from the wound, bringing forth an absolutely rotten odor. "What are you doing?" Elder Da's face turned pale with shock as he rushed forward to grab Wei Yi. He really did not think that she would have had such audacity to kill the Palace Lord in front of everyone. "Grandfather Da, stop!" The delicate-looking young boy yelled when he realized that Elder Da was charging towards Wei Yi. His shout instantly caused the elderly figure to stop. He retorted angrily, "Young master, did you not see her trying to kill the Palace Lord?" "Grandfather Da, let her explain." The youth furrowed his brows and replied irritably. HMPH. Elder Dar scoffed coldly as a murderous intent erupted from his entire being. His martial honor powers followed the fluctuations and dispersed into the air. Damned girl, what do you have to say for yourself? You've killed the palace lord and we've all seen it with our own eyes. Boom. Wei Yi's face turned pale under his powerful coercion. However, he had only directed his aura towards the charming woman before him so the rest of them were unaffected. Just as Wei Yi was about to lose her resistance, a hand reached out from beside her and gripped her shoulders firmly. At that moment, Wei Yi relaxed and broke into a cold sweat down her back. Gu Ruoyan placed one hand on Wei Yi's shoulder and then raised her clear and cool eyes towards Elder Dar. At the same time, another wave of coercion, just as powerful as Elder Dar's, charged towards him and smashed through his aura instantly. Elder Dar stumbled back and stared in shock at the calm and elegant face. A deep astonishment appeared from the recesses of his heart. A martial honor. This girl was actually a martial honor. Of course, this jewel had been kept exclusively between the two of them. Even the newly minted martial honor, Elder Ju, did not understand why Elder Dar had suddenly stumbled back. Chapter 688, Wrong Sin's Hatred, 4. Wei Yi slowly returned to her senses and chuckled,